Chapter 33. Arriving at the Deadly Square. The Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Pavilion. Pei Yuanji narrowed his eyes and looked at the black-clad middle-aged man before he said with a hint of ridicule, "What a show of power." Although Pei Yuanji's voice was not loud, his voice was transmitted to everyone's ears. Fang Qihan, the Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Pavilion, turned to look at the source of the voice, and his expression changed drastically when he saw Pei Yuanji. Isn't this the person whom the Palace Master failed to defeat 200 years ago? In the end, the Palace Master even sought help from the Heavenly Emperor to capture him. Most importantly, even the Heavenly Emperor could only capture him, he could not kill him at all. Fang Qihan had recognized Pei Yuanji with just a look because back then he had been the one who escorted the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven when the Heavenly Emperor brought Pei Yuanji to the third floor of the Thousand Chains prison. Pei Yuanji scoffed softly before the air around Fang Qihan began to ripple. At the same time, mustard energy rolled out from Pei Yuanji's body toward Fang Qihan and his men before they could even react. The expressions of Fang Qihan and his men changed drastically as they defended against the raging energy that had been boosted with the law of earth. The elders from the Purgatory Pavilion cast all the techniques they had in their arsenal in a flurry. There were all kinds of laws and techniques that could be seen. There was even the law of death, one of the four supreme laws. Despite the storm-like attacks, they were useless against Pei Yuanji's formidable mustard energy. On the contrary, while the elders of the Purgatory Pavilion defended themselves, Fang Qihan, the Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Pavilion, cried out hastily, "Lord Pei, please show mercy. I'll leave with my men immediately. Please, Lord Pei." At this moment, Fang Qihan, the Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Pavilion and one of the three head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison, was reduced to begging like a dog. Alas, the terrifying energy showed no sign of weakening. In fact, it grew even stronger. Fang Qihan and his men cried out in despair when the energy finally crashed on them. The earth quaked and the air rippled as the energy landed on the members of the Purgatory Pavilion. Everyone still had yet to regain their senses when the energy vanished into thin air as though it was never there at all, to begin with. If it were not for the cloud of blood mist that hung in the air and the spatial rings that were falling to the ground, they would have thought they had imagined the one-sided killing earlier. He has such terrifying and precise control over his strength. Duan Ling Tian was similarly shocked. His respect and admiration grew even more after witnessing this. Previously, he knew Pei Yuanji was strong, but he did not know the extent of Pei Yuanji's strength after all. Pei Yuanji had easily killed Fang Qihan, who was close to being a titled celestial emperor, and all his subordinates. Even Lian Chu, who was cradling the white phantom fox in his arms, could not help but gulp. He looked at Pei Yuanji with eyes shining with admiration after he regained his senses. He had fought with Fang Qihan previously, so he was aware of Fang Qihan's strength. However, an opponent whom he found rather formidable was like a defenseless baby in front of Pei Yuanji. How could he not admire Pei Yuanji? "Let's go," Pei Yuanji said indifferently as everyone looked at him in awe. Everyone followed Pei Yuanji unquestioningly as he led them to the corridor. At this moment, some of those who were being tortured by Fang Qihan and his men in the Purgatory Pavilion managed to free themselves of their restraints. They followed Pei Yuanji and the others without any hesitation. "Let's follow Senior Pei." Meanwhile, the other elders from the Purgatory Pavilion could only watch as the prisoners escaped. After witnessing what happened to their peers and their pavilion master, how could they have the courage to stop these prisoners from leaving? If the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor was displeased, they would surely die. All of them were relieved they did not follow the Pavilion Master to stop the prisoners from leaving earlier. Otherwise, they would have died as well. When traveling through the corridor, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Lian Chu. "Senior Lian Chu, after we get out of the Thousand Chains prison, we'll leave with Brother Pei." "All right," Lian Chu responded. There was a hint of appreciation and acknowledgement when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. After a moment, he asked through voice transmission, "Is my daughter? Is she all right?" "Yes, she's good." Duan Ling Tian smiled when Lian Chu mentioned Huaner. A hint of tenderness could be seen in his eyes as he said, "She wanted to come along, but I made her stay in the mundane realm I came from since it's so dangerous here. If we manage to escape, I'll bring you and Senior Duzan to the mundane realm to look for her." "All right," Lian Chu nodded as his eyes flashed in anticipation. Then, he turned to look at the white phantom fox that was still unconscious in his arms and murmured, "Shuaner, we'll reunite with our daughter soon. Not only will you see our daughter again, but you'll be able to meet our son-in-law as well. He's a remarkable young man. I'm pleased with our daughter's choice, and I'm sure you'll be pleased as well." Although Lian Chu did not spend much time with Duan Lingtian, he had a favorable impression of Duan Lingtian. Just the fact that Duan Lingtian was not willing to endanger his daughter's life and came to save them alone was more than enough for him to acknowledge Duan Lingtian. When they were almost at the end of the corridor, Ma Kai, the Gale Thunder Celestial Emperor, said with a grin, "I wonder if we'll encounter anyone ignorant enough to seek death. Zan Bing, Old Pei, if someone stops us after this, leave them to me. After being imprisoned for so long, I'm itching for a fight." Kei Bai Lu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, chimed in, "You are not the only one. I'm itching for a fight as well. All right, Old Pei and Zan Bing can watch while we take them on." Ma Kai said happily. Although they were escaping with ease now, everyone knew this was because they were still in the Thousand Chains prison. After all, there were no titled Celestial Emperors guarding the Thousand Chains prison. They knew it would no longer be so easy once they left the Thousand Chains prison. When the group of prisoners arrived at the Deadly Square, the elders there, naturally, noticed them immediately. Those with better eyesight zeroed in on Pei Yuanji, who was leading the group immediately. "That's Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. How did he escape?" Once the elders saw Pei Yuanji, they did not dare to stop the group from leaving at all. They knew the outcome of stopping the group of people would only be death. Pei Yuanji was so powerful that the palace master of the Heavenly Palace could not even defeat him. Wait, isn't that Duan Lingtian, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor's seventh prodigious disciple? He's Head Warden Shu's little junior brother as well. Why is he with Pei Yuanji? It doesn't look like he's being held hostage. In fact, they look very well acquainted. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian came here to rescue Pei Yuanji. Is he capable of such a feat? Otherwise, how else would you explain what's happening? If he didn't set Pei Yuanji free, how could Pei Yuanji be here? Look, the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors are there as well. Heavens, all the titled Celestial Emperors imprisoned on the 3rd floor have escaped. The Thousand Chains prison is about to go to hell. Should we report this? Report this. If you dare to make any movement now, I'm afraid you'd be killed before you can even react. If you don't believe me, you can try. Never mind then. There were not many elders at the Deadly Square anyway. When this small group of elders saw Pei Yuanji and the other prisoners leaving, they did not even dare to move, let alone stop them. "Hey, isn't this too easy?" Ma Kai, the Gale Thunder Celestial Emperor, said defeatedly when he saw no one stop them from leaving. "The people at the Deadly Square are worse than the people from the Purgatory Pavilion." Kei Bai Lu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, said, "You mean those at the Deadly Square are much smarter than those at the Purgatory Pavilion? All right, stop chatting. We have to be on alert from now on. Once we break the formation in the Deadly Square and leave the Thousand Chains prison, we'll have to face the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors." Shui Jinhua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, said, "No one is alerted of our escape yet since the people here would need to physically leave this place to alert the others. The only way someone outside knows something is wrong in here is if they notice the shattered soul pearls of those we killed. However, once we break the formation here, the formation outside will alert the others of the broken formation in the Deadly Square. There's no doubt the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors will make their way here after that. We'll probably meet them after we leave the Thousand Chains prison." Chapter 3334 The 9 Titled Celestial Emperors. The Heavenly Pool Palace has 9 titled Celestial Emperors. Although Duan Lingtian managed to lure 2 of them away, there were still 7 left in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. On the other hand, there were only 6 titled Celestial Emperors in Duan Lingtian's side, excluding Meng Chuan, the Jade Bow Celestial Emperor, who would be in charge of stalling Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. In addition to that, Duan Lingtian had 2 Ning dragons in his little world whose joint attack was equivalent to that of an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. Therefore, the group of prisoners was optimistic about their chances of escaping. All they needed to do was stay on guard. Deadly Square. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he looked around the square. This was his 4th time here. The first time he was here was when he was being shown around the Thousand Chains prison. The second time was when he left the Thousand Chains prison during his first visit. The third time was when he entered the Thousand Chains prison again a few days ago. After breaking the formation here and leaving this place, they would finally be out of the Thousand Chains prison. The formation in the Deadly Square was their biggest obstacle in the Thousand Chains prison. Although it was somewhat similar to the formations on the third floor of the prison, the formation here had a potent killing formation that was powerful enough to injure and possibly kill a titled Celestial Emperor. Those who were below the stage of a titled Celestial Emperor would undoubtedly die if they triggered the formation. Duan Ling Tian said at this moment, "Brother Pei, you'll need to work with the other 5 seniors to break the formation here. I can only rely on all of you for this matter." Duan Ling Tian had already informed the 6 titled Celestial Emperors of this matter beforehand and taught them the way to break the formation as the world-cleansing divine water had taught him. All right, Pei Yuanji nodded. Then, he wasted no time in getting the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors into positions. Once everyone was in position, he said, "Now." As soon as Pei Yuanji's voice fell, a mustard energy rolled off his body. Similarly, mustard energies rolled out of the other titled Celestial Emperors' bodies as well. The only exception was Zan Bing, the profound ice Celestial Emperor, who had emitted an icy energy. Although Zan Bing's comprehension of the law of earth was rather good, his comprehension of the law of ice was better. Therefore, he decided to use the law of ice to break the formation. As for Pei Yuanji and the other 4, they could only use the law of earth since that was the only law they comprehended. Although the law of earth specialized in defenses and they needed offensive power at this time, they could only make do with the law of earth since it was the only law they comprehended. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian said to the others, "Everyone, stay where you are. Don't move, otherwise, you'll die." Following that, Duan Ling Tian summoned the 2 Ning dragons from his little world. They hovered in the air and stared at the group of prisoners. There was no harm in being cautious since the slightest movement at this critical moment could get them all killed. At some point, Lian Chu, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, had already sent his wife into his little world. Numerous energy swords revolved around him as he kept an eye on the group of prisoners behind them as well. A middle-aged man said with a grin, "Brother, relax. We won't allow anyone to interrupt Lord Pei as well. Anyone who dares to interrupt Lord Pei is an obstacle to our freedom. We'll definitely kill such a person." Needless to say, the prisoners did not dare to move at all. After roughly 15 minutes had passed, a violent wind stirred in the Deadly Square. When the violent wind died down, Pei Yuanji's indifferent voice that was not loud rang in everyone's ears. "All right." It was as silent as a graveyard for a moment before everyone sighed in relief. As they moved across the square that was now free from the killing formation, Pei Yuanji said coldly, "After leaving the Thousand Chains prison, everyone should stop following me and go their own way. Whether you successfully escape after leaving the prison or not will depend on your luck." The reason Pei Yuanji had reminded these prisoners not to follow him was to create a distraction. Although the prison was not located in the Heavenly Pool Palace due to the conditions of some of the formations, the outside was heavily surveilled. As soon as they break out of the Thousand Chains prison, Yu Feng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, and the other titled Celestial Emperors would be alerted. When Duan Ling Tian and the others finally arrived at the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison, Ma Kai and Kai Bai Lu dealt with all the elders on duty there. With 2 titled Celestial Emperors clearing the way, the elders from the Thousand Chains prison did not even have a chance to react, let alone stop them. "Leave," Pei Yuanji said. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, rushed out of the Thousand Chains prison immediately. The few elders that were guarding the outside of the prison were quickly killed by the titled Celestial Emperors before they could even react. The prisoners were in high spirits after leaving the Thousand Chains prison. They were shouting, laughing, and cheering as they fled at top speed. "I'm finally free. Heavenly Pool Palace, I will even the score with you in the future." Similarly, Duan Ling Tian and the others did not linger at the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian saw a vaguely familiar figure in the distance that was heading in their direction. After a moment, he discovered it was Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor. It seems like Lei Ying has already found out about her son's death. "Brother Pei, Senior Lian Chu, seniors, this way." Previously, Duan Ling Tian and the other titled Celestial Emperors had agreed to stick together after leaving the Thousand Chains prison to avoid getting taken out one by one. The direction he was leading everyone to was the location he had agreed to meet with Meng Chuan, the solitary destructive heavens Jade Bow Celestial Emperor. "Senior Meng Chuan, I've left the prison. The 6 titled Celestial Emperors previously imprisoned there are with me as well. I'll see you at our meeting point." With all of us present, it shouldn't be difficult for us to escape from the heavenly pool palaces titled celestial emperors. Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Meng Chuan while he made his way to the meeting point. Meng Chuan was already at the meeting point when he received Duan Ling Tian's message. However, he decided not to wait and meet the others halfway. The distance between Duan Ling Tian and Meng Chuan was closing when Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, had arrived and saw the chaos in the Thousand Chains prison. Due to the chaos, she did not notice Duan Ling Tian. She only saw the 6 titled celestial emperors. She could recognize them since she had seen them before in the past. She did not hesitate and hurriedly sent a message to Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, and the other 7 titled celestial emperors. Pavilion Master, many prisoners have escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. The Swirling Cloud Celestial Emperor and the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor are among them. There's a white-clad young man with them who seems to be Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. The other 3 titled Celestial Emperors, the Profound Ice Celestial Emperor, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, and the Gale Thunder Celestial Emperor, have escaped as well. After sending the message, Lei Ying silently tailed Duan Ling Tian and the others. When she came across some of the prisoners who had escaped, she would kill them as well. These prisoners had chosen to head in the same direction as Duan Ling Tian and the others. For this reason, they were unlucky and ran into Lei Ying as well. At this moment, Lei Ying finally received a reply from Yu Fengyu. I've heard about this from the elders guarding the Thousand Chains prison. Although Yu Fengyu's voice was calm, Lei Ying could hear the underlying rage in his voice. Soon after, 8 figures caught up with Lei Ying. The person in the lead was Yu Fengyu, the first trial celestial emperor and the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, Ji Yu Chongzhong, the martial dragon celestial emperor, the profound heaven celestial emperor, and the smoke wave celestial emperor. Apart from that, there were 2 women and a man as well. One of the women was dressed in long black robes. Her face was beautiful, framed by her jet black hair that draped on her back. Her gaze was piercing, and she had a cold expression on her face. This woman was none other than the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, whose strength was said to be on par with the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. She was one of the 2 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace whose strength in the palace was only second to Yu Fengyu. She was also the master of Lu Baifeng, one of the prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The other woman was dressed in a light green dress and held a zither in her arms. Her movements were enchanting and graceful. She was none other than Ji Chu Ran, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor. Rounding up the group of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace was a slender and tall young man. Although his facial features were ordinary, his gaze was piercing and fierce like that of a wolf. He was none other than Yang Xiaotian, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Chapter 33-35 Exposed. Lei Ying, which direction did they go? Yu Fengyu, the first trial Celestial Emperor and the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, who was standing at the lead, calmly asked. His complexion was like jade, and he was dressed in a long white robe. From his bearing alone, one could see he was someone who was used to being in a high position. Although he sounded calm when he spoke, a hint of viciousness could be seen in his eyes. There, Lei Ying pointed. Yu Fengyu continued to ask. Are you sure all 6 of them are together? Yes. Lei Ying nodded. Let's catch up to them first, Yu Fengyu said with a cold expression on his face. A cold wind began to stir around him, and in just a blink of an eye, the wind blew across all 9 of the titled Celestial Emperors, boosting their speed a level higher. Yu Fengyu had comprehended the law of wind. Therefore, his speed was superior to many people who comprehended another law to the same level as him. With Yu Fengyu boosting the speed of 8 other people, their speed was much faster than the person with the fastest speed previously. The titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace traveled so fast that it did not take long for them to close the distance between them and Duan Ling Tian's group. At this moment, Shu Lang, the verdant prairie Celestial Emperor, asked, Lei Ying, is it just the 6 of them? No, there's 8 of them. Lei Ying replied. 8. Shu Lang was slightly surprised. Who else is with them? Yu Fengyu and the others looked at Lei Ying curiously as well. I only saw their backs. However, one of them seemed rather familiar. I just can't put my finger on it. Lei Ying replied with a slight frown on her face. She only had a clear look of 2 people. Tang Xiangba, the Swirling Cloud Celestial Emperor, and Shui Jinhua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor. She only assumed the others, including Pei Yuanji, were the other titled celestial emperors based on what little she remembered of them. As for the two other people with the group of titled celestial emperors, she was unfamiliar with one of them while the other person who wore a purple robe evoked a sense of familiarity in her. However, she could not figure out where she had seen that purple figure before. In the end, she concluded the purple figure must be one of the prisoners in the Thousand Chains prison whom she had seen before. At this moment, the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor said, in any case, that person must have a good relationship with one of the titled celestial emperors since he's traveling with them. Otherwise, they would not bring him along since he would only slow them down. The others agreed with the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor's words. It doesn't matter. We'll find out who he is once we catch up to them, Yu Fengyu said indifferently. Despite the indifference, his eyes shone with killing intent when he spoke. Ji Yu Chongzhong, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, asked curiously, Palace Master, how many prisoners escaped from the Thousand Chains prison this time? Is it just the 8 of them? Apart from the members of the Heavenly Pool Palace who are imprisoned on the first floor, all the others have escaped, Yu Fengyu replied. This time, a hint of emotions could finally be heard in his voice. So many of them, Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Ji Yu Chongzhong, the Martial Dragon Emperor, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, and the others were shocked. Yu Fengyu said in a voice that barely contained his fury and killing intent, our objective is to capture all 6 titled celestial emperors. As for the other 2, just kill them. At this moment, Lei Ying asked, Palace Master, did they kill all the members on duty in the Thousand Chains prison? Do you know how my son died? Why your son died? Shu Lang and the others were shocked when they learned that Lei Jun, Lei Ying's son, was dead. Lei Ying said darkly, I rushed to look for my son when I discovered his soul pearl had shattered. It was then I learned that he was on duty in the Thousand Chains prison. In fact, I don't even know why he suddenly decided to volunteer there. Yu Fengyu said, I just spoke to the surviving elders from the Thousand Chains prison to ask about your son's death, but none of them knows anything except that he was guarding the prison. After a brief pause, he continued to say, usually, 6 people would guard the prison. These people would be divided into 3 groups of 2. From what I found out, this time a prodigious disciple and an elder were guarding the first floor, 2 prodigious disciples were guarding the second floor, and similar to the first floor, a prodigious disciple and an elder were guarding the third floor. The 5 guards are all accounted for. Only the prodigious disciple guarding the third floor is unaccounted for. After a long while, Yu Fengyu's expression suddenly turned frosty as he turned to look at Shu Lang and asked, Shu Lang, do you know who's the prodigious disciple who's unaccounted for? Who is it? Shu Lang asked, puzzled. He did not know why Yu Fengyu would ask him that. It seems like you're truly unaware, Yu Fengyu said as he nodded. He could tell Shu Lang was not feigning ignorance. Palace Master, what do you mean? Shu Lang frowned slightly. He did not understand Yu Fengyu's words at all. The prodigious disciple who's missing is your 7th prodigious disciple, Duan Ling Tian. Yu Fengyu stared at Shu Lang intently as he said, tell me, what do you think I mean? As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, all the other titled celestial emperors turned to look at Shu Lang in shock. Those who had conflicts with Shu Lang and Duan Ling Tian such as the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor, and the Profound Heavenly Celestial Emperor carried a hint of gloating in their expressions. Impossible, Shu Lang exclaimed in disbelief. When he felt the others' gazes on him, he shook his head and said, it's impossible. There must be a mistake. Although Yu Fengyu did not say it outright, the implied meaning was clear. The prodigious disciple on duty on the 3rd floor who was missing from the prison was the one who released the prisoners. Shu Lang did not believe Duan Ling Tian would do such a stupid thing. After all, doing something like that would only put Duan Ling Tian on the opposing side with his fellow disciples, teacher, and the Heavenly Pool Palace. That aside, how could Duan Ling Tian be so stupid as to release Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, as well? Doing so was equivalent to offending the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven who personally captured Pei Yuanji. Duan Ling Tian was smart after all. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would do something as stupid as offending the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. There must be a mistake. Yu Fengyu said, no. Shu Lang, you're the one who's mistaken. Your 7th prodigious disciple isn't simple. The Deadly Square elders saw him leaving with the others. Most importantly, he and Pei Yuanji led the group of prisoners out. Even the other 5 titled celestial emperors were following his lead. Yu Fengyu looked at Shu Lang as he continued to say, "From what I know, he only joined us recently. You don't know anything about his background. In my opinion, he only joined the Heavenly Pool Palace to rescue Pei Yuanji. If he wasn't for him, how could Pei Yuanji and the others break the formations in the Thousand Chains prison? If Pei Yuanji and the others are capable of breaking the formations, they would have done so a long time ago. Moreover, they did not break the surveillance formation. The recording had been brought out by an elder from the Thousand Chains prison." Yu Fengyu paused for a moment before his tone turned pointed and cold as he said, "The prisoners escaped 5 days after your student went to guard the 3rd floor of the prison. The elder who was guarding the 1st floor of the prison is killed by Zan Bing, the profound ice celestial emperor." Then, Yu Fengyu shifted his gaze to Lei Ying and said, "As for Lei Jun, Duan Ling Tian's the one who killed him. Duan Ling Tian summoned 2 Ning dragons to kill Lei Jun. There was nothing Lei Jun could do. The combined force of the 2 Ning dragons was equivalent to that of an ordinary titled celestial emperor. Shu Lang, there's more than meets the eyes with your 7th prodigious disciple," Yu Fengyu said with a sneer. Yu Fengyu was privy to this information because an elder of the Thousand Chains prison had just sent him a message detailing everything that happened. Shu Lang's expression changed slightly when Yu Fengyu mentioned the 2 Ning dragons. At this moment, he realized Yu Fengyu might be right. His 7th prodigious disciple was probably the one who released Pei Yuanji and the others from the Thousand Chains prison. Chapter 33-36 Surrounded. "You're right, it's Duan Ling Tian," Lei Ying said through gritted teeth at this moment. Her expression darkened as soon as Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, finished speaking. "No wonder I found that purple figure so familiar." Following that, Lei Ying turned to Shu Lang and sneered before she said in an increasingly cold voice, "Shu Lang, your student is really amazing. Not only did he release Pei Yuanji and the others, but he even killed my son. To think I helped you persuade the palace master to go to the prodigy arena to stop the profound heaven celestial emperor at that time. In the end, it came back and bit me in the ass." Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Shu Lang's first thought was that Lei Ying only helped him because of Huoner. It was not out of the goodness of her heart. After all, Huoner was the prodigious disciple she was most proud of. Naturally, he kept his thoughts to himself. He only smiled bitterly before he said with a sigh, "Lei Ying, I'm really unaware of this. Otherwise, I would have stopped him. Doesn't this mean my eldest disciple died for nothing? He was killed by a spy." An old man with white hair who looked younger than his age finally spoke up as he looked at Shu Lang with a cold gaze after remaining silent all this time. He was none other than the profound heaven celestial emperor whose strength was only second to Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Then, he shifted his gaze that now contained a hint of gloating to Lei Ying as he said, "Lei Ying, to think you saved that person only for him to kill your son." Lei Ying's expression darkened further when she heard the profound heaven celestial emperor's words that poked at her sore spot. She said icily, "Once we find them, I want to kill Duan Ling Tian with my own hands. No one's to interfere." Although Lei Ying was usually very strict with Lei Jun, she only wanted the best for him. After all, he was her son. To others, her son might not be as outstanding as Huoner or her eldest disciple, but to her, her son was, naturally, the most important even if she did not show it. "Don't worry, Lei Ying. You can kill Duan Ling Tian, we won't fight you for it. After all, he killed your son, Ji Yu Chongzhong, the martial dragon emperor," said with a smile. Then, he turned to Shu Lang and said mockingly, "However, I don't know if Shu Lang wants to kill Duan Ling Tian with his own hands as well." Shu Lang remained silent, and his expression remained grim. Despite the evidence, he still had a difficult time believing his 7th prodigious disciple had betrayed him in the Heavenly Pool Palace. After a moment, he thought to himself, "I'm sure Yasi has heard about this by now." Shu Yasi, Shu Lang's daughter, was one of the 3 head wardens in the Thousand Chains prison. Now that something so serious happened in the Thousand Chains prison, the elders from the prison definitely would have informed her of it. Moreover, she was not only one of the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison, but she was also the pavilion master of the life or death pavilion in the Thousand Chains prison. With these thoughts in mind, Shu Lang sent a message to Shu Yasi. Soon enough, Shu Lang received Shu Yasi's reply. "Yes, I've heard about it." As Shu Lang expected, Shu Yasi had heard about what had transpired from the elders of the Thousand Chains prison. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had already expected Shu Lang to find out about what he had done. However, what he did not expect was for Shu Lang and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor to be in the Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, he had already planned for the duo to be lured away from the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Who could he have known that the person he had hired to imitate him was killed and did not have a chance to carry out his plan? According to his plan, there were another 5 to 6 days before the duo returned to the estate after receiving news about the prison break. Senior Meng Chuan, Duan Ling Tian called out. Duan Ling Tian, Pei Yuanji, and the others had traveled swiftly and finally met Meng Chuan at the halfway point. Meng Chuan smiled faintly when he saw Duan Ling Tian and the others. He said, "I guess your plan went smoothly. You're Meng Chuan, the Jade Bow Celestial Emperor from the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly palace." Shui Jinhua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, who was also from the solitary destructive heaven, stepped forward at this moment. Her cloudy eyes seemed to brighten when she looked at Meng Chuan. "I've heard so much about you and your brother, Meng Luo." "You are?" Meng Chuan asked as he looked at the old lady in front of him. "I don't think you've heard of me. I'm Shui Jinhua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor." Meng Chuan was looking at the old lady. "Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, Shui Jinhua. Nevertheless, you must not have heard of me," Shui Jinhua said. "The Golden Flower Celestial Emperor." Meng Chuan's eyes widened when he heard Shui Jinhua's words. Are you the craze?" He swallowed the word, crazy, and hurriedly changed his words as he said, "You're the one who killed your husband because he was still fooling around despite his old age. There's no need for you to spare my feelings. Indeed, I'm that crazy woman. I didn't expect you to have heard of that matter." Shui Jinhua said after she laughed bitterly. "I guess most titled celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven had heard of that matter." Meng Chuan nodded slightly. "After all, both of you are titled celestial emperors. We all run in the same circle." "Indeed," Shui Jinhua nodded. Duan Ling Tian, Pei Yuanji, and the others were shocked by this revelation. Who knew the old lady had such a past? Kai Bai Lu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, gulped before he said, "Old Lady Shui, who knew you're so savage? You even killed your husband. I knew you were crazy, but I didn't expect you to be crazy enough to kill your husband. He brought it upon himself." Shui Jinhua scoffed before she said, "I've always let it slide when he fooled around outside. Who knew he'd be so bold as to bring them back to our residence? I, Shui Jinhua, would be a doormat if I didn't kill him." At this moment, the fat old man, Ma Kai, the Thunder Hurricane Celestial Emperor, swiftly changed the topic. "Let's go. If we stay here and chat, the Heavenly Pool Palace is going to catch up to us." "They've already caught up to us," Pei Yuanji said as soon as Ma Kai finished speaking. He turned around to look at the seemingly empty horizon. As soon as Pei Yuanji's voice fell, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, 9 people surrounded Duan Ling Tian and the others. Needless to say, the 9 people were Yufeng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Palace, and the other 8 Heavenly Pool Palaces titled Celestial Emperors. "Teacher." Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly when he discovered Shu Lang was among the group of people who surrounded them. With this, he knew his plan had gone awry. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian heard the voice transmission from Shui Jinhua. "Ling Tian, what happened? I thought you said the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor won't be here." "All of them are here. I'm not sure. Something might have happened to the person I hired to lure them away," Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. He did not think the person he had hired had intentionally messed up his plan. After all, he would not have hired the person if he had deemed the person unreliable. Therefore, he was rather certain something had happened to that person before that person could send a message to Shu Lang and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Similarly, the others, except for Pei Yuanji, also sent voice transmissions to Duan Ling Tian, asking him about what happened. Duan Ling Tian replied bitterly, "Something went wrong with my plan." At this moment, Yufeng Yu's gaze fell on Meng Chuan after he glanced at Pei Yuanji. "Meng Chuan, you even stooped so low as to work with Duan Ling Tian for the sake of rescuing Lian Chu." Previously, Meng Chuan had looked for Yufeng Yu to ask for the release of Lian Chu and his wife. However, he had denied Meng Chuan's request. Therefore, he came to this conclusion when he saw Meng Chuan with Lian Chu and the others. Meng Chuan said indifferently, "I don't know Lian Chu." I'm only here because of Duan Ling Tian. Yu Fengyu was shocked by Meng Chuan's words. This meant that Meng Chuan had come to him previously because of Duan Ling Tian as well. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. When he regained his senses, he asked, Meng Chuan, are you going to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Pool Palace? Does your action represent you alone or the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Does it matter? You can interpret my actions as you see fit. Meng Chuan said with a faint smile. If it were not for his brother, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, he knew Yu Fengyu would not even ask if his actions represented the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this time, Lei Ying could no longer hold back. She glared at Duan Ling Tian with bloodshot eyes as she asked through gritted teeth, Duan Ling Tian, why did you kill my son? What did he ever do to you? Chapter 3337 The Battle Between the Titled Celestial Emperors. After listening to Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace earlier, Lei Ying managed to piece some things together. Since the elder on the third floor and the two prodigious disciples on the second floor survived, she was certain Duan Ling Tian had asked the titled celestial emperors to spare them. Otherwise, with their volatile temper, they would not have spared the guards of the prison. This meant it was not necessary to kill the guards on the first floor. However, her son and the elder on the third floor had died. She learned that Zhan Bing, the profound ice celestial emperor, had killed the elder on the third floor. She did not know why the elder was killed, but she was certain Duan Ling Tian did not kill her son out of necessity when he summoned the two Ning dragons. It felt like he had intentionally taken the time just to kill her son. Why? Lei Ying asked again in a low voice. Although Duan Ling Tian was surprised by the change in plan, he was not afraid. If it were necessary, he would borrow the strength of the 5 divine elements to deal with the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace. He knew exposing the fact that he possessed the 5 divine elements was no different from digging his own grave. However, he had no other choice since he had to save Huaner's parents and preserve his life. Based on the killing intent flashing in Yu Fengyu's eyes, it was clear Yu Fengyu had no intention of letting him live. Following that, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lei Yin and replied unhurriedly, he tried to kill me many times. Why is it wrong if I kill him? If he didn't try to kill me, I wouldn't have killed him since he was Huaner's second senior brother. Lei Ying was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. Although she could not confirm if Lei Jun had tried to kill Duan Ling Tian, she had a feeling he was telling the truth. After all, he had spared the 2 prodigious disciples on the second floor. If there was no enmity between him and her son, he would have likely spared her son's life. Nevertheless, as Lei Jun's mother, how could Lei Ying blame her son, especially now that he had died? Her gaze was icy and she looked as though she could not wait to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces as she said, since you killed my son, I'll avenge him today. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, purple lightning bolts flashed around her. She was emitting a terrifying energy as well. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, get in line. You're not the only one who wants to kill me. Since Duan Ling Tian had decided to go all out, he was fearless. So what if Lei Ying was a titled celestial emperor? It was not like he had never killed a titled celestial emperor before. Moreover, Lei Ying's strength should be on par with Du Wen, the 100-variant celestial emperor, whom he killed. As Duan Ling Tian and Lei Ying confronted each other, Shu Lang sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, did you really join the Heavenly Pool Palace only to free Pei Yuanji? Teacher, I'm really sorry. Duan Ling Tian truly felt guilty about Shu Lang. After all, Shu Lang had treated him sincerely and had taken good care of him during his time in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He knew he had put Shu Lang in a tough spot because of his actions. He explained, it's true that Huaner and I joined the Heavenly Pool Palace to free the prisoners. However, it was not to free Brother Pei. Although I knew Brother Pei for a long time, I was unaware that he was imprisoned here until recently. If you're not here for Pei Yuanji, you're here to free Lian Chu? Shu Lang asked. That's right, Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully. Huaner and I joined the Heavenly Pool Palace not only to rescue Senior Lian Chu, but we're here to free Senior Duzan as well. There, Huaner's parents. Duan Ling Tian said remorsefully, Teacher, I'm sorry. I admit I had ulterior motives for joining the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, I sincerely felt a sense of belonging with you and the other seniors. For the first time in more than 200 years since I ascended to a Devata realm, I felt at home. However, I really need to free Huan'er's parents. I'm really sorry I have to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace in such a manner. I only hope my actions won't bring trouble to you and my seniors. Shu Lang sighed inwardly. After a beat, he replied, "Silly boy, you should have spoken to me about this. We could have resolved this in a much easier method with Yasi's help. Although I didn't oppose the imprisonment of Lian Chu and his wife, it doesn't mean that I agree with it. Yasi and I could have helped you to free them. However, you really crossed the line by releasing Pei Yuanji, the other titled celestial emperors, and so many others just to rescue Huan'er's parents. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven had personally captured Pei Yuanji. By releasing Pei Yuanji, you're going to incur the wrath of the heavenly emperor. Since the situation has escalated to this extent, I won't be able to help you openly. After all, I still need to consider your senior brothers and senior sisters." He sighed again after he finished speaking. Teacher. Duan Ling Tian felt even guiltier when he heard Shu Lang's words. He had prepared himself for Shu Lang to turn against him, but he did not expect Shu Lang to be so understanding and even wanted to help him. A mix of warmth and remorse surged in his heart immediately. After a moment, he said, "Teacher, please do what you need to do. You don't have to be merciful to me. Duan Ling Tian, you don't stand a chance against them," Shu Lang said. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly upon hearing Shu Lang's words before he said, "Don't stand a chance." "We'll see." Shu Lang was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's response. He wondered if Duan Ling Tian had a hidden trump card. Otherwise, why was Duan Ling Tian so confident? He was confused. Although Duan Ling Tian had killed Dugu Wen, the 100-variant celestial emperor, Duan Ling Tian had told him that he only managed to do so due to Dugu Wen's carelessness. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was not facing 1 or 2 titled celestial emperors now, but he was facing 9 titled celestial emperors, including him. At this moment, the profound heaven celestial emperor, who looked younger than his age, said coldly, "Duan Ling Tian, I would have killed you immediately at the prodigy arena if I knew you're a traitor." The profound heaven celestial emperor had been dissatisfied with Duan Ling Tian ever since Duan Ling Tian killed his eldest disciple, Han Yunjin. Now that he found out Duan Ling Tian was a traitor who only joined the Heavenly Pool Palace to rescue Pei Yuanji, he felt incredibly regretful that he did not kill Duan Ling Tian at that time and save his disciple. "Kill me," Duan Ling Tian faintly smiled. "You think you're capable of that?" The profound heaven celestial emperor who had lived a long life was infuriated by Duan Ling Tian's words. He looked at Lei Ying and said, "I'll help you kill Duan Ling Tian." Lei Ying decisively rejected him. "No. I want to end him with my own hands. Let's see if you're faster than I am." The profound heaven celestial emperor was so furious that he even snatched the opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian from Lei Ying. If he was consumed by anger, he would not have done such a thing. "Li Zantian, how dare you?" Lei Ying growled. Li Zantian was the profound heaven celestial emperor. Not many people knew his name in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Apart from the titled celestial emperors in the palace, only a few elders who knew him in the early days knew his name. At this moment, Yu Fengyu said, "That's enough. Lei Ying, you can kill Duan Ling Tian. After you're done, help Zan Tian capture Pei Yuanji. Yu Han, deal with Zan Bing. Meng Chuan must be here for me, so I'll deal with him." Yu Fengyu continued firing out instructions calmly. "Shu Lang, you deal with the White Deer Celestial Emperor. Ji Yu Chongzhong, deal with the Swirling Cloud Celestial Emperor. Yan Bo, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor is yours. Yun Qin, take on the Thunder Hurricane Celestial Emperor. Xiao Tian, you'll be our reinforcement. You're free to help whoever needs it. Try to capture all of them as fast as you can. If that Lian Chu from the Heavenly Sword Mountain dares to run away, kill him immediately." At this moment, it could be seen why Yu Fengyu was the leader of the 9 titled celestial emperors. When he was done instructing them, he said, "Attack." As soon as Yu Fengyu's voice fell, all of the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace made a move, except for Yu Fengyu. He looked at Meng Chuan solemnly. Meanwhile, Lei Ying seemed to have transformed into a bolt of purple lightning as she shot toward Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, a life for a life. I'm going to kill you and avenge my son. Pei Yuanji, let's see what you're made of." Li Zantian, the profound heaven celestial emperor, cried out as he shot toward Pei Yuanji. As Yu Fengyu had instructed, the cold gloom celestial emperor shot toward Zanbing, the profound ice celestial emperor, whose strength was only second to Pei Yuanji among the 6 titled celestial emperor. It could be seen that Yufeng Yu had put some thoughts into his arrangement when he instructed 2 of his strongest subordinates to deal with the 2 strongest titled celestial emperors who escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. Chapter 3338 The Origin of Journey to the West. The Heavenly Pool Palace titled celestial emperors flew toward their respective targets as soon as Yufeng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, finished speaking. Similarly, the titled celestial emperors from Duan Ling Tian's group stepped forward to deal with their opponents. Only Duan Ling Tian, Pei Yuanji, and Lian Chu stayed in a group. For this reason, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, and Li Zantian, the profound heaven celestial emperor, charged in the same direction despite having different targets. This makes things easier for me, Pei Yuanji said when he saw Lei Ying and Li Zantian flying toward them. He knew Lei Ying wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian, therefore, before he even dealt with Li Zantian, he raised his hand and turned his mustered energy into pillars of energy to trap Lei Ying. Pei Yuanji, you should worry about yourself instead of taking care of Duan Ling Tian. Lei Ying scoffed. Her energy surged out of her body like a chain of lightning dragons and slammed against the energy pillars. However, how could she easily destroy Pei Yuanji's energy pillars? Pei Yuanji was much stronger than Yufeng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, so it was not difficult for him to restrain Lei Ying while he dealt with Li Zantian. Lei Ying had attacked the energy pillars with all her might, but she only managed to leave fine cracks on them. Perhaps, she would be able to break free if she continued attacking them, but it would take her a long time to do so. Her expression soured when this realization dawned on her. Soon after, she brought her emperor-grade celestial weapon out and repeatedly struck at the energy pillars that trapped her. Thunder clapped in the air as the purple lightning bolts in the cage Pei Yuanji created suddenly merged into a ball of energy and exploded. Based on this, it could be seen that Lei Ying was doing all she could to free herself as fast as she could. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply. This technique, Brother Pei merged 2 triple-fused profundities from the law of earth. No wonder Pei Yuanji was stronger than Yufeng Yu. His comprehension of the law was truly high. Nevertheless, although the law of earth's defenses were really strong, its offensive power was truly weak. Pei Yuanji's comprehension of the law of earth was so high that even the heavenly emperor of the boundless could not kill him. His comprehension of the law was so high that if he had the same level of comprehension of one of the 4 supreme laws, he would be stronger than many titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms. Even if it was just an ordinary elemental law, or a weaker derivative law, with that level of comprehension, he would still be stronger than a lot of titled celestial emperors. Li Zantian, whose strength was only second to Yufeng Yu, was no pushover. His origin energy that had been boosted with the fundamental profundity from the law of destruction swept toward Pei Yuanji. Li Zantian's attack, naturally, failed to breach Pei Yuanji's defenses. Although he comprehended the law of destruction that had high offensive power, how could he hope to break Pei Yuanji's defenses or defeat Pei Yuanji when even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven could not kill Pei Yuanji? Pei Yuanji easily defended against Li Zantian's attacks as he restrained Lei Ying. He even mended the cracks on the pillars that trapped Lei Ying at the same time. Pei Yuanji, Lei Ying roared. Her blood boiled when she saw the cracks on the pillars disappearing. Her previous efforts were all in vain. It seems like I've underestimated Brother Pei, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he watched Pei Yuanji easily deal with 2 titled celestial emperors. Since he did not need to do anything with Pei Yuanji making a move, he even had the time to look at the other titled celestial emperors' battles. At this time, all the titled celestial emperors were engaged in their respective battles except for Yufeng Yu and Meng Chuan, the Jade Bow celestial emperor, who stared at each other from afar. Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the Cold Gloom celestial emperor, one of 3 female titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Similar to Li Zantian, her strength was only second to Yufeng Yu in the Heavenly Pool Palace. She wore a long black robe, and her long silky hair was draped on her back. At this moment, a cold expression could be seen on her delicate and beautiful face. Her gaze was equally as frosty as she seemed to have turned into a dark energy as she shot toward Zanbing, the profound ice celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. It's the law of darkness. Apart from the 4 supreme laws, the 5 elemental laws and their derivative laws, there were other laws that fell beyond these categories. These laws were the law of darkness, the the law of light, and the law of destruction. At this moment, the cold gloom celestial emperor had cast the profundity from the law of darkness. Darkness instantly shrouded her and Zan Bing, forming a small battleground for them. For Zan Bing, it was completely dark, and he could barely see his surroundings. On the other hand, those who were outside could only vaguely see two figures in the haze of darkness. Zan Bing said, seemingly unflustered by his dark surroundings, "I've heard that the cold gloom celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace had fused a few profundities and created the dark field profundity. You're quite impressive." As he spoke, a bone-chilling cold permeated the air. A thunderous noise rang in the air as the bone-chilling energy clashed with another wave of energy. "Revert to your true form," the cold gloom celestial emperor said coldly, "otherwise, you won't be a match for me." "Well, since you asked so nicely," Zan Bing said with a hint of ridicule. After that, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to his teacher, Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, and Ke Bai Lu, the white deer celestial emperor. In the beginning, the duo seemed to be equally matched. However, as time passed, Shu Lang gained the upper hand. Ke Bai Lu switched from offense to defense, using the formidable defenses from the law of earth. Therefore, although Shu Lang's offensive power was stronger, he was helpless against Ke Bai Lu's defenses. After all, even Yu Fengyu could not breach Ke Bai Lu's defenses to kill him. It was not surprising that Shu Lang was unable to breach Ke Bai Lu's defenses. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Shu Lang and Ke Bai Lu reach a stalemate. Following that, he looked at the other titled celestial emperor's battles. Tang Xiangba, the swirling cloud celestial emperor, and Ji Yu Changzhong, the martial dragon celestial emperor, fought fiercely. At one point, Tang Xiangba managed to pressure Ji Yu Changzhong. Shui Jinhua, the golden flower celestial emperor, seemed to be evenly matched with the smoke wave celestial emperor. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed a tall and slender young man with an ordinary appearance shot toward Tang Xiangba like a ball of flames with eyes that glinted like that of a wolf. With his intervention, Tang Xiangba, who had gained the upper hand, fell into a disadvantageous position. Tang Xiangba now had to battle two titled celestial emperors on his own. Yang Xiaotian, the howling heaven celestial emperor. Although Duan Ling Tian had not met some of the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace, it was not difficult to identify some of them. "Come out." Duan Ling Tian summoned the two Ning dragons with just a thought to help Tang Xiangba. Meanwhile, Lian Chu stood next to Pei Yuanji helplessly. Although he was powerful, it was only almost that of a titled celestial emperor. How could he stand a chance against any of these titled celestial emperors? He could only smile bitterly as he watched the battles in his surroundings. When Duan Ling Tian was helping Tang Xiangba, he received a voice transmission. "Duan Ling Tian, I heard from Sun Xing that you ascended from planet Yan Huang in the Yan Huang realm. Is that true?" At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could tell that Yang Xiaotian was deliberately holding back his strength and slowing down his speed. "Yes," Duan Ling Tian replied, surprised. Then, he asked curiously, "Senior Xiaotian, have you heard about the novel, Journey to the West?" Journey to the West? Yang Xiaotian was briefly stunned. When he recovered his senses, he smiled and said, "Sun Xing said you were born a few hundred years after he was born. It seems like Journey to the West managed to survive through the years." "So, you've heard of Journey to the West?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not expect Yang Xiaotian would know about it. "Of course, Journey to the West came from me after all. It came from the legacy and secret codes I left behind in planet Yan Huang," Yang Xiaotian said as a hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Chapter 33-39 An unexpected newcomer. Unbeknownst to the rest of the titled celestial emperors of the heavenly pool palace who were in the midst of their respective battles, Yang Xiaotian, the howling heaven celestial emperor, was communicating with Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission about a novel in the mundane realm, Journey to the West. "So, the elements in Journey to the West originated from the secret codes you left behind?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Yes." Yang Xiaotian slightly nodded before he helplessly said, "However, I didn't expect Sun Xing's friend would glorify that monkey to such an extent. Nevertheless, that monkey's capabilities recorded in Journey to the West were quite justified. He was a lord who could break through the heavens." A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes near the end of his words. The author of Journey to the West, Wu Cheng'an, was from the Ming dynasty. Similar to senior brother Sun Xing, he was born in 1500 AD. The timeline and person matched. It seems like journey to the west is indeed closely related to Xianxia Tian, Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly. Duan Ling Tian, the trouble you caused today is too big. Otherwise, I would have helped you because we came from the same place, Yang Xiaotian said with a sigh. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by Yang Xiaotian's words. He never expected Yang Xiaotian, who looked aloof, to be rather kind. I won't attack you, flee if you have a chance, Yang Xiaotian added. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Xiaotian attacked Tang Shangba, the swirling cloud celestial emperor, again. Raging flames rained down on the flustered Tang Shangba as he hastily defended himself. At this moment, Meng Chuan's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. You Feng Yu, I, Meng Chuan, would like to see what you're made of. As soon as Meng Chuan finished speaking, blue energy surged out of his body and formed a giant sword that fell on Yu Feng Yu. The heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, has a very good reputation. As his younger brother, I hope you won't disappoint me, Yu Feng Yu replied airily. He flashed and moved toward Meng Chuan like a flurry of green tornado. In just a blink of an eye, Yu Feng Yu and Meng Chuan collided and battled fiercely. However, as time passed, Meng Chuan was pushed into a disadvantageous position. He was clearly weaker than Yu Feng Yu. Nevertheless, the tenacious law of water that he comprehended was enough to hold Yu Feng Yu back since Yu Feng Yu had to hold back from killing him. Meng Chuan, it seems like you're just buying time for them. Realization dawned on Yu Feng Yu at this moment as his expression darkened. A hint of helplessness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even if he knew Meng Chuan's real intention, there was nothing he could do since he could not kill Meng Chuan. The consequences of killing Meng Chuan would be devastating. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was known to be protective of his younger brother and would definitely wreak havoc in the heavenly pool palace if he killed Meng Chuan. In the past, before Meng Chuan became a titled celestial emperor, he was almost killed by a titled celestial emperor from a heaven-grade force. Meng Luo was so furious that he stormed that heaven-grade force alone, killed the titled celestial emperor who nearly killed Meng Chuan, and severely injured many of that heaven-grade force's titled celestial emperors. After that, his reputation spread like a wildfire. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yu Feng Yu did not want to kill Meng Chuan. He was not willing to provoke Meng Luo. Although he had the support of the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven who was his maternal grandfather, he did not want to create unnecessary conflict. After all, if his grandfather intervened, would the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven sit back and do nothing? Of course, not. Before the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive entered and escaped from the Asura hell, his grandfather was already not a match for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had been tempered by his time in the Asura hell, there was no doubt that he had grown even stronger. According to his grandfather, there was a possibility that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had already attained godhood. And killed that titled celestial emperor who nearly killed Meng Chuan. After that battle, the heavenly savage celestial emperor's reputation spread like wildfire. Therefore, Yu Feng Yu was unwilling to provoke Meng Luo if not necessary. Although he was no match for Meng Luo, Yu Feng Yu did not fear him. After all, he had the support of the heavenly emperor of boundless heaven, his maternal grandfather. Duan Ling Tian, leave now. Meng Chuan's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind, urging him to run. Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly as he glanced at Pei Yuanji and the other titled celestial emperors. He was not too concerned about the other titled celestial emperors, but he was rather reluctant to leave Pei Yuanji behind. After all, not only were they acquainted, but Pei Yuanji was related to Huaner's grandaunt, Du Fei. If things went according to plan, and Teacher and the Howling Heaven celestial emperor were lured away, it would have been easy for all of us to escape. As it is, we're stuck in a stalemate. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened as he looked at the situation that had escalated beyond his control. Duan Ling Tian, bring Lian Chu with you and leave. Pei Yuanji's voice promptly rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Even if both of you leave, they won't be able to do anything to us. At most, they'd imprison us again. As for Meng Chuan, Yu Feng Yu doesn't dare to harm him at all. I'll feel more at ease if you leave. When you grow stronger in the future, you can come back for us. I have faith in you. Pei Yuanji wanted Duan Ling Tian and Lian Chu to leave so that all their effort would not be in vain. It did not matter if he were imprisoned again. Duan Ling Tian hesitated when he heard Pei Yuanji's words. At the same time, different voices began to ring in his ears. Duan Ling Tian, listen to old Pei and leave. Boy, flee, we'll wait for you to rescue us. These voices that persuaded him to leave came from the other 5 titled celestial emperors who escaped from the Thousand Chains prison: the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, the Swirling Cloud Celestial Emperor, the Thunder Hurricane Celestial Emperor, and the Profound Ice Celestial Emperor. Duan Ling Tian knew Pei Yuanji must have spoken to them and asked them to persuade him to leave. He took a deep breath before he finally said, "Senior Lian Chu, let's go." This was the only choice Duan Ling Tian was left with. If he did not leave with Huaner's parents, the 3 of them would surely die while the other 6 titled celestial emperors would be imprisoned again. He had planned to use the power of the 5 divine elements, but it seemed unnecessary now. Even the world-cleansing divine thought it was unnecessary. What about them? Lian Chu asked, reluctant to leave. He was unaware that Duan Ling Tian and the others had communicated through voice transmission, after all. Senior Meng Chuan will be fine, Yufeng Yu won't dare to harm him. As for Brother Pei and the others, the worst-case scenario is that they'll be imprisoned again. However, I'll definitely save them in the future. If both of us stay here, we'll surely die. Moreover, with both of us here, Brother Pei won't be able to fight with all his strength, Duan Ling Tian said. Lian Chu nodded. He knew Duan Ling Tian was right. Let's go. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian and Lian Chu trying to escape, Yufeng Yu cried out, "Xiao Tian, kill them." Yang Xiao Tian sighed inwardly. He stopped attacking Teng Shangba and turned into a ball of flames and shot across the sky toward Duan Ling Tian. And Lian Chu like a flaming meteorite. Yang Xiao Tian was halfway across the sky when he smashed into a barrier that was suddenly erected in front of him. The barrier shook slightly as he bounced back. He looked sheepish for a moment before he moved toward Pei Yuanji, who stopped him from giving chase. Pei Yuanji's expression turned grim. The pressure on him mounted since he was now fighting alone against 3 titled celestial emperors. He shouted, "Go!" Duan Ling Tian and Lian Chu no longer lingered and quickly fled. Alas, before they could get very far, a figure appeared, blocking their path. Duan Ling Tian stepped back as he sized up the figure that emitted a dangerous aura. The person had a medium build and wore a bamboo hat and a long gray robe. The aura the person emitted was heavy and gloomy, not unlike the aura in the life or death platform. Lian Chu stepped back as well with a grim expression on his face. "So, you must be my little junior brother." A cold and indifferent but soft voice rang in the air. The person moved, revealing a white and slender hand when removing the bamboo hat. Soon enough, an aloof peerless beauty with bright and clear eyes appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3340 Xianxia. "So, you must be my little junior brother." As soon as he heard these words, Duan Ling Tian knew who the woman was immediately. She was none other than Xianxia, Shu Lang's daughter and eldest disciple. She was also one of the 3 head wardens in the Thousand Chains prison and the pavilion master of the Life or Death pavilion in the Thousand Chains prison. He did not expect the eldest senior sister, whom he had never met before, would make an appearance at this time, obstructing his path. In the end, Duan Ling Tian could only smile wryly and said in a helpless tone, "Greetings, eldest senior sister." At this moment, Li Zhantian, the profound heaven celestial emperor, who had noticed Shu Yaxi's arrival, said viciously with bright eyes, "Head Warden Shu, you came right on time. Kill them." However, Li Zhantian's words seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. Shu Yaxi looked at Duan Ling Tian as the corners of lips lifted into a slightly wicked smile. "Little junior brother, you're really something. I don't think anyone has done what you did today. In fact, even the palace master is incapable of breaking the formations in the Thousand Chains prison." Contrary to Duan Ling Tian's expectations, Shu Xia did not reproach him. Instead, it seemed like she was having a casual conversation with him. He said, slightly embarrassed, "Eldest senior sister, I was just lucky my petty tricks worked." Although Shu Yaxi was Duan Ling Tian's eldest senior sister, she was also one of the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. Due to her status, it was impossible for her to let him leave. However, strangely, he did not detect any hostility from her. "Well, your petty tricks are enough to show your capabilities," Shu Yaxi said. At this moment, Ji Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, who had just deflected an attack from the swirling cloud celestial emperor, repositioned himself before he glanced at Shu Yaxi and said, "Head Warden Shu, are you going to be lenient to him because he's your little junior brother? Once again, it seemed as though Xianxia did not hear the words of the titled Celestial Emperor. Instead, she looked at Duan Ling Tian expressionlessly and said, "Little junior brother, I'll give you two options now. 1. Cooperate with me, send Lian Chu back to the Thousand Chains prison, and remain my little junior brother. I guarantee no one in the Heavenly Pool Palace will dare to lay a hand on you. 2. Sever your ties with your teacher and all your seniors, including me. I'll allow you to leave now, but when we meet again, we'll meet as enemies. Not only that, but I'll begin to hunt you down in 3 days." She spoke with such confidence that it was even rare among men. Eldest senior sister. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. "I have to rescue senior Lian Chu. However, I can't choose the second option. As the saying goes, once a teacher, forever a teacher. Moreover, I treat senior brothers and senior sisters like my family. Although this is our first meeting, you're like my family as well. After speaking so much, the conclusion is you insist on saving him?" Xianxia asked in a faint voice as she glanced at Lian Chu. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded resolutely. Xianxia stepped aside and said nonchalantly, "All right. From today onward, you're no longer my little junior brother. Whether you treat me as your little junior brother or not, you're still my eldest senior sister. Teacher and the other seniors will always be family as well." Duan Ling Tian looked at Xianxia gratefully as he left with Lian Chu. A loud boom suddenly rang in the air. While Meng Chuan was slightly distracted, Yu Fengyu had helped the others to break Pei Yuanji's energy pillars that trapped Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. He shouted, "Lei Ying, kill them. Xiao Tian, work with Zhan Tian to restrain Pei Yuanji." "Understood, Palace Master." Yang Xiaotian and Li Xiaotian joined forces to hold Pei Yuanji back as Lei Ying rushed toward Duan Ling Tian and Lian Chu like a bolt of lightning. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was prepared to cast the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree with the help of the 5 divine elements. To Duan Ling Tian's surprise, Xianxia appeared in front of Lei Ying, blocking Lei Ying's path. Eldest senior sister. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Although Xianxia had let him go, he did not expect her to step forward and help him. "Xianxia, what are you doing?" Lei Ying glared at Xianxia. "I don't care if you let him go earlier because he's your junior brother. However, how dare you stop me from killing him after hearing the Palace Master's orders? Do you have no regard for the Palace Master?" Xianxia said airily, "I'll personally hunt them down and bring them back after 3 days." At this moment, Yu Fengyu, who had not spoken to Xianxia, finally said, "Xianxia, I don't blame you if you let him go because he's your junior brother. However, don't you think you're crossing the line by stopping Lei Ying from carrying out her orders? Palace Master, I've already said I'll hunt them down after 3 days and bring them back." Xianxia did not waver even when faced with Yu Fengyu. Clearly displeased, Yu Fengyu barked, "Shu Lang, control your daughter." "Palace Master, do you think she'd behave in this manner if I can control her?" Shu Lang smiled wryly. Yu Fengyu scoffed before he said, "Lei Ying, you don't have to go soft on her since she's asking for it." "Yes, Palace Master." These words that Lei Ying had been waiting for. She sneered as she said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, I heard your strength is now comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Let me test how strong you've gotten. Let's see how strong you are compared to your father." Lightning flashed around Lei Ying as her celestial origin energy. In just a blink of an eye, she shot toward Xianxia like a bolt of lightning. Xianxia snorted lightly. "Merciless celestial emperor, I'd like to see why your strength is ranked the same as my father in the Heavenly Pool Palace." A dark energy surged out of her body, and in just an instant, the dark energy transformed into another Xianxia. The only difference was the clone's eyes were red. This was the undead doppelganger profundity from the Law of Death. Xianxia's doppelganger collided with Lei Ying. The black energy that shrouded the doppelganger suddenly morphed into a black energy sword before shooting toward Lei Ying. At the same time, Lei Ying's energy flashed in the sky and clashed with Xianxia's black energy sword. Upon seeing this opening, Pei Yuanji shouted, "Duan Ling Tian, run." Elder senior sister. Duan Ling Tian did not leave immediately because he was concerned about Xianxia's safety. Upon hearing Pei Yuanji's reminder, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, eldest senior sister seems to be on par with Lei Ying. Even if she's not as strong as Lei Ying wouldn't kill her since Lei Ying would have to deal with teacher at that time. If Lei Ying killed Xu Yaxi, Xu Lang would definitely not let the matter slide. Even Yu Fengyu would not be able to stop Xu Lang from seeking revenge. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was certain Lei Ying would not dare to kill Xu Yaxi. Senior Lien Chu, let's teleport away. Duan Ling Tian placed his hand on Lien Chu's shoulder, preparing to teleport away, when he felt a powerful energy trapping him in place. Who is it? Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically as he looked at his surroundings warily. None of the titled celestial emperors present on the scene had comprehended the law of space. He could tell he was being restrained by the restraining profundity from the law of space. Regardless, the person who trapped him was definitely not a friend but a foe. Shortly after, an old man suddenly appeared at the periphery of his vision. When Duan Ling Tian turned to look, he saw an old man wearing a long gray robe with curly hair falling on his back. The old man looked rather exotic. At this moment, the old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a hint of derision, "Boy, it won't be easy for you to leave my restraining profundity." "Who are you?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man warily. Before the old man could reply, Ma Kai, the Thunder Hurricane Celestial Emperor exclaimed, "The Soaring Celestial Emperor." Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. He had previously heard his sixth senior brother say that the Soaring Celestial Emperor was a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Chapter 3341 The Three Titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven. We were delayed for so long that Yu Fengyu's reinforcements have arrived. The arrival of the Soaring Celestial Emperor, a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, made Duan Ling Tian realize that the golden time for him to escape had passed. His expression was grim as he looked at the Soaring Celestial Emperor. All of a sudden, he was stunned when a figure flashed in front of him, shielding him and confronting the Soaring Celestial Emperor. Eldest senior sister. Duan Ling Tian was momentarily confused. How did Xu Yaxi appear in front of him when she was still battling Lei Ying? However, he got his answer soon enough. A thunderous noise rang from behind him before a grunt followed suit. Xu Yaxi's doppelganger had struck Lei Ying and sent Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, flying back. The lightning flashing around Lei Ying's body disappeared immediately as she spat out a mouthful of blood. She had been heavily injured by Xu Yaxi. Hints of fear could be seen in her eyes as her expression changed drastically. You hid your true strength. One could see how strong Xu Yaxi was based on the fact her doppelganger alone was enough to injure Lei Ying. One could only imagine how much stronger she would be if she had attacked along with her doppelganger. Run, Xu Yaxi said coldly to Duan Ling Tian. Run. The Soaring Celestial Emperor smiled contemptuously when he heard Xu Yaxi's words. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind began to stir violently, and the sound of wind howling rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, two people appeared next to the Soaring Celestial Emperor. One of them was a muscular middle-aged man who was shrouded in flames while the other person was a skinny old woman dressed in a black robe who was holding onto a staff. Apart from her lifeless eyes, the old woman looked ordinary. On the other hand, it was obvious that the middle-aged man had comprehended the law of fire. Xu Yaxi's eyes narrowed immediately when she saw the newcomers. The explosive flame Celestial Emperor and the water staff Celestial Emperor. At this moment, Lei Ying moved next to the three newcomers. She glared at Xu Yaxi and said, Xu Yaxi, enough is enough. Do you think you can fight four of us alone? The three newcomers were subordinates of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, and their strength was at the very least on par with Lei Ying's strength. Xu Yaxi, the top prodigy in the Heavenly Pool Palace who's only slightly above 1,000 years old but has strength comparable to a titled Celestial Emperor. The explosive flame Celestial Emperor said in a booming voice with a smile on his face, if three of us join forces, even the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace isn't a match for us, let alone someone like you. I didn't expect the Palace Master would seek help from three of you, Xu Yaxi said solemnly as her eyes flashed. Earlier, she was relaxed when she faced the Soaring Celestial Emperor. It was clear she was not afraid even if the Soaring Celestial Emperor and Lei Ying joined forces. Similarly, although her expression had grown solemn with the arrival of another two titled Celestial Emperors, she still maintained her calm. All right, all three of you have a reputation for being powerful. I'd like to see your true strength today, Xu Yaxi said. As soon as she finished speaking, her doppelganger entered her body, and a deadly energy appeared around her immediately. It was clear she intended to fight the three titled Celestial Emperors alone. Little girl, you're too presumptuous. The water staff celestial emperor's expressionless face darkened upon hearing Xianxia's words. In just an instant, a blue energy surged out of her body. Based on this, it was clear she had comprehended the law of water. Similarly, the soaring celestial emperor and the explosive flame celestial emperor were enraged by Xianxia's words. They did not hesitate and made a move immediately. Scorching flames burned violently as the explosive flame celestial emperor charged toward Xianxia with a long spear in his hand, looking like a fiery god of war. When the water staff celestial emperor brandished her staff, waves after waves of water swept toward Xianxia immediately. The three titled celestial emperors launched their attacks at Xianxia at the same time. Xianxia soared high into the sky, avoiding the attacks. However, the attacks seemed to have eyes of their own as they followed closely behind her. At this moment, Xianxia's undead doppelganger suddenly shot out of her body, seemingly to lure the attacks away, as she vanished out of sight. When she reappeared again, she charged toward the soaring celestial emperor. The soaring celestial emperor's expression turned grim as he saw Xianxia charging toward him. He cast the restraining profundity from the law of space to stop her from advancing. Break! A 3-foot-long saber that shone with a black light suddenly appeared in Xianxia's hand before she used it to break the soaring celestial emperor's restraining profundity. That's... Duan Ling Tian was stunned when she saw the hilt of the saber that seemed to have wrapped itself around Xianxia's hand like a black python. An artifact spirit, Duan Ling Tian used to possess the emperor-grade celestial weapon, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, that possessed an artifact spirit, so he could tell that there was an artifact spirit in the hilt of Xianxia's saber. With this, Xianxia's emperor-grade celestial emperor was almost comparable to a Devata artifact. "Why are you still here? Go!" Xianxia's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears at this moment, urging him to leave. Eldest senior sister. Duan Ling Tian felt uncomfortable in his heart as he watched the seemingly frail and delicate woman battling three titled celestial emperors alone. Although she was very bold, it was clear to him as time passed that she was no match for the trio. Just as Duan Ling Tian and Lian Chu prepared to leave, a voice rang in the air. Trying to run. Soon enough, Lei Ying appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Lian Chu, blocking their path. "Senior Lian Chu, she's injured, so let's join forces to defeat her," Duan Ling Tian hurriedly said as he cast godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree. In just a second, its branches snaked their way toward Lei Ying at lightning speed. Meanwhile, Lian Chu attacked as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. Countless energy swords appeared around him before they fell on Lei Ying like torrential rain. As the pine willow divine tree's branches snaked toward Lei Ying, Duan Ling Tian boosted his attack with the power of the 5 divine elements. "Resistance is futile," Lei Ying sneered. Bolts of lightning appeared around her body again, obliterating Lian Chu's energy swords. "Senior Lian Chu, keep going, don't stop," Duan Ling Tian urged Lian Chu. With these words, Lian Chu realized Duan Ling Tian was trying to exhaust Lei Ying's energy. He did not waste time and summoned tens of thousands of energy swords again before launching them at Lei Ying. Alas, the energy swords were easily destroyed by Lei Ying before they could even land on her. She said disdainfully, "Although I'm injured, I'm still a titled celestial emperor. How can a mere sword celestial like you threaten me?" However, as soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, her expression changed dramatically as though she had noticed something was amiss. Earlier, after Lei Ying deflected Duan Ling Tian's attack, she no longer paid attention to him. After all, his Ning dragons were still engaged in a battle with Jiyu Changzhong, the martial dragon celestial emperor. However, when the branches from the pine willow divine tree shot toward her this time, she could acutely sense the threat from them. Unlike earlier, the strength of this attack was comparable to that of a titled celestial emperor. "How's this possible?" Lei Ying, who was unaware that the attack had been boosted with the power of the 5 divine elements, exclaimed in shock. A series of explosions rang in the air as the pine willow divine tree's branches collided with the lightning that Lei Ying hastily mobilized. After the collision, Lei Ying was sent flying back as she spat out a mouthful of blood again. With this, her injuries grew worse. Needless to say, her strength had weakened tremendously with this blow. Chapter 33-42 A Close Call. Since most of the titled celestial emperors were distracted by their respective battles, none of them noticed that Duan Ling Tian had secretly used the power from the 5 divine elements. Earlier, he had instructed Lian Chu to attack Lei Ying to distract her and prevent her from noticing the 5 divine elements. Now that he had injured Lei Ying, he knew that he would not be able to use the 5 divine elements' power again without exposing their existence. After all, even if the other titled celestial emperors did not notice it, Lei Ying would certainly notice it. What was that? Lei Ying was thoroughly shocked as she looked at the purple figure in the distance. The injuries she sustained from Duan Ling Tian's attack were far heavier than the injuries she sustained from Xu Yasi's attack. How did a mere celestial lord like Duan Ling Tian launch such a deadly attack? How could Lei Ying know that not only did Duan Ling Tian borrow the 5 divine elements' power, but he had also used the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword? Otherwise, how could he have dealt such serious injuries to her? Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had instructed Lian Chu to attack Lei Ying so that she would be distracted from him to prevent the 5 divine elements from being exposed. A loud noise rang in the air. The 3 titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the boundless heavens' attacks destroyed Xu Yasi's attack and injured her. She was pushed back quite a distance before she could stabilize her footing. Blood trickled out for the corners of her lips as she inhaled deadly. At the same time, her undead doppelganger returned to her body. "Seniors, you certainly live up to your reputation," Xu Yasi said after wiping the blood off the corners of her lips. Her expression was grim as she stared at the 3 titled celestial emperors. "Girl, your strength is impressive," the water staff celestial emperor said as hints of surprise flashed in her eyes. "We might not be able to take you down if we didn't join forces." The soaring celestial emperor looked at Xu Yasi and said with a hint of admiration, "Your strength is comparable to that kid Yu Feng Yu. Xu Yasi, you've given your best shot. It's impossible for you to stop us. You've done everything you could for them so they can't blame you for failing to help them," the explosive flame celestial emperor said. It was clear to everyone that Xu Yasi intended to help Duan Ling Tian flee this place. Xu Yasi looked at the 3 titled celestial emperors and solemnly said, "Seniors, I've already told him that if he leaves today, I'll hunt him down and bring him back after 3 days. As the head warden of the Thousand Chains prison in the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'll keep my words." 3 days? Anything can happen in 3 days. Furthermore, if you fail to capture them, will the Heavenly Pool Palace hold you accountable? Girl, do you think you can fool us? Long before you were born, we were already playing tricks like this, the water staff celestial emperor said. Little Shu, you would have barely survived our attacks earlier if we didn't hold back. There's no reason for you to continue fighting us. If you continue to oppose us, it'd be considered as you committing treason against the Heavenly Pool Palace, the soaring celestial emperor said threateningly. At this moment, Yu Feng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, called out, "Xu Yasi. I know you've always been protective of your juniors, but you've already tried your best. The 3 seniors are kind enough to show you mercy. Otherwise, you would have lost your cultivation base even if you survive. You'd only suffer a loss if you continue to attack. Don't forget that he's not your only junior." Nevertheless, a hint of surprise flashed in the depths of Yu Feng Yu's eyes when he looked at Xu Yasi. He did not expect that Xu Lang's daughter was now as strong as him. If he did not ask for help from his maternal grandfather, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, and the Soaring Celestial Emperor, the Explosive Flame Celestial Emperor, and Water Staff Celestial Emperor did not come, Duan Ling Tian and Lian Chu would have successfully escaped with Xu Yasi's help. Eldest senior sister. Duan Ling Tian did not see what happened to Xu Yasi earlier since he was engrossed in his fight with Lei Ying. However, based on Xu Yasi's current state, he could tell Xu Yasi was in a disadvantageous position. Indeed, if the 3 titled celestial emperors did not hold back, she would have barely survived. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xu Yasi gratefully before he said resolutely, "Eldest senior sister, you don't have to fight anymore. I'll deal with them on my own." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he vanished before he reappeared above the pine willow divine tree. His eyes flashed fiercely as he looked at the 3 titled celestial emperors. He knew the only way he could escape now was to borrow all the power he could from the 5 divine elements to defeat the 3 titled celestial emperors. The 3 titled celestial emperors flew in different directions, surrounding Duan Ling Tian in a triangle formation. Upon seeing this, Lian Chu moved to stand behind Duan Ling Tian, standing back to back with Duan Ling Tian. His expression was grim as he looked at the 3 titled celestial emperors. At this moment, apart from Xu Yasi and Lei Ying, the other titled celestial emperors were all engrossed in their respective battles. Lei Ying was heavily injured so she could no longer fight, while Xu Yasi could no longer fight because her next move would be considered treasonous to the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. She could not afford to provoke the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven and the heavenly pool palace, since it would put her father and her juniors in danger. Therefore, she could only halt her attacks. Xianxia sighed inwardly as she looked at the purple figure in the distance. Little junior brother, I've done my best. Meanwhile, the water-staff celestial emperor sneered before she asked, Boy, were you the one who released the prisoners in the Thousand Chains prison? After that, the explosive flame celestial emperor added in a booming voice, Boy, are you aware that Pei Yuanji was personally captured by the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven? How dare a puny celestial lord like you release Pei Yuanji and offend the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven? Although you're weak, I have to admit you're really bold, the soaring celestial emperor said frostily. Enough with your nonsense, Duan Ling Tian said emotionlessly, let's fight. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly. He had decided to use all the power he could borrow from the 5 divine elements in his little world. Even Wanzher, the artifact soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, was prepared to lend Duan Ling Tian her power. Boy, since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill your wish. The explosive flame celestial emperor, who had the shortest temper among the trio, said angrily. Fire surged around him in an instant before he stomped his feet and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Just as the explosive flame celestial emperor was about to collide with Duan Ling Tian, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking the explosive flame celestial emperor. Flames surged high in the sky as he tried to destroy the barrier, but it was futile. The powerful barrier prevented him from advancing no matter how hard he struggled. At the same time, upon seeing this, the soaring celestial emperor exclaimed, It's the law of space. Following that, the soaring celestial emperor looked around his surroundings as though he was looking for someone. Who's there? Why are you helping him? The sound of wind howling rang in the air as 5 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air near Duan Ling Tian. They were a middle-aged man, a beautiful woman, and 3 young people. The middle-aged man, dressed in a dark gold long robe, who was clearly the leader of the group, was tall and muscular. He had a square jaw and bushy brows and a dignified air about him. The beautiful woman was dressed in a flowy white robe. Her elegance and beauty made the surroundings pale in comparison. Among the 3 young people, one of them was an aloof young man dressed in black robes, a white-clad young woman who looked pure, and a golden-clad young woman who looked rather delicate. Meanwhile, as soon as the invincible barrier was erected before Duan Ling Tian, he had quickly stopped himself from attacking with the power of the 5 divine elements. Although he knew someone had shown up to help him, he did not know who it was. Is it someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Did Senior Meng Chuan ask for reinforcements? In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian finally noticed the 5 people who had appeared near him. Since he had comprehended the law of space as well, he could tell that the group of people had appeared near him using the law of space's teleportation profundity. Chapter 33-43 Ji Yunyan, the fragmentary element celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian was certain he had never met the dignified middle-aged man and elegant woman before. They were strangers to him. However, despite not being able to recognize the 3 young people standing behind the middle-aged man and the elegant woman, he felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at them. Who are you? Fear could be seen in the soaring celestial emperor's eyes when he looked at the golden-clad middle-aged man. Although he did not know who the middle-aged man was, he found the middle-aged man rather familiar. The golden-clad middle-aged man glanced at the soaring celestial emperor as he said disdainfully, The titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven are quite arrogant. I remember meeting you once, soaring celestial emperor, but it seems like I'm not worthy of your attention. Do I know you? The soaring celestial emperor's frown deepened. In the boundless heaven, there were a few titled celestial emperors, including him, who were skilled in the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. They would usually travel to other Devata realms and meet with their peers. However, no matter how he racked his brains, he could not remember where or when he had met the golden-clad middle-aged man. At this moment, the elegant beauty standing next to the golden-clad middle-aged man laughed before she said, Old man, it's possible that the soaring celestial emperor can't recognize you because you're not wearing a mask. It seems like the soaring celestial emperor is so important that he has become forgetful, the golden-clad middle-aged man said lightly. Mask. The soaring celestial emperor was puzzled by the elegant beauty's words. All of a sudden, a thought flashed in his mind, causing his eyes to widen and his face to pale. It's him. At this moment, the explosive flame celestial emperor was already, enough. Stop fooling around. The explosive flame celestial emperor, who had been furious, to begin with, grew even more furious when he saw the person who had stopped him acting so arrogantly. He turned into a ball of flames and began to attack again. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the explosive flame celestial emperor, who was shrouded in flames, brandished a gigantic mace to attack the golden-clad middle-aged man. "Stop!" The soaring celestial emperor, who was taken aback by the explosive flame celestial emperor's sudden attack, cried out. He had finally figured out the identity of the golden-clad middle-aged man. Alas, it was too late. The explosive flame celestial emperor had already launched an attack with all his might. Not only did he use his celestial weapon, he even used his fused profundities. The soaring celestial emperor had used his celestial origin energy to speak when he tried to stop the explosive flame celestial emperor. Therefore, his deafeningly loud voice caught the attention of all the titled celestial emperors who were fighting. All of them stopped fighting momentarily, keeping an eye on their opponent as they looked at the soaring celestial emperor and the others. They watched as the explosive flame celestial emperor brandished the gigantic flaming mace and struck the expressionless golden-clad middle-aged man with all his strength, displaying his might as a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven. Upon seeing this, Xianxia thought to herself, if the explosive flame celestial emperor, the water staff celestial emperor, and the soaring celestial emperor had used their full strength earlier, I would have died. She knew the trio had been merciful to her. Otherwise, even if she were just facing two of them, she doubted she would be able to last more than 100 moves. Why is he here? Meng Chuan's eyes narrowed immediately when he saw the golden-clad middle-aged man. Unlike Yufeng Yu and Pei Yuanji, who had no reaction when they saw the golden-clad middle-aged man, he was shocked. He was confused why such a prominent figure would appear at this moment. This person was someone on par with his brother, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. In fact, even before his brother made a name for himself, the golden-clad middle-aged man was already a prominent figure. It was only 100 years ago that his brother fought the golden-clad middle-aged man and barely ended up in a tie. Die! The explosive flame celestial emperor roared. His voice echoed in the sky, it was as loud as thunder. His fury and fighting surged along with the flames on his body as he charged out. Due to the huge commotion, he failed to hear the soaring celestial emperor's warning. You're trying to kill me with this level of strength? The golden-clad middle-aged man smiled faintly as he looked at the explosive flame celestial emperor who was charging toward him ferociously. Killing intent flashed in his eyes before he suddenly vanished into thin air and reappeared in front of the explosive flame celestial emperor. Then, he said derisively, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. Further infuriated by the golden-clad middle-aged man's provocative words, fire surged like a tsunami, covering a radius of more than 10 miles. Duan Ling Tian watched as the fiery mace exploded into pieces as though it had hit something before it could even land on the golden-clad middle-aged man. The fragments from the mace scattered in the air. Although the explosive flame celestial emperor had used all his strength, he barely left a scratch on the barrier that shielded the golden-clad middle-aged man. The golden-clad middle-aged man scoffed before a loud ripping noise rang in the air. In just an instant, a terrifying spatial tear appeared above him. Like a gigantic beast that opened its mouth, it devoured the flames in his surroundings, including the fiery fragments of the destroyed mace. Following that, the spatial tear moved and shot toward the explosive flame celestial emperor. Upon seeing this, the soaring celestial emperor finally regained his senses and cried out in horror, Lord Ji Yunyan, please show mercy. The explosive flame celestial emperor tried to avoid the spatial tear, but before he could even move, the spatial landed on him. In just an instant, his body was shredded as though he had been put through a paper shredder. Subsequently, the spatial tear devoured the pieces of his body like a terrifying monster. Everyone present could sense that the explosive flame celestial emperor had died even before the spatial tear shredded his body to pieces. What a terrifying law of space! Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he saw the golden-clad middle-aged man's mastery over the law of space. Even the supreme powerhouse divinity had only shown him 2 fused profundities. However, the middle-aged man seemed to have fused 3 profundities with strength that was comparable to that of 4 fused profundities. The soaring celestial emperor could only watch helplessly with a bitter smile on his face as the golden-clad middle-aged man killed the explosive flame celestial emperor. Ji Yunyan, the water-staff celestial emperor, widened her eyes in shock as she looked at the golden-clad middle-aged man standing in the distance. Her voice trembled as she said, he's He's Ji Yunyan. Even Ji Yunyan showed up to help Duan Ling Tian. Meng Chuan was similarly shocked when he saw Ji Yunyan, the fragmentary element celestial emperor and the grand elder from the dragon clan in the 10,000 beasts heaven. Ji Yunyan was known for fusing profundities from the law of space that was so powerful that it was capable of shredding a person to pieces, just like what happened to the explosive flame celestial emperor. Chapter 33-44 All grown up. Among everyone present on the scene, only Meng Chuan and the soaring celestial emperor had met Ji Yunyan, the fragmentary element celestial emperor, before. Moreover, when they met him, he had always worn a dragon mask. Therefore, they did not recognize him immediately when he had appeared earlier. If the elegant beauty next to Ji Yunyan did not speak up, they would not have been able to figure out Ji Yunyan's identity at all. It was unfortunate that it was too late when the soaring celestial emperor figured out Ji Yunyan's identity. In the end, the explosive flame celestial emperor died an incredibly horrible death. Although the other titled celestial emperors had never met Ji Yunyan, they had heard of him before. So he's Ji Yunyan, the fragmentary element celestial emperor and the grand elder of the dragon clan in the 10,000 beasts heaven. I've heard of the fragmentary element celestial emperor before. To think he killed the explosive flame celestial emperor, who was one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the service of the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, so easily. Meanwhile, the 6 titled celestial emperors who had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison lit up with hope when they saw Ji Yunyan, even though they were shocked and surprised by Ji Yunyan's appearance and his intention to help them. At this moment, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, greeted Ji Yunyan with an unsightly expression on his face. Elder Ji, how could he not be displeased that the explosive flame celestial emperor, whom his maternal grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, had sent to help him, had died? He said frostily, the explosive flame celestial emperor was sent by my grandfather to help me capture these prisoners. I hope you can give an explanation on why you killed him. Others might fear Ji Nianyu, but Yu Fengyu was not. Similar to Meng Chuan, he knew Ji Nianyu would not kill him because of his grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Although he did not care much about the death of the explosive flame celestial emperor, he had to keep up his imposing air to keep everyone's spirits high. After all, he could see the soaring celestial emperor and the water staff celestial emperor had thoughts about retreating. In explanation, Ji Nianyu looked at Yu Fengyu indifferently as he said, perhaps, I might provide your grandfather with an explanation if he were here, but you're not worthy to demand an explanation from me. Elder Ji, do you intend to provoke the heavenly pool palace and the heavenly palace of boundless heaven? Yu Fengyu did not expect Ji Nianyu would refuse him so blatantly. His expression darkened immediately as he glared at Ji Nianyu. If looks could kill, Ji Nianyu would have already died. If that's how you want to interpret it, so be it, Ji Nianyu replied nonchalantly, clearly unbothered by Yu Fengyu's threats. Yu Fengyu was furious. However, there was nothing he could now apart from sending a message to his maternal grandfather, the heavenly emperor of boundless heaven. When the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven received Yu Fengyu's message earlier, he had sent the soaring celestial emperor, the water staff celestial emperor, and the explosive flame celestial emperor to help Yu Fengyu. However, he did not expect Ji Nianyu would show up as well. How presumptuous! I'll be there shortly. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was displeased upon receiving Yu Fengyu's latest message, especially when he heard about how Ji Nianyu disregarded him. After receiving his grandfather's reply, Yu Fengyu's eyes were bright as he said to Ji Nianyu meaningfully, my grandfather is on his way here now. Are you going to wait for him or scurry away like a rat? As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, Ji Nianyu's expression darkened slightly. He scoffed before he flashed and reappeared in front of Yu Fengyu. Yu Fengyu hastily mobilized his energy to defend himself, but he was no match for Ji Nianyu. Ji Nianyu easily broke through Yu Fengyu's defense and struck him at the chest, sending him flying in the air. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he tried to stabilize his footing. Palace Master. The titled celestial emperors from the heavenly pool palace cried out in horror when they saw the badly injured Yu Fengyu. Ji Nianyu calmly said, Yu Fengyu, you haven't improved the slightest bit even after so many years have passed. Even that young woman is much stronger than you. He glanced at Shu Yasi briefly at the end of his words. Based on Ji Nianyu's words, it seemed like he had arrived a while ago and was observing the fight. Upon sensing the gazes of the titled celestial emperors from the heavenly pool palace, Ji Nianyu asked airily, do any of you want to challenge me? All of you can attack at the same time if you want. Although Ji Nianyu was arrogant, it was not surprising since he was indeed very strong. The titled celestial emperors from the heavenly pool palace exchanged a look. None of them dared to make a move at all. At this moment, Ji Nianyu's eyes suddenly found Xianxia audiobook, the howling heaven celestial emperor. No wonder I found you familiar. Aren't you the three-eyed celestial emperor's howling heaven celestial dog? What are you doing in the heavenly pool palace? You're better off staying with the three-eyed celestial emperor. He shook his head at the end of his words. Senior Ji. Xianxia audiobook was not angered by Ji Nianyu's words. Instead, he looked slightly embarrassed and fearful as he said, "There's some conflict between my eldest brother and me. That's why I left to calm down." Yang Jian, whom Xianxia audiobook treated as his eldest brother, had brought him along to meet Ji Nianyu in the past to challenge Ji Nianyu to a duel. In the beginning, Yang Jian was no match for Ji Nianyu at all and would always suffer a heavy beating. It was only not too long ago that Yang Jian could fight to a draw with Ji Nianyu. Ji Nianyu nodded slightly after listening to Xianxia audiobook's explanation. At this moment, Yu Fengyu, who had recovered from Ji Nianyu's beating, grimly asked, "Why are you interfering with the heavenly pool palace's matter?" "Regarding this matter, you'll have to ask the three little ones standing behind me," Ji Nianyu said nonchalantly. His tone softened considerably when he mentioned the three young people behind him. With these words, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, looked at three young people standing behind Ji Nianyu and the elegant beauty. At this moment, the golden-clad young woman looked at the black-clad young man and white-clad young man as she said smugly, "Little black, little white, I was right. Brother Ling Tian doesn't recognize us at all." Fine, you're right," the white-clad young man said with a hint of helplessness and amusement. Although the trio's voices were not loud, everyone heard their words clearly. Everyone, including Pei Yuanji and Yu Fengyu, shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian as soon as they heard these words. Little black, little white. Duan Ling Tian was so stunned by the trio's conversation that he did not pay attention to the others at all. He looked at the trio again for a moment before realization dawned on him. His heart raced in his chest as he thought to himself, it's them. They've all grown up. Duan Ling Tian recalled the time when the trio were just children when they gained their human forms. The three people before him had grown up and looked to be his age. At this moment, he finally realized why he had found the trio so familiar. They were the two small pythons and the little golden mouse who followed him in the past. Brother Ling Tian, the aloof black-clad young man, was the first to move. He flew out and came to a stop in front of Duan Ling Tian and smiled. His expression was no longer cold when faced with Duan Ling Tian. "Little black," Duan Ling Tian said tentatively as he looked at the black-clad young man who was almost as tall as him. Although he knew the identity of the black-clad young man now, he still found it hard to believe. "Yes, it's me." The black-clad young man's eyes lit up. His body trembled slightly due to the overwhelming emotions in his heart and he reached out to Duan Ling Tian as tears threatened to spill out of his eyes. "Little black, it really is you." Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and hugged Little Black. He could barely restrain his emotions at this moment. He felt as though he had been reunited with his family again. It had been more than 200 years since he had last seen Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. The little ones were all grown up now. Chapter 33-45 Escape. Duan Ling Tian had known Little Black and Little White since he was a teenager. At that time, they were merely two little pythons that were rather unique. The two little pythons began to cultivate, and after some time had passed, they gained their human forms. Similarly, he had also met Little Gold when he was a teenager. The trio suddenly disappeared when they were in the mundane realms beyond Heaven's secret zone, and he had never seen them again. Whenever he thought about the trio, he would wonder what happened to them and if something untoward had happened to them. When he thought about something bad happening to them, he did not dare to continue down that line of thoughts. As soon as Duan Ling Tian separated himself from Little Black, a golden figure dashed into his arms. Duan Ling Tian chuckled. "Little Gold, you're all grown up now." He could sense Little Gold's turbulent emotions as he watched tears stream down her face due to happiness. He hurriedly patted her back and said softly to console her, "Silly girl, don't cry. Isn't it a good thing we're reunited?" At this moment, the graceful and quiet white-clad young woman frowned slightly when she saw the golden-clad young woman had no intention of letting Duan Ling Tian go after hugging him for so long. She grumbled in a soft voice, "Little Gold, you've hugged Brother Ling Tian long enough. Why, do you want to hug Brother Ling Tian as well?" "I'm not letting go." You won't have a chance to hug him. Little Gold smiled mischievously when she heard Little White's words. She pulled her face and tightened her hold around Duan Ling Tian. Little White scoffed before she stepped forward to push Little Gold away. She hugged Duan Ling Tian's arm and leaned against his chest as tears streamed down her face as well as she said, "Brother Ling Tian, Little White misses you terribly. We finally found you." Meanwhile, Ji Ning Yun, the elegant woman and the fourth elder of the Dragon Clan, who was standing nearby, watched the reunion in fascination. This was her first time seeing this side of Little White. All this time, Little White had always appeared cheerful and independent in front of her. Little White hardly ever revealed her emotions, let alone cry. The same went for the aloof Little Black and mischievous Little Gold. She thought to herself, this is why Little Black and Little White insisted on using the surname Duan and refused to use the surname Ji like everyone in the clan. Needless to say, at this time, Ji Ning Yun knew the purple-clad young man in front of her whom the three little ones were so attached to was none other than Duan Ling Tian. At this time, Ji Yunyan, the grand elder of the Dragon Clan, said to Ji Ning Yun, "Yuner, bring them away. I'll stay here and wait for the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. I haven't seen him in many years, this is a good opportunity to catch up with an old friend. I'll look for you once I'm done here." "All right," Ji Ning Yun replied. Then, she turned to the three little ones and Duan Ling Tian before she said, "You should continue your conversation somewhere else. Leave the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless to the old man." As soon as Ji Ning Yun finished speaking, a pure and white energy shot out like a beam of light in the dark and shrouded the three little ones and Duan Ling Tian. "Senior, can you please bring Senior Lian Chu with us?" Duan Ling Tian asked respectfully as he looked at Lian Chu who was hovering in the distance. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Ji Ning Yun's energy shot toward Lian Chu. "Thank you, Senior." Duan Ling Tian hurriedly thanked Ji Ning Yun. Before he left, he called out, "Brother Pei, all of you can leave now." Upon hearing these words, Pei Yuanji and the other titled celestial emperors who used to be imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison made their moves immediately. The titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace could only watch helplessly as the prisoners left. They did not dare to stop the prisoners at all as they looked at the golden-clad middle-aged man standing nearby from the corners of their eyes with various expressions of fear and wariness. Similarly, the soaring celestial emperor and the water-staff celestial emperor did not dare to make a move as well. "Damn it, Duan Ling Tian is going to escape." Lei Ying's expression was incredibly unsightly at this moment. She did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to escape. When Ji Yunyan was not looking, she glared at him with eyes that brimmed with hatred. Naturally, she could only lower her head when Ji Yunyan turned to look at her. With Ji Yunyan's strength, it would be easy for him to kill her even if she was in peak condition, let alone when she was severely injured. She knew he could kill her with just a thought using his formidable space energy. His comprehension of the law of space was on par with the heavenly emperors who had comprehended the law of space as well. Moreover, he could also revert to his true form, a nine-clawed divine dragon, to increase his strength. All in all, his strength was on par with those weaker heavenly emperors. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian, Pei Yuanji, and the others disappeared from sight. No traces of them could be seen at all. At the same time, Yufeng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had finally healed his injuries after 15 minutes. When he finally felt better, he looked at Ji Yunyan with a grim expression on his face and asked in a low voice, "Elder Ji, so be it if you want to protect Duan Ling Tian, but why do you have to protect the others as well, especially Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor? My grandfather personally captured Pei Yuanji and imprisoned him in the Thousand Chains prison. Why would you intentionally make an enemy out of my grandfather?" Ji Yunyan glanced at Yufeng Yu and replied indifferently, "I only appeared to save Duan Ling Tian, and I don't care about the others. However, you can think what you like." The titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were rendered speechless when they heard Ji Yunyan said he had no intentions of protecting the others. Alas, 15 minutes had passed. Even if they gave chase now, it would be impossible to catch up to the other prisoners. She's the fourth elder of the Dragon Clan, the Converging Cloud Celestial Emperor. Although Duan Ling Tian had guessed Ji Ning Yun was also a titled celestial emperor based on her energy when she brought him and the others away, he did not expect she was also the fourth elder of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was also a heaven-grade force just like the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven and the Heavenly Sword Mountain in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Nevertheless, the Dragon Clan was much stronger than the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Sword Mountain. In fact, the Dragon Clan was considered one of the top heaven-grade forces. Therefore, even weaker heavenly emperors would not provoke the Dragon Clan unnecessarily. After all, there were more than a dozen titled celestial emperors in the Dragon Clan. Even their weakest titled celestial emperor was slightly stronger than or on par with the Heavenly Pool Palace's Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. The titled celestial emperors in the Dragon Clan had an edge over other titled celestial emperors since they could revert to their true forms that would boost their strength. Apart from that, there was a rumor that one of the heavenly emperors of the Devata realm was from the Dragon Clan. Although he was no longer in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, he would not stay idle if the Dragon Clan was threatened. He was known to be rather strong, and if one were to compare him to the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, his strength was somewhere in the upper middle tier while the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven's strength was only ranked in the lower middle tier. At this moment, Little Gold asked curiously, "Brother Ling Tian, when we went to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect to look for you, we heard of a sister Huaner by your side. Where is she now?" "She's waiting for me in the Saint Province realm," Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Then, he added, "Senior Lian Chu is Huaner's father." Following that, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lian Chu and introduced him to the others. "Senior Lian Chu, they're my brother and sisters. I've known them since I was a teenager in the mundane realm." "Hello." Lian Chu smiled amicably. Since his wife was a phantom fox, he was rather fond of celestial beasts. After a while, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, "Little Black, Little White, Little Gold, what happened to all of you when we were in the Saint Province realms beyond Heaven's secret zone?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. After entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the trio disappeared mysteriously. He could not find them and did not hear from them until now. "Brother Ling Tian, we were brought to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven at that time," Little White replied. Little Black and Little White were brought to the Dragon Clan while Little Gold was brought to Blood Moon Ridge. Then, she recounted everything that had happened since then. After Little White recounted what had happened, Little Gold said with a wry smile on her face, "Brother Ling Tian, we thought we'd be much stronger than you now. As it turns out, we're still weaker than you." Earlier, before Ji Yunyan stepped forward, they had been observing the fight while they stayed hidden behind the clouds. Therefore, they saw Duan Ling Tian defeating one of the titled celestial emperors. Due to the distance, Ji Yunyan did not detect the 5 divine elements' presence when Duan Ling Tian borrowed their powers. Nevertheless, even if Ji Yunyan were closer to him, Ji Yunyan still might not be able to detect the 5 divine elements' presence since he was incredibly discreet when borrowing their powers. In any case, he did not have to use the 5 divine elements' power again since Ji Yunyan stepped forward at the crucial moment. Fear still lingered in Duan Ling Tian's heart when he recalled that moment when he faced the soaring Celestial Emperor, the explosive flame Celestial Emperor, and the water staff Celestial Emperor. Fortunately, the Grand Elder showed up in time. Otherwise, to deal with all 3 titled Celestial Emperors, I'm afraid the existence of the 5 divine elements would be exposed. Chapter 33-46 Small Talk. Duan Ling Tian had been very close to exposing the existence of the 5 divine elements in front of the group of titled celestial emperors earlier. He would be like a walking invaluable treasure in their eyes once the 5 divine elements were exposed. After all, almost no one could ignore the 5 divine elements. Even in their lowest forms, the 5 divine elements could still help titled celestial emperors who comprehended laws with similar elements and increased their chances to attain godhood. Attaining godhood was the dream of every titled celestial emperor. Among all the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, there were less than a handful who were capable of attaining godhood. Therefore, even heavenly emperors would covet the 5 divine elements. If everyone knew Duan Ling Tian possessed the 5 divine elements, there was no doubt he would be targeted no matter where he went. At this moment, Little Gold asked curiously, "Brother Ling Tian, where are Sister Ka and Sister Fair? Did all of you ascend to the Devata realm together?" Ka and Fair. Duan Ling Tian fell silent upon hearing Little Gold's question. Hatred and anger flashed in his eyes when he said, "They're not here. In fact, they're not in any of the Devata realms. They're not in any of the Devata realms." Little Gold frowned. "Impossible. Little Black, Little White, and I returned to the Saint Province realm. Not only did we fail to find you, but we couldn't find Sister Ka and Sister Fair as well." Little Black and Little White looked at Duan Ling Tian as well, waiting for his answer. "They're in a realm of gods called the Divine Offering Land," Duan Ling Tian said in a low voice. A realm of gods, the divine offering land, little gold, little white, and little black frowned upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. They had heard about realms of gods, but they had never heard of one called the divine offering land. Meanwhile, Ji Ning Yun, the fourth elder of the dragon clan, looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously as well. After all, even she was in awe of the realms of gods. Little White asked, confused, Brother Ling Tian, why are Sister Ka and Sister Fair in a realm of gods? Since Little White, Little Black, and Little Gold were brought to the 10,000 beasts heaven from the mundane realm before Ka and Fair were abducted by Yun Qing Yan to the divine offering land, they were unaware of what had happened. Faced with Little White's question, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he recounted what happened. After so many years, he was still filled with fury when talking about the matter. He was so angry that his body even trembled slightly. The Yun clan in the divine offering land. Ji Ning Yun inhaled sharply upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Senior, you've heard of the Yun clan in the divine offering land? Little Gold asked when she saw Ji Ning Yun's reaction. Her eyes flashed with anger as well. She did not expect Ka, Li Fei, and her niece and nephew would be abducted. If possible, she wanted to help Duan Ling Tian rescue them as well. I only know a little about them, Ji Ning Yun said solemnly. The Yun clan can be considered as a prominent clan in the divine offering land. They're very powerful. Just a random elder from the Yun clan is stronger than the top-titled celestial emperors. Duan Ling Tian had already known this for a long time now. After all, even Feng Qingyong, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was forced to escape to the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in all Devata realms, by a servant of the Yun clan. Realization dawned on Ji Ning Yun before she said, as it turns out, the reason Feng Qingyong was forced to escape to the Asura Hell by the divine offering land's Yun clan is you. Duan Ling Tian said bitterly, I didn't mean to bring him harm. I didn't expect you to be Feng Qingyang's successor in the mundane realm. As far as I know, he doesn't have any disciples at all in the Devata realm. Why didn't you look for him in the solitary destructive heaven? I only found out recently that Senior Feng Qingyong had returned from the Asura Hell and reclaimed his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, I assumed I was just one of his many successors in the mundane realm. I'm afraid he might not accept me even if I show up. Duan Ling Tian said with an awkward expression on his face. Might not accept you. You're overthinking things. Ji Ning Yun shook her head as she said, Feng Qingyong is, indeed, aloof. However, he's not like that toward the people he considers his own. Back then, he came to the Dragon Clan to challenge our patriarch, and they became good friends after their fight. Ever since then, he didn't hesitate to help our patriarch whenever our patriarch needed help. Therefore, I think not only will he recognize you as his successor, but you're likely important to him as well. Your Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor. Lian Chu, who was from the solitary destructive heaven, was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not expect the young man whom he considered as his son-in-law had such a close connection with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. For a moment, he thought his daughter was incredibly lucky to meet such a man. Needless to say, to Lian Chu, who was from the heavenly sword mountain in the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyong was like a symbol of faith. Many sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven regarded him as their belief, like a god. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. It's unfortunate that Senior Meng Chuan couldn't contact him. Meng Chuan, no wonder I thought the person fighting you Feng Yu was rather familiar. As it turns out, he's the Jade Bow Celestial Emperor, the younger brother of the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. Realization dawned on Ji Ning Yun. Then, she asked in confusion, since Meng Chuan is willing to help you, why aren't there more titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven today? If they were here, you wouldn't have ended up in that situation earlier. All of you would be able to escape smoothly. Senior Meng Chuan couldn't get in touch with Senior Feng Qingyong and his brother. Since he was not sure if Senior Feng Qingyong would accept me, he did not think it was appropriate to seek help from the others. I see. Ji Ning Yun nodded. As it turned out, Meng Chuan was there to fight you Feng Yu and stall for time. Brother Ling Tian, there are more than 700 years left before the passage from the Devatar realms to the divine offering land opens. Based on our current strength, I believe at that time we would have grown strong enough to rescue Sister Ka and Sister Fair. Little White said in order to console Duan Ling Tian. Although Little Black remained silent, his eyes flashed coldly when Little White mentioned the divine offering land. You're right, Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile on his face. I've already survived for more than 200 years, what are another 700 years? I only wish that they're safe and sound in the divine offering land. A hint of worry could be seen in the depths of his eyes when he finished speaking. Brother Ling Tian, Little Gold called out. She was standing next to Huaner so she could see he was worried. Therefore, she hurriedly changed the topic and asked, tell us about Sister Huaner. How did you meet? You really went to a lot of trouble for her this time. Little Gold was genuinely curious. Huaner. A dazed expression appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he said, I met her 200 years ago. After Duan Ling Tian recounted his and Huaner's first meeting, Lian Chu said bitterly, it's all my fault. If I weren't imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison, Huaner wouldn't have come looking for me. In turn, Huaner wouldn't have been abandoned. Fortunately, she met you. As it turns out, Huaner wasn't lying when she saw she met with a senior from the Phantom Fox clan who could foresee the future. At that time, the senior had told her Huaner would meet her guardian angel. After a while, Duan Ling Tian said, Senior Lian Chu, I'll bring you to the Saint Province realm after this. Then, he turned to look at Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold before he asked, are you going to return to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven or do you want to come to the Saint Province realm as well? Brother Ling Tian, of course, we want to go with you. I'd like to meet Sister Huaner as well. Little Gold said with a smile. Little White and Little Black remained silent and turned to look at Ji Ning Yun for approval instead. Since you're finally reunited after so long, you can go to the Saint Province realm as well. I'd like to have a look at the mundane realm you came from as well, Ji Ning Yu said with a faint smile on her face when she saw the duo looking at her. At this moment, as though he had just recalled something, Duan Ling Tian looked at Ji Ning Yu and solemnly asked, Senior, is it really okay to leave Senior Ji Yunyan there? Will he be okay? Duan Ling Tian could not but worry slightly even though he knew Ji Nian Yu, as the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, had the support of the powerful Dragon Clan. Not only was the Dragon Clan powerful, but it had the support of a heavenly emperor of another Devata realm as well. If something happened to Ji Yunyan, the Dragon Clan would surely avenge him, but there was no guarantee the heavenly emperor from the Dragon Clan would do so. Chapter 33-47 Returning to the Saint Province realm. Ji Ning Yun was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian's question. On the other hand, after hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Little White and Little Gold began to laugh. Even Little Black carried a hint of a smile on his face. What? Duan Ling Tian asked, perplexed. There was nothing wrong with his question, was there? Brother Ling Tian, Little Gold said with a smile, have you heard that there's a heavenly emperor of a Devata clan who used to be from the Dragon Clan? I have. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although he thought the heavenly emperor would not be too excessive with Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, in fear of provoking the Dragon Clan, it did not mean the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven would not do anything at all. Moreover, the person from the Dragon Clan who had become a heavenly emperor might care about the Dragon Clan, but it did not mean he would care about Ji Nian Yu as an individual. Little Gold continued to ask, then, have you heard of the relationship between that heavenly emperor and Elder Ji Yunyan? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and asked, does Elder Ji have a close relationship with that heavenly emperor? Elder Ji Yunyan is a direct descendant of that heavenly emperor, he's Elder Ji Yunyan's great-grandfather, Little Gold said with a grin. Moreover, Elder Ji Yunyan was sent to stay with his great-grandfather for 1,000 years when he was young. It was at that time that he laid a strong foundation for his cultivation base, leading him to reach such great heights now. Do you think the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven would dare to harm Elder Ji Yunyan even if Elder Ji Yunyan were not a match for him? Everyone, even heavenly emperors, knows about Elder Ji Yunyan's connection to that heavenly emperor. After listening to Little Gold's explanation, Duan Ling Tian finally realized why Ji Ning Yun, the fourth elder of the Dragon Clan, was not the slightest bit worried about leaving her husband to face the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. As it turned out, Ji Yunyan had such a strong supporter. It seems like I was worried for nothing. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief inwardly. He was incredibly grateful toward Ji Yunyan. After all, Ji Yunyan did not only save him, but Ji Yunyan saved Lian Chu, Pei Yuanji, and the others as well. Duan Ling Tian immediately sent a message to Pei Yuanji when he thought about Pei Yuanji. Since they had exchanged soul pearls back in the Thousand Chains prison, it was easy for him to contact Pei Yuanji. Brother Pei Yuanji, we're planning to go to the Saint Province realm to see Huaner. Do you want to come with us? I won't be joining you, Pei Yuanji replied. Since Duzan is now free, I've fulfilled my promise to Du Fei. I'll continue down my own path now. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again in the future. I'm sure we will, Duan Ling Tian responded. Following that, he sent a message to Meng Chuan as well. Senior Meng Chuan, have you left? When Pei Yuanji and the others left earlier, Duan Ling Tian noticed Meng Chuan had stayed back. I've left. Meng Chuan's reply came swiftly. I'm not going to stay there to be a punching bag. A punching bag? Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. Meng Chuan laughed before he explained, when the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven arrives, he won't be able to do anything to Ji Yunyan. I'm afraid at that time he would vent his anger on me. Even if he can't kill me, he can still beat me up to make me suffer a little. Therefore, it's best I leave before that old man arrives. Duan Ling Tian could not refute Meng Chuan's words, they made sense. After a moment, Meng Chuan sent another message. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to be able to get the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan to help you. In fact, with his help, there's no need for me to be here at all. In fact, I didn't expect this as well. It wasn't part of the plan, Duan Ling Tian said. All right, I'll see you again. When Lord Heavenly Emperor returns, I'll inform him about you. I'll bring you to him at that time. If he wants to see you, you'll still be in the Boundless Heaven, right? Communication celestial talismans were only effective in the same realm. No matter how high quality a talisman was, it could not be used to communicate between different realms. Duan Ling Tian said, I'll be heading to the Saint Province realm after this. It's also Senior Feng Qing Yang's hometown. As for the Boundless Heaven, he hesitated for a moment, trailing off. Initially, he wanted to say he was not coming back to the Boundless Heaven, but he suddenly thought of his teacher and seniors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, especially his eldest senior sister who stood firmly on his side even though it was their first meeting. In the end, he only said, if there are no changes, I probably won't return. Then, which Devata realm are you heading to after leaving the mundane realm? I have to know so I can contact you if Lord Heavenly Emperor wants to meet you. I should be in the Jade Emperor Heaven, the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, or the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Duan Ling Tian said. After a beat, he added, if you can't find me in those places, you can try the Boundless Heaven. All right, Meng Chuan replied. After speaking to Meng Chuan, Duan Ling Tian thought about sending Shu Lang a message. Then, he recalled he had surrendered Shu Lang's soul pearl to the person who was supposed to imitate him before he entered the Thousand Chains prison. I suppose I can only contact second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, and sixth senior brother now. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly when he thought about his seniors. He thought his seniors probably had not heard of what had happened yet at this time. Although he did intend to use them, by betraying the Heavenly Pool Palace, he knew he would subject them to other people's judgment. After all, there was a traitor in their ranks. In the end, Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply before he decided to speak to Hong Fei, his sixth senior brother, and Hu Mei, his third senior sister, whom he was the closest to. Third senior sister, please help me apologize to teacher and eldest senior sister when you see them. Sixth senior brother, when you see teacher and eldest senior sister, please tell them I'm sorry. Needless to say, Hu Mei and Hong Fei were thoroughly confused when they received Duan Ling Tian's message. Both of them replied to Duan Ling Tian, asking him what was wrong. I'm sure both of you have heard that almost all the prisoners in the Thousand Chains prison have escaped, right? They had broken out of the Thousand Chains prison quite a while ago. It stood to reason that word about the prison break had spread. Yes, I heard that a prodigious disciple released the prisoners, Hu Mei replied. Hong Fei replied excitedly, I heard about that as well. In fact, there are rumors saying that person was you. Don't worry, I defended you. After all, our eldest senior sister is one of the head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison, how could you? Hong Fei suddenly stopped speaking when he recalled Duan Ling Tian's earlier message that asked him to apologize to Shu Lang and Shu Yasi. Then, he asked tentatively, little junior brother, it's not you, right? It's me, Duan Ling Tian said. Following that, Hong Fei and Hu Mei did not reply to Duan Ling Tian's message for a while. After Duan Ling Tian explained everything, Hu Mei fell silent again. After a short moment, Hu Mei finally replied, "Little junior brother, I understand." Duan Ling Tian was moved when he heard Hu Mei's reply and hurriedly said, "Third senior sister, all of you will always be my seniors. If you ever need help in the future, I will not hesitate to go through fire to help you. You'll always be my little junior brother. Don't forget that," Hu Mei said. "Apart from that, I have to tell you that I know our eldest senior sister very well. The fact that she let you meant that everything she said was just for show to the others. If she truly wanted to keep you here, she wouldn't have done exactly so." "I understand," Duan Ling Tian answered. At this moment, Hong Fei, who finally regained senses, hurriedly replied, "Little junior brother, what happened? Why did you free them? I've already explained everything to third senior sister so you can speak to her. I'm leaving the boundless heave now. Please help to apologize to teacher and eldest senior sister." After Duan Ling Tian sent that message to Hong Fei, Duan Ling Tian, Lian Chu, Ji Ning Yun, and the three little ones left the boundless heaven for the Saint Province realm. Duan Ling Tian had a different feeling returning to the Saint Province realms with the three little ones compared to the time when he came with Huoner. After arriving, Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and led the others to the Crimson Sky Kingdom where Huoner was waiting. When they arrived, a peerless beauty that seemed to only exist in stories rushed into Duan Ling Tian's arms immediately. Upon seeing Huoner, the eyes of the three little ones and Ji Ning Yun brightened immediately. They had never seen someone so beautiful in their lives. Chapter 33-48 Purgatory. Although Huoner did not accompany Duan Ling Tian to rescue her parents, the pressure she felt was not any less. Moreover, she had been worried something would happen to Duan Ling Tian. She had decided if he perished while rescuing her parents, she would join him in death. She had told Duan Ling Tian that as well before he left to rescue her parents. Now that she saw Duan Ling Tian was safe and sound, she was so happy that she momentarily forgot about her parents. Meanwhile, Lian Chu watched the young woman who was hugging Duan Ling Tian with glazed eyes and a tender expression on his face. "Shuoner, do you see this?" Lian Chu said. At some point, he had returned to carrying the white phantom fox in his arms. At this time, it seemed like Phantom Fox was awake. It was trying to open its eyes at this moment. The excitement in her eyes was obvious when she saw Huoner hugging Duan Ling Tian. As though she could sense her parents' gazes, Huoner left Duan Ling Tian's arms and walked toward Lian Chu. She nodded at him but could not bring herself to call him father. After a moment, her eyes landed on the white fox in Lian Chu's arms. "Huoner, is it really you, my daughter?" A voice rang in Huoner's mind at this moment. To her, this voice that she had not heard for more than 200 years was like the voice of an angel. "Mom, it's me," Huoner said as she tried to hold back her tears. At the same time, her white robes began to flutter even though there was no wind. Soon enough, the giant silhouette of a pure and elegant white fox appeared behind her. Upon seeing this, Ji Ning Yun, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold felt a crushing pressure deep in their souls. This was an instinctual reaction since the Huoner's true form was considered the top among celestial beasts. Ji Ning Yun frowned slightly as she looked at the giant silhouette behind Huoner. After a beat, her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox! 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox!" Upon hearing Ji Ning Yun's words, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, who just recovered their sense, were shocked again. With this, they finally understood why they felt the pressure when the silhouette behind Huoner appeared. As it turned out, Huoner was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Whether it was the 10,000 Beasts Heaven's Dragon Clan or the Blood Moon Ridge, both were Heaven Grad forces that had existed for a long time. Due to their deep roots and strong foundations, normal Heaven Grade forces like the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace or the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heavenly Sword Mountain that were relatively new could not compare to them. Those from Heaven Grade forces were taught many things, including divine beasts that existed in Devata realms. For example, there was the divine beast, the 10-clawed divine dragon, that would only appear every 100,000 years. The heavenly emperor who had left the dragon clan to conquer another Devata realms was also a 10-clawed divine dragon. He was the most recent 10-clawed divine dragon that had appeared in the dragon clan. Similarly, the Blood Moon Ridge also had divine beasts. Unlike the dragon clan's 10-clawed divine dragon that appeared once every 100,000 years, the divine beast in the Blood Moon Ridge would appear randomly. Sometimes it might take several 100,000 years before a divine beast would appear. Sometimes there might be 2 or more divine beasts appearing within tens of thousands of years. The most famous divine beast in the Blood Moon Ridge was the Nine Depths god-killing mouse. The current patriarch of the Blood Moon Ridge was its direct descendant. Currently, many of the powerhouses in Blood Moon Ridge were rodent-type celestial beasts. For example, the Patriarch and the Grand Elder. For this reason, Little Gold was treated very well in the Blood Moon Ridge after obtaining their inheritance in the mundane realm and evolving into a top rodent-type celestial beast. Even the Grand Elder of the Blood Moon Ridge treated her as though she was his daughter. Ji Ning Yun murmured, "1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, the divine beast from the Phantom Fox clan that only appears once every 1,000,000 years. I didn't think I'd be able to see one with my own eyes." Following that, Ji Ning Yun shifted her gaze to Little Black and Little White as she thought to herself, when a 10-clawed divine dragon appears in the Dragon Clan, the Phantom Fox clan's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox might not appear. However, when 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox appears, the 10-clawed divine dragons would usually show up as well. It seems like our Dragon Clan's 10-clawed divine dragon will appear soon. Little Black and Little White are the likeliest candidates. I wonder which of them will become a 10-clawed divine dragon. This matter had been on Ji Ning Yun's mind for a long time now. The high-ranking officials in the Dragon Clan had held more than one meeting to discuss this matter. Among all the 9-clawed divine dragons in the Dragon Clan, Little Black and Little White had the highest chances to evolve into a 10-clawed divine dragon. At this moment, Ji Ning Yun smiled as she walked toward Huoner and said, "You're Huoner, right? Please give me some space so I can heal your mother." Huoner turned to look at Duan Ling Tian first. Only when she saw Duan Ling Tian nodding did she move aside. "Your daughter is amazing," Ji Ning Yun said to Lian Chu and the white fox in his arms. At the same time, a pure energy surged out of her and shrouded the white fox in Lian Chu's arms. With that, the external injuries on the white fox healed at a speed visible to naked eyes. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian said, "I've long heard that the healing abilities of the Law of Light are far superior to the Law of Wood. It seems like it's true." After half an hour, Ji Ning Yun managed to completely heal the white fox's external injuries and 80% of its internal injuries. When she finally stopped healing the white fox, her forehead was drenched with sweat. She quickly evaporated them with her energy once she was done. Suddenly, the white fox in Lian Chu's arms disappeared, and a white-clad woman whom Huoner resembled appeared. She was none other than Duzan, Huoner's mother. As soon as she returned to her human form, she expressed her gratitude to Ji Ning Yun. "Thank you, Fourth Elder." Although Duzan was severely injured and could not communicate, she was still aware of everything that had happened. Even when she was in her husband's little world, she was aware of what was happening outside. "You're welcome," Ji Ning Yun nodded. "Mom." Huoner was delighted when she saw Duzan's human form, looking no different from the day she left. She hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Duzan. "Huoner, you've grown up. I'm so happy. When I left, I was incredibly worried about you, but I had no choice. I was afraid I wouldn't even be able to see your father one last time. I was selfish. I hope you don't blame me," Duzan said emotionally. Duan Ling Tian and Ji Ning Yun exchanged a look and tacitly agreed to leave Huoner to reunite with her family. They brought Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold away to give the family of three some space. After walking away, Ji Ning Yun asked, "Duan Ling Tian, what's your plan after this?" "I have no plans for now." Duan Ling Tian shook his head as his eyes shone brightly. "I just want to reach the stage of a celestial emperor as soon as I can." Duan Ling Tian could only fuse his profundities once he became a celestial emperor. Otherwise, it did not matter even if he had heaven-defying talents. "You can come with us to the Dragon Clan if you have no plans," Ji Ning Yun said with a smile as she glanced at Little Black and Little White. "These two will be incredibly happy if you visit the Dragon Clan." As soon as Ji Ning Yun finished speaking, Little Black and Little White stared at Duan Ling Tian eagerly. It was just as Ji Ning Yun said, they would be incredibly happy if Duan Ling Tian came with them to the Dragon Clan. "Brother Ling Tian, come with us. We can cultivate together. Once the passage to the Divine Offering Land opens, we can rescue Sister Kae and Sister Fair," Little White said to Duan Ling Tian. "Brother Ling Tian, you can come to the Blood Moon Ridge as well if you don't want to go to the Dragon Clan. Our Blood Moon Ridge is just as good." Little Gold smirked. Duan Ling Tian smiled and refused Ji Ning Yun's invitation. "Senior, I truly appreciate the gesture. However, I just recalled there's somewhere I have to go." "Where is that?" Ji Ning Yun asked curiously. What place could be better than the Dragon Clan? After all, Many would die for a chance to be invited to the dragon clan, and yet, this human easily refused the invitation. However, she was also aware that Duan Ling Tian was not the average human. He was not even 300 years old, but his strength had surpassed Little Black and Little White. Moreover, he was also the successor of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Purgatory. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted brightly. Chapter 3349 The Supreme Powerhouses, Game. Purgatory. Ji Ning Yun widened her eyes in shock. She did not expect Duan Ling Tian would want to go to such a place. The place called Purgatory would only appear once the passages between the Devata realm and the realms of gods were closed. It would appear once every 10,000 years, and it would stay open for 1,000 years. Currently, the Purgatory had been open for about 200 years now. The passages to the realms of gods were close due to the collisions between the realms of gods. In turn, the collisions would form what was called a realm battlefield. The realm battlefield was a dangerous place even for those who were from the realms of gods. The entrance to the realm battlefield could only be found in realms of gods. Therefore, those from the Devata realms would not be able to enter the realm battlefield unless they could go to a realm of God. Rumor had it that the collision of the realms of gods and the realm battlefield were all created by supreme powerhouses. The challenges and the fortuitous encounters in the realm battlefield were said to be intentionally left behind by supreme powerhouses as well. The realm battlefield was a source of fun for many who entered the battlefield. Apart from that, when the realm battlefield appeared, two places would appear in the Devata realms, the Purgatory battlefield and the Nine Serenities battlefield. The Purgatory battlefield was only open to celestial lords. In the Purgatory field, there were many secret zones. One could stumble upon them or one could exchange for the chance to enter the secret zones with military merit. On the other hand, the Nine Serenities battlefield was only open to celestial emperors. Many celestial emperors would enter the battlefield to train themselves and increase their strength. The battlefield was also a good place for those titled celestial emperors who wanted to make their names known across the various Devata realms. Whether it was the Purgatory battlefield or the Nine Serenities battlefield, one would be able to earn military merits there. With enough military merits, one could be given a military rank as well. The ranks were given according to the merits one had accumulated. Needless to say, one's ranks would continue to rise as one's military merits grew. Those with high ranks would be given a chance to enter the secret zones every once in a while. The world-cleansing divine water had told Duan Ling Tian that similar to the realm battlefield in the realms of gods, both the Purgatory battlefield and the Nine Serenities battlefield in the Devata realms were the works of supreme powerhouses as well. The battlefields were just a game and a way for them to amuse themselves. According to the world-cleansing divine water, the things that they left on the battlefields that everyone regarded as treasures were nothing but trash to them. They found it amusing to watch people fight and kill over things they considered trash. Another way the supreme powerhouses amused themselves was to place bets on those who entered the battlefields. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian felt repulsed after listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words. After all, there was no one who liked being treated as a pawn or puppet. However, as time passed, he grew more understanding. He thought, perhaps, when he became a supreme powerhouse, he might grow bored enough to play such games as well. After all, supreme powerhouses were unrivaled, celestials and gods were nothing to them. The world-cleansing divine water had also said to him that if he disliked being someone's pawn, the only way was to become stronger. Reality was cruel, and it treated all living creatures without dignity. The only way to rise above it was to become the strongest. When Ji Ning Yun regained her senses, she solemnly asked, "You're really determined to go to the Purgatory battlefield?" Although there are many treasures and fortuitous encounters there that are much more valuable than anything that can be found in heaven-grade forces or heavenly emperor's forces, it comes with very high risks as well. There's only one way to gain military merits in the Purgatory battlefield: killing. Although you're very strong, to the extent that you're capable of injuring a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace, I'm sure that whatever technique you use to achieve that isn't something you can use often. Moreover, there are many titled celestial lords who are as powerful as celestial emperors who died after entering the battlefield as well. In fact, it's common for titled celestial lords to group together to kill those incredibly powerful titled celestial lords. It's better for you to go to the heavenly palace in the solitary destructive heaven to wait for Feng Qingyang's return if you're not willing to stay in the dragon clan. I'm sure he'll help train you. At that time, your strength will improve tremendously, Ji Ning Yun said, clearly trying to dissuade Duan Lingtian from going to the purgatory battlefield. Senior, say no more. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've made up my mind. Similar to Ji Ning Yun, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's decision. Although they knew about the purgatory battlefield, it had never crossed their minds to enter it since they knew it was a highly dangerous place. As Ji Ning Yun said, it was a place where even titled celestial lords with strength comparable to Celestial Emperor could die. Ji Ning Yun did not give up and continued to say, although you have the Ning dragons, you won't be able to summon them in there since they're at the level of a Celestial Emperor. The rules set by the supreme powerhouses won't allow that. I don't plan to rely on them. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He had already learned about the things that Ji Ning Yun told him from the world-cleansing divine water. Hence, he was not surprised when Ji Ning Yun told him that he would not be able to summon the Ning dragons on the purgatory battlefield. However, the world-cleansing divine water had also told him that he would be able to borrow the power of the 5 divine elements on the battlefield. The 5 divine elements would not be affected. With this, he had nothing to worry about. Brother Lingtian, I want to go with you. Little Gold said solemnly. All traces of her usual playfulness were gone. Little White chimed in, Brother Lingtian, I'll come with you as well. Me too, Little Black, who was usually taciturn, said. Upon hearing these words, Ji Ning Yun said with a hint of reproach, what are all of you saying? Do you know what a dangerous place the purgatory battlefield is? At this moment, she really regretted letting Little Black and Little White leave the Dragon Clan's estate. If she had known the person the duo was searching for was a lunatic who wanted to increase his strength by going to the purgatory battlefield, she would not have allowed them to look for him. In the long history of the Dragon Clan, there were many 9-clawed divine dragons who were titled celestial lords entering the purgatory battlefield and dying there. A few of Ji Ning Yun's childhood friends were among these people. For this reason, she was incredibly averse to the purgatory battlefield. She had never entered it and did not want Little Black and Little White to enter it. After all, Little Black and Little White were the future of the Dragon Clan. Both of them had high chances of becoming 10-clawed divine dragons. Nevertheless, Ji Ning Yun knew if she forcefully stopped them from going to the purgatory battlefield, she would alienate them. Therefore, she said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, I really think you shouldn't go to the purgatory battlefield unless you have constant access to the power that helped you to injure the titled Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace earlier. Otherwise, there's no way you'd be able to survive there. In the past, I had 2 friends who were a couple. Their strength was comparable to a titled Celestial Emperor when they joined forces. Even then, they died there. Ji Ning Yun continued to say through voice transmission, the titled Celestial Lords who group up to target outstanding titled Celestial Lords aren't the only danger there. The challenges there are deadly as well. If you're really determined to go there, I hope you'd at least dissuade the 3 little ones from following you. Little Gold is highly cherished by the Blood Moon Ridge. If they find out she obtained the idea of entering the purgatory battlefield when I brought her out, it'd be difficult for me and my husband to provide them with a satisfactory explanation. As for Little Black and Little White, it's highly likely that they'll become 10-clawed divine dragons. They can't take such risks. Senior, the purgatory battlefield is an opportunity for me to improve, and it's also an opportunity for Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, Duan Lingtian replied. Naturally, he could not tell Ji Ning Yun that he had the 5 divine elements and had constant access to the power he used to injure Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. He was confident he would be able to protect the 3 little ones, so he did not intend to stop them from following him if that was what they wished. What if I beg you? Ji Ning Yun said solemnly, you can be considered to owe my husband a life-saving debt. Please return the favor by dissuading the 3 little ones from following you. Upon hearing Ji Ning Yun's words, Duan Lingtian felt pressured. However, he had no intention of yielding. In the end, he could reply with a bitter smile, since you're so insistent, I can only do as you wish, senior. Don't worry, I'll speak to them. Duan Lingtian did not expect Ji Ning Yun to use her husband's life-saving grace to make him stop the 3 little ones from following him to the purgatory battlefield. Since she had brought the matter up, there was nothing he could do but acquiesce to her request. Chapter 3350 Entering the Purgatory Battlefield. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold would not be persuaded by Ji Ning Yun or the Blood Moon Ridge, but they could not disregard Duan Lingtian's words. Nevertheless, after Duan Lingtian stopped them from following him, they continued to convince him to let them follow him. "Brother Ling Tian, I'm worried about your safety. If you bring us along, we can take care of each other. You don't have to worry about others joining forces to attack you if we're with you." "Brother Ling Tian, if the fourth elder sent you a voice transmission asking you to dissuade us, just disregard it. After returning to the Dragon Clan's estate, we can sneak out and meet you in the Purgatory battlefield." "Brother Ling Tian, I want to follow you." Duan Ling Tian was moved when he heard the trio's voice transmissions. "In the end," he said, "three of you should think this through. In any case, I won't be entering the Purgatory battlefield so soon, I'll be staying in the Saint Province realm for a while. You have 3 years to consider this. At that time, if you're still determined to follow me, we'll go to the Purgatory battlefield together." Duan Ling Tian did not mind the trio following him to the Purgatory battlefield even if it meant they would discover the 5 divine elements in his body. Although they had been separated for more than 200 years, he could tell they still genuinely cared about him and their affection did not fade at all. In fact, it seemed to have grown deeper with time. Therefore, he knew they would never betray him even if they discovered he was in the possession of the 5 divine elements. Apart from that, if it were up to him, he would prefer it if the trio joined him. After all, it would be beneficial not only to him but to the trio as well. The trio's eyes lit up as soon as they received Duan Ling Tian's reply. Since Duan Ling Tian no longer stopped them, there was nothing else standing in their way. At this moment, Ji Ningyun said, "Before we arrived in the Saint Province realm, I've already sent a message to that old man. He'll directly return to the Dragon Clan after dealing with the matters in the Boundless Heaven. During this time, you can all stay here and accompany your brother Ling Tian." In just a blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and it was time for Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold to leave. In order to avoid arousing suspicions, the trio behaved obediently. During this time, the trio had grown closer to Huaner. Even Ji Ningyun got along very well with her. Before they left the Saint Province realms for the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the trio exchanged soul pearls with Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, they also sent voice transmissions to Duan Ling Tian, telling him they would return to meet him as soon as possible. After the trio left, Duan Ling Tian asked Huaner's parents, Senior Lian Chu, Senior Duzan, "Do you have any plans after this?" Since Huaner would follow him to the Purgatory battlefield, in order to give Huaner peace of mind, it was important that he made sure her parents settled down before they left. "We plan to stay in the Saint Province realm for the time being," Duzan said as she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of satisfaction. At this moment, she looked like a mother-in-law who was pleased by her son-in-law. "We'll discuss future plans when you and Huaner return from the Purgatory battlefield." Although Duzan and Lian Chu were aware of the dangers lurking in the Purgatory battlefield, they were assured by Duan Ling Tian's brimming confidence. Moreover, Lian Chu had seen Duan Ling Tian injuring Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, whom even Lian Chu was no match for. Over the next period of time, Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, Duzan, and Lian Chu wandered to every corner of the Saint Province realm. When they passed through places Duan Ling Tian had connections to, Huaner would explain them to her parents and recount Duan Ling Tian's experiences to them. When Duzan and Lian Chu heard about Duan Ling Tian's experiences, they realized it was a miracle that Duan Ling Tian was able to survive until today considering the hard life he had led. After all, Duzan and Lian Chu were born in privilege. One of them was born in the Phantom Fox clan, and the other had a noble background and joined the Heaven-grade Heavenly Sword Mountain when he grew up. When it was close to their meeting time, only Little Gold showed up. "Brother Ling Tian, I spoke to Little Black and Little White before I snuck out. They told me the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder are keeping a close eye on them so they haven't found a chance to sneak out. They don't dare to act recklessly since if they're caught, it would be even more difficult for them to sneak out again. Both of them asked us to wait for another year. If they still can't leave at that time, we can enter the Purgatory field without them," Little Gold explained. "All right, then let's wait for another year." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was somewhat happy to hear this since this proved the Dragon Clan truly cherished Little Black and Little White. In fact, it was far beyond what he had expected. After a year had passed, Little Black and Little Gold still failed to show up. Therefore, Little Gold returned to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven to confirm that the duo was unable to follow them to Purgatory battlefield. After confirming the duo truly could not leave the Dragon Clan's estate, Duan Ling Tian and Little Gold had no choice but to enter the Purgatory battlefield without Little Black and Little White, in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Jade Emperor territory. Brother Ling Tian, the entrance to the Purgatory battlefield should be up ahead. Little Gold said when she saw a two-story building. The entrance to the Purgatory battlefield could be found in all Devata realms. However, the exits were not fixed even though one would usually be transported back to the Devata realm they came from. Duan Ling Tian randomly decided to enter the Purgatory battlefield through the entrance in the Jade Emperor Heaven. After all, it did not matter which entrance he used, they were all the same. When they drew closer to the buildings, they saw many small platforms around the building. There were people on some of the platforms as well. After these people inscribed their names on the platform, they would vanish into thin air. Brother Ling Tian, these transportation formations on the platforms will bring us to the Purgatory battlefield. All we need to do is inscribe our name on the platform, Little Gold said. Before leaving the Blood Moon Ridge in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, Little Gold had studied everything she could about the Purgatory battlefield. If someone who shares the same name as you enters the Purgatory battlefield, you won't be able to enter until that person is eliminated. Killing opponents in there will earn you military merits. You can easily check your merit points and rank with just a thought. Only those in the top 1,100 places will be ranked and be given military ranks. The top individuals will be given the rank of commander, the following 1,000 will be given the ranks of lieutenant. Apart from that, we can also use our military merit points to trade for a chance to enter secret zones. If you have enough military merits, you can trade for a chance to enter a certain secret zone on your own. Using up your military merits will not affect your ranking, Little Gold explained. After listening to Little Gold, Duan Ling Tian gained a better understanding of the Purgatory battlefield. It seems like we can enter in groups, Duan Ling Tian said when he saw people in groups of 2s and 3s being transported away at the same time. After a beat, he asked, Little Gold, since they're transported away together, they should appear at the same location in the Purgatory battlefield, right? Yes. Little Gold nodded and said with a smile on her face, Brother Ling Tian, all we have to do is use the same transportation formation and inscribe our name at the same time if we want to be transported to the same location in the Purgatory battlefield. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he called out Huaner before he led them to one of the small platforms. Following Little Gold's instructions, the trio inscribed their names at the same time before they vanished into thin air. When the darkness faded away and was replaced by light, Duan Ling Tian found himself in a place that was shrouded by thick fog. Due to the terrible visibility, he could not really see his surroundings. After he confirmed Little Gold and Huaner were both with him, he checked his military merits with just a thought. He discovered he had 1 military merit point and was ranked at the 137,615th place. Apart from that, he saw a list of names as well. It was not difficult for him to figure out the list of names was the ranking for the top 1,100 people in the Purgatory battle. Chapter 33 51 Celestial Lords with the 5 Divine Elements. With just 1 point I'm ranked in 137,615th place. Duan Ling Tian raised his brows slightly as he looked at Little Gold. It seems like not many have entered the Purgatory battlefield. Although the Purgatory battlefield was a treacherous place, there were many celestial lords from various Devata realms who were willing to risk their lives to enter the battlefield. After all, despite the danger, there were many treasures and fortuitous encounters there. In fact, many celestial lords, who could not break through and become celestial emperors, successfully broke through after entering the Purgatory battlefield. Some of them even managed to become titled celestial emperors. When Duan Ling Tian saw he was ranked within the 140,000th place with just a point, he assumed that was roughly the number of people who had entered the Purgatory battlefield. Upon hearing these words, Little Gold shook her head and explained with a smile, Brother Ling Tian, one's name would be struck off the ranking if one leaves the Purgatory battlefield before accumulating 2 military merit points. Apart from that, after accumulating 2 or more points, if one leaves and doesn't enter the Purgatory battlefield for more than 100 years, one's name would also be removed. Some of these people can't enter because they'd become celestial emperors. For those who can't enter due to other circumstances, if they choose to enter the Purgatory battlefield again, they would have to start from the bottom again. Therefore, based on our rankings, it means that there are more than 100,000 people who have accumulated 2 or more points in the past 100 years. Do you still the number is small? Duan Ling Tian learned new information about the Purgatory battlefield again after listening to Little Gold. It seemed like the number of people who came here was higher than it seemed. Brother Ling Tian, Little Gold added, usually, those who ranked from the 101st to the 1100th place rely on joining forces to climb up the ranks. Those who ranked in the top 100 are usually very capable. Before being promoted to the rank of commander, one would have to pass a test. In fact, if you take a closer look at the ranking, you'll see that the rankings of those who ranked 135th to 600th have stagnated, and they all have the same number of points. Duan Ling Tian instinctively checked the ranking. True enough, he saw more than 400 people at and below the 135th place with the same number of points. Little Gold continued to say, it's because they haven't passed the promotion test that they all have the same number of merit points. The limit of military merit points one can accumulate is 1,000 military merit points. To accumulate more than 1,000 merit points, one has to pass the promotion test. After passing the test, the limit will be raised to 2,000 military merit points. Therefore, without passing the test, you won't be promoted no matter how many merit points you've accumulated. These excess points can only be used to exchange for opportunities to enter secret zones. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the ranking again and discovered more than 40 people who ranked before the 135th place. Some of them shared the same number of points, which was 2,000 points, and some of them had more than 1,000 points. It was clear that the higher the rank, the higher the limit of the military merit points would be. Only the top 2 people on the ranking had 8,000 military merit points. Each time, the limit would be raised by 1,000 points. The highest limit is 8,000 points. Look at the top 2 people on the ranking. Although both of them have 8,000 points, it's likely that they have actually accumulated more than 8,000 points. They could have accumulated more than 10,000 points or even 100,000 points, but we'll never know due to the limit, Little Gold said. After a beat, she added, many people fail to advance because they keep failing the promotion tests. Are tests difficult? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The tests' difficulty level increases with each passing one. Why I said most of those who are ranked from the 101st place to the 1100th place usually rely on joining forces and are unable to advance is because the tests are individual tests. One can only rely on one's strength to pass the test. For this reason, those who rely on others to advance would find it difficult to climb up the ranks after a certain rank, Little Gold continued to explain. Those in the purgatory battlefield refer to passing the tests as passing the tribulations. Those who pass the tribulation after accumulating 1,000 points are considered top lieutenants. Although they've yet to enter the top 100 and become commanders, their strength shouldn't be underestimated. On the other hand, commanders who break the 2,000 point limit are referred to as level 1 commanders, those who break the 3,000 point limit are referred to as level 2 commanders, and so on. Finally, those who break the 7,000 point limit are called level 7 commanders. Little Gold paused for a moment after she finished speaking to allow Duan Ling Tian time to digest the information before she continued to say, it's said the 2 level 7 commanders who have 8,000 points are stronger than most celestial emperors. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock upon hearing these words. Stronger than most celestial emperors. Little Gold nodded. I was shocked as well when I heard this. After all, at most, the level 7 commanders are 10 direction celestial lords. No matter how powerful they are or how high their comprehension of the laws is, they confused profundities. So how can they can stronger than celestial emperors? At this moment, Little Gold's eyes flashed as she said in a solemn voice, however. It's not so shocking when you think about those extraordinary and heaven-defying celestial lords out there. These celestial lords are said to possess the legendary 5 divine elements or other heaven-defying techniques. Those who possess divine elements with the highest forms are naturally the strongest. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when Little Gold brought up the 5 divine elements. So there were celestial lords who possessed the 5 divine elements in the purgatory battlefield. In fact, no ordinary celestial lords would be able to break the 7,000 point limit. In fact, it's already difficult for ordinary celestial lords to break the 4,000 point and 5,000 point limit. Even comprehending all the profundities of a law to the mastery stage isn't enough to break the 1,000 limit unless they're not humans like me, Little Black, and Little White. Top-tier celestial beasts like us have a chance of breaking the 2,000 point limit with our unique techniques if we're 10 direction celestial lords who have comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage. For Huoner who's close to a divine beast, she might be able to break the 3,000 point limit. Little Gold looked at Huoner at the end of her sentence. It's almost impossible for non-humans to break the limits after the 3,000-point limit unless they too possess the 5 divine elements. There's a suspicion that those who manage to accumulate more than 4,000 points possess the 5 divine elements. There's no lack of people who want to rob the 5 divine elements from these people. Since most people aren't stupid enough to use their real names, it's difficult for these greedy people to look for those they suspect possess the 5 divine elements. Apart from that, it's difficult to search for someone since we can all change our auras and also disguise ourselves. As soon as Little Gold finished speaking, she suddenly transformed into a huge boulder before she reverted to her human form again as if to prove a point. The 5 divine elements. When Duan Ling Tian recovered from his shock, when realization dawned on him, he could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water in his little world, "Sister Water, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? This has to be the main reason you want me to come to the purgatory battlefield, right? You're hoping to evolve using this opportunity." "Yes," the world-cleansing divine water said, "I didn't mention it because I'm afraid you'd overthink matters. However, it's not too late for you to back out at this moment. After all, there are many people in this purgatory battlefield with higher forms of 5 divine elements. If we join forces, we might be able to defeat 7th form divine elements. However, we'll be doomed if we encounter 8th form divine elements. However, I don't if there's anyone who possesses an 8th form divine element." Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were shining brightly as he looked at Little Gold and Huaner before he said, "Little Gold, Huaner, let's leave." Chapter 3352. The greater the risk, the greater the rewards. Leave. Little Gold and Huaner were confused and surprised when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, Huaner did not question his words and supported his decisions as always. On the contrary, Little Gold could not help but ask, "Why do you want to leave suddenly?" Even the 5 divine elements assumed Duan Ling Tian planned to leave because he did not want to take the risks in the purgatory battlefield. All of them respected his decision and did not object to it. After all, they would be risking their lives as well. There was a possibility they might perish if they encountered divine elements with higher forms than them. Duan Ling Tian looked at Little Gold and shook his head as he said with a smile, "I don't want to become the fool who uses his real name in the purgatory battlefield." When Little Gold recovered from the shock, her eyes brightened immediately. "Brother Ling Tian, does this mean you possess the divine elements?" "Brother Ling Tian, you should have told me about this. Then, I would have told you about what I know before we enter the purgatory battlefield," Little Gold said with a wry smile on her face. "So how do we leave?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "We'll need to find the transportation site. Just think of it, and we'll be led to it. It's far more complicated to leave to prevent people from escaping when they encounter a stronger opponent," Little Gold replied. Duan Ling Tian thought about the transportation site as Little Gold instructed before he felt a force guiding him toward a certain direction. "There it is." Little Gold pointed in the direction where Duan Ling Tian felt the force was guiding him. Following that, the trio made their way to the transportation site. Up until now, Duan Ling Tian had yet to have a good look at the purgatory battlefield due to the thick fog shrouding the place. The atmosphere was gloomy and oppressive, making him eager to leave this area as soon as possible. About half an hour later, the trio finally arrived at the transportation site. A stone platform similar to the ones they saw outside hovered in the air. "Let's leave." As soon as the trio stood on the platform, their names appeared in the air. Huaner, Little Gold. "Our names will be erased since we only have 1 point. It'd be difficult if we've accumulated more than 2 points. If we want to remove our names, we can only enter again after 100 years have passed," Little Gold said. "Fortunately, you told me about this earlier," Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. In just a few moments, the trio was transported out. They arrived in the sky above a wasteland in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It was different from the place they had entered earlier. As soon as the trio appeared, they caught the attention of 2 celestial emperors who were battling near the transportation site in the Jade Emperor Heaven. They were 2 middle-aged men who somewhat resembled each other. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable lust as soon as they saw Huaner. "Let's go," Duan Ling Tian said after he briefly glanced at the 2 middle-aged men. Following that, he mobilized his energy to bring Huaner and Little Gold away. Upon sensing the energy from Duan Ling Tian, whom they assumed was the leader of the group, one of them exclaimed, "A celestial lord." The middle-aged man who was dressed in an azure robe said with a smile, "Elder brother, it's my turn to choose first, right?" You can choose the golden-clad young woman, I want the white-clad woman." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man who was dressed in green robes scoffed. "In your dreams, I want the woman in white. You can have the young woman in gold. If you're not willing, you can fight me for it." The azure-clad middle-aged man smiled sheepishly before he asked, "After you're done with her, why don't you let me have her?" "We'll talk about this when the time comes," the green-clad middle-aged man replied noncommittally. "All right, we should kill that young man first. He's such an eyesore," the azure-clad middle-aged man said with a chuckle. Then, he shot out, transforming into a ball of flames, toward Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, killing intent shone in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he heard the two middle-aged men's conversation, and his expression darkened immediately. He did not hesitate to borrow the 5 divine elements' powers. Following that, the 7 orifices exquisite sword that he had brought out turned into a 7-color sword ray before he merged himself and the spatial energy from the law of space with the sword ray. "How dare a puny celestial lord like you attack me?" The azure-clad middle-aged man scoffed when he saw Duan Ling Tian making a move. However, as Duan Ling Tian drew closer, his eyes widened in horror. No, how's this possible?" As soon as the 7-color sword ray collided with the ball of flames, Little Gold saw the sword ray easily pierce the ball of flames, killing the azure-clad middle-aged man. The sword ray did not stop and its momentum did not lessen as it continued to shoot toward the green-clad middle-aged man. No, the green-clad middle-aged man who had just witnessed the death of his brother did not even have time to react, let alone figure out how a celestial lord managed to kill a celestial emperor, when the sword ray was just barely inches away from him. He hastily pulled his celestial weapon out to defend against the sword ray. Alas, although he was slightly stronger than his brother, resistance was futile. The sword ray easily breached his defenses. How's this possible? Before his death, the green-clad middle-aged man sensed the auras of the 5 divine elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was beyond his understanding how someone managed to possess all 5 divine elements. After the green-clad middle-aged man died, the 7-color energy sword returned to Duan Ling Tian before vanishing into thin air. Little Gold stared at Duan Ling Tian with her mouth agape, her eyes were brimming with admiration and awe. "Brother Ling Tian, you possess all 5 divine elements." Since Duan Ling Tian did not bother to conceal the auras of the 5 divine elements from Little Gold and she was standing next to him, she could clearly sense the auras of all the divine elements along with the energy from the law of space. This is unbelievable." Little Gold looked at Duan Ling Tian incredulously. She did not even think it was possible for someone to possess all of the 5 divine elements until today. When she calmed down slightly, she asked curiously, "Brother Ling Tian, how did you obtain them?" Duan Ling Tian smiled before he said, "Let's make our way to the transportation site as we speak." At this time, Little Gold finally noticed Huaner, who was holding onto Duan Ling Tian's arms, looked calm. She asked, slightly surprised, "Huaner, you know about this?" Huaner smiled and nodded slightly. Since Duan Ling Tian treated Little Gold as his younger sister, she naturally treated Little Gold like her younger sister as well, even though Little Gold was, in fact, a few years older than her. During their journey to the transportation site, Duan Ling Tian answered all of Little Gold's questions. He did not bother hiding anything from her since he trusted her not to betray him. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, Little Gold said, "Brother Ling Tian, you're really lucky. All the 6th form 5 divine elements are willing to stay with you." Soon after, a slight frown appeared on her face before she added, clearly worried about Duan Ling Tian, "However, this means it'd be very dangerous for you to enter the purgatory battlefield. Normal people might not discover the 5 divine elements, but those who possess them can easily detect them." "I know." Duan Ling Tian nodded with a gentle smile on his face. "Don't worry about me, you should worry about those who possess any of the 5 divine elements. After all, it goes both ways, right? Moreover, I can't be so unlucky as to meet an 8th form divine element as soon as I enter the purgatory battlefield, right?" Soon after, the trio arrived at a transportation site to the purgatory battlefield. Chapter 33-53 Purgatory of Myriad Changes. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not use his own name. Instead, he used Sha Fei Wu as a pseudonym. The pseudonym was a portmanteau of the names of his 3 loved ones, Ka, Li Fei, and Feng Tian Wu. Sha was the Ka's family name in the Divine Offering Land, and the words, Fei, and Wu, came from Li Fei and Feng Tianwu's names respectively. As for Huaner, she used the name Du Tianling. Instead of using her father's surname, Lian, she decided to use her mother's surname, Du. Then, she switched Duan Ling Tian's around and came up with Tian Ling. Finally, Little Gold switched her name to Jin Yu. Jin was taken from her name, and the word Yu was related to the Blood Moon Ridge in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. She was a member of the Blood Moon Ridge after all. Sha Fei Wu, Du Tian Ling, Jin Yu. Now that their names had been replaced with new ones, the trio entered the purgatory battlefield again. Perhaps, apart from supreme powerhouses, no one would be able to connect the trio to their real names. We should alter our physical appearances as well, Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner and Little Gold. Duan Ling Tian changed his appearance to that of a handsome teenager who looked about 17 years old. Even then, he could not hide his extraordinary bearings. He looked like a young scholar, completely different from his original appearance. Huaner changed herself into a 16-year-old girl. Although she was still beautiful, it was nothing compared to her original appearance. Finally, Little Gold looked like a little girl who was not even 10 years old with 2 cute braids. She giggled and said, "If Little Black and Little White came here, they definitely won't be able to recognize us. That's only natural. After all, we've changed our appearances." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, "To further guard our identities, try to communicate through voice transmissions as much as possible. Unless we can kill all those who suspect us, we still risk being exposed." "All right, we will communicate through voice transmission from now on," Little Gold responded enthusiastically. Needless to say, Huaner had no objections as well. "Little Gold, the points of the people we kill will go to us, right?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "That's right," Little Gold responded, "the points will only go to the person who deals the killing blow. Therefore, if you want to help someone gain points, you can only injure the opponent and let the person you want to help deal the killing blow." In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, and Little Gold had already been in the purgatory battlefield for a month now. However, during this time, the opponents they encountered all possessed very few points. Even after killing all of them, Duan Ling Tian did not even make it into the top 100,000. "Little Gold, let's go to the purgatory of myriad changes," Duan Ling Tian said to Little Gold. The purgatory of myriad changes was in the heart of the purgatory battlefield where free secret zones that one could enter without using military merit points mostly appeared. For this reason, almost half of the number of people who entered the purgatory battlefield would go to the purgatory of myriad changes. As a result, there were always battles there, and it was also a place where many died. Naturally, this place was also where one could quickly earn points. Whenever a free secret zone appeared, it would remain open until the number of people in the zone reached the limit. Once one entered the secret zone, one was free to roam the entire place and search for treasures and fortuitous encounters. It was not surprising that there were many people lurking around, hoping to gain points by preying on those who were waiting for the appearance of a free secret zone. Depending on one's luck, the purgatory of myriad changes could be heaven or hell. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Little Gold voiced her concerns. "Brother Ling Tian, shouldn't we lay low? Although the purgatory of myriad changes is vast, there are many people there as well. What if we're unlucky and encounter someone with a 7th form or 8th form divine element? What are you going to do at that time?" It would not be too risky if Duan Ling Tian did not possess the 5 divine elements. Possessing a divine element was like painting a huge target on one's back for those who also possessed divine elements to see, let alone Duan Ling Tian who possessed all of the 5 divine elements. Usually, one would only attack someone who possessed the same divine element since one could only evolve one's divine element by devouring the same divine element. Moreover, since the 5 divine elements were all prideful, it would be somewhat difficult to try to attack another person with a different divine element to gain their divine elements since divine elements were usually too prideful to share the same host. Based on this, one could see how rare Duan Ling Tian's situation was. He was lucky that he encountered the divine elements when they were in their lower forms since it was easier for him to persuade them. Although the world-cleansing divine water had quite a high form when Duan Ling Tian first encountered it, it was easily persuaded to join Duan Ling Tian because Duan Ling Tian had obtained the divine tree of life in the remnant of a realm of gods. At that time, the world-cleansing divine water was also desperate to leave the remnant of the realm of gods. For these reasons, it put its pride aside and decided to share a host with the other divine elements. However, For Duan Ling Tian, who possessed all 5 divine elements, it meant that he was a target for everyone who had a divine element regardless of which one it was. There might not be anyone with an 8th form divine element in the purgatory battlefield, Duan Ling Tian said reassuringly. Even if there is, I might still be able to kill him or her before the 8th form divine element can make a move on the 5 divine elements in my body. Without a host, it won't be able to devour my 5 divine elements even if it survives. His eyes flashed brightly at the end of his words. Duan Ling Tian had spoken to the world-cleansing divine water at length about this matter. Naturally, things were not as simple as Duan Ling Tian described to Little Gold. He had downplayed the situation so as not to worry Little Gold and Huaner. Despite being silent, he could tell Huaner was worried about him as well, judging by how tight her grip around his arm was. Different situations call for different actions. I, Duan Ling Tian, have been through highs and lows. Those who want me dead must be prepared to die, Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes shone with determination. With just a thought, the trio was guided by a force to the purgatory of myriad changes. A few days passed before they drew close to their destination. The force grew stronger and stronger as well as they drew closer. At this point, the trio was silent, all of them were on guard. During the past few days, they have killed more than 10 people. This number surpassed the number of people they killed a month ago. Soon enough, the gloomy wasteland in their surroundings gradually changed. The ground and the mountains seemed to be drenched in blood. Blood was everywhere as far as the eyes could see. This must be the purgatory of myriad changes. At this moment, Little Gold suddenly looked at the corner of a towering mountain that was behind a medium-height mountain. As a rodent celestial beast, her senses were very sharp. They were considered extraordinary even among celestial beasts and divine beasts. Brother Ling Tian, there are people over there. As soon as Duan Ling Tian and Huaner looked in the direction of Little Gold's gaze, voices suddenly rang from the mountain peak. They discovered us, Brother Xian. That little girl doesn't seem to be human. Even if she's a celestial beast, it should be impossible for her to discover us. She must be one of those celestial beasts with extraordinarily keen senses. 4 young men who looked identical, save for a few differences, suddenly walked out. Since this was the purgatory battlefield and they can easily change their appearances, these young men might not necessarily be quadruplets. Consider yourself unlucky for running into us, one of the 4 young men said with a smile as he suddenly shot into the sky. Following that, the other young men flew in different directions, surrounding Duan Ling Tian and the 2 women. The 4 young men were positioned in a unique formation when they surrounded the trio. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow. A joint strike formation. We can't be sure yet who's unlucky for running into whom. Meanwhile, Little Gold heaved a sigh of relief inwardly when she received a voice transmission from Duan Ling Tian, telling her that none of the 4 young men possessed the 5 divine elements. When she shifted her gaze back to the young men again, her corners of lips lifted up into a smirk. Chapter 3354 The 5th Form Chaos Divine Flame. Celestial talismans such as communication talismans could not be used in the purgatory battlefield. However, celestial weapons and artifacts were permitted. At this moment, the 4 young men who surrounded Duan Ling Tian and the others brought their celestial weapons out. 2 of them used swords, 1 used a saber, and the other one wielded a spear. The 4 young men seized the opportunity to strike first to gain the upper hand. In the purgatory battlefield, surviving was the most important. Everything else was not important in comparison to keeping oneself alive. Therefore, one would either agree to get along or kill. When the 4 young men struck, their attacks merged in a strange manner. The combined force of their attacks that was on par with that of a celestial emperor startled Duan Ling Tian slightly. Naturally, this level of attack was no cause for concern for him. It seems like it's your bad luck for running into me. Duan Ling Tian glanced at them indifferently before he brought out his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Apart from that, he used the space energy from the law of space and the powers from the 5 divine elements as well. However, he did not borrow much of the 5 divine elements' powers, although it would not affect the number of times he would be able to use their powers. Just a little of their powers, after they stayed in his little world that contained the heaven and earth spirit energy from the remnant of a realm of gods, were enough to deal with the 4 young men after all. Duan Ling Tian simply slashed the sword horizontally without any flowery movements, launching a 7-color sword ray that swept toward 4 young men's combined attack. The frightening sword ray swept out like a tsunami, easily destroying the 4 men's combined attack like a predator devouring its prey. The law of space and the 5 divine elements. It's the 5 divine elements. He has all 5 divine elements. The 4 young men were frightened out of their wits when they discovered not only did Duan Ling Tian possess the divine elements, but he possessed all 5 divine elements. Alas, before they could even react, the 7-color sword ray landed on them, killing them instantly. After everything was done and dusted, Little Gold asked with a smile, "Big brother Ling Tian, with these 4 young men, you should have quite a lot of military merit points now, right?" They were quite strong, after all. Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian checked his points. "My current points allow me to enter the top 100,000. I'll be able to enter the top 10,000 soon. As for their strength, their combined strength is comparable to that of an ordinary celestial emperor." "Huh, so little points. Oh, well, at least they helped you to enter the top 100,000. Little Gold looked somewhat disappointed upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. After a beat, she added, "In fact, their combined strength isn't too bad. It's just a pity that they ran into you. I guess they just entered the purgatory battlefield not too long ago." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Then, he said to Little Gold, "All right, we should explore this place and take advantage of the terrain here and find a place to hide. It'd be good if we can find a place that's suitable to launch sneak attacks." As for Huaner, Duan Ling Tian did not really need to explain much to her since she would follow him wherever he went. The purgatory of myriad changes terrain would change from time to time. Moreover, not everyone in the purgatory of myriad changes would be submitted to the same change. For example, earlier, the terrain under Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, and Little Gold's feet had shifted, bringing them close to the 4 young men. However, on the young men's side, their terrain did not change at all. It was simply Duan Ling Tian and the others walking close to their hiding place. It was as though the terrain in the purgatory of myriad changes had delivered the trio to the young man. At this moment, the trio finally found a place to hide. Duan Ling Tian decided to find a place to hide since he thought it would be more advantageous. After all, he stayed put. The changing terrain would definitely send someone to them sooner or later. Not long after the trio hid behind a peak of a mountain, Little Gold, who had especially good eyesight, looked to the left. There's another person on the other side as well. Just as Little Gold discovered people on the left side, Duan Ling Tian discovered one person on the right side. As soon as both sides met, they immediately confronted each other. 1 versus 2. Little Gold's eyes were bright as she watched the people. He must be quite strong since he's bold enough to come alone to this place. However, is he strong enough to fight 2 people at once? We'll find out in a moment, Duan Ling Tian said with an indifferent smile on his face. As soon as his voice fell, the Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in his ears. "How lucky, he has the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame." Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look at the middle-aged man who was fighting 2 people at once. The middle-aged man was dressed in a green long robe, and his appearance was ordinary. He wielded an enormous saber when he fought, and based on the techniques he used, it was clear he had comprehended the law of fire. On the other hand, the green-clad middle-aged man's 2 opponents were rather strong as well. Their strength was almost that of a celestial emperor. This meant their strength was at the peak of the celestial lord stage. The green-clad middle-aged man attacked with his flaming saber, sending out balls of flame. At this time, he had yet to use the power of the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. "Why hasn't his 5th form Chaos Divine Flame discovered your presence?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He knew that divine elements could sense each other, and the world-cleansing divine water had spoken to him about this before as well. From the moment the green-clad middle-aged man arrived, he did not glance in Duan Ling Tian's direction at all. It was clear his 5th form Chaos Divine Flame had not detected the presence of Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements. "Since the moment you stepped foot onto the purgatory battlefield, all of us have been concealing our auras. If you don't make a move, divine elements with lower forms than us won't be able to detect our presence," the world-cleansing divine water explained. "However, if that Chaos Divine Flame has the same form as the Chaos Divine Flame in your body, it would be able to detect the Chaos Divine Flame in your body, but it would not be able to detect the for us. This applies to all similar elements. A world-cleansing divine water that has the same form as I do would be able to detect but not the others. A divine element has to be in the 7th form at least to discover all of us." Duan Ling Tian nodded after listening to the world-cleansing divine water's explanation. "Those 2 aren't his opponents at all. The power he gets from his 5th form Chaos Divine Flame isn't little," the Chaos Divine Flame said. as though proving the Chaos Divine Flame's words right. The green-clad middle-aged man who seemed to be losing suddenly erupted with strength from his fifth form Chaos Divine Flame when his two opponents let down their guards. In just a moment, the two were killed by the green-clad middle-aged man. Needless to say, apart from their spatial rings, their military merit points had also gone to him. "Let's make a move now," Duan Ling Tian said to Little Gold at this moment. He was not going to let go of the opportunity to gain more military merit points. Most importantly, he was not going to let go of the chance to let his Chaos Divine Flame devour the middle-aged man's fifth form Chaos Divine Flame. At this point, the middle-aged man also discovered the trio's presence. "Oh, another 3 people are delivering themselves to me." The green-clad middle-aged man's eyes flashed with killing intent. The flames surging around his body from his previous fight had yet to dissipate as he flew toward the trio. The green-clad middle-aged man was a 10-direction celestial lord who had comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Coupled with the fifth form Chaos Divine Flame in his body, his strength far exceeded those of the 4 young men whom Duan Ling Tian killed earlier. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian did not even need the Chaos Divine Flame's help to deal with the green-clad middle-aged man. He smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth, as he said, "Thank you." The green-clad middle-aged man was momentarily confused when he saw the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face. "Thank you, for what?" After he recovered his senses, he said disdainfully, "Thank you. Brat, don't tell me you think you can obtain my military merit points because you have 2 additional people on your side." Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in front of the middle-aged man, held the thrumming 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand as he said with a grin on his face, "No, you misunderstand. I'm not only taking you for delivering your points to me, but I'm also thanking you for delivering your Chaos Divine Flame to me. You discovered the Chaos Divine Flame in my body." The green-clad middle-aged man's gaze turned frosty when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, his expression changed drastically when he heard his Chaos Divine Flame's voice. "Run now, he has a 6th form Chaos Divine Flame. If you fight him, I won't be able to help you at all." The green-clad middle-aged man was still in a daze as the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame said in a panic-laden voice, "No, it's too late to run. Hurry up and kill him. Do it before his Chaos Divine Flame has a chance to devour me. Hurry, he might not be stronger than you." To save itself, the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame intended for the green-clad middle-aged man to kill Duan Ling Tian. After all, he managed to kill Duan Ling Tian. The Chaos Divine Flame in Duan Ling Tian's body would be without a host. Even a 6th form Chaos Divine Flame would find it hard to devour a 1st form Chaos Divine Flame without a host. This was because the strength the host provided to a divine element was essential in devouring another divine element. 6th form Chaos Divine Flame. The green-clad middle-aged man finally regained his senses. His expression was grim. He did not waste time and struck with all his might like his life depended on it, which was indeed the case. If his Chaos Divine Flame was devoured, only death awaited him. Moreover, there was a chance that he would also die even if he managed to kill his opponent. After all, his opponent's Chaos Divine Flame definitely would refuse to stay in his body. If it entered another person's body, would he not be killed as well? In just an instant, flaming energy sabers seemed to weave a net in the sky, closing in on Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, even if he killed the counterpart after the devouring is complete, he might not be able to avoid death. Chapter 3355 The Myriad Phenomena Formation. The middle-aged man attacked with all his strength. A flaming net, which contained the force of all the profundities from the law of fire that had been comprehended to the mastery stage, fell on Duan Ling Tian. However, a piercing sword cry rang in the air as the sword ray from the 7 orifices exquisite sword cut through the flaming net as though it was made from paper. The 7-color sword ray devoured the flames like a ravenous beast. With just one strike, Duan Ling Tian destroyed the flaming net. As the middle-aged man watched in horror as Duan Ling Tian easily destroyed his attack, his 5th form Chaos Divine Flames' terrified voice rang in his ears. Heavens, not only does he have the 6th form, but he has the 6th form Profound Divine Metal, Clear Heavens Divine Wood, World Cleansing Divine Water, and Chaos Divine Earth as well. How's this possible? What kind of monster is he? How can he have all 5 divine elements? Moreover, all of them are in their 6th forms. I'm done for. No, the middle-aged cried out, seemingly regaining his senses when the seven-color sword ray was just inches away from him. He mobilized his energy immediately in an attempt to block the seven-color sword ray. At the same time, he shouted at the fifth form Chaos Divine Flame anxiously, asking for help. Alas, the middle-aged man's call for help went unanswered. After all, the fifth form Chaos Divine Flame could not even protect itself at this moment. How could it have time to help the middle-aged man? Duan Ling Tian's attack contained the forces from the divine elements except for the Chaos Divine Flame. This was because the Chaos Divine Flame had shot out of his body and entered the middle-aged man's body to devour the middle-aged man's fifth form Chaos Divine Flames. It did not need help from the other divine elements to devour a fifth form Chaos Divine Flame. The seven-color sword ray quickly killed the middle-aged man. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's Chaos Divine Flame shot out of the middle-aged man's body and returned to Duan Ling Tian's little world. Needless to say, it had successfully devoured the fifth form Chaos Divine Flame. At this time, Little Gold's voice suddenly rang in the air. Wow, Brother Ling Tian, you've just entered the top 700 and became a lieutenant. It seems like that middle-aged man was a lieutenant. In the Purgatory battlefield, those who ranked in the top 1,100 would be given military titles. Those who were ranked in the top 100 would be given the title of commander, while those who ranked from 101st to 1,100th would be given the title of lieutenant. Since Duan Ling Tian killed the middle-aged man, he naturally obtained the middle-aged man's military merit points and shot into the top 700. Duan Ling Tian's pseudonym, Sha Fei Wu, rose in rank swiftly like a dark house before everyone's eyes. However, no one really paid attention to the name Sha Fei Wu since there were many talented people in the Purgatory battlefield as well. Moreover, he only entered the top 700. Perhaps, once he rose higher in ranks, he would gain more attention. Compared to the small number of commanders, there were many lieutenants after all. Little Gold thought to herself, it's unfortunate that this man ran into Brother Ling Tian. With his strength, if he didn't die, it's likely that he'll be able to become a commander. Since Little Gold had witnessed the middle-aged man's strength earlier, she knew that he would have continued to rise in ranks if Duan Ling Tian did not kill him. After a moment, Little Gold said with a smile, Big Brother Ling Tian, you have 800 military merit points now. You can exchange them for a chance to enter a secret zone. Even if you spend your points, it won't affect your ranking. With Little Gold's reminder, Duan Ling Tian focused his thoughts. It did not take long before a few options to enter the secret zones appeared in his mind. These options were similar to options in games that he played during his time on Earth. No wonder this place was rumored to be part of a game between supreme powerhouses. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered that it cost very little points to enter a secret zone with other people. The more people he entered the secret zone with, the fewer military merit points it would cost. Needless to say, the fewer people, the more it would cost. 500 military merit points. It cost so many points to enter the secret zone alone. Duan Ling Tian could not help but exclaim, if I choose to enter alone, I'll be able to bring people with me as long as I'm willing. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he saw this note under the option to enter the secret zone alone. Naturally, under normal circumstances, he would have preferred to enter alone. However, Huaner and Little Gold were with him at this moment. After a brief moment, Duan Ling Tian said, Huaner, Little Gold, I'm going to exchange my military merit points for a chance to enter a secret zone now. We'll enter the secret zone together. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian exchanged his military merit points to enter the secret zone alone. In just a blink of an eye, 500 military merit points were deducted. However, the total number of points he had obtained thus far was still displayed next to his current remaining points. Following that, a guiding force appeared and began to pull him in a specific direction. It's there, Duan Ling Tian said before he led Huaner and Little Gold away. In just a blink of an eye, they left the purgatory of myriad changes. Duan Ling Tian finally came to a halt after a day and a night in a seemingly endless desert. To be precise, they were now at the ruins in the desert. The buildings in the ruins were dilapidated, the years had left their marks on them. Big Brother, is the secret zone in the ruins? Little Gold asked. No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. It's on the other side of the ruins. We'll need to pass through the ruins to get to it. Huaner and Little Gold followed Duan Ling Tian's lead and descended from the sky. The trio entered the ruins through a path. With just a glance, one could see the path was forcefully made. After traveling for a while, the path suddenly came to an end. Perhaps, the powerhouse who created the path found nothing of value in this place and decided to leave. In any case, this meant the trio was now faced with a dead end. Little Gold asked, "Brother Ling Tian, what should we do now?" Following that, Huaner, who was usually silent, said, "Brother Ling Tian, I can sense the aura of an illusory formation from where the path ends." After Duan Ling Tian finishes speaking, the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. He brought the sword down cleanly, forging a path into the illusory formation. As soon as the trio entered the formation, Huaner said helplessly, "Brother Ling Tian, this formation is too strong. My current strength isn't enough to break the formation at all. In fact, even if I were a celestial emperor now and further mastered my inherited techniques, I still might not be able to break this formation." "This isn't surprising," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "The purgatory battlefield is a playground created by supreme powerhouses after all. How can the formation they created to separate the secret zone from the battlefield be easy to break?" Duan Ling Tian followed the instructions he had received earlier and easily broke the formation before he continued to lead Huaner and Little Gold inside. Soon enough, a palace appeared in the distance in front of the trio. On both sides of the path that led to the palace entrance were numerous statues of boys, girls, young men, young women, old men, and old women. There were also statues of celestial beasts of all shapes and sizes that resembled dragons, tigers, and leopards, just to name a few. "We're here," Duan Ling Tian said, "the secret zone is in the palace." "No, this entire place is the secret zone." At the same time, Duan Ling Tian had a feeling the statues that lined the sides of the path were tests he had to overcome before entering the palace. Perhaps, this was the first test in the secret zone. "Follow me," Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes glinted. In just a moment, the 7 orifices exquisite sword spun around his body. At the same, he called out, "Sister Water, can you see if there's something strange with the statues?" The world-cleansing divine water promptly replied, "It's the myriad phenomena formation." The myriad phenomena formation? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. This formation can't be completely broken. It's a kind of illusory formation that has both defensive and offensive strength. You'll have to overcome many challenges to pass through this formation. Chapter 3356 The Law of Time and Royal Grade Pills. Then how should I pass through this formation? Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point. "With our powers, there's no need for you to worry. We'll act according to the situation," the world-cleansing divine water said. "Don't forget, our combined strength is more powerful than that of a 7th form divine element. This formation won't pose a problem to you. Moreover, this is only the first of the tests in the secret zone. If you can't even pass the first test, how are you going to face other tests in the future?" Duan Ling Tian realized he had been too cautious and pessimistic upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words. Ever since he heard the purgatory battlefield was created by supreme powerhouses, he had subconsciously thought of it as a difficult and dangerous place. Following that, Duan Ling Tian no longer hesitated and led Huaner and Little Gold away. As they traveled on the path to the entrance of the palace, the statues came to life one after another and attacked Duan Ling Tian. However, he discovered the strongest of the statues was only comparable to a 10-direction celestial lord who had comprehended all profundities to the mastery stage. Such strength was no threat to him at all. Therefore, the trio successfully entered the palace. As soon as Duan Ling Tian stepped foot into the palace, he suddenly came to a halt. He could sense a law that he was familiar with. As soon as they entered the palace, Duan Ling Tian discovered that their movements and time seemed to have slowed down tremendously. Huaner asked curiously, "Brother Ling Tian, is this the law of time?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly. Although he had briefly comprehended the law of time in the past, he did not successfully comprehend the fundamental profundity from the law of time because he was too focused on the law of space. He felt that this was an opportunity for him to comprehend the law of time. Time elemental profundity. Duan Ling Tian focused his mind. He raised his hand, and his celestial origin energy surged out with a raise of his hand. In just a moment, he felt as though he had been enlightened. This is the time elemental profundity. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he had grasped the fundamentals of the law of time. Naturally, this was just the first step. After all, the power of the law of time did not come from its fundamental profundity alone, but it came from the combination of all the profundities. If I can comprehend the law of time, I'll be able to control the speed of time. In fact, after comprehending it to a certain stage, I can even stop time. Duan Ling Tian was aware of how formidable the law of time was. Similar to the law of space, the law of time, also one of the four supreme laws, was not easy to comprehend. Moreover, it was also much more powerful compared to the other supreme laws. Perhaps, due to its difficulty, he had never met an opponent who had comprehended the law of time. Although the law of time is powerful, I'll have to start from the beginning if I want to comprehend it. I've comprehended the law of space to such a stage that I don't have much time to comprehend the law of time. Moreover, after becoming a celestial emperor, I'll have to focus on fusing my profundities through the supreme powerhouse divinity. Duan Ling Tian was aware that it would not be time effective for him to comprehend the law of time now, so he was not too excited when he comprehended the time elemental profundity. After Duan Ling Tian sorted his thoughts, he asked, "Little Gold, what's in this secret zone? Is it celestial fruits and celestial pills that can boost a celestial lord's strength?" Duan Ling Tian's main purpose for coming to the purgatory battlefield was to obtain celestial fruits and celestial pills that would boost his cultivation base. He wanted to become a celestial emperor as quickly as he could to improve his comprehension of the law of space. Otherwise, as long as he was not a celestial emperor, he would not be able to improve his comprehension of the law of space by fusing profundities. Due to the treasures in the secret zones, many celestial lords flocked to the purgatory battlefield even though it was deadly and fraught with danger. Otherwise, why would these celestial lords risk their lives to come to such a deadly place? Little Gold smiled before she replied, "Brother Ling Tian, whether it's this secret zone or other secret zones, celestial fruits and celestial pills are the most basic treasures in the secret zones. The most valuable treasures one can obtain in a secret zone are divine artifacts and things that can help with one's comprehension of the law. There are other treasures as well that are only beneficial to those who aren't humans. You can use these treasures to trade with non-humans." Duan Ling Tian discovered the celestial fruits and the celestial pills he coveted were not considered valuable at all in the secret zones after listening to Little Gold's words. Following that, Duan Ling Tian continued walking. After he left the main hall, he encountered another test in one of the hallways. Dark figures shot out from the shadows and began to attack at lightning speed. Before Huaner and Little Gold could react, the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword spun out and easily destroyed the dark figures. As the trio continued down the hallway, they were attacked by the dark figures 9 times. Each time they appeared, they would grow stronger. Nevertheless, they did not pose any problem to Duan Ling Tian's Seven Orifices' exquisite sword. Even the strongest among the dark figures only lasted a short moment against the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword. This was not surprising since the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword that had been boosted by the powers of the 5 divine elements had boosted Duan Ling Tian's strength so much that he was even stronger than most ordinary titled celestial emperor. At this moment, Little Gold could not help but grumble, "We weren't rewarded for the first test. Don't tell me we're not going to be rewarded after this round of tests as well." Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he said, "If I'm not mistaken, the reward for the first test should be the chance to comprehend the law of time." He had comprehended the fundamental profundity from the law of time in an abnormally short time after all. What? Just that? Can that even be counted as a reward? How ridiculous. Whoever can comprehend the law of time in the time it took to enter the hallway must be a monstrous genius. It's clearly an impossible feat. Little Gold frowned. Little Gold was right. If Duan Ling Tian did not encounter the law of time in the past, he would not have been able to comprehend the time elemental profundity from the law of time earlier. Duan Ling Tian smiled. "It's not completely useless. It serves to build your foundation. If we encounter the law of time again, our comprehension will surely deepen." He was confident about this since it was precisely because he had encountered the law of time in the past that he managed to quickly comprehend the time elemental profundity earlier. The moment Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, a gentle breeze blew in the hallway, causing him to instinctively raise his head. Soon after, he discovered a bottle of pills had appeared in his hand. Duan Ling Tian looked at the bottle of the pills for a moment. "These are royal-grade pills." Royal-grade pills. Little Gold's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She looked at the words on the bottle before she said, "Brother Ling Tian, these pills can boost the cultivation bases of celestial lords, and they were refined by royal-grade celestial alchemists at the very least. However, you can only consume royal-grade pills 3 times. After that, they won't be effective. Since you don't know what they are, I assume you've never eaten royal-grade celestial pills." When Little Gold was in the Blood Moon Ridge, she had eaten royal-grade pills, so she was somewhat knowledgeable. Since she had already consumed royal-grade pills thrice, the pills were no longer useful to her. Boost the cultivation bases of celestial lords. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. Indeed, not only had he never eaten royal-grade pills before, but he had never seen them before as well. Due to the rarity of celestial pills that could boost his strength, he had never eaten any celestial pills after becoming a celestial lord. After all, royal-grade celestial alchemists and those at a higher stage who could refine such pills were rare. Most heaven-grade forces and a small number of Heavenly Emperor's forces did not have such celestial alchemists. Apart from the Heavenly Emperor's forces, perhaps, only those heaven-grade forces with a long history had such celestial alchemists. When Duan Ling Tian looked into the pill bottle, he discovered there were 10 royal-grade pills. After giving 3 pills to Huaner, he asked, "Little Gold, how long would it take us to absorb the efficacy of the pills after eating it?" Chapter 3357 Cultivating in a Frenzy. Brother Ling Tian, the royal-grade pills will take effect quickly. It'll only take a few days for the 3 pills to take effect. For those below the stage of an 8 trigrams celestial lord, the 3 pills can raise a level of their cultivation bases, Little Gold replied. After all, royal-grade pills are incredibly effective at boosting celestial lords' cultivation bases. It's a pity they're so rare. In that case, Huaner and I will eat the pills and cultivate for a few days before we continue to explore this place. Little Gold, I'll have to trouble you to protect us while we cultivate. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner did not waste time and quickly ate the royal-grade pills before they sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Since Duan Ling Tian had full control of the heaven and earth energy in his little world, he channeled some of it toward Huaner as well to help with her cultivation. Despite the energy coming from a remnant of a realm of gods, it was not inferior to those from realms of gods. Just as Little Gold had said, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner managed to raise their cultivation bases in just 3 days. Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the changes in his energy. Even Huaner's energy and aura seemed more ethereal than before, like that of a fairy. As they continued to explore the secret zone, they encountered many other tests. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian easily passed those tests. He even managed to obtain 2 celestial fruits that could boost his cultivation base as soon as he ate them. He did not need to cultivate after eating the celestial fruits. He was naturally delighted that he could save time. At this moment, the trio had come to the area behind the palace. Little Gold frowned and asked, "Why can't we leave the secret zone?" Duan Ling Tian said, "There's a voice in my mind asking me if I want to take the test to raise the limit to 1,000 military merit points." The voice was gender-neutral, causing Duan Ling Tian to be unable to guess if the owner of the voice was male or female. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, the same voice rang in Little Gold and Huaner's minds as well. Little Gold said decisively, "Let's get the test over it. After all, we'll have to face it sooner or later." Following that, the trio flew up into the sky toward 3 mysterious gateways in the sky. Little Gold said, "Brother Ling Tian, Huaner, after passing the test, we'll be transported out to the same place. Let's wait for each other there." Following that, the trio entered the 3 gateways respectively. It's difficult for human 10 directions celestial lords who didn't comprehend a supreme law to break the 1,000-point limit even if they've comprehended all their profundities to the mastery stage. However, it's possible for those who learned extraordinary techniques to break the limit even if they didn't comprehend any of the 4 supreme laws. Those who are capable of breaking the 1,000-point limit are the top lieutenants and level 1 commanders. These thoughts were running through Duan Ling Tian's mind as he appeared above a raging sea of flames. He only regained his senses when he felt the heat from the surging flames beneath his feet. Subsequently, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered the sea of flames seemed endless. Moreover, he could sense a strange aura in the sea of flames. Well, let's just get this over it. Duan Ling Tian easily passed the test and broke the 1,000-point limit. The 7 orifices exquisite sword that had been boosted by the 5 divine elements and the law of space struck the sea of flames. When the explosions died down, Duan Ling Tian saw the corpses of some creatures floating in the sea of flames. At the same time, he saw a few flaming celestial beasts charging toward him. The 7-color sword ray spinning around Duan Ling Tian suddenly multiplied and swept toward the unintelligent flaming celestial beasts like a tsunami, easily killing them. In less than 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian's surroundings changed, and he discovered he was standing in the empty area behind the palace. Huaner and Little Gold aren't out yet. It took another half an hour before Huaner appeared, and another additional 15 minutes before Little Gold appeared. Huaner, you're really fast, Little Gold exclaimed. She was not surprised to see Duan Ling Tian, but she was surprised that Huaner had passed the test faster than she did. Although Huaner was a divine beast, she did not expect Huaner to be so much stronger than her. She turned to Duan Ling Tian and asked through voice transmission, Brother Ling Tian, after Huaner came out, how long did it take before I came out? Not long. Although Duan Ling Tian had only reunited with Little Gold recently, he could tell Little Gold had a tendency to compare herself to Huaner. Therefore, he only gave a vague answer. Brother Ling Tian, please be specific, Little Gold said anxiously, how much longer did I take? Since Little Gold was insistent, Duan Ling Tian could not continue protecting her pride. He could only answer honestly, 15 minutes. How can you say 15 minutes aren't long? Little Gold looked crestfallen when she heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. However, she quickly collected her thoughts, and her eyes shone with determination. I mustn't slack off in my cultivation anymore. Huaner's younger than me, but she's stronger than me. Although she's a divine beast, the conditions of my cultivation in the Blood Moon Ridge are superior to hers. Little Gold knew that if Huaner were given great cultivation resources and treatments for 200 years like she was given in the Blood Moon Ridge, Huaner's current strength would probably be comparable to an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. Hence, she did not use the excuse of Huaner being a divine beast to justify her weaker strength. If she had been more hard-working in the past, it was likely that she would not be inferior to Huaner now. If Duan Ling Tian could read Little Gold's mind, he would have felt relieved that Little Gold was not discouraged, after leaving the secret zone that Duan Ling Tian had traded for to enter with. 500 military merit points, the trio continued exploring the purgatory battlefield. So far they were lucky in that they did not meet opponents who were stronger than them. Gradually, their points had reached 2,000 points. Naturally, they had accumulated more than 2,000 points, but due to the limit, their points stayed at 2,000. If there were no limit, Huaner would have accumulated slightly more than 2,000 points while Little Gold would have accumulated almost 3,000 points. However, Little Gold was behind Huaner in ranking since Huaner had accumulated 2,000 points first. Little Gold managed to accumulate more points than Huaner because the last person she killed had more than 1,000 points. Meanwhile, if there were no limit, Duan Ling Tian would have accumulated 6,000 points. It's about time for us to enter another secret zone to break the 2,000-point limit, Little Gold said. Up until now, the trio had only entered one secret zone. Following that, the trio exchanged their military merit points to enter a secret zone one after another. After the trio successfully broke the 2,000-point limit, Little Gold, who had felt the strain of the test, said, Brother Ling Tian, I'm afraid 3,000 points is as far as I can go. With my current strength, I won't be able to break the 3,000-point limit. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by these words since Little Gold had predicted this outcome before they entered the purgatory battlefield. He also knew that since Huaner was a divine beast, she had a slight advantage as well. In the end, Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner and Little Gold, let's focus on raising our cultivation basis for now. Little Gold, try your best to break through and become a 10-direction celestial lord. With that, you might be able to break the 3,000-point limit. As Duan Ling Tian suggested, the trio spent the next period of time cultivating in a frenzy. Little Gold, who had sensed Duan Ling Tian's heaven and earth energy from his little world when cultivating, said, Brother Ling Tian, after cultivating next to you, I don't feel like returning to the Blood Moon Ridge anymore. Chapter 3358 Duan Ling Tian becomes a 10-direction celestial lord. In just a blink of an eye, a few decades had passed. A few decades were not long to celestials in Devata realms, but to someone who had ascended roughly 200 years ago, a few decades felt like a long time. In a stone forest under a gloomy sky, a figure shot out from behind a huge boulder and flew up into the sky. The figure looked at the sky and murmured to himself, 30 years passed in just a blink of an eye. The figure belonged to a handsome young man dressed in a purple robe. His eyebrows that lent him a valiant air framed a pair of eyes that flashed with nostalgia. However, in just a moment, his eyes shone icily as though he had just recalled his enemy. At this moment, a peerless beauty appeared next to him and hugged his arm before she asked in a low voice, Brother Ling Tian, are you thinking about Sister Ka, Sister Fair, and Sister Tian Wu? Duan Ling Tian recovered from his dazed state and asked with a faint smile, Huaner, why did you come out? I followed you here when I saw you stopped cultivating. Brother Ling Tian, did you already break through and become a 10-direction celestial lord? Huaner asked. Recently, Little Gold and Huaner had broken through and become 10-direction celestial lords after one another. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who had yet to become a 10-direction celestial lord since his cultivation base was lower than the two of them when they started cultivating. Duan Ling Tian nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, I've just broken through." During the past few decades, apart from cultivating, Duan Ling Tian had continued searching for people to eliminate once he ran out of celestial fruits and celestial pills. This was so he could accumulate enough points to exchange for a chance to enter secret zones to obtain more celestial fruits and celestial pills. During that time, he had encountered a few people who possessed divine elements. Fortunately, the strongest person he encountered only possessed a 6th form divine element. He had yet to meet anyone who possessed a 7th form or an 8th form divine element. Since Duan Ling Tian's divine elements managed to devour 6th form divine elements respectively, all his divine elements, except for the Chaos Divine Earth, had evolved to 7th form divine elements. Moreover, for the Chaos Divine Flame that had devoured a 6th form Chaos Divine Flame and several 5th form Chaos Divine Flames were close to evolving to its 8th form. Brother Ling Tian, Huaner, Little Gold called out after she emerged from the stone forest. Her eyes were bright when she overheard Duan Ling Tian was now a 10-direction celestial lord. She moved next to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner before she asked, "Brother Ling Tian, are we going to leave the purgatory battlefield now or are we only leaving once we become celestial emperors?" None of them were interested in rising in ranks or obtaining a title in the purgatory battlefield. Their main purpose was to obtain the treasures here to quickly become celestial emperors. Little Gold had only asked this question because now that all of them have become 10-direction celestial lords, with Huaner and her close to becoming a celestial emperor, it would not be long before they were transported out of the purgatory battlefield. After all, the purgatory battlefield was only open to celestial lords. "Let's stay a little longer," Duan Ling Tian replied as his eyes glinted. "I've only just become a 10-direction celestial lord. Who knows if I might be able to find higher grade celestial fruits and celestial pills to raise my cultivation base if we stay a little longer." Duan Ling Tian was not lying to Little Gold. However, his main purpose of staying a little longer was due to the 5 divine elements. Apart from the Chaos Divine Earth, the other divine elements had transformed into their 7th forms. If Duan Ling Tian stayed in the purgatory battlefield, his 5 divine elements could continue to increase their strengths. After evolving, Duan Ling Tian recalled the world-cleansing divine water saying that if they joined forces, they had nothing to fear even if they encountered 8-form divine elements. For this reason, he wanted to stay a little longer so his 5 divine elements could continue to increase their strengths. Currently, after breaking another point limit, Duan Ling Tian was a level 6 commander. If he broke another point limit, he would become a level 7 commander. Up until now, there were only 2 level 7 commanders in the purgatory battlefield, and he had yet to meet any of them. The strongest opponents he had met so far were 2 level 6 commanders whose divine elements he had absorbed. One of them was a top celestial beast like Little Gold who possessed a 6th form profound divine metal and a divine artifact. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, there were very few people who were a match for him in the purgatory battlefield. The other person was a divine beast like Huaner who possessed a divine artifact and a 5th form world-cleansing divine water. Although he was strong, he was still killed by Duan Ling Tian. After killing the top celestial beast and the divine beast, not only did Duan Ling Tian gain many military merit points, his opponent's divine artifacts, and divine elements, but he also obtained many things that boosted Huaner and Little Gold's cultivation bases. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, Little Gold and Huaner naturally did not have any objection. "Let's go to the purgatory of myriad changes." Duan Ling Tian knew he did not have much time left in the purgatory battlefield. He did not plan to enter any more secret zones since the treasures in there could no longer help him much. While the trio traveled, Duan Ling Tian asked, "Sister Water, is there really no way for us to let the divine elements we encounter enter Huaner and Little Gold's bodies?" Over the past decades, Duan Ling Tian had asked the world-cleansing divine water this question many times. "I've said these to you many times now, unless it's a life or death situation, I don't think they should risk trying to get all 5 divine elements to reside in their bodies," the world-cleansing divine water replied. "The 5 divine elements chose their hosts, not the other way around. For example, when Duan Ling Tian first encountered the Chaos Divine Flame, his profound divine metal had to convince the Chaos Divine Flame to share a host. At that time, if the Chaos Divine Flame refused, there was nothing that could be done at all. In the Purgatory battlefield, it was possible that the divine elements might choose a host out of desperation after their former hosts were killed. However, this meant that there was a chance the divine elements would abandon the host that they had chosen in desperation when they encountered another host they were satisfied with. Not only would that negatively affect the hosts who were abandoned, but those who were abandoned risked getting killed by the divine elements, new hosts. Even if the new hosts did not have the intention to kill in the beginning, the divine elements would definitely persuade their new hosts to kill the hosts they abandoned. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, although there's a good chance that the divine elements might not abandon Huoner since she's a good host, I can't say the same for Little Gold. A top celestial beast is rare, but it isn't rare enough. Duan Ling Tian fell silent. This was not the first time he had heard these words. Put Little Gold aside, he was not sure if he should let Huoner take such a risk. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian finally made up his mind. Let's not take such risks for now. Even if Huoner obtained a divine element, it won't improve her strength much. Moreover, I'll protect her so it doesn't matter if she's a little weaker. As for Little Gold, I'll let her decide once she becomes a divine beast. The Purgatory battlefield isn't the only place with the 5 divine elements after all. There'll definitely be celestial emperors in the 9 Serenities battlefield who possess divine elements as well. At that time, if she decides she wants a divine element, I'll enter the 9 Serenities battlefield and help her obtain one. During their trip back to the Purgatory of Myriad Changes, the opponents whom Duan Ling Tian encountered were all rather weak. In fact, he could not be bothered to deal with some of them and let Huoner and Little Gold deal with them instead. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice that was brimming with excitement suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. A 6th form Chaos Divine Earth. Finally, it's finally here. At the same time, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. One of them belonged to a 3-meter tall and muscular man who was shirtless. Meanwhile, the other figure that sat on the tall and muscular man's shoulder was a short and skinny old woman. Chapter 3359 Encountering a Divine Beast. Although the muscular man and the skinny old woman were both staring at Duan Ling Tian, their gazes were different. The skinny old woman looked at Duan Ling Tian as though she was looking at a priceless treasure. Her eyes shone with greed and excitement. This was because her 6th form Chaos Divine Earth had also detected Duan Ling Tian's Chaos Divine Earth. A creepy and nefarious smile appeared on the woman's face as she said, "Boy, the Chaos Divine Earth in your body is mine." Duan Ling Tian only smiled faintly in response to the old woman's words. "Kill him." The old woman's expression darkened as she bellowed, "I'll leave the 2 girls to you, and I'll deal with this brat." Duan Ling Tian's current appearance was that of a white-clad teenager with the name Sha Fei Wu. Understood. The old woman shot up into the air as soon as her voice fell while the muscular man charged toward Little Gold and Huoner like a tank. Despite his size, his speed was incredibly fast. Flames began to surge from his body as shot toward the 2 women. Clearly, he had comprehended the law of fire. "Huoner, let me handle this muscle head, I'll leave that old woman to you," Little Gold said before she charged out to meet the muscular man. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Huoner teleported and appeared behind the old woman. The old woman spun around and unleashed a freezing energy. Based on this, it was obvious she had comprehended the law of ice. The energy seemed capable of freezing everything in its path, but it was still easily destroyed by Huoner. She continued to attack, unfazed. With that, Huoner and the old woman continued to fight, seemingly evenly matched. On the other hand, Little Gold had transformed into a huge golden mouse with powerful jaws that could not wait to crush her opponent's bones. At the same time, the muscular man let out a roar before he transformed into a humongous tree. The branches and leaves from the tree shot toward Little Gold menacingly like missiles. Similar to Huoner and the old woman, Little Gold and the muscular man seemed to be evenly matched. At this time, the old woman who was fighting Huoner suddenly transformed into a terrifying giant black hawk that was also a top celestial beast. Sharp saber rays shot from the hawk's claws toward Huoner, but Huoner remained unfazed. After all, how could a top celestial beast be a match for Huoner who was a divine beast? "Brother Ling Tian, ask your Chaos Divine Earth to attack her," Huoner said before the giant silhouette of the 1,000 phantom ice fox that was the size of a small hill appeared at her back. The giant hawk's eyes widened when he saw the silhouette. Why you? Why your AD divine beast?" Upon confirming Huaner was a divine beast, the force from the law of earth surged out of the old woman's body. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian teleported next to the old woman when the energy from her law of earth slightly waned. Did you forget about me? At this moment, the eyes of the thousand phantoms ice fox seemed to flash before a strange energy rolled out and shrouded the giant hawk, causing the giant hawk to fall into a daze. In just a split second, a seven-color sword ray shot toward the giant hawk with a force so destructive that it could crush anything that stood in its way. As the seven-color sword ray drew closer, an energy similar to that from the law of earth suddenly surged out of the giant hawk that was still in a daze. It was the old woman's chaos divine earth that had appeared to protect its host. How stupid, you can't even protect yourself, and you still want to protect your host. The childish voice of Duan Ling Tian's chaos divine earth rang in the air as it shot out of Duan Ling Tian's body toward the giant hawk. No, the giant hawk cried out in despair when the energy from the chaos divine earth suddenly disappeared. At this moment, she realized the chaos divine earth could not even protect itself, let alone protect her. The seven-color sword easily cleaved the giant hawk into two before reducing it to ashes. What was left were two mustard energies battling each other at this moment. In the beginning, the two chaos divine earths were evenly matched. However, the balance was easily broken as soon as the remaining divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's little world attacked. In fact, any of the seventh form divine elements was enough to help the chaos divine earth deal with the old woman's chaos divine earth. Therefore, one could imagine how easy it was to deal with the old woman's chaos divine earth when the four seventh form divine elements helped Duan Ling Tian's chaos divine earth. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's chaos divine earth successfully devoured and absorbed the old woman's chaos divine earth and transformed into a seventh form chaos divine earth. I've finally achieved the seventh form. The chaos divine earth's childish voice was brimming with delight and excitement. Since the other divine elements had achieved their seventh forms, with the chaos divine flame close to achieving its eighth form, the chaos divine earth had been feeling anxious. How could it not feel ecstatic now that it had achieved the seventh form? Lady Mian, the giant tree that was battling Little Gold, roared furiously when he discovered his companion's death. His power suddenly surged, causing Little Gold to fall into a disadvantageous position. Nevertheless, he was easily taken down by Duan Ling Tian's seven orifices exquisite sword. After killing the celestial beast and the celestial tree, Duan Ling Tian brought Huaner and Little Gold again. All those who encountered the trio did not survive. They encountered a few people who possessed sixth form divine elements, but none of them were the chaos divine flame. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian's chaos divine flame would have long evolved into an eighth form chaos divine flame. At this time, Duan Ling Tian had spent a decade wandering the purgatory of myriad changes. A seventh form world cleansing divine water. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had encountered a seventh form world cleansing divine water after wandering the place for a decade. A seventh form world cleansing divine water. Duan Ling Tian's opponent who possessed a seventh form world cleansing divine water was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a solemn expression on his face. His eyes flashed with greed when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Sister Water, it seems like you're in luck, Duan Ling Tian said to the world cleansing divine water. Don't be careless, the world cleansing divine water said in a grave tone. His seventh form world cleansing divine water makes me feel uneasy. Their bond is so incredibly strong that there's a possibility that the world cleansing divine water had chosen him as its host when he was still in his mother's womb. Moreover, he's not human, he's likely a divine beast. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened upon hearing the world cleansing divine water's words. A divine beast. Huaner was the only divine beast that he had met. Who would have thought the second divine beast he met would be his opponent? Brother Ling Tian, there's something about him that feels strange to me. Little Gold's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. The grimness in Little Gold's voice was something that Duan Ling Tian rarely heard. He knew that Little Gold must have sensed his opponent was different. He explained, he's a divine beast. What? Little Gold was stunned. When she regained her senses, her eyes shone when she looked at the middle-aged man. Brother Ling Tian, it seems like I'm rather lucky today. Lucky? What do you mean? Duan Ling Tian asked, puzzled. I'll explain to you once we eliminate him, Little Gold said. At this time, Huaner's voice transmission rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Brother Ling Tian, please be careful. There's something about him that makes me feel uneasy. Huaner was a divine beast that specialized in illusory techniques, so her senses were not as keen as Little Gold, who was a celestial rodent. Similar to most rodents, celestial rodents were incredibly alert, unlike most predators. Huaner, he's a divine beast just like you, Duan Ling Tian explained. Without waiting for her reply, he looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "You're the first divine beast I encountered in the purgatory battlefield. You better attack with everything you have. Otherwise, you don't stand a chance against me." The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Chapter 3360 The Turquoise Water Divine Tiger. You're quite observant for being able to tell that I'm a divine beast. A hint of surprise could be seen in the middle-aged man's eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Nevertheless, you're overestimating yourself. Since you seem to be in a hurry to die, I'll send you to your death now. The middle-aged man twitched slightly when he finished speaking. Following that, a giant silhouette appeared around him and gradually solidified. With that, the middle-aged man vanished. What stood in his place was a fierce turquoise beast that resembled the legendary white tigers from Earth. Meanwhile, after the middle-aged man reverted to his true form, Little Gold paled. She could barely resist his dominating aura as the silhouette of her true form flashed at her back. At the same time, the silhouette of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had also appeared behind Huaner. In fact, both Little Gold and Huaner did not summon the silhouettes of their true forms. They had appeared on their own accord after sensing the aura of a divine beast. At this moment, the fierce turquoise tiger shifted its disdainful gaze on Little Gold to Huaner and said, "I didn't expect to meet the Phantom Fox clan's Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox here." Turquoise Water Divine Tiger. Huaner finally identified the middle-aged man's true form based on her inherited memories. The Turquoise Water Divine Tiger was a divine beast that appeared once every 100,000 years. Similar to the Dragon Clan's 10-clawed Divine Dragon, this divine beast's offensive strength was high, unlike the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox that was skilled in illusions. In terms of offensive force, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was only comparable to top celestial beasts. "Come at me altogether." A bluish energy shot out the Turquoise Water Divine Tiger. A scroll appeared above his head and slowly unfurled. Its aura was ancient and overwhelmingly oppressive. Even Emperor-grade celestial weapons with souls did not have such a threatening aura. Devata Artifact. Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, and Little Gold could instantly tell the scroll was a Devata artifact. Soon after, Little Gold exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the painting of the Divine Water, one of the sect-guarding Devata artifacts from the White Tiger clan? I didn't expect the White Tiger clan would bestow such an item to you when you're not even a celestial emperor." The White Tiger clan was also a heaven-grade force, but they were not in the 10,000 Beasts heaven. Their reputation and strength were not inferior to the Dragon clan at all. For this reason, Little Gold had heard about the White Tiger clan and their two sect-guarding Devata artifacts when she was in Blood Moon Ridge. The White Tiger clan's painting of the Divine Water was said to be able to hold an entire realm. Its attacking strength was also said to be inexhaustible. "You are not as ignorant as I thought you'd be," the Turquoise Water Divine Tiger said, slightly surprised, as he glanced at Little Gold. Little Gold continued to say, "The White Tiger clan really kept you hidden quite well. I've not heard anything about the emergence of a Turquoise Water Divine Tiger. It's not really surprising since they probably want you to grow into your full potential first lest you're harmed or killed." After a beat, she muttered, "A divine beast with a Devata artifact and a 7th form world-cleansing divine water. You must be one of the two people who were ranked top, right?" The two people who were ranked at the top were the only ones who had reached the 8,000-point limit. They were also the only two level 7 commanders in the purgatory battlefield. "Bai Shui Han," Little Gold said tentatively. "Girl, you're clever." The Turquoise Water Divine Tiger grinned before energy that had been boosted with the law of water rose like a tsunami. It kept surging higher and higher, looking as though it would fall at any time. "It's a pity all of you will be buried here." The Turquoise Water Divine Tiger's eyes flashed coldly before he attacked. "Strike with all your strength when you find an opening." The world-cleansing Divine Water's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian did not dare to be negligent. He quickly summoned the godly image phenomenon's Pine Willow Divine Tree and boosted it with the power of the 5 divine elements. Following that, he hurriedly mobilized his space energy and brought the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword out to further boost the Pine Willow Divine Tree. The branches shot out like giant pythons in the air toward the Turquoise Water Divine Tiger. "Huaner, Little Gold, just stand aside and watch," Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner and Little Gold. Meanwhile, a few of the branches landed on the Turquoise Water Divine Tiger. However, the bluish energy around him only made him as slippery as an eel, causing the branches to slide past him harmlessly. Naturally, this was just a probing attack by Duan-Ling-Tian. The power from the 5 divine elements contained in the attack was so slight that the turquoise water divine tiger did not even notice it. Is this all you've got? The turquoise water divine tiger scoffed. Then, the Devata artifact above his head shone before the blue energy rolled out like a tsunami toward Duan-Ling-Tian. To be precise, it was sweeping toward the pine willow divine tree that Duan-Ling-Tian summoned. Boy, you should let the 2 women help you. The turquoise water divine tiger laughed heartily. Although he had 3 opponents, in his opinion, they were no match for him. Perhaps, if the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was the one who possessed the 7th form world-cleansing divine water, he would have been warier. However, since it was a human who possessed the world-cleansing divine water, he had nothing to be afraid of at all. There were many restrictions for humans after all. Even if the human in front of him possessed a Devata artifact and a 7th form world-cleansing divine water, he was certain he could easily overpower the human. Apart from that, the turquoise water divine tiger was not afraid of Huoner and Little Gold at all. The painting of the divine water in his possession not only held great offensive force, but it could dispel illusions as well. Therefore, he was not afraid of the illusions that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, who was only a celestial lord, might cast. Without illusory techniques, the Thousand Phantom Fox was no different from a top celestial beast. You're not worthy of having 3 of us attack at the same time, Duan-Ling-Tian said indifferently. Naturally, he was aware of the turquoise water divine tiger's thoughts. He knew the turquoise water divine tiger underestimated them, and he could use this to his advantage. Try to kill him in one move, Duan-Ling-Tian said to the 5 divine elements and Wanzher. Following that, he controlled the branches from the pine willow divine tree and swung them at the turquoise water divine tiger. The branches of the pine willow divine tree that had taken form slammed heavily against the turquoise water divine tiger. You're just like an ant trying to shake a tree. The turquoise water divine tiger scoffed. He shot out in the sky. The blue energy around him illuminated the entire place in just an instant. At the same time, water surged out endlessly from the painting of the divine water. After enduring 3 waves of the painting of the divine water's attack, the pine willow divine tree vanished into thin air. How weak! The turquoise water divine tiger sneered. Boy, you're going to die soon, and the world-cleansing divine water in your body will be mine. He laughed happily, certain that he would obtain Duan-Ling-Tian's world-cleansing divine water. After I kill this boy and claim his world-cleansing divine water, my world-cleansing divine water can finally evolve to the 8th form. The turquoise water divine tiger thought to himself excitedly. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at the purple-clad figure standing nearby. Boy, one's wealth can land one in trouble. You can only blame yourself for possessing the world-cleansing divine water. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to kill you. During his time here, the turquoise water divine tiger had encountered many humans that were not too weak, but he did not bother killing them for the military merit points. He only wanted to fight with truly strong people. In his opinion, although Duan-Ling-Tian looked weak, he was probably considered strong among humans. What a load of crap, Duan-Ling-Tian said coldly. In just an instant, his space energy surged, and he teleported behind the turquoise water divine tiger. The turquoise water divine tiger reacted quickly and turned around as soon as Duan-Ling-Tian appeared. At the same time, his painting of the divine water thrummed loudly as it released destructive waves of blue energy. Boy, it's time for you to die now. For a time, the blue energy illuminated the gloomy sky of the purgatory battlefield. Duan-Ling-Tian, who stood in front of the tsunami-like energy, looked as insignificant as an ant at this moment. Due to his size, it seemed like he would be easily devoured by the waves of blue energy. Just when the turquoise water divine tiger thought victory was in his hand, a 7-color sword ray flashed in the midst of the blue light. It was like a star trying to lit up the dark sky. Chapter 3361 devoured in just an instant. The turquoise water divine tiger's eyes widened in horror. He watched as the colorful light intensified. Not only that, but it grew bigger as well. No, I can't let him turn the tide of the battle. The turquoise water divine tiger's gaze turned cold as he summoned the world-cleansing divine water to join forces with him. With that, the waves sweeping out from the Devata artifact, the painting of the divine water, grew stronger and stronger. In just an instant, the colorful bright lights seemed to dim. Sister Water, it's time, Duan-Ling-Tian said with a smile as the 7-color light illuminated him. This was the moment the world-cleansing divine water has been waiting for. Due to the turquoise water divine tiger being chosen by the world-cleansing divine water when he was in his mother's womb, their bond was very strong. As a result, the turquoise water divine tiger could wield more of the world-cleansing divine water's strength. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian and the world-cleansing divine water's bond were different from their opponents, hence, he could not wield as much of the world-cleansing divine water as his opponent could. Nevertheless, the difference between the strength they could wield was not too big. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water said, "Chaos divine flame, help me." The remaining 3 divine elements should focus on helping little Tien defeat the turquoise water divine tiger. Let's see who's able to complete their task first. Following that, the 7-color light that shrouded Duan Ling Tien brightened. No matter how hard the painting of the divine water tried to suppress it, it still continued to shine brilliantly. At this moment, the turquoise water divine tiger finally realized the 7-color energy was much stronger than what he could deal with. Go! Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned frosty as he watched the 7-color sword ray shot toward the turquoise water divine tiger at lightning speed. Although the turquoise water divine tiger was in possession of a Devata artifact, there was nothing he could do at this moment except to stare at the incoming sword ray in horror. Energy began to roll off of the turquoise water divine tiger in waves, covering the entire place in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the blue light from the painting of the divine water that illuminated the entire place flickered for a moment before it shrank and shot into the turquoise water divine tiger's body. It roared, baring its fangs. At the same time, a sphere of blue energy appeared, looking as though it was on the verge of exploding. Flashes of blue lightning flashed around it. The 7-color sword sailed in the sky. It looked even more dazzling in this gloomy and dark place. Turquoise water divine tiger let out a loud roar, seemingly causing the ground to tremble. At the same time, a space energy swept out as well. Even Huaner and Little Gold were pushed back a few steps by the waves of energy. Go! The world-cleansing divine water said. A blue energy and a fiery red energy shot out like ice and fire, weakening the turquoise water divine tiger's wave-like energy. A chaos divine flame nearing its 8th form. The reason that part of the turquoise water divine tiger's energy had weakened was due to his 7th form world-cleansing divine water that withdrew its strength when it sensed Duan Ling Tian's world-cleansing divine water and chaos divine flame. Initially, it was confident since its opponent was also in the 7th form. It had a high chance of winning since its host was a divine beast while its opponent's host was just a human. It was only when its opponent drew close that it realized its opponent had help. Although the chaos divine flame was in its 7th form, it was just a hair's breadth away from evolving into its 8th form. Therefore, it was stronger than the turquoise water divine tiger's world-cleansing divine water. Chaos divine flame, this is a fight between world-cleansing divine waters. Please do not interfere. The turquoise water divine tiger's world-cleansing divine water said fearfully. With the chaos divine flame's help, there was no way it could win. Needless to say, the chaos divine flame did not pay any attention to the turquoise water divine tiger's world-cleansing divine water. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's chaos divine flame and world-cleansing divine water drew close to their opponent. Senior. The turquoise water divine tiger cried out. Alas, there was nothing he could do at this moment. Even if he was not busy defending against Duan Ling Tian's 7-color sword ray, he still would not have been able to do anything apart from lending his world-cleansing divine water his strength. Following that, the 7-color sword ray landed on its target. A thunderous explosion that shook heaven and earth rang in the air. Impossible. The turquoise water divine tiger cried out in disbelief and confusion. He could not understand how a human could be so strong. After all, his opponent's 2 divine elements were occupied with destroying his world-cleansing divine water. This meant his opponent did not have the help of the 2 divine elements. However, soon enough, he obtained the answer. Apart from the space energy and the energy from the Devata artifact, he sensed the auras of the profound divine metal, the profound divine wood, and the chaos divine earth as well. The turquoise water divine tiger's world-cleansing divine water said with a hint of despair, "Boy, you're really unlucky to have met such a monster. This human possesses all 5 divine elements. Moreover, all of them are in their 7th forms. Farewell, my boy, I'll wait for you in the netherworld." When the turquoise water divine tiger regained his senses, chills ran up his spine. He glared at Duan Ling Tian with bloodshot eyes. No matter what, he would not give up. If he died after giving it his all, then he would accept his fate. As a divine beast, the turquoise water divine tiger naturally had some tricks up his sleeve. At this moment, he unleashed the power unique to his bloodline. He burned his blood essence, allowing the power of his blood to take over. At this moment, blood energy surged out of the turquoise water divine tiger and merged with the wave-like energy to resist Duan Ling Tian's 7-color sword ray. For a moment, he managed to slow down the speed of the 7-color sword ray. Alas, the moment was fleeting. The 7-color sword ray flashed before flames surged around it. The chaos divine flame had returned to help Duan Ling Tian. With this, the 7-color sword ray regained its speed. No! The turquoise water divine tiger cried out in despair before the 7-color sword ray pierced his glabella. At the same time, his surging energy dissipated as well. At the moment, the 7-color energy was about to pierce the turquoise water divine tiger, Little Gold suddenly said, "Brother Ling Tian, step aside. I want to devour him." When Duan Ling Tian turned around, he saw Little Gold had already reverted to her true form. Little Gold opened her mouth, and in just an instant, a strong energy swept out and began to pull the turquoise water divine tiger to her. Duan Ling Tian returned to stand by Huaner's side and put away the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Then, he watched Little Gold devour the turquoise water divine tiger. Following that, Little Gold said, "Brother Ling Tian, Huaner, I'll have to trouble both of you to watch over me while I use the turquoise water divine tiger's strength to break the shackles and evolve into a divine beast." Excitement was apparent in Little Gold's voice as she continued to say, "If I'm successful, I'll become a 9-depths god-killing mouse. At that time, I'll be the strongest in Blood Moon Ridge. The Ridge Master won't be able to punish me anymore when I break his things." Chapter 3362 The White Tiger Clan. Little Gold closed her eyes as soon as she finished speaking. Her true form was shrouded by raging blood qi at this moment. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner could not see what was happening due to the blood qi. Moreover, it also repelled the duo's divine consciousness. Nevertheless, he was not worried. Even if Little Gold failed, she would not be harmed, she would just remain as she was. If she succeeded, she would be a divine beast. While Duan Ling Tian watched their surroundings vigilantly with his divine consciousness, he asked curiously, "Huaner, can all top celestial beasts become divine beasts as long as they devour a divine beast?" Duan Ling Tian was certain Huaner had the answer to his question due to her inherited memories. Huaner shook her head. In fact, only a few top celestial beasts with unique bloodlines are capable of devouring other beasts to evolve. As you can see, Little Gold happens to be one of the few with unique bloodlines. However, Little Gold and other unique celestial beasts like her can only become divine beasts by devouring divine beasts. They won't be able to become divine beasts no matter how many top celestial beasts they devour. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He could not help but feel excited for Little Gold as well. He sincerely wished she would be able to become a divine beast. He felt slightly nostalgic as well. Who knew the little golden mouse he met in the mundane realm would one day become a divine beast? He would never have thought such a thing was possible back when he was in the mundane realm. Time passed by as Little Gold focused on absorbing the power of the turquoise water divine tiger's blood while Duan Ling Tian and Huaner guarded her. Although Duan Ling Tian and Huaner only stood guard by Little Gold's side and did not look for opponents, it was inevitable that others would chance upon them. However, how could these people be a problem when he had already killed one of the top 2 rankers in the purgatory battlefield? He would kill all those who challenged him. Meanwhile, many people who paid attention to the ranking in the purgatory battlefield were shocked when they found that Bai Shui Han, one of the top 2 rankers, had disappeared. Bai Shui Han was just a pseudonym of the turquoise water divine tiger whom Duan Ling Tian killed. His real name was Bai Ning. Although the White Tiger clan would protect Bai Ning with everything they had due to his special existence as the turquoise water divine tiger that would only appear once every 100 years, Bai Ning was still cautious and used a pseudonym in the purgatory battlefield. After all, if people found out he had one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, not only him, but the entire White Tiger clan would be targeted. The 5 divine elements on their own were priceless, let alone 5 divine elements with high forms. A 7th form world-cleansing divine water could cause heaven-grade forces and heavenly emperor's forces to go to war over it. Even if the White Tiger clan was powerful, how could they be a match for so many forces? Needless to say, Bai Shui Han's disappearance from the ranking caused a huge commotion. He was ranked 2nd, and one of the only 2 level 7 commanders in the purgatory battlefield after all. Heavens! Bai Shui Han was a level 7 commander, but he was killed. Who killed him? There's no new level 7 commander on the ranking. Therefore, He must have been killed by the other level 7 commander, or he was killed by someone who had yet to break the point limit and become a commander. No one knew that Bai Shui Han was killed by a level 6 commander called Sha Fei Wu. Although celestial talismans could not be used in the purgatory battlefield, if someone died, their soul pearls would still shatter. Bai Ning's soul pearl that shattered after he was killed by Duan Ling Tian was only discovered hours after his death. Needless to say, the White Tiger clan was shocked. The White Tiger clan was located in a Devata realm called the Wanderer's Heaven. The clan's estate spanned thousands of miles in a mountain range. At this moment, many figures could be seen flying in the sky, heading toward the heart of the estate. All of them were high-ranking officials in the White Tiger clan. Bai Ning is dead, a tall and burly man with a full white beard who was dressed in a white robe said with a grim expression on his face. He was none other than the patriarch of the White Tiger clan. I've said on multiple occasions that Bai Ning shouldn't enter the purgatory battlefield, an elder with a youthful appearance said in a low voice. His expression was incredibly dark at this moment. Bai Ning was a turquoise water divine tiger that would only appear once in 100,000 years. How can he die in the purgatory battlefield? Perhaps he was killed after he left the battlefield. Someone said, impossible. A graceful woman dressed in a fine white robe with golden trimmings said in a low voice, Bai Ning would send me a message each time he enters and leaves the purgatory battlefield. The last time he sent me a message when he was entering the purgatory battlefield again. This graceful and beautiful woman was the 7th elder of the White Tiger clan. She was also the wife of Bai Ning's master, who was the Grand Elder of the White Tiger clan. She was one of the few females who were titled Celestial Emperors in the White Tiger clan. With Bai Ning's strength, he should be almost invincible in the purgatory battlefield. Moreover, he had the painting of the divine water. Who could have killed him? Regardless, all these things can't change the fact that Bai Ning is dead. Bai Ning was our hope. Once he became a celestial emperor and learned to fuse profundities, he could have led our White Tiger clan to the peak of glory. It would have been possible for him to become the heavenly emperor of the Wanderer's Heaven as well. Damn it, I'll grind the bones of the person who killed him into dust. Although the White Tiger clan's high-ranking officials were furious, they were helpless. If Bai Ning died in the purgatory battlefield, it was impossible for them to find his murderer. In any case, we still have to investigate this matter. It's too strange, the patriarch said in a deep voice. Perhaps, Bai Ning forgot to send you a message when he left the battlefield. Regardless, we must investigate this matter. Despite the slim chance of finding the murderer, the White Tiger clan still needed to investigate the matter. After all, Bai Ning's death aside, there was the clan's sect guarding divine artifact, the painting of the divine water, as well. They could not bring Bai Ning back to life, but they could still regain their painting of the divine water. Bai Ning was definitely more important to the White Tiger clan than the painting of the divine water. However, with Bai Ning's death, it was even more important for them to regain the painting of the divine water. Therefore, their main priority was to regain the painting of the divine water, and avenging Bai Ning was secondary. With this, the White Tiger clan sent many of their members to investigate the matter. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of this. If he was aware of it, he still would not be afraid. After all, no one would know he killed Bai Ning unless he admitted it. Just like that, another 10 years had passed. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were still guarding Little Gold in the purgatory battlefield. Currently, the raging energy had already formed a cocoon around Little Gold. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner did not know what was going on inside. All they could do was watch over her. Over the years, there were many people who came to challenge the duo. Alas, they were all killed by the duo. Among these people, there were quite a few who possessed the divine elements. Although the divine elements were in lower forms, due to their numbers, Duan Ling Tian's Chaos Divine Flame was the first to reach the 8th form. Its strength was much stronger than before. Currently, it could manifest a physical form outside of Duan Ling Tian's little world even if it could not stray too far away from Duan Ling Tian. Sister Water, you're much more knowledgeable among us. Do you know what's happening with Little Gold? Can she become a divine beast? Duan Ling Tian asked World Cleansing Divine Water curiously. In his opinion, the World Cleansing Divine Water was with a divine tree of life for so many years. Therefore, she had to be very knowledgeable. Based on the current situation, it's likely that she'll succeed, the World Cleansing Divine Water replied. After all, 10 years have passed. If she was going to fail, it would not take so long. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he said, Sister Water, I'm ready to leave the purgatory battlefield once Little Gold is done. Even if I stay, I doubt all of you will be able to continue to evolve. Although they did find some 5 divine elements and even helped Chaos Divine Flame to achieve its 8th form, the other divine elements, including the world-cleansing divine water, did not improve much. In fact, the Chaos Divine Flame only evolved to its 8th form because it was already close to the 8th form. After leaving this place, I'll try to break through and become a Celestial Emperor. Once I succeed, I'll enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. I'm sure there are many Celestial Emperors with divine elements in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes glinted with excitement. Chapter 3363 The 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse. After a few more years had passed. At this time, a sudden noise caught Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's attention. Both of them watched as a tiny crack appeared on the giant cocoon. It did not take long before the entire cocoon was covered in cracks. The cocoon fell apart, revealing a golden figure that was curled up in the fetal position. The golden figure that resembled slowly stretched at this moment, revealing its height that was as tall as a mountain. It had extremely sharp claws and fangs and blood-red eyes that could strike fear into one's heart. Little Gold. Duan Ling Tian stared at the gigantic golden mouse that had undergone such a huge change in shock. He asked in a daze, So it's a success. Little Gold laughed happily when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. It was obvious to everyone that she had successfully become a divine beast. Duan Ling Tian smiled widely, his tense expression had vanished completely. After devouring the turquoise water divine tiger, Little Gold had successfully evolved into the 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse. At this moment, Huaner said, Brother Ling Tian, Little Gold's form looks exactly like the 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse from my inherited memories. Duan Ling Tian looked at Little Gold and said with a smile, Congratulations, Little Gold. I didn't expect to see this day when I first met you. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he recalled the first time he met Little Gold. At that time, she was still tiny, a stark contrast to her current form. While Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, a dark gold light flashed before Little Gold returned to the human form she used in the purgatory battlefield. A cute little girl dressed in golden robes stood in place of the gigantic mouse. Following that, her eyes twinkled as she said excitedly, Brother Ling Tian, when are we leaving the purgatory battlefield? I can't wait to return to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven and look for Little Black and Little White in the Dragon Clan. Duan Ling Tian chuckled. Why, you can't wait to show off your form as a divine beasts. Little Gold laughed sheepishly when she realized Duan Ling Tian had seen through her thoughts. In the beginning, when Duan Ling Tian first heard of the purgatory battlefield, due to their almost similar names, he had thought about the purgatory pavilion in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison despite the two having no connections at all. The purgatory battlefield was a battlefield of celestial lords, and its counterpart for celestial emperors was called the 9 Serenities battlefield. Similar to the purgatory battlefield, there were many titled celestial emperors who gained fame during their time in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Most of them made their names by killing powerful opponents there. In fact, Little Gold's current divine beast form, the 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse, was related to the 9 Serenities battlefield. The first 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse that appeared in the history of Devata realms was born in the 9 Serenities battlefield. All this information had appeared in Little Gold's mind after she became a 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse. Little Gold led the way and brought Duan Ling Tian and Huaner out of the purgatory battlefield into the 10,000 Beasts Heaven that was mostly populated with celestial beasts. Little Gold, aren't you going to return to the Blood Moon Ridge first? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he found out Little Gold wanted to go to the Dragon Clan first upon her return. She had been away from the 10,000 Beasts Heaven for so long, was it not inappropriate for her to go to the Dragon Clan before returning to Blood Moon Ridge first? Moreover, she had told him that the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Ridge treated her like his biological granddaughter. Brother Ling Tian, it's fine. Let's go to the Dragon Clan before returning to Blood Moon Ridge. At this time, nothing was more important to Little Gold than showing off to Little Black and Little White. Soon after, the trio arrived at the estate of the clan with the longest history in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Since Little Gold had sent Little Black and Little White prior to their arrival, the duo was already waiting for their arrival outside of the estate. Little White was visibly delighted when she saw Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. On the other hand, Little Black's reaction was more subtle even though his eyes shone with joy. Before Duan Ling Tian could say anything else, Little Gold said, Little Black, Little White, my strength has improved again. Let's go. Let's spar at your clan's training field. Which one of us do you want to spar with? Little White looked at Little Gold. Among the three of them, Little Gold had always been the weakest. I'll spar with both of you at once, Little Gold said confidently. Have you lost your mind? Little White reached out to touch Little Gold's forehead. Strange. You don't have a fever. Hey. Little Gold swatted Little White's hands before she pulled Little White away. Let's go. Come on. Hurry up. Duan Ling Tian could not help but shake his head when he saw Little Gold's antics. Brother Ling Tian, Huaner, come with us, Little Gold said before she disappeared with Little White. With this, it fell on Little Black to lead Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to the training field. During their journey there, they saw a few patrolling disciples. However, no one gave the duo any trouble since they knew Little Black. Soon after, they arrived at the Dragon Clan's training field. The training field was very vast. There were others sparring at this moment as well. Some of them fought in their human forms, and some fought in their true forms. The Dragon Clan's training arena occupies a vast area and there are a lot of others sparring. Some in human form and some in dragon form. For that reason, there are not only sparring sounds, there are dragon cries too. At this moment, someone called out, Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, you're here. Soon enough, Ji Ningyun, the fourth elder of the Dragon Clan, showed up not long after Duan Ling Tian and Huaner arrived. Senior. Duan Ling Tian greeted Ji Ningyun. Ji Ningyun did not beat around the bush and asked, did all of you really go to the purgatory battlefield? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. We left not long ago. Did Little Gold follow you as well? Ji Ningyun asked again. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded again. Ji Ningyun laughed as she watched Little White and Little Gold who were hovering in the air. Little Gold must have improved tremendously while she was in the purgatory battlefield, otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the Dragon Clan immediately just to spar with Little White. Although Ji Ningyun could tell Little Gold had improved after coming out from the purgatory battlefield, she did not regret forbidding Little Black and Little Gold from going to that place. Moreover, she assumed Little Gold's strength did not improve that much. Mother, someone called out. Soon enough, another person appeared. When Duan Ling Tian saw the woman who had an athletic figure, he knew she was Ji Shang, an elder of the Dragon Clan. After reuniting with Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, he had learned many things from the trio. He even learned about how they came to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Little Gold was brought away by someone called Meng Yao from the Blood Moon Ridge while Little Black and Little White were brought away by the youngest elder in the Dragon Clan back then, Ji Shang. Ji Shang was the only child of Ji Yunyan and Ji Ningyun, the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder of the Dragon Clan respectively. For this reason, her status in the clan was rather high. Ji Shang and Duan Ling Tian greeted each other after Ji Ningyun's introduction. As for Huaner, Ji Shang did not seem to care about Huaner's indifference as though she had already known Huaner was like that. As Ji Shang looked at Little White and Little Gold, she said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, Little Gold must have improved tremendously. After all, it's rare for her to request to spar with Little White and Little Black. In the past, she had lost to Little White many times. Previously, she would even reject Little White when asked to spar. Upon hearing Ji Zhang's words, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, Little Gold did not come to spar with Little White. Ji Ningyun and Ji Shang looked at Duan Ling Tian in confusion as he said, she came here to spar with Little White and Little Black at once. Needless to say, the pair of mother and daughter were shocked. At this moment, Little Gold said, Little Black, why are you standing there? Come here, I want to spar with both of you at once. Otherwise, it won't be fair for Little White. Little Gold, even if you had fortuitous encounters in the purgatory battlefield, don't you think you're being too arrogant? The usually mild-tempered Little White was angered by Little Gold's arrogance. Don't forget you used to lose to me all the time. Chapter 33-64 Little Gold's Strength. In the end, Little White, who was adamant about not joining forces with Little Black, attacked first. Her comprehension level of the profundities of the law was on par with Little Gold, and their cultivation bases were almost the same as well. In the past, she had an edge over Little Gold due to her true form, which was that of a dragon. For that reason, Little Gold was no match for her in the past. Naturally, this did not mean Little Gold was weaker or less talented. It was just the strength difference between their true forms that also affected their fights in human forms. Little White pushed both her hands out as she moved, shooting out terrifying white energy at Little Gold. Her movements were so graceful that she looked like an immortal who had descended from the heavens. "Little White, you're no match for me," Little Gold said fearlessly when faced with Little White's formidable attack. You've broken through and become a 10 directions celestial lord stage." Little White's expression turned solemn. In the past, they had similar cultivation bases, but now Little Gold had surpassed her after becoming a 10 directions celestial lord. Nevertheless, due to her advantage as a dragon, her strength should be on par with Little Gold. For this reason, she was confused when she saw Little Gold casually repelling her attacks. Her strength is much stronger than before. Little White was very familiar with Little Gold's strength in the past, and she could tell Little Gold's current strength was much stronger than before. After a few more exchanges, Little White began to fall into a disadvantageous position. Although she had yet to revert to her true form, she was still fighting with her full strength in her human form. On the other hand, Little Gold did not seem affected by the fight as well. It was obvious she had not gone out at all. At this moment, Little White finally reverted to her true form, a white 9-clawed divine dragon that seemed to shine with a holy light. "It is useless." Little Gold was undaunted. She exerted more strength and easily overpowered Little White in the next move. Upon seeing this, Ji Ningyun, the 4th elder of the Dragon Clan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, widened her eyes in shock as though she had sensed something. "This little one has improved so much." "Mother, she seems to have," Ji Shang said. She could sense the difference in Little Gold as well. She saw her mother nodding, confirming her thoughts. Little Black, who was standing nearby, could also sense something was amiss. A rare surprised expression could be seen on his usually expressionless face. If he did not revert to his true form, he was not certain he could defeat Little White in her true form. However, Little Gold did not even revert to her true form, but she was able to suppress Little White. This meant that not only was Little Gold stronger than Little White now, but she was stronger than him as well. At this moment, Ji Ningyun turned to look at Little Black meaningfully. Without another word, Little Black flew out to join forces with Little White. However, Little Gold, who had yet to revert to her true form, could still hold her own against Little White, who had reverted to her true form, and Little Black, who was in his human form. "This is great." Little Gold laughed happily with a hint of satisfaction, enjoying the fight. In the past, she had never been strong enough to beat Little Black and Little White. Every time she progressed, they would progress as well, causing her to lose. However, today, both of them had joined forces, but they were still unable to defeat her. Moreover, she had not even reverted to her true form. "Little Gold, how did you improve so much suddenly?" Little White asked incredulously. What happened for Little Gold's strength to rise to this extent? It was not a normal improvement. "It's all thanks to the Purgatory battlefield," Little Gold said proudly. "The Purgatory battlefield?" Little White was stunned. At this moment, Ji Ningyun interjected, "Little Black, revert to your true form." At this point, Little Black was also aware that it would be difficult for them to defeat Little Gold if he did not revert to his true form, even if he joined forces with Little White. In just a blink of an eye, he transformed into a black 9-clawed devil dragon that seemed to be the complete opposite of Little White's true form. "Oh, you finally reverted to your true form." Little Gold's eyes lit up immediately. She continued to fight in her human form, and as time passed, she began to feel the pinch. "It's time to get serious. Let's end this now," Little Gold said with a chuckle. Under Little White and Little Black's watchful gazes, Little Golden transformed into a gigantic golden mouse with blood-red eyes and sharp claws and fangs. The duo was not familiar with this form at all. "Little Black, take this," the mouse said before shooting toward the black dragon like a golden bolt of lightning. Despite her size, her speed was incredibly fast. Before Little Black could react, he was sent flying by Little Gold with a slap. He landed heavily against the edge of the training field. The momentum caused him to skid on the ground for a while before he came to a stop. Little White, just as the white dragon was about to make a move, the gigantic mouse shot over at lightning speed. Perhaps, Little Black was caught unprepared by Little Gold's earlier attack, but Little White was prepared at this moment. Nevertheless, it was futile. Little Gold swiped at Little White with her paws, sending Little White flying back. Following that, she said smugly, "Little Black, Little White, you aren't strong enough to defeat me." "Little Gold is too confident," Duan Ling Tian said wryly as he shook his head. On the other hand, Ji Ningyun and Ji Shang had yet to recover from the shock. It seemed as though they froze as soon as they saw Little Gold's true form. Ji Shang asked, dumbfounded, "Mother, That's the Nine Depths God-killing mouse, right? Yes. Ji Ningyun nodded. The Nine Depths God-killing mouse, also known as God-killers, was as famous as the 10-clawed divine dragon. Once it attained godhood, ordinary gods were no match for it. In fact, unlike her old form, Little Gold's current form could be said to be superior to 10-clawed divine dragons in certain aspects. Naturally, this did not mean that the Nine Depths God-killing mouse was superior to the 10-clawed divine dragon as a whole. Meanwhile, the others who were sparring in the vicinity stopped what they were doing and looked at the huge golden mouse in the air. Many of them suspected it was a divine beast. Is that a divine beast? It has to be, otherwise, how could it easily defeat two 9-clawed divine dragons? That's right, she's just a 10 directions celestial lord, but the two 9 palaces celestial lords still can't defeat her after joining forces. There's no way she's not a divine beast. Similarly, Little Black and Little White were shocked as well. No one knew Little Gold's strength better than them. If she did not evolve and become a divine beast, she would not be capable of defeating them. Little Black, Little White, I'll give you a chance. Combine your attacks, Little Gold said with a grin. Little Black and Little White were twins and shared a strong bond. Therefore, when they combined their attack, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Let's do it. Little White glanced at Little Black. The duo had a tacit understanding and flew up before they attacked Little Gold in unison. Although Little Black and Little White's joint attack was powerful, Little Gold opened her mouth and easily devoured their attack. Her stomach seemed to bulge for a moment before it suddenly flattened again. At the same time, small bursts of energy began to surge out of her body as though she had burped to release gas, or in this case, to release some of the excess energy she devoured. The onlookers gulped as chills ran up their spines. What kind of divine beast is this? She's the prodigious disciple from Blood Moon Ridge, right? It's too heaven-defying. I remember she has never won a fight against Little White in the past. Now, not only did she defeat Little White, but she even managed to defeat Little Black, who was stronger than his sister, and Little White after they joined forces. I remember her form was not like this previously. She must have evolved. Chapter 3365 The leader of Blood Moon Ridge. Little White and Little Black were naturally upset when they failed to defeat Little Gold after joining forces. Their friend who had always been weaker than them was no stronger than. Both of their strengths combined. They felt rather complicated. They were genuinely happy for her, but at the same time, they were upset that they were weak. Little White sighed before she asked curiously, Little Gold, I didn't expect that you would evolve into a divine beast so quickly. What's your form called? The Nine Depths God-killing mouse. Little Gold replied with a smile. A small commotion broke out on the training field when the others overheard these words. They could tell earlier that Little Gold had evolved into a divine beast, but they did not recognize her form. They were naturally shocked when they found out she was a Nine Depths God-killing mouse that was one of the top divine beasts. The Nine Depths God-killing mouse. The founder of Blood Moon Ridge was a Nine Depths God-killing mouse as well, right? That's right. The current leader of Blood Moon Ridge is a direct descendant of the founder. To think the second Nine Depths God-killing mouse has appeared in Blood Moon Ridge. Similar to the others, Little White was shocked as well. Little Gold, you've evolved into a Nine Depths God-killing mouse. Before Little Gold could reply, Ji Ningyun, the fourth elder of the dragon, interjected, Little Gold, you've traveled. Let's settle down first before all of you continue to chat. Ji Ningyun had cut the conversation short because she was afraid the members of the dragon clan would recklessly enter the purgatory battlefield if they found out Little Gold had evolved in there. As an elder of the dragon clan, she, naturally, did not wish for something like that to happen. Moreover, she was even more worried Little Black and Little White would be tempted to enter the purgatory battlefield. Alas, after Ji Ningyun led everyone away and arranged the accommodations for Little Gold and the others, Little Gold did not forget to resume their conversation. Little Gold said, as you can guess, I evolved in the purgatory battlefield. I was really lucky to encounter a turquoise water divine tiger. After Brother Ling Tian killed it, I devoured it and absorbed its blood chi to evolve into a divine beast. Little Gold did not hide anything from Little White and Little Black even though Ji Ningyun was present. After all, she knew Ji Ningyun would not harm her. Moreover, the Dragon Clan and the White Tiger Clan did not have many, if any, intersections. Turquoise water divine tiger, Ji Ningyun and Little White exclaimed in shock. Little Black's expression remained unchanged since he had never heard about the turquoise water divine tiger. However, it was not difficult for him to guess that the turquoise water divine tiger was a divine beast. Otherwise, how could little gold evolve into the 9 depths god-killing mouse after devouring it? I wasn't aware that a turquoise water divine tiger had appeared in the White Tiger clan. They really hid its existence well. Ji Ning Yun said. She naturally knew the turquoise water divine tiger was as important to the White Tiger clan as the 10-clawed divine dragon was to the dragon clan. Following that, she looked at Duan Ling Tian in surprise as well. She did not expect he was capable of killing a divine beast. However, she did not think it was strange after she recalled he had managed to injure a titled celestial emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, no matter how strong that turquoise water divine tiger was, it was a 10-direction celestial lord at most. Even if it possessed a divine artifact, at most, its strength was comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor. With that, it was not surprising that Duan Ling Tian was able to kill it. After a moment, Ji Ning Yun said with a frown, "Little Gold, you're too reckless. You shouldn't have revealed your true form so easily on the training field." Word about the prodigy from the Blood Moon Ridge evolving into the 9 depths god-killing mouse must have already spread. A worried expression could be seen on her face when she finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian did not understand why Ji Ning Yun was worried. Before he could ask, Ji Ning Yun continued to say to Little Gold with a grave expression, "The Blood Moon Ridge has made many enemies in recent years. In the past, they would ruthlessly attack disciples of Blood Moon Ridge as soon as they encountered them. Now that you've evolved into the 9 depths god-killing mouse, you've broken the balance between Blood Moon Ridge and its enemies. Once they find out that you're a 9 depths god-killing mouse, do you think they'll allow you to live? Especially when they know once you grow into your power, your strength would be a threat to them since you can easily annihilate their clans. If you ask me, once they receive news of this, they'll definitely send people out to assassinate you during your journey back to Blood Moon Ridge. I've sent a message to the old man to inform the leader of Blood Moon Ridge of this matter," Ji Ning Yun continued to say. "That old man replied and told me that the leader of Blood Moon Ridges asks the Dragon Clan to look after you for a few days. He'll personally escort you back to Blood Moon Ridge. Over the next few days, stay put in the Dragon Clan and don't leave the estate ground, understand?" "Yes, Elder Ning Yun," Little Gold hurriedly replied, chastened. Fear could be seen in her eyes. She did not think things through as usual and got herself into trouble again because she wanted to show off to Little White and Little Black. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn as well. He did not think Little Gold's actions would have such consequences. Over the next few days, Duan Ling Tian accompanied Little Gold and stayed in the Dragon Clan's estate as well while she waited for the leader of Blood Moon Ridge to escort her back. Therefore, he met the leader of Blood Moon Ridge as well when he arrived at the Dragon Clan's estate. Shui Yun Tian, the leader of Blood Moon Ridge, was a young man dressed in a blood-red long robe. There was a mark of flame on his glabella that seemed alive. Upon closer look, one could see the flame dancing. He was wickedly handsome and had a pair of bright eyes that seemed as though lightning was flashing in them. His unrestrained aura made him look more like a sectless cultivator than the leader of a huge clan. Nevertheless, there was no doubt his aura, unrestrained or not, felt terrifyingly fierce and majestic. When Shui Yun Tian saw Little Gold, he laughed and said affectionately, "Little Gold, I didn't expect you to evolve into the 9 depths god-killing mouse. I wanted to invite the Grand Elder to accompany me here, but he's in closed-door cultivation. He'll be incredibly proud and delighted once he finds out you've evolved." Shui Yun Tian was usually aloof. However, at this moment, a huge smile could be seen on his face. He looked like a first-time father who was overwhelmed by emotions at this moment. Little Gold hurriedly said, "I couldn't have done it without Brother Ling Tian. Without his help, I wouldn't be able to evolve into a divine beast in the purgatory battlefield." Shui Yun Tian turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. He was further surprised when he saw Huaner. "You're a divine beast as well." Huan, is a 1,000 phantoms ice fox that only appears once in 1,000,000 years in the Phantom Fox clan, Little Gold said. "I see." Shui Yun Tian nodded before he shifted his attention to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Thank you for helping Little Gold evolve." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and replied, "Little Gold is like my younger sister. It's only natural for me to help her. There's no need for you to thank me. Nevertheless, this means a lot to us. Little Gold will definitely lead us to great heights in the future now that she's a 9 depths god-killing mouse. Blood Moon Ridge will finally be able to regain its former glory," Shui Yun Tian said with eyes that shone with hope. "In the past, Blood Moon Ridge was at its peak when my ancestor, the Nine Depths God-killing mouse, was around. Even heavenly emperors of Devata realms wouldn't recklessly provoke our Blood Moon Ridge at that time. In the end, my ancestor even challenged the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven at that time and killed him, becoming the new heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. It was unfortunate that after the founder of Blood Moon Ridge went to a realm of gods, Blood Moon Ridge began to go downhill. Without the Nine Depths God-killing mouse, their strength naturally weakened. Strength aside, none of them were great strategists like the founder was. Therefore, as time passed, Blood Moon Ridge drifted further and further away from their glorious days. Now that another Nine Depths God-killing mouse had appeared, it was a sign that Blood Moon Ridge was on its way back to the top. Shui Yuntian sighed in relief inwardly. Fortunately, there's no animosity between the Dragon Clan and Blood Moon Ridge, and Little Gold has a good relationship with the Dragon Clan's two little ones. Otherwise, Little Gold probably wouldn't survive. It went without saying if the Dragon Clan and Blood Moon Ridge were on bad terms, Little Gold would have died as soon as she stepped foot into the Dragon Clan's estate. Therefore, Shui Yutian looked at Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, and solemnly said, "Thank you, Elder Yunyan. Blood Moon Ridge is indebted to you. Thank you for taking care of Little Gold over the past few days." Chapter 3366 Return to the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Leader Shui, you're being too courteous. Ji Yunyan shook his head and smiled. Little Gold is best friends with Little Black and Little White, it's only natural that the Dragon Clan will take good care of her. Do you plan to leave now or do you plan to stay here for a while? As the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, Ji Yunyan, naturally, knew Blood Moon Ridge had made many heaven-grade forces in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven their enemies. Blood Moon Ridge might not have a problem dealing with one or two heaven-grade forces, but what if all these heaven-grade forces work together? The appearance of a Nine Depths God-killing mouse that threatened these forces' survival would definitely motivate them to work together. If he were in their shoes, he would do whatever it took as well to kill Little Gold to ensure the survival of his clan. We'll return at once, Shui Yuntian replied. It was best for him to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge as soon as possible. How many people did you bring with you? Ji Yunyan asked. I brought our two guardians, the second elder, and the third elder, Shui Yuntian replied. Ji Yunyan nodded. At this moment, Little White's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Brother Ling Tian, the leader is the strongest in Blood Moon Ridge, followed by the two guardians, the Grand Elder, the second elder, and the third elder. It seems like apart from the Grand Elder, the leader spared no effort and brought all the elites from Blood Moon Ridge here. Duan Ling Tian could tell Shui Yuntian truly prioritized Little Gold's safety based on the people he brought to the Dragon Clan. After a while, he asked curiously through voice transmission, since he brought so many experts with him, does this mean Blood Moon Ridge's enemies are all very formidable? Little White explained, ordinary forces aside, the Blood Moon Ridge has enmity with some of the top heaven-grade forces in the 10,000 Beast Heaven. Then, there are also the heaven-grade forces like the Heavenly Ape Clan, the Water Phoenix Clan, and the Rock Clan that have strength almost on par with Blood Moon Ridge. All these forces will definitely spare no effort in killing Little Gold when they find out she's the Nine Depths God-killing mouse. If the founder of Blood Moon Ridge did not leave for a realm of gods, the current heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven would be a match for him. With such strength, you can imagine how afraid they are of Little Gold growing into her powers, therefore, they won't let her live no matter what. Aren't they afraid the founder of Blood Moon Ridge would seek revenge from them for killing a Nine Depths God-killing mouse from Blood Moon Ridge? Duan Ling Tian asked. Of course not. Little White shook his head. There's no guarantee the founder will return to the 10,000 Beast sect. Most importantly, even if he returns, he won't be allowed to intervene due to the rules. If he intervenes, the powerhouses from the other forces might return from the realms of gods as well. It'd be a vicious cycle of revenge at that time. Duan Ling Tian nodded, enlightened. After Little Gold introduced him to Shui Yuntian, he said, Senior. Since Duan Ling Tian had helped Little Gold, Shui Yuntian naturally did not put on air in front of Duan Ling Tian. What is it? Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush. Senior, are you confident about bringing Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge safely? Shui Yuntian was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's question. After a moment, he shook his head. I can't say I'm 100% confident. After all, we don't know how many people those forces will send or if they've joined forces to kill Little Gold. So it's not guaranteed that Little Gold will make it back to Blood Moon Ridge safely. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. I'm 90% confident about our chances, Shui Yun Tian said with a sigh. 90%. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and solemnly said, Senior, if you're not 100% confident, I'd rather Little Gold not leave. She's like my younger sister, and I don't want to take any chances with her life. I understand your concerns, Shui Yun Tian said, however, it's best for Little Gold to return to Blood Moon Ridge as soon as possible now that she has become a 9-depths god-killing mouse. Her chances of survival are even lower if she doesn't return to Blood Moon Ridge. Based on Shui Yun Tian's words, it was obvious he was determined to take the risk and bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge today. At this moment, Little Gold said through voice transmission, Brother Ling Tian, if it's possible I don't want to return to Blood Moon Ridge. I feel like the leader is going to confine me once I return. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to Little Gold. Instead, he said to Shui Yun Tian, if you trust me, I have greater confidence in keeping Little Gold safe. Shui Yun Tian's eyes lit up. What's your plan? Although it might also work if Little Gold continues to stay in the Dragon Clan, it doesn't solve the problem. No, I don't plan to have her stay in the Dragon Clan. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, you plan to use the transportation formation in the Dragon Clan that'll transport you somewhere near Blood Moon Ridge. However, it's highly likely that your enemies are already waiting to ambush you there. I plan to take her with me to another Devata realm. Which Devata realm? Shui Yun Tian was startled. It's inconvenient for me to reveal it to you now. However, I can assure you that I will bring her back to Blood Moon Ridge safely. The fewer people who know about this, the better it is. What do you think, Senior? Shui Yun Tian thought about it for a moment before he shook his head. I believe your intentions are good, but what if you encounter danger in the other Devata realm? Moreover, like you said, those people would be waiting in ambush near Blood Moon Ridge. When you bring her back to Blood Moon Ridge, you'd still encounter them. You have a point, however, how long can the powerhouses wait outside Blood Moon Ridge? After a period of time, I bet most of them would eventually leave, Duan Ling Tian said. By that time, we will send you a message and you can lead the powerhouses from Blood Moon Ridge to intercept us. At that time, we won't have to deal with so many enemies. Moreover, I can guarantee that Little Gold will be 100% safe with me. I'll never let anything happen to her. Shui Yun Tian fell silent once again. He believed in Duan Ling Tian's sincerity, but he was not completely confident Duan Ling Tian would be able to keep Little Gold safe. Leader, Little Gold said at this moment, I want to go with Brother Ling Tian. I'll see you again in Blood Moon Ridge. Shui Yun Tian could see the unwavering determination in Little Gold's eyes, so he could only agree to her request. Then, he said to Duan Ling Tian, if you manage to bring Little Gold home safely, Blood Moon Ridge will be indebted to you. Senior, you're being too courteous. Like I said, Little Gold is like my sister. I'll do whatever it takes to keep her safe. After Shui Yun Tian left, Duan Ling Tian prepared to leave with Huaner and Little Gold as well. Since Little Black and Little White were heavily protected, they could not leave the Dragon Clan. They could only watch with heavy hearts as the trio left. Brother Ling Tian, where are we going? Little Gold asked curiously. Solitary destructive heaven, Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission to avoid being overheard. Solitary destructive heaven. After a short time, the trio arrived at the Cloud Platform Mansion in the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Solitary Destructive Territory. The Cloud Platform Mansion was located close to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Senior Meng Chuan, I've arrived. As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived in the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Ling Tian immediately sent Meng Chuan a message. He had decided to bring Little Gold to the Solitary Destructive Heaven because Meng Chuan had sent him a message to come to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven because he was the true disciple whom their Heavenly Emperor had been searching for years. Chapter 3367 Elder Huo. In the Dragon Clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, Little Black and Little White were clearly dejected as they watched Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, and Little Gold leave. If it was possible, they wanted to leave with the trio as well. Let's return, Little Black called out to Little White. He knew there was nothing they could do. Although Ji Ning Yun and Ji Yunyan, the fourth elder and the grand elder of the Dragon Clan respectively, were not present, the elder guarding the transportation formation had warned not to run away. Little White said through voice transmission, Little Black, we should have entered the purgatory battlefield with Brother Ling Tian. Look at Little Gold's improvement after entering the purgatory battlefield. We might have become 10-clawed divine dragons as well if we had gone with them. Little White, have you forgotten that Little Gold's constitution is special? Although we might get stronger if we entered the purgatory battlefield, it would have been difficult for us to evolve and become 10-clawed divine dragons there, Little Black said as he shook his head. Little Gold was a kind of celestial beast that could evolve by devouring other celestial beasts or divine beasts. Although Little Black and Little White could devour other beasts as well, they would have to devour a few divine beasts each to evolve into 10-clawed divine dragons. This was because Little Gold, as a celestial rodent, could maximize the essence of the beast she devoured to help her evolve. It was for this reason Ji Ning Yun did not feel regretful about Little Black and Little White not entering the purgatory battlefield. After all, it was almost impossible for them to encounter so many divine beasts in the purgatory battlefield. Moreover, even if there were high chances of the little ones being able to evolve, the Dragon Clan still would not allow the duo to take such risks. After all, although it might take a little longer, in the end, the duo would surely become 10-clawed divine dragons. Since 10-clawed divine dragons were crucial to the Dragon Clan's future, the high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan would not allow the duo to take the slightest risk. You're right, even then, Little Gold's cultivation base used to be a stage lower than ours, but she has surpassed us now, Little White said, clearly unwilling to give up. Why don't we run away? Run away? Little Black shook his head and sighed. Didn't we try that when we wanted to follow Brother Ling Tian to the purgatory battlefield? With the Fourth Elder and the Grand Elder keeping a constant watch on us, we don't have any chance at all. They even spoke to the clan leader. The clan leader had issued an order for everyone to keep an eye on us. Anyone who fails and lets us escape under their watch would be punished. Do you think we'll be able to run away under such circumstances? You're right, Little White nodded. Then, her eyes brightened as she said, well, when Brother Ling Tian arrives at the solitary destructive heaven, he'll invite us over under the Heavenly Emperor's name. Before Duan Ling Tian left the Dragon Clan, he had informed Little Black and Little White of their destination. At that time, Little White had pleaded with Duan Ling Tian to ask the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to invite them over. Since the Dragon Clan was worried about their safety, there should not be a problem with visiting the Heavenly Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven was even safer than the Dragon Clan. I hope so. Little Black nodded. Then, he said, I didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is also from the same place as us. Moreover, he was also the master from the Seven Absolutes sect whom Brother Ling Tian has never met. Little White said excitedly, I'm rather excited to meet Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. I heard he defeated our clan leader who's much stronger than the Grand Elder. This was not the first time Duan Ling Tian had visited the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, he was stopped at the entrance previously. This time, Meng Chuan, the Jade Bow Celestial Emperor, was waiting for him at the entrance along with a tall and muscular middle-aged man with a heavy beard. He's here. Meng Chuan's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Ling Tian's figure in the distance. He said to the bearded middle-aged man standing in front of him like a mountain, Eldest brother, Duan, the young master is here. When Meng Chuan was about to say Duan Ling Tian's name, the bearded man looked at him warningly, so he hastily changed the way he addressed Duan Ling Tian. He knew his eldest brother respected Feng Qingyang greatly, therefore, he respected Duan Ling Tian whom Feng Qingyang highly valued as well. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw Meng Chuan and the bearded man, he saw them vanish into thin air before they reappeared in front of him. The corners of purple robes fluttered when the bearded man appeared, closely followed by Meng Chuan. Greetings, young master. My name is Meng Luo, the bearded man said as he bowed at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had already guessed the bearded man with Meng Chuan was Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Greetings, young master. Meng Chuan followed suit and bowed at Duan Ling Tian as well. His attitude was very different compared to before. In the past, he was not certain if Duan Ling Tian was the person Feng Qingyang was looking for, so he was only polite. Now that he had confirmed Duan Ling Tian was indeed the person Feng Qingyang was looking for, he was very respectful. After all, his brother had told him how highly Feng Qingyang valued Duan Ling Tian. If he did not show the proper respect, his brother would be displeased. Even the Heavenly Emperor might be displeased. Feng Qingyang had saved Meng Luo's life many times in the past. Therefore, he regarded Feng Qingyang with more importance than his regard for his brother. Senior Meng Chuan, you're being too courteous. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh inwardly. Based on Meng Chuan's earlier message, he had sensed the change in Meng Chuan's attitude. He would have preferred it if Meng Chuan was more casual like before. However, this was how it was like in a world where the strong were respected. After greeting Meng Chuan, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Meng Luo. You must be Senior Meng Luo. Greetings. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was the right-hand man of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was second only to the heavenly emperor in the solitary destructive heaven. He was a prominent figure just like Ji Yunyan, the grand elder of the dragon clan. A few years ago, it was said that his strength was on par with Ji Yunyan, but with his innate talent, he should have surpassed Ji Yunyan by now. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's greeting, Meng Luo was slightly taken aback. Then, he bowed and said, Young master, you can just call me Meng Luo. A hint of admiration could be seen in Meng Luo's eyes at this moment. He thought, as expected, Feng Qingyang had a very good eye. Not only was Duan Ling Tian highly talented, but he was also polite and modest. Young master, Little Gold blinked slowly with a confused expression on her face. She was well aware of Meng Luo's strength. Even the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Ridge was no match for him. Little Gold hurriedly said through voice transmission, Brother Ling Tian, Meng Luo is not an ordinary person. Just a few years back, he was already evenly matched with Grand Elder Ji. His strength is probably comparable to the clan leader of the Dragon Clan now. It seems like the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven values you greatly. Otherwise, someone like Meng Luo wouldn't have personally received you. After her time in Blood Ridge Mountain, Little Gold was privy to many matters. She knew a powerhouse like Meng Luo would not personally show up to receive guests. In fact, he might not even personally receive the clan leader of the Dragon Clan if the clan leader visited. Young master, please follow me to the Heavenly Palace. Following that, Meng Luo led the trio into the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was the most sacred place in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. It was shrouded in mist and looked like a mystical paradise at first glance. Young master, since Elder Huo came, the Heavenly Emperor constantly spoke about you, Meng Luo said with a smile after they passed the mountain entrance to the Heavenly Palace. Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian was startled. Then, he recalled those times when he was still in the Saint Province realm about 300 years ago. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was a weapon from the Devata realm. The first level of the pagoda contained the artifact spirit called Elder Huo that was a three-legged golden crow. According to Elder Huo, he was a top celestial beast. After Duan Ling Tian ascended to the Devata realm, he finally realized the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an emperor-grade celestial weapon, and Elder Huo was its artifact spirit. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he asked, Senior Meng Luo, the Elder Huo you mentioned, is he the artifact spirit of the emperor-grade celestial weapon, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Chapter 3368 The Divine Offering Land and Clan Leader Sha. Elder Huo was the artifact spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When Duan Ling Tian was in the Saint Province realm, he thought the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and Elder Huo had perished in order to save him. However, after having a better understanding of celestial weapons, he realized that not only the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could not be easily destroyed, but Elder Huo would not perish easily as well. Therefore, it has always been a mystery to him where Elder Huo and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had gone. Naturally, he was relieved when thought there was a high chance Elder Huo did not die since Elder Huo had saved his life many times. Elder Huo is in the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven. Duan Ling Tian was confused. He could not figure out how Elder Huo ended up in the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven. For a brief moment, before Meng Luo confirmed his suspicion, Duan Ling Tian thought perhaps Meng Luo was talking about someone who shared the same surname as Elder Huo. At this moment, Meng Luo said, I've already sent a message to him. He's coming over now. As soon as Meng Luo's voice fell, a wave of scorching heat swept over them. Soon enough, a gigantic golden crow descended from the sky before transforming into an old man dressed in fiery red robes. Although they had not met for 300 years, Duan Ling Tian knew the old man was Elder Huo, the artifact spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian was overcome by his emotions at this moment. His voice trembled slightly, and his eyes reddened when he saw Elder Huo. Although he was certain Elder Huo was alive, it was a different matter seeing Elder Huo in person. Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to grow so much after 300 years, Elder Huo's turbid eyes lit up when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Similarly, he was also overwhelmed with emotions. Before meeting Duan Ling Tian, he had never spent so much time with anyone. For this reason, he considered Duan Ling Tian family. Previously, when Elder Huo was taken away by Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword that belonged to Feng Qingyang, he was not too worried since he could observe Duan Ling Tian who was still in the mundane realm with Feng Qingyang's help. Later on, when Feng Qingyang was forced to enter the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in all Devata realms, Kuang Ling had perished. Even Feng Qingyang barely survived with Meng Luo's protection. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had also left the surveillance of Feng Qingyang, making him very worried. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply before he said, "Congratulations, Elder Huo. You finally made it out of the pagoda." In the past, Duan Ling Tian had promised to set Elder Huo free after he repaired the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Naturally, the matter was left unsolved after Elder Huo disappeared along with the pagoda. Now that Elder Huo had been freed, he could not help but sigh. Emotionally, time flew by so fast, he could still remember when he first promised to free Elder Huo. "It's all thanks to the Lord Heavenly Emperor and you," Elder Huo said with a smile. "Elder Huo, your disappearance, did it have something to do with Senior Feng Qingyang?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Needless to say, he was curious about the circumstances behind Elder Huo's disappearance. "That's right," Elder Huo nodded. "The Lord Heavenly Emperor had sent Kuang Ling, the sword soul of his weapon, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, to the mundane realm to bring me away. The Lord didn't want me to hinder your growth. After all, if you had my help, you wouldn't be able to grow into your potential. He hoped that the pressure you had to bear and the obstacles you had to overcome would make you grow stronger." Duan Ling Tian was moved. He did not expect Feng Qingyang had been looking out for him since he was in the mundane realm. After calming down, he introduced Huoner and Little Gold to Elder Huo. "Divine beasts," Elder Huo exclaimed in surprise after he studied the 2 women. Although he was a top celestial beast, he could never compare to divine beasts. The gap between them was impossible to bridge. Following that, Duan Ling Tian looked at Meng Luo and asked, "Senior Meng Luo, I heard from Senior Meng Chuan that you were with Senior Feng Qingyang before this. Since you've returned, does this mean Senior Feng Qingyang is here as well?" "No," Meng Luo shook his head. He sighed as he said, "The Lord Heavenly Emperor asked me to leave the Asura Hell because I could no longer endure the pressure there. His clones are there, trying to get him out of that place." "The Asura Hell." Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. "Senior Feng Qingyang is still in the Asura Hell. Didn't he escape from the Asura Hell? I heard he even killed the powerhouse who usurped the throne when he was in the Asura Hell." Meng Luo shook his head and said, "It's a clone from the Lord's Law of Earth. It seems like Senior Feng Qingyang has attained godhood," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Then, he asked, "Senior Meng Luo, why can't Senior Feng Qingyang leave the Asura Hell since he has attained godhood?" "It's difficult." Meng Luo sighed. "Lord Heavenly Emperor Lord has tried many times in recent years and was close to succeeding. This time, he should be able to successfully escape with the help of his clones. After all this time, he has also become familiar with the Asura Hell. The reason he brought me to the Asura Hell was so I could use the energy there to comprehend the fused profundities for the law of death and the law of destruction." With these words, Duan Ling Tian discovered Meng Luo comprehended the law of death and the law of destruction. He could not help but feel guilty Feng Qingyang was still trapped in the Asura Hell. He was also disappointed that he could not meet Feng Qingyang for now. After all, Feng Qingyang was the only one whom he acknowledged as his master. "That's why I left the Asura Hell earlier and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. I heard from my brother Meng Chuan that you were here." Elder Huo said with a smile. "Ling Tian, although the Lord Heavenly Emperor has yet to return, based on Meng Luo's words, it won't be long now before he returns. You should stay in the heavenly palace and cultivate while you wait for his return. Moreover, as the true disciple of the Lord Heavenly Emperor, you have access to the most valuable resources. You're better off cultivating here than any other places." "That's right," Meng Luo nodded. Young master, you can stay and cultivate here with peace of mind. Tell us what you need, the heavenly palace will do its best to find you what you need. Based on Meng Luo's respectful attitude to him, Duan Ling Tian could tell Meng Luo was incredibly loyal to Feng Qingyong. Duan Ling Tian nodded. All right, I'll cultivate here and wait for senior Feng Qingyang's return. Meng Luo had arranged the trio to cultivate near Elder Huo and his cultivation grounds. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, I should now focus on breaking through and becoming a celestial emperor. At that time, I'll be able to use the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the fused profundities from the law of space. The Sha clan in the divine offering land. In the main hall of the Sha clan's estate, the clan leader, Sha Yi, was sitting at the main seat. He said to a young man, Qing Yan, the Sha clan will give you an explanation after Sha Jia returns. A green-clad handsome young man with a wicked air about him smiled faintly when he heard Sha Yi's words. Uncle, since the third master released them, I won't pursue the matter. When the passage to the Devata realms reopens after 700 years, I'll send my men after them. I came here to tell you that I plan to send my men into the realm battlefield to rescue my cousin sister, it's too dangerous there, after all. The green-clad young man was none other than young Qing Yan, the eldest young master of the Yun clan. The realm battlefield is too vast, it'll be like searching for a needle in a haystack. I've already sent many people into the realm battlefield to look for her as well. Sha Yi's expression darkened when his daughter was mentioned. The more people we have, the higher the chances of our success, Yun Qing Yan replied with a smile. Qing Yan, is this the only reason you came to look for me? Sha Yi asked. There's another thing. Yun Qing Yan's eyes flashed as he said, cousin sister should be unaware that those people have been released by the third master since there's no way to communicate in the realm battlefield. I'd like to find her and bring her back to the Yun clan before she finds out about it. Therefore, I came to ask for your permission, uncle. A glint of light flashed through Yun Qing Yan's eyes as he said, cousin sister should not be aware that those people were sent away by the third master since the realm battlefield is cut off from the outside world. I'd like to find her and bring her back to the Yun clan before she finds out about it. Hence, I'm asking for your permission, uncle. Chapter 3369 The Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. In the solitary destructive heaven's solitary destructive territory, the celestials in the solitary destructive heaven were mainly sword celestials because of their heavenly emperor. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect was an all-female fourth-rate sect. More than 90% of their members were females. In a valley where the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate was located, sword cries resounded in the valley. A curvaceous figure could be seen practicing with the sword halfway up the mountain. The sword rays she launched were so bright that seemed comparable to the sun when shot out into the air like a dragon. There was a beautiful woman dressed in a long fiery red robe standing at the side watching the former practice. Her eyes were piercing with a hint of fierceness, but they would soften when she looked at the former. The woman's body flickered before she reappeared in front of a waterfall in the middle of the mountain. A sword ray shot out and landed on the waterfall, causing the water to splash everywhere. Most of the water was splashed in her direction. She narrowed her eyes as she wielded her sword. As though time had stopped, the water froze in midair. When the water droplets began to fall, she swept the sword out and easily deflected the water droplets. She swept the sword in her hands out and deflected the water droplets easily. The red-clad woman watching from the side could not help but praise when she saw the woman deflecting the water. Si Ling, your static profundity of the law of time has improved. Aunt Wu, the beautiful woman dressed in a light purple dress withdrew her sword. Despite her beauty, she had a valiant air about her. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would be surprised to see this woman's resemblance to his wife, Ka. This woman was none other than Duan Si Ling, Duan Ling Tian and Ka's daughter. The Aunt Wu she mentioned was none other than Feng Tian Wu. 300 years had passed since Sha Jia from the Sha clan had sent them away from the divine offering land. Coincidentally, Duan Si Ling and Feng Tian Wu were sent to the same mundane realm called the Great Desolation Realm. Since they absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, their cultivation bases had risen tremendously. With their cultivation bases, it did not take long before they ascended to a Devata realm. In the beginning, the duo ascended to another Devata realm. Only when Feng Tian Wu had become a celestial duke did she bring Duan Si Ling to the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Tian Wu had chosen to go to the solitary destructive heaven because she had heard that Feng Qingyong was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After missing for a time, she also heard Feng Qingyang had reclaimed his throne. She was aware that Duan Ling Tian treated Feng Qingyang, also the former sect master of the Seven Absolutes sect, as his master. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had inherited the fog rain progeny that Feng Qingyang left behind. When Yun Qingyan captured Sister Ka, he mentioned he had sent his men to get rid of senior Feng Qingyang because brother Ling Tian is successor. She heard that Feng Qingyang had returned from the Asura hell and regained his throne. Therefore, she thought being in the solitary destructive heaven was the best chance for her to reunite with Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, she cultivated diligently until she became a celestial lord before leaving to the solitary destructive heaven and joined the all-female fourth-rate sect, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, to wait for a chance to meet Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, the duo had spent 100 years in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. At this time, they were both celestial kings now. Due to their innate talent, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect treated them and were not stingy with cultivation resources. This was why they grew strong so quickly. In the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, the duo was considered highly talented. Therefore, Duan Si Ling was taken in as a disciple to the sect leader, and Feng Tianwu became the disciple of the sect's supreme elder. The Grand Elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, who was also Feng Tianwu's master, was a titled celestial lord. Therefore, the duo was rather safe in the sect compared to if they were to wander the Devata realm. 100 years ago, Feng Tianwu had asked her master to bring her to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to see if Duan Ling Tian was there. Not only was the heavenly emperor absent, but no one had heard of Duan Ling Tian as well. Aunt Wu, what's on your mind? Duan Si Ling asked curiously when she saw the absent-minded expression on Feng Tianwu's face. Over the years, Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu depended on each other a lot. She had also treated Feng Tianwu like a mother figure. In fact, the time she spent with Feng Tianwu was much longer than the time she spent with her parents. 100 years have passed. I wonder if your father has arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Tianwu said as she looked at Duan Si Ling affectionately. She had long treated Duan Si Ling like her daughter. In fact, she put Duan Si Ling above herself. Every treasure she obtained would be given to Duan Si Ling. For this reason, Duan Si Ling's cultivation base was on par with hers. If she gave in when Duan Si Ling refused the treasures, her cultivation base would be higher than what it was now. Father, Duan Si Ling fell silent at the mention of her parents. Although she was young when she was separated from her parents, she still remembered them. Aunt Wu, I miss my father and mother so much. Duan Si Ling threw to hold in her emotions, but in the end, she could not help but weep as she threw herself into Feng Tianwu's arms. Duan Si Ling was almost 300 years old, and yet, the last time she had seen her parents was more than 200 years ago. She might have forgotten their faces if she did not keep their portraits with her. Feng Tianwu gently patted Duan Si Ling's back. She could not find the words to comfort her. She felt guilty for bringing her parents up. Who bullied our Si Ling? A voice rang from afar as Duan Si Ling wept bitterly in Feng Tianwu's arms. Soon enough, a beautiful woman in a white dress suddenly descended from the sky and appeared next to Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling. Senior sister. Duan Si Ling moved out of Feng Tianwu's embrace and greeted the beautiful woman who had just arrived. This woman was none other than Yu Wenqing, the sect master of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Not only was Yu Wenqing the sect leader, but she was also the second strongest person in the sect. She was second to the only titled celestial lord in the sect. Senior sister, is something the matter? Feng Tianwu asked Yu Wenqing. Before Yu Wenqing could reply, the sound of wind howling rang in the air accompanied by the arrival of a thin old woman dressed in loose black robes. She was Yu Baifeng, the strongest person in the sect and the only titled celestial lord in the sect. Master. Feng Tianwu bowed. A slight frown could be seen on her face at this moment. Why did the sect leader and the Grand Elder come looking for them? Junior Aunt, Junior Grandaunt. Yu Wenqing and Duan Si Ling bowed and greeted the old woman in unison. A hint of sadness could be seen in the eyes of Yu Wenqing. On the other hand, Duan Si Ling, like Feng Tianwu, was confused. Master, is there a reason why you and senior sister came looking for us? Feng Tianwu asked, perplexed. Tell her, Yu Baifeng said to Yu Wenqing. When Yu Baifeng looked at Feng Tianwu, a hint of unwillingness could be seen in her turbid eyes. With this, an ominous feeling began to rise in Feng Tianwu's heart. Chapter 3370. There's hope as long as you're alive. 100 years ago, When she joined her master after performing outstandingly during the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's disciple recruitment, she had never seen this side of her master before. The look in her master's eyes made her feel uneasy. Something must have happened for her master to behave in such a manner. After taking a deep breath, Feng Tianwu shifted her gaze to Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of Cloudy Sunbow sect. Yu Wenqing's expression was dark as well as she said, previously, the young master from the 4th grade Cold Drizzle Celestial sect had asked for Si Ling's hand in marriage. Her gaze softened as she looked at Duan Si Ling and said, since Si Ling was unwilling, the Cold Drizzle sect naturally could not force her. Everyone knows that young master is a womanizer anyway, so I had no problem refusing him. Si Ling is like my daughter, and I won't let him ruin her. Nevertheless, although that young master was unwilling, he could only return home since he can't force the matter. However, this morning, an elder of the Cold Drizzle sect came and informed me that their ancestor had emerged from closed-door cultivation. Apparently, the ancestor was furious when we rejected his grandson's marriage proposal. He had announced that if we don't agree, he'll annihilate the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. When she finished speaking, her expression had turned incredibly unsightly. Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the Cold Drizzle sect would resort to threats. They assumed our Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect would definitely submit to their threats. Yu Wenqing's eyes glinted coldly as she sneered. In the past, we even rejected a marriage proposal from a first-grade force. However, she did not mention that the first-grade force did not cause trouble even after they were rejected. Otherwise, a calamity would have befallen Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect as well. We came to send you away. Yu Wenqing looked at Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu and bluntly said. She smiled and said, I'll make an announcement that Si Ling has left the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect still comes looking for trouble, we'll show them the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect isn't a pushover. Master, Duan Si Ling's eyes shone determinedly as she said in a grim voice, based on what I know, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect is sensible. How can their ancestor be so vicious and threaten to kill so many innocent people? He's such a ruthless person. I'm afraid nothing will change even if I leave. Let me stay. I will end my life in front of them to show that I'd rather die than marry into the Cloud Drizzle sect. In Duan Si Ling's opinion, her departure from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect would not assuage the anger of the ancestor from the Cloud Drizzle sect. However, her death should be able to reduce his anger. She did not want to marry the young master of the Cloud Drizzle sect, nor was she willing to abandon the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect when it was in danger. How could she leave her master who treated her like a daughter behind? No, Yu Wenqing and Feng Tianwu objected in unison. Si Ling, my girl, Yu Baifeng, the Grand Elder, looked at Duan Si Ling affectionately and said, be rest assured and leave. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect will be fine. I've reached out to some friends for help as well. Some of them are even celestial emperors. It won't be so easy for the Cold Drizzle sect to deal with us. Junior Grandaunt, are you confident? Duan Si Ling asked. Of course, I am. Yu Baifeng nodded. On the other hand, Feng Tian and Yu Wenqing understood Yu Baifeng the most. However, they knew they could not expose her lies since Duan Si Ling would never leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect if she learned of the truth. If something happened to Duan Si Ling, how could she face Duan Ling Tian? I should take Si Ling with me to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that 100 years have passed, perhaps, brother Ling Tian is there. Even if he weren't there, perhaps senior Feng Qingyang is there. If senior Feng Qingyang won't help, I'll send Si Ling to another place before returning to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Since Bai Yufeng was kind to her, she treated Bai Yufeng as her mother. Although Bai Yufeng did not say anything, she knew her master wanted her to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect as well. From this, it was obvious she wanted Si Ling to leave. At this moment, Feng Tianwu said, Junior Grandaunt won't lie to you. We should leave so we won't be a burden to them. Following that, Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing personally escorted Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's transportation site. Master, I'll return after sending Si Ling off. Feng Tianwu sent a message to Yu Baifeng. Yu Baifeng's eyes widened as her expression changed drastically. As she was about to protest, the duo had already vanished. Junior Aunt, what's wrong? Yu Baifeng's reaction naturally did not escape Yu Wenqing's notice. Yu Baifeng smiled bitterly. Tianwu knows me too well. She knows, anyway. She said she'll return after sending Si Ling off. Yu Wenqing's expression changed. She can't return. If the cold drizzle celestial sect really annihilates us, there are only hope for revenge. At the same time, Yu Baifeng raised her hand and wiped off the mark left behind on the transportation site. Are they going to the Heavenly Palace? Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling had left for the transportation nearest to the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Yu Baifeng had brought Feng Tianwu to the Heavenly Palace in the past, it was the same route they took to the Heavenly Palace. It seems like Tianwu wanted to try her luck there. However, what change can there be after a mere 100 years? The Heavenly Emperor might have yet to return. As for Si Ling's father, who knows if he'll be accepted if the Heavenly Emperor isn't back yet? Yu Baifeng shook her head. She was not optimistic about Feng Tianwu's chance even if this was the only option now. If she were in Feng Tianwu's shoes, she would have done the same. This can't be. I'll send a message to her now telling her not to return. Yu Wenqing said before she hurriedly sent a message to Feng Tianwu. As Feng Tianwu had guessed, Yu Baifeng had indeed lied to Duan Ling Tian. She did know a few titled celestial lords and celestial emperors, but they were just acquaintances. Perhaps, they would help if it was just a small matter. However, this matter involved the second-grade cloud drizzle sect. It would be impossible for those people to intervene. After all, most of these people were sectless cultivators or from weaker forces. None of them would dare to provoke a second-grade force or risk their lives for a mere acquaintance. When Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu arrived on the cloud platform near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Tianwu finally received Yu Wenqing's message. Junior sister Tianwu, you and Si Ling have a bright future ahead of you. You should not return. If the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect survives this calamity, I'll send you another message in 3 days. Bring Si Ling and run as far as you can, don't return. You can avenge us once you've gotten strong enough. Remember, you and Si Ling are our only hope. There's hope as long you're alive. This message was like Yu Wenqing's will before her death. Chapter 3371 The Cold Drizzle Sect. Within 3 days. Initially, Feng Tianwu was not sure when the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect would. After listening to Yu Wenqing's message, she finally realized the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect would act within 3 days to force the marriage. She had no doubt the Cloud Drizzle sect and their ruthless will wreak havoc on the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect once they discovered Si Ling had run away. Initially, Feng Tianwu planned to ask for help from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and if she failed, she planned to send Si Ling somewhere safe before she returned to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. However, she began to rethink her plan after receiving Yu Wenqing's message. She knew Yu Wenqing was right, she would only die in vain if she returned. It was best for her and Si Ling to grow stronger until they're able to exact revenge on the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect for the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's sake. Since she and Si Ling had become celestial kings before the age of 300 and at the age of 300 respectively, there was a good chance they would become a celestial emperor in a few thousand years. Master, senior sister, Feng Tianwu could not help but tear up. However, she quickly suppressed her emotions to avoid arousing Si Ling's suspicion. Even then, Duan Si Ling noticed something was amiss. Aunt Wu, is everything really going to be alright? In the beginning, Duan Si Ling believed the Grand Elder's words. However, after mulling over it, she felt something was amiss. Would the Grand Elder's friends show up to help the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Si Ling, don't worry. Feng Tianwu was well aware of Duan Si Ling's character. If Duan Si Ling learned of the truth, she would definitely return to the sect immediately. As she tried to placate Duan Si Ling, she could not help but thought to herself, Brother Ling Tian, your daughter is really kind. Where are you now? Are you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? After a moment, Feng Tianwu said to Duan Si Ling, let's not waste time and make our way to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that 100 years have passed, perhaps, your father is now in the heavenly palace. Father, Duan Si Ling fell into a daze for a moment. She could still remember her father's face after so many years had passed. After a while, she nodded and muttered to herself confidently, we won't have to be afraid of the Cloud Drizzle sect as long as father is there. Feng Tianwu could not help but smile bitterly upon hearing Duan Si Ling's words. Although she had faith in Duan Ling Tian, would he still be as strong in the Devata realm as he was in the mundane realm? After all, Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling only progressed so far because they had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Therefore, she thought it was likely that Duan Ling Tian was weaker than them unless he had some fortuitous encounter. The wind howled as Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling sped toward the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Since she had followed Yu Bai Feng to the heavenly palace 100 years ago, she was familiar with the way there. I hope Brother Ling Tian is there. Even if he isn't, I hope Senior Feng Qingyang is there and is willing to help us, Feng Tianwu prayed in her heart. Naturally, she was also prepared for the worst. As a second-grade sect, although the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect did not have any titled Celestial Emperors, they had many ordinary Celestial Emperors and dominated the borders. The sect's estate was located in a valley where the flowers and plants flourished and birds chirped in the air. In a serene courtyard located at the middle of the mountain, an old man with gray hair who was dressed in a gray robe sat in front of a table as he muttered, "It's really unexpected that someone from a puny sect like the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect has comprehended the law of time. The law of time is one of the few supreme laws that are difficult to comprehend. That's why I want to marry her." An ordinary young man dressed in fine robes stood across from the old man. If it were not for his narrow eyes, he might have been considered good-looking. He was none other than Lan Jinyan, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. In the Cloud Drizzle Sect, the position of sect master was not inherited through bloodline. The gray-clad old man, the former sect leader, had a son Lan Kongzan, who was far more outstanding than his peers, so it was only natural that he was selected to be the current sect leader of the Cloud Drizzle Sect. Alas, Lan Jinyan did not seem to inherit his family's talent. He paled in comparison to the previous generation in his family and was not particularly outstanding. Since there were too many people who were more outstanding than him in his generation, it was impossible for him to become the next sect leader of the Cloud Drizzle Sect. For this reason, both the former and current sect leaders of the Cloud Drizzle Sect, Lan Jinyan's grandfather and father, hoped to find an outstanding and talented wife for Lan Jinyan. They had been searching for the best candidate for a while now. The female prodigies from the second and third grade forces disdained Lan Jinyan and would never think twice about marrying Lan Jinyan. As for candidates from fourth grade forces, it was difficult to find someone who fit their criteria. However, the female disciple from the fourth grade Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was different. They did not care that she was the disciple of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, since the sect was just a mere fourth grade sect. What they cared about was her innate talent and comprehension skill. She had not reached 300 years old, and she was already a celestial king. Such a person would definitely become a celestial emperor. Apart from that, she comprehended the law of time, one of the four supreme laws. Rumor had it that if either a husband or wife comprehended the law of time, there was a 50% chance their offspring would inherently comprehend the law of time as well. For all these reasons, Lan Jinyan, his father, his grandfather thought Duan Siling was the perfect candidate. However, although Lan Kongzan, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle sect, was not weak, he did not think it was appropriate for him to go to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to force a marriage. What would others say about a second grade forcing a fourth grade force against their will? Lan Heng, the old man, laughed as he said, "Nianer, rest assured. I'll accompany you to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and make sure that girl marries you. Prepare the betrothal gifts in these 2 days. She's just from a mere fourth grade sect. Just prepare some useless things." His lips curled into a disdainful smile at the end of his words. In Lan Heng's opinion, the fourth grade force should feel honored that his grandson was even willing to marry their member. How could they be worthy of receiving valuable betrothal gifts? Lan Jinyan asked worriedly, "Grandfather, what if the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect refuses? When my father proposed the marriage, she chased him out of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect." Lan Heng scoffed before he said disdainfully, "Your father is good at everything, but he worries too much. If a mere fourth grade force refuses to cooperate, then just annihilate them. I'll accompany you to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If the girl refuses the marriage, I'll kill her and annihilate the sect." Lan Heng was domineering not without a reason. He was after all the strongest celestial emperor in the Cold Drizzle sect. Although he was nowhere close to a titled celestial emperor, he was unrivaled in his territory. He could easily annihilate a fourth grade force if he so wished. "Thank you, grandfather," Lan Jinyan replied excitedly. A hint of lust could be seen flashing in the depths of his eyes. Although he only met Duan Siling once, her beauty had long been imprinted in his mind. Apart from being a beauty, she was also highly talented and had comprehended one of the four supreme laws. There was no one more suitable for him than her. Even if I can't become the next sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect, nobody will dare provoke me if she becomes my wife. With her innate talents, it's only a matter of time before she becomes a celestial emperor. Most importantly, she's also a beauty. In Lan Jinyan's mind, he was already thinking about his wedding night. He could hardly contain his excitement when he imagined that beauty begging for mercy. 2 days later, a group of people left the cold drizzle celestial sect's estate and headed to the cloudy sunbow sword sect. 3 men were in the lead, and all of them were riding on a majestic white leopard. The 3 people were Lan Heng, the former sect master of the cold drizzle sect, Lan Jinyan, and an expressionless middle-aged man who carried a long blade. Chapter 3372 Forced Marriage. I didn't expect grandfather would invite junior uncle Lei along as well, Lan Jinyan thought to himself as he furtively looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the celestial beast. The middle-aged man was Lei Zhenshan, Lan Heng's last disciple. He was only roughly 1,000 years older than Lan Jinyan, but he was already a celestial emperor. Moreover, he was also the strongest in the cloud drizzle sect after Lan Heng. Junior Uncle Lei, my grandfather and the others say that you'll probably become a titled celestial emperor in the future. Are you confident? Lan Jinyan asked with a smile, trying to strike up a conversation. Lei Zhenshan glanced at Lan Jinyan before he said, I'll definitely obtain a title from the temple title in less than 3,000 years. I believe in you, Junior Uncle Lei. Lan Jinyan nodded. He did not dare to be respectful toward Lei Zhenshan. Although his grandfather was stronger than Lei Zhenshan, in less than 1,000 years, it was likely Lei Zhenshan would surpass his grandfather. He was not worried about his grandfather and father since they were family, but Lei Zhenshan was different. If it were not for his grandfather, Lei Zhenshan did not even deign to look at him. After taking a deep breath, Lan Jinyan continued to say, Junior Uncle Lei, you joined the sect late. Otherwise, my father wouldn't be able to become the sect leader of the Cloud Drizzle sect. Lan Heng had abdicated his position and let his son, Lang Kongzan, take over the mantle before Lei Zhenshan joined the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect and became his disciple. Due to his hasty abdication, many members suspected he had deliberately done that so his son could succeed his position. If he had waited, Lei Zhenshan would have undoubtedly become the sect leader of the Cloud Drizzle sect. Although Lan Heng was the strongest in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, he could not stop a disciple who was clearly more outstanding than his son from becoming the next sect leader of the Cloud Drizzle sect. Therefore, he could only abdicate ahead of time to prevent Lei Zhenshan from competing for the position of sect leader with his son. Lan Jinyan will soon have a wife who's highly talented and comprehended the law of time. Meanwhile, Lan Jinyan's thoughts had wandered to another topic. He turned to look at the 6 people behind him who were carrying the betrothal gifts. Although the gifts could be easily stored in spatial rings, they chose not to do so since it would look more ostentatious. Lan Jinyan snuck a look at Lei Zhenshan again as he thought to himself, my future wife is more talented than Junior Uncle Lei, she'll definitely reach a height greater than him. Since the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was located too far from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, the group of people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect arrived at the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate in just a few hours. The Cloud Drizzle sect's Lan Heng has brought my grandson, Lan Jinyan, to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to propose marriage. The members of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect waited outside the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate while Lan Heng's voice resounded through the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, stirring up a commotion. The Cold Drizzle Celestial sect? Lan Heng, isn't he the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect? He's the strongest in their sect, right? He brought his grandson, Lan Jinyan, to propose a marriage. Isn't Lan Jinyan a womanizer? Does anyone in our Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect like such a despicable person? Let's go have a look. That's right, I really want to see which of our disciple dares to marry that scum. Driven by curiosity, a group of elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect flew toward the estate's entrance. The inevitable has come. Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, who was cultivating sighed when she heard Lan Heng's voice. Despite the urge to ignore him, she knew she had no choice but to meet him. While Yu Wenqing made her way to the entrance, an old lady with a dark expression appeared in front of her. The old lady was none other than Yu Baifeng, the Grand Elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If Lan Heng insists on annihilating our sect today, make sure to kill his grandson, Lan Jinyan, Yu Baifeng said resolutely. If her sect was going to be annihilated, she would make sure her enemy paid a price as well. Yes, Junior Ant, killing intention shone in Yu Wenqing's eyes. An ordinary human would act madly in desperate situations, let alone celestials with divine abilities. The sect leader is here. The Grand Elder is here. The group of elders and disciples greeted Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng in unison when they appeared at the entrance of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. The duo had the highest status in the sect after all. Greetings, former sect leader Lan. Greetings, senior Lan Heng. Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing greeted Lan Heng. However, their hearts skipped a beat when they saw the middle-aged man standing next to Lan Heng. I didn't expect them to bring Lei Zhenshan as well. Yu Baifeng's voice trembled in the message she sent to Yu Wenqing. Although Lei Zhenshan had only grown famous recently, his reputation had preceded even Lan Heng, the strongest person in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. A hint of despair flashed in the depths of Yu Wenqing's eyes. If Lan Heng were the only present, perhaps they would have a chance to kill Lan Jinyan. However, with Lei Zhenshan present, it would be nigh impossible to do so. Lan Heng lightly glanced at the duo before he settled his gaze on Yu Wenqing and said, "You must be the sect leader of Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, right? I've sent my man to propose a marriage previously. Summon your disciple, Duan Si Ling, here. We've brought the betrothal gifts here. She can follow us back to the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. She should feel honored that two of the strongest celestial emperors from the Cold Drizzle sect came to escort her." Although Lan Heng's tone was calm, the threats in his tone were unmistakable. His words naturally stirred up a commotion. Duan Si Ling, heavens, Miss Si Ling is going to marry Lan Jinyan. Say it isn't so. From what I heard, Junior Sister has already rejected the Cold Drizzle sect's proposal previously. No wonder our sect leader and Grand Elder's expressions are so dark. It seems like the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect are here to force them to accept the marriage. The expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect turned hostile as they looked at the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. Senior Lan Heng, Yu Wenqing shook her head and sighed. What a coincidence, my disciple, Duan Si Ling, had committed a huge offense, so I expelled her 2 days ago. I've sent my junior sister, Feng Tian Wu, to hunt her down. However, there's still no news about her, your grandson. Lan Heng interjected angrily. Yu Wenqing, do you think I'm a child who will believe your lies? The disciples from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect with weaker cultivation bases retreated as Lan Heng's aura surged. Sect leader Yu, Lan Jinyan narrowed his eyes and said, I came with a sincere heart. I know junior sister Si Ling is your beloved disciple. I promise to cherish her if she marries me. I know I had a bad reputation in the past, but I'd change for the better for her. Despite his words, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and his smile contained a hint of disdain. Lan Jinyan looked at Yu Wenqing meaningfully before he continued to say, unless you want us to search your estate, it's best if you summon her here. On the contrary, Lan Heng roared impatiently, Yu Wenqing. I'll give you 15 minutes to summon Duan Si Ling here. Otherwise, I will kill a member of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect every 12 breaths. The members of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect were shocked by Lan Heng's words. They did not expect him to be so unreasonable and domineering as to force Duan Si Ling to marry his grandson. Senior Lan Heng, Yu Wenqing sighed. Do you think I'm lying? If so, you can enter our estate and search for my unfilial disciple. If you find her, you can take her with you. I won't have any objection. At this moment, Yu Baiheng looked at Lan Jinyan and said with a contemptuous smile on her face, Young Master Lan, if you want to marry Si Ling, please look for her without involving my sect. My sect no longer has anything to do with Duan Si Ling. She's no longer a disciple of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Chapter 3373 The Vicious Lan Heng. The others from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect felt chills running up their spines upon hearing the words of their sect leader and Grand Elder. It was obvious the duo did not plan to give in to the Cold Drizzle sect. Everyone in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect knew how much their sect leader cared about her disciple, Duan Si Ling. Moreover, Duan Si Ling had been in the sect for so long, so they were familiar with her character. Duan Si Ling would never wrong her master, nor would she do anything that would get expelled from the sect. Therefore, most of them knew the expulsion was just a way to protect Duan Si Ling. Unsurprisingly, and just as it should be, there were many elders' disciples from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect who were dissatisfied. However, what else could they do at this point? What's sect leader and the Grand Elder thinking? Are they really going to destroy the sect? So the sect leader and the Grand Elder is going to throw all our lives away in order to save one person. Why must I die for Duan Si Ling? Why are we brought into this? Although junior sister Si Ling is kind and has a good reputation in the sect, it doesn't mean that I'm willing to die for her. Am I wrong for thinking this? Why don't we leave the sect now? At this moment, many disciples from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect considered leaving the sect. Lan Heng laughed after Yu Baifeng finished speaking. Despite his laughter, his eyes were cold and cruel. On the other hand, Lan Jinyan had a gloomy expression on his face. He said disdainfully, "Grandpa, they must have sent Duan Si Ling away. Not only do they disrespect the Cold Drizzle sect with their actions, but they disrespect you as well. After all, you've informed them beforehand that we'll be coming to propose marriage, and yet, they still sent her away. Grandpa, it's fine if I can't marry her, but I can't tolerate their disrespect toward you." At this moment, not only was Lan Jinyan's eyes bloodshot, but even his face turned red from anger. When he looked at Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing, he could barely conceal the hatred and killing intent in his eyes. "Don't worry, Nianer, I'll give you justice," Lan Heng said after he stopped laughing. He glanced at the others from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect coldly and said, "I'll ask one last time, is Duan Si Ling at the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? I just want to know if she's here or not." Lan Heng's gaze was so frosty, and his anger was palpable. It was as though he was going to explode in any second now. If he lost his temper, there was no doubt everyone in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect would die. As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Yu Wenqing, their sect leader, in unison. Since she was Duan Si Ling's master, it was likely that she knew of Duan Si Ling's whereabouts. "Senior Lan Heng, does this mean you don't believe me?" Although her lies had been seen through, she remained determined. Lan Heng scoffed. His eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty as he said, "Since you insist on being stubborn, Yu Wenqing, don't blame me for my actions." As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, the expressions of the elders and disciples from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect changed drastically. At this time, Lan Heng's divine consciousness had shrouded the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. Then, he used celestial origin energy in his voice as he said, "Listen up, people of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, your sect leader rather sacrifices all of you just to save Duan Si Ling. It's best if you can convince her to hand Duan Si Ling over. You have 30 minutes, if I don't see Duan Si Ling in 30 minutes, I'll kill everyone in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. You can forget about escaping since I've shrouded the entire place with my divine consciousness." After a short pause, he said, "That's right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect." After saying that, Lan Heng looked at Yu Wenqing with a sneer. "Yu Wenqing, you brought this upon yourself." Yu Wenqing did not expect Lan Heng to speak these words that were not entirely untrue. With this, he had pushed everyone from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to stand on opposing sides with her. When the members of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect regained their senses, they began to cry out one after another. Some disciples even fell to their knees. "Sect leader, how can you be so selfish? How can you sacrifice all of us for one person? Sect leader, you've betrayed the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect with your actions. Sect leader, please hand Duan Si Ling over to them." More and more disciples and elders from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect fell to their knees to plead with Yu Wenqing as they wept. At this time, a large group of people could be seen flying up from all directions in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. There were the other elders and disciples of the sect who showed after hearing Lan Heng's loud voice. Similar to the others, as soon as they arrived, they fell to their knees and pleaded with Yu Wenqing. Indeed, Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng's actions were rather selfish. They did not consider the lives of the others in the sect. In the end, Yu Wenqing sighed and said with a voice that contained celestial origin energy, "I, Yu Wenqing, declare that I'm no longer the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Not only that, but I sever all my ties to the sect." Following that, Yu Baifeng also said, "I, Yu Baifeng declare that I will sever all ties with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect." The disciples and elders of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect were stunned by this development. Meanwhile, Yu Baifeng looked at Lan Heng and said disdainfully, "Lan Heng, you're not worthy of being a titled celestial emperor. Love should be free. There's no difference between your actions today from those in the mundane realms who kidnap women to force them into marriages." "That's right. I asked Si Ling to leave. If you must blame someone, blame me," Yu Baifeng said with a low voice. Yu Wenqing stepped forward and glared at Lan Heng. Duan Si Ling is my disciple, I'm the one who allowed her to leave. It has nothing to do with my junior aunt. You can direct all your anger on me. At this moment, the members of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect remained silent. After all, Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng were no longer the sect leader and the grand elder of their sect. Nevertheless, their eyes were shining with admiration when they looked at the duo who were willing to die to protect Duan Si Ling. Before Lan Heng spoke, Lan Jinyan began to laugh. What a joke. You bitches thought you can just quit, and we'll spare the innocent in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Let me tell you this. If I don't see Duan Si Ling today, my grandfather and I will still kill everyone in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. It doesn't matter if you had severed your ties with the sect or if you atone with your lives. A cruel smile appeared on Lan Jinyan's face as he turned to look at the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, whose expression had changed drastically, and said, listen up. It's too late for all of you to leave the sect now. If I don't see Duan Si Ling, I'll kill all of you. The members of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect trembled on their knees. Sect leader, we're innocent. Please spare our lives and hand Duan Si Ling over to them. Sect leader, grand elder, please bring Duan Si Ling back. Please, sect leader, please acquiesce to their demand. I beg you, sect leader, grand elder. Faced with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect elders and disciples who were pleading for their lives, Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng's expressions were rather unsightly. They exchanged a look and saw the bitter smile on each other's faces. In the end, Yu Wenqing hardened her heart and said with a sigh, I've already severed ties with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and has nothing to do with the sect. I really don't know where Duan Si Ling went. There was no turning back now. Yu Wenqing did not expect this to happen. She blamed herself for being short-sighted. At this moment, she thought that if Duan Si Ling were still in the sect, she might have handed her over to the Cold Drizzle sect. Indeed, it was selfish to sacrifice everyone for the sake of one person. My stance is the same as the sect leader, Yu Baifeng said. In that case, all of you will die. Lan Heng's expression darkened. Celestial origin energy surged out his body immediately in waves of green violent wind that blew in all directions. Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng were expressionless as they held their weapons in their hands. At the same time, celestial origin energies surged out of their bodies as well. It was clear they had decided to fight Lan Heng to death. At the critical moment, two melodious voices rang in the air. Following that, two figures appeared in front of Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng. At this moment, Lan Jinyan stared at one of the newcomers with lust brimming in his eyes. Chapter 3374 You can try convincing my father. Si Ling, Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng were shocked by the duo's arrival. Following that, their expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the duo who had left 2 days ago would return. Why did they return? At this moment, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect disciples kneeling on the ground pointed at Duan Si Ling and said, Senior Lan Heng, Duan Si Ling is there. That's right, that's Duan Si Ling. She's Duan Si Ling. Upon seeing Duan Si Ling, the eyes of the elders and disciples of Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect brightened as though they had already been saved. Earlier, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect Celestial Emperor, Lan Heng, said that he would annihilate the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect if Duan Si Ling did not appear. He even said it did not matter if the sect leader and the grand elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect had severed ties with the sect, everyone would still have to die unless Duan Si Ling showed up. With these words, all of them fell into despair. How could they not be filled with hope now that Duan Si Ling was here? As soon as Duan Si Ling showed up, she kneeled in front of Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng. Master, Grandaunt, Si Ling has troubled all of you. Feng Tianwu followed suit and kneeled in front of Yu Baifeng. She knew her master only protected Duan Si Ling for her sake. When Yu Baifeng recovered from her shock, she asked angrily, why did both of you come back? With this, all hope was lost. Si Ling, why did you come back? Yu Wenqing's expression was much worse than Yu Baifeng. She instinctively stepped in front of Duan Si Ling to shield her as she glared at Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. Nianer, is that Duan Si Ling? Lan Heng asked as he withdrew his raging energy and looked at the girl standing behind Yu Wenqing. Grandpa, it is her. Lan Jinyan said with barely concealed excitement. All right, Lan Heng nodded. With a wave of his hands, he said to the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect disciples standing behind him who were carrying the betrothal gifts. Put down the gifts and get the girl. Senior Lan Heng, you won't gain happiness by forcing this. Why must you do this? Yu Wenqing asked grimly, still shielding Duan Si Ling. However, if Lan Heng was so easily convinced, things would not have escalated to this extent. Yu Wenqing, it's best if you move aside, otherwise, your disciple Duan Si Ling will have to organize a funeral for you. Lan Heng's eyes shone with killing intent as he looked at Yu Wenqing. Master. Duan Si Ling suddenly stepped forward to shield Yu Wenqing instead. Then, she looked at Lan Heng coldly and asked, "You're Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle sect?" Lan Heng smiled indifferently, "Girl, it's an honor that you're able to marry my grandson. If you know what's good for you, you better come with us. Otherwise, unless you want everyone in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to die because of you." Feng Tianwu stepped forward as well at this moment. She stood next to Duan Si Ling. She looked at Lan Heng and scoffed before she said, "Lan Heng, don't you know what your grandson is like? What kind of honor are you talking about? He's unworthy of Si Ling." "Well, whether he's worthy or not, it's not up to you," Lan Heng sneered. "If you want me to marry him, you'll have to convince my father," Duan Si Ling said icily. Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng looked at each other as soon as they heard Duan Si Ling's words. "Your father?" Lan Heng cocked his eyebrows and asked disdainfully. "Where is he? Does he even dare to go against me?" As soon as Lan Heng's voice fell, a scoff rang from behind a cloud. Soon enough, 3 figures appeared before everyone's eyes. There was 1 man and 2 women. The man dressed in a purple robe was handsome with bright eyes and had valiant air about him. Everyone thought the purple-clad man was incredibly handsome. However, their eyes widened further in shock when they saw the white-clad lady standing next to him. Heavens, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. The white-clad woman leaned against the purple-clad man as she held his hand. A hint of gentleness could be seen on her usually expressionless face when she looked at Duan Si Ling. Apart from that, there was a pretty young woman who was dressed in a golden robe. At this time, she grinned as she looked at Lan Heng and said, "Brother Ling Tian, I heard this man said you won't dare to go against him. I'm curious to see what he can do," Duan Ling Tian said with a deceptively friendly smile on his face. However, his eyes flashed with killing intent when he looked at Lan Heng. "There's a celestial emperor among them as well." Lan Heng's expression turned solemn when the trio appeared. He can't see through their cultivation bases, it seemed like his divine consciousness had been blocked. This meant that these people were not simple. Moreover, based on the golden-clad young woman's words, it was clear the trio was confident. After the trio moved to stand next to Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu, Lan Heng asked solemnly, "Are you Duan Si Ling's father?" Duan Ling Tian ignored Lan Heng and said to Yu Wenqing with a smile, "Sect leader Yu, thank you for looking after my daughter." "Why, you're welcome," Yu Wenqing stammered slightly. Not only did her disciple return, but she brought her father along as well. She had heard from Feng Tianwei that Duan Si Ling's father was possibly the disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, 100 years ago, when they visited, Duan Si Ling's father was not there. With Duan Ling Tian's presence, in a way, it meant that they had the support of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Since Duan Ling Tian was staying in the heavenly palace, the most sacred place in the solitary destructive heaven, it meant that he was highly valued by the heavenly emperor. Yu Wenqing knew if it were not for Duan Si Ling, she would not have been able to meet with such a prominent figure. Similar to Yu Wenqing, Yu Baifeng, Feng Tianwu's master, was shocked as well. She looked at Duan Ling Tian, dumbfounded, as she thought to herself, "Is he Si Ling's father? The man Tianwu loves." Elder Baifeng. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he turned to look at Yu Baifeng. "Thank you for taking care of Tianwu as well." "No, it's my duty." Although Yu Baifeng was a titled celestial emperor, she did not put on airs. After all, the person in front of her was related to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In her advanced age, she could not help but tremble. At this moment, Lan Jinyan called out, "Hey! Did you not hear my grandpa? He asked if you are Duan Si Ling's father. So you're the one who wants to marry Si Ling?" Little Gold said as she slowly walked toward Lan Jinyan. Lan Heng looked at Little Gold warily. At this time, Duan Ling Tian called out, "Little Gold, I'll deal with this." Little Gold pouted. However, she naturally did not dare to disobey Duan Ling Tian. She stuck out her tongue at him before she returned to her original position. She had wanted to toy with Lan Jinyan a little. Who knew Duan Ling Tian wanted to deal with the matter himself? It was to be expected. After all, she could sense Duan Ling Tian's fury. Huaner, look after Si Ling. Huaner obediently moved to stand next to Duan Si Ling while Duan Ling Tian moved toward Lan Heng, Lan Jinyan, and the others. Who are you? Are you with them as well? Duan Ling Tian asked a middle-aged man standing behind Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. The middle-aged man was Lei Zhenshan, Lan Heng's disciple. He's my disciple Lei Zhenshan, Lan Heng said in a low voice. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I understand. So all of you are together. No, Lei Zhenshan hurriedly said as he retreated in just a blink of an eye. Then, he said loudly, Senior, I used to be Lan Heng's disciple. However, I hereby announce that I'm severing all ties with Lan Heng and the Cold Drizzle sect. Chapter 3375 Completely Crushed. Lei Zhenshan, a celestial emperor from the Cold Drizzle celestial sect, was a disciple for Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle sect. He was also known as the person with the highest cultivation talent in the history of the Cold Drizzle sect and would most likely be the next titled celestial emperor in the sect. Upon hearing Lei Zhenshan's words, how could the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect elders and disciples not be shocked? They all knew all about Lei Zhenshan after all. What was Lei Zhenshan trying to do? Why did he suddenly sever ties with the Cold Drizzle sect? No one expected this from Lei Zhenshan at all. Moreover, he had moved away from the people of the Cold Drizzle sect so decisively to show he wanted nothing to do with them. Even Duan Ling Tian did not expect Lei Zhenshan to act so decisively. Following that, he ignored Lei Zhenshan. At this moment, Feng Tianwu sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian, explaining Lei Zhenshan's background. This Lei Zhenshan must not be simple. He should have sensed something. Even then, to think he would betray his master so decisively based on his instinct alone, Duan Ling Tian could tell there was more than meets the eye with Lei Zhenshan. Lei Zhenshan, Lan Heng roared when he finally regained his senses. Out of everyone present, he was the most shocked by Lei Zhenshan's betrayal. He did not expect his disciple would be so treacherous. He glared at his disciple and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by this?" At this moment, Lan Jinyan, who had also recovered from his shock, looked at Lei Zhenshan in shock, disbelief, and anger. Lan Heng. Lei Zhenshan glanced at Lan Heng indifferently and said, "You should be the clearest about what's happening. In order to let your son Lan Kongzan become the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect by intentionally retiring early, even if you know I'm much more qualified. Although I don't care about that position, don't you think your actions are too despicable? Apart from that, there are many things in the sect that should go to those who deserve them, but you've given them all to your son. If I continue to stay in the Cold Drizzle sect, it'd only hinder my cultivation and path to becoming a titled celestial emperor. I've long decided to leave, but today seems like a good day to do so." "You," Lan Heng roared. "You treacherous bastard, have you forgotten who took you in and nurtured you?" Lei Zhenshan scoffed. "You think too highly of yourself. Back then, I was clearly more talented than my brother, so you took me in while he went to a weaker sect. However, the sect valued him and nurtured him sincerely. Currently, he has grown even stronger than me. If I had gone with him, I'd be so much more powerful than I am now," he sneered as he continued to say, "I'm not getting involved with your mess today." Lei Zhenshan stood in the distance with his arms crossed as he looked at Lan Heng mockingly. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Sir, if you're capable, you should kill all of them. I won't interfere. Naturally, if they're stronger than you, I won't intervene as well." After listening to Lei Zhenshan voice out his dissatisfaction, everyone finally understood his sudden and shocking reaction. "Lei Zhenshan, I'll kill you after I deal with this matter," Lan Heng growled. "Old man, although you're slightly stronger than me, it won't be easy for you to kill me," Lei Zhenshan said nonchalantly. Lan Heng took a deep breath before he turned around. If he fought Lei Zhenshan now, he would only give those from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect a chance to escape. As Lan Heng was about to speak, Duan Ling Tian interjected, "Don't hold back and attack with all your might. I'd like to see how powerful you are since you dare to force my daughter to marry." Duan Ling Tian's purple robe fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. Despite his even tone, everyone could hear the fury simmering beneath his words. Lan Heng's expression changed slightly as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. The person in front of him was abnormally calm. Alas, there was no turning back now. Moreover, even if he tried to leave, he was sure his opponent would not allow him to do so. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, celestial origin energy boosted with the law of wind raged around Lan Heng's body. It looked as though it would mow down everything that stood in its path. While Feng Tian Wu, Duan Si Ling, and the others watched with grim expressions when Lan Heng erupted with celestial origin energy, Little Gold, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, could not help but chuckle. He looks like he's a 3-talent celestial emperor, but he hasn't even fully comprehended the law of wind. It was obvious to Little Gold that not only did Lan Heng not learn how to fuse profundities, but the most embarrassing thing was he had not even comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of wind. Based on his celestial origin energy, he had only comprehended 8 profundities from the law of wind. This is all you have, and yet, you dare to force my daughter to marry your grandson. Duan Ling Tian laughed derisively. With a wave of his hand, a 7-color sword ray appeared. A terrifying energy rippled into the surroundings as soon as they appeared. Before everyone could react, Duan Ling Tian brandished the 7 orifices exquisite sword and sent the sword rays out. The sword rays surged up into the sky before they fell like flower petals, forming a cage around Lan Heng and Lang Jinyan. Duan Ling Tian laughed at that point. With a wave of his right hand, a 7-colored sword ray appeared. Obviously, it is his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Waves of terrifying aura could be felt as soon as it appeared. Before everyone could come back to their senses, Duan Ling Tian shook his sword and a beam of 7-colored energy surged up into the air. Then, they fall to the ground like petals of flowers falling from the sky. Shortly after, it formed a huge 7-colored cage and trapped Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan inside it. Following that, the pressure in the cage began to grow heavier and heavier. When Lan Jinyan turned pale and vomited blood, Lan Heng's expression turned even more unsightly. Nianer. Lan Heng hurriedly moved to Lan Jinyan, trying to use his divine consciousness to help ease the pressure on Lan Jinyan. Then, he sneered as he said to Duan Ling Tian, "You're merely a 1 basic celestial emperor. Even if you have an emperor-grade celestial weapon and have comprehended the law of space, do you think it's enough to beat me?" "Idiot," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. At the same time, the 7-color cage began to shrink. "I will break these restraints now," Lan Heng cried out. Green energy surged out of his body like a storm as he tried to break free of the cage. Alas, his energy was overwhelmed by the space energy in the cage. At this moment, Lan Heng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale at this moment, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, fused profundity. Why you learned how to fuse profundities? All of Lan Heng's confidence had been crushed at this point. How could he be a match for someone who not only comprehended fused profundities, but it was fused profundities from the law of space as well, one of the 4 supreme laws? He could not help but wonder about the purple-clad figure in front of him. Who was he? He was just a 1 basic celestial emperor, but he had already learned to fuse profundities. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lan Heng coldly. At the same time, 9 spatial tears appeared on one side of the 7-color cage. 9 sword rays from the cross-dimensional profundity shot out Lan Heng. This was a fused profundity Duan Ling Tian created with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. It was the combination of the cross-dimensional and the space elemental profundity. With this, he had more control over the number, intensity, range of the sword rays. No, the defenseless Lan Heng cried out in despair. His legs were severed before they were crushed into pulp by the space energy. Another sharp sword cry rang in the air as Lan Heng's arm was severed. Blood spurted out immediately. It made for a shocking and terrifying sight. At this moment, Lan Heng was filled with pain, remorse, and despair. Why did he come here? If he knew there was someone like that helping the 4th-grade Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, he would not have forced Duan Si Ling to marry his grandson. "Don't worry, the cold drizzle celestial sect will accompany you in death," Duan Ling Tian said tonelessly as though he was commenting on the weather. Lan Heng's eyes widened in horror immediately. Meanwhile, Lan Jinyan's face had paled even more. He did not expect the father of the woman he had taken a liking to was such a powerful person. Even his grandfather was powerless against that person. Chapter 3376. A gift. Lei Zhenshan, who was standing at the side, watched with his mouth agape. Fortunately, he made the right decision earlier. Otherwise, he would have died as well. Based on how confident the young man was, I had a feeling he's not simple. Thank the heavens I seized the chance and severed ties with Lan Heng and the sect. After all, even if the young man failed to kill Lan Heng, I'm confident I'll be able to escape from Lan Heng, Lei Zhenshan had been dissatisfied with Lan Heng for a long time now. He just thought this was a good opportunity to cut off ties with Lan Heng. Moreover, he had a feeling Duan Lingtian was stronger than he seemed to be. After all, the young man must be aware of Lan Heng's strength before he confronted Lan Heng. For the young man to remain fearless, he must be confident he could defeat Lan Heng. If he was no match for Lan Heng, would he recklessly step forward? Obviously not. Nevertheless, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Lei Zhenshan was even more shocked that Duan Lingtian had learned how to fuse profundities despite being a one basic celestial emperor. He thought he was rather powerful, but even then, he only managed to comprehend all the profundities from the law of metal despite being a two-form celestial emperor. He was just beginning to learn how to fuse profundities. He had also noticed that Duan Lingtian managed to combine a few dual-fused profundities as well. With the sword that seemed stronger than an emperor-grade celestial weapon, it was no wonder Duan Lingtian managed to overpower Lan Heng. Lei Zhenshan sighed in relief inwardly. He knew even if he joined forces with Lan Heng, they would not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Once again, he felt lucky for making the right decision. Yes, sir. Lan Heng's face was as pale as a sheet of paper at this moment. Only fear was left in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. This is all my fault. Please don't blame my grandson and the cold drizzle sect. Lan Heng knew he would not be able to escape death today. He was no match for Duan Lingtian at all. Duan Lingtian sneered. With a wave of his hand, he created a wind blade and slashed at Lan Jinyan's waist. Lan Jinyan screamed in horror, "Grandpa! Help me, I don't want to die." Lan Heng's eyes widened and said hurriedly, "Sir, please show mercy." Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Duan Xiling, ignoring Lan Heng. His expression thawed, replaced by a loving smile as he asked, "Xiling, do you want to kill them with your own hands?" "Yes." Duan Xiling glared at the men that caused her beloved master to suffer and renounce the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She was aware of how much her master cherished the sect, so it must have hurt her master to say those words. She felt guilty as well. If it were not for her, none of this would happen. Although she knew it was not her fault, she still could not but feel responsible. "I'll bring them to you." Duan Lingtian nodded. With a wave of his hand, he brought the severely mutilated Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan over. "Please show mercy, please," Lan Jinyan begged, frightened out of his wits. Meanwhile, despair flashed in Lan Heng's eyes. Duan Xiling lifted her hand and retrieved her sword. She brought the sword down, killing the two men whose strength had been depleted by her father. After killing the men, Duan Xiling rushed into Duan Lingtian's arms and cried, venting the frustrations and sadness she had pent up. Duan Lingtian reached out and gently patted her back without saying anything. His love for his daughter was evident in his eyes. He had not seen his daughter in over 200 years. He thought he would have to wait another 700 years before he could see her again. Who knew she managed to escape from the divine offering land and had been in the solitary destruction heaven for over 100 years. When he first met his daughter yesterday, he was ecstatic. As soon as he learned about the problem his daughter and Feng Tianwu faced, he asked them to lead them here immediately. Although they had arrived in the morning, they only showed up at the end. When the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect regained their senses, they began to whisper among themselves. Is he really Duan Xiling's father? Heavens, Duan Xiling's father is a celestial emperor. Moreover, he seems much more powerful than ordinary celestial emperors. How domineering. Most of the members of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect looked at Duan Lingtian in awe. How could they not be filled with admiration? Duan Lingtian was too powerful. He easily overpowered Lan Heng, a four-phenomenon celestial emperor and the strongest person in the second-grade cold drizzle sect. They wondered if he was as powerful as a titled celestial emperor or if he was already titled celestial emperor. Similarly, Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng were shocked as well. Although they had heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had accepted Duan Lingtian as his disciple, they had no idea how strong he was, until now. His strength was beyond their imagination. Initially, they had thought they would need the support of those from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to intimidate the cold drizzle celestial sect. As it turned, Duan Xiling's father alone was enough to deal with Lan Heng. Duan Lingtian patted Duan Xiling's head after she left his embrace. Following that, he called out, "Sect leader Yu. In order to thank you for taking care of Xiling, I should give you a gift." "You're being too courteous." There's no need for that. I'm sincere in taking care of Si Ling and don't expect anything in return. After 100 years, I've already treated her like my daughter, Yu Wenqing said, refusing Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader Yu, please don't reject my gift. If you don't, it will only benefit others. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a faint smile. Yu Wenqing was confused. Sect leader Yu and Grand Elder Yu, would you like to follow me to the Cold Drizzle sect? Duan Ling Tian asked with a grin. Then, he said to Lei Zhenshan, who was standing quietly at the side indifferently, I plan to go to the Cold Drizzle sect. Do you want to lead the way? It'd be my pleasure to do so, Lei Zhenshan said. At the same time, he thought to himself, the Cold Drizzle sect is ruined. Duan Ling Tian brought Duan Si Ling, Feng Tian Wu, Huaner, and Little Gold with him as he followed Lei Zhenshan. At this time, realization also dawned on Yu Wenqing, Yu Baifeng, and those from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. They finally understood the gift Duan Ling Tian mentioned. The Cold Drizzle Celestial sect was a second-grade sect that had a king-grade celestial vein in their estate. This meant the heaven and earth spirit energy there was much better than that in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. After all, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect only had a Duke-grade celestial crystal vein. Is Duan Si Ling's father really planning to annihilate the Cold Drizzle sect? So he plans to give us the Cold Drizzle sect's estate. Heavens, what a terrifying gift. Nevertheless, their eyes brightened when they thought the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was going to get a better estate. Under normal circumstances, they would not dare to accept the Cold Drizzle sect's estate even if it were freely given to them. After all, it would only attract trouble from greedy people. However, since it was given to them by a powerhouse like Duan Ling Tian, no one would dare to covet it. Who would want to incur the wrath of a powerhouse? As for those stronger than the Cold Drizzle sect, they naturally did not care about the estate at all. I have said it earlier, I, Yu Wenqing, have renounced the position of the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Yu Wenqing's expression darkened when she heard the discussion in the surroundings. Although she knew she was being selfish by intending to sacrifice so many people's lives for one person, she was still angry at how they tried to push her favorite disciple out. How could they have the audacity to accept a gift from Duan Si Ling's father? What a joke. It's best that all of you stay here and guard the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate, Yu Baifeng said before she caught up with the others. Sect leader, Grand Elder, what were we supposed to do under those circumstances? We were innocent. We don't have to live in the Cold Drizzle sect's estate, but the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect can't do without both of you. If Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng left the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, the sect would fall into ruins. Let alone a 4th-grade sect, it would probably become a 5th-grade sect. In fact, they might not even be able to protect themselves. Chapter 3377 Ready to find his family. The grades of forces in Devata realms were determined by the number of powerhouses in the respective forces. For instance, 4th-grade sects and clans had to have at least one titled Celestial Lord be qualified as a 4th-grade force. In the Spirit Overarching Heaven's southern territory where Duan Ling Tian ascended to in the past, the most powerful forces there were only 5th-grade forces even if they had many Celestial Lords because the forces there lacked titled Celestial Lords. In fact, there was only one titled Celestial Lord in the southern territory who governed the territory. Several Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect elders who managed to catch up with Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng cried out to stop them from leaving. Soon enough, the other elders and disciples from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect caught up to the duo as well and instantly fell to their knees. Sect leader, I know you're angry, but we don't have a choice. It was the life of one girl against the lives of everyone in the sect. Grand Elder, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect needs you. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and the others were unaware of the situation Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng were facing. At this moment, Duan Si Ling said with a sigh, earlier my master declared she would leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Knowing her, she won't go back on her words. Don't worry, Si Ling, Feng Tian Wu, who was standing next to Duan Si Ling, said as she shook her head, no matter how stubborn senior sister is, the elders and disciples from the sect won't let her go so easily. If everyone pleaded with her to stay, she won't be able to remain hard-hearted. It's the same for my master. Compared to Duan Si Ling, Feng Tian Wu's judgment was naturally better. She continued to say with a smile, you must know that the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect is only a 4th-grade sect due to my master's presence since she's a titled Celestial Lord. A Duke-grade celestial crystal vein is the best a 4th-grade force would have. Only some celestial lords would covet it, titled celestial aren't interested in it at all. If senior sister leaves, master will definitely leave as well. Without them, the sect is sure to decline and become a 5th grade sect. The elders and disciples will do their best to dissuade them from leaving. Before Duan Si Ling responded, Little Gold interjected with a frown on her face, how can they be so shameless? They were the ones who forced Si Ling's master and your master to leave the sect in the first place. At that time, I don't see them pleading with both your masters to stay. Now that the crisis has passed, they change their stance so quickly. They're too shameless. In Little Gold's eyes, things were simple, they were either black or white, and there were no gray areas. Needless to say, if Duan Ling Tian chose to turn black, she would obediently follow him as well. That's how things are, Feng Tianwu said with a sigh. Moreover, they're blameless. How could anyone be willing to sacrifice so many lives for the life of one person? I can understand them. Duan Si Ling nodded in agreement. Soon after, under Lei Zhenshan's lead, Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate under Lei Zhenshan's guidance. As they flew into the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate, numerous saber rays appeared around Lei Zhenshan. As he flew forward, he killed the patrolling disciples in the estate. Alas, even until their deaths, the patrolling disciples did not understand why their elder killed them. Lei Zhenshan wore a bitter smile on his face as he killed everyone standing in their way. Although he hated Lan Heng, it did not mean he hated the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect as well. He was not trying to seek revenge by killing the members of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, he had only done it to save his life. After all, he was still unsure if Duan Ling Tian would let him go. Therefore, he was on his best behavior, hoping Duan Ling Tian would spare him. It did not take long before news of Lei Zhenshan's killing spree reached the ears of the high-ranking members of the Cloud Drizzle Celestial Sect. Lang Kongzan, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Sect, led a group of people to stop Lei Zhenshan. Lan Kongzan was a middle-aged man who bore resemblances to Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a dignified air about him. At this moment, he looked at Lei Zhenshan with a dark expression on his face as he asked, Lei Zhenshan, what are you doing? Lan Kongzan, your son, Lan Jinyan, and your father, Lan Heng, are dead, it's best if you don't put up a fight, Lei Zhenshan said with a sigh. As soon as his voice fell, the expressions of the members of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect who were present on the scene changed drastically. Initially, they were skeptical. However, when they saw the strangers standing behind Lei Zhenshan, an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Are you Feng Tianwu from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect? Grand Elder Yu Baifeng's disciple. One of the high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect recognized Feng Tianwu. With that, another person recognized Duan Si Ling as well. That seems to be sect leader Yu Wenqing's disciple, Duan Si Ling. Lei Zhenshan followed the former sect leader and the young master to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect to bring the young master's bride back, right? What happened? You talk too much. At the time when Lan Kongzan's expression further darkened, Little Gold stepped forward. In just a blink of an eye, she seemed to have vanished into thin air. When she disappeared, a loud roar rang in the air. Following that, a figure the size of a hill appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a huge golden mouse with red eyes. Despite its size, the mouse's speed was as swift as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, she had already appeared in front of Lan Kongzan and the others. The mouse swiped its paw across the group of high-ranking members of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Apart from Lan Kongzan and 2 other celestial emperors who narrowly avoided the attack, the others were torn apart. Little Gold grinned. I haven't got a chance to fight to my heart's content since I became a celestial emperor. Let me fight 3 of you today. It was an incredibly strange sight. The mouse was absurdly huge, but its voice was that of a young woman. Little Gold, Feng Tianwu was stunned. Since their reunion, this was the first time she had seen Little Gold in a fight. Meanwhile, Lan Kongzan and the 2 celestial emperors were easily sent flying by Little Gold. All of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. The other members of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect watched this with horrified expressions on their faces. This isn't fun at all, you're all too weak. With just 3 swipes of her paw, Lan Kongzan and the 2 celestial emperors died. Just like that, all the high-ranking members of the Cloud Drizzle Sect were dead. Lei Zhenshan, who was standing at the side, trembled in fear. Even the young woman was much stronger than him. After reverting to her human form of a beautiful woman with a curvaceous body, Little Gold said in a voice that resounded through the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate, "From now on, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect no longer exists, leave now if you don't want to die." Initially, there were a few disciples from the Cloudy Drizzle sect who were confused. It did not take long before they heeded Little Gold's words and fled. In less than an hour, the entire Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's estate was empty. At the same time, those from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect finally arrived with Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng in the lead. Sect leader Yu, the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's estate is now empty. "This is my gift to you," Duan Ling Tian said to Yu Wenqing with a smile. Then, he glanced at Yu Baifeng who was next to Yu Wenqing and said, "In the future, if there's anything you need help with, you can speak to Si Ling or Tian Wu. I'll help you if it's within my power to do so. When you have the time, you can come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to visit Si Ling and Tian Wu." Although the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect elders and disciples had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength and guessed he must have an extraordinary background, they were still dumbfounded upon hearing his words. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Si Ling's father was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng nodded with a smile. They felt slightly excited as well. After all, they had learned from Feng Tian Wu and Duan Si Ling that Feng Qingyong, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would be accepting Duan Ling Tian as his disciple. Under normal circumstances, they could only look up at someone like him. Due to their disciples, they were now related to someone like him. Duan Ling Tian said, "Si Ling, Tian Wu, you can speak to your masters a bit more if you want. Once you're done, we'll return to the heavenly palace to discuss my plan to look for Little Fair and Nian Tian." At this point, Duan Ling Tian had already learned that Feng Tian Wu and Duan Si Ling were not the only ones who escaped from the divine offering land. His wife, Li Fei, his son, Duan Nian Tian, his parents, Duan Ru Feng and Li Ru, had also escaped from the divine offering land with the help of Xianxia, Ka's third uncle. Nevertheless, he still did not have an idea of where to start finding them. Duan Si Ling and Feng Tian Wu possessed the soul pearls of Li Fei, Duan Nian Tian, Feng Wudao, and Duan Ru Feng. Although they tried to contact them through the soul pearls, there were no replies. It was likely that they were not in the solitary destructive heaven or that they did not have communication celestial talismans. Chapter 3378 First Stop. The Jade Emperor Heaven. In the past, before Feng Tian Wu, Duan Si Ling, and the others were sent out of the divine offering land by Xianxia, he exchanged soul pearls with them in case there was a need for them to meet in the future. To prevent the soul pearls from losing its effects too quickly, Xianxia had given them high-grade soul pearls from the divine offering land that would preserve their energies for at least 1,000 years. This was because Xianxia knew when he sent them away, they might be sent to different mundane realms. He had given them the soul pearls to help them reunite once they ascended to the Devata realms, since it was impossible for them to reunite in the mundane realms unless they were transported to the same place. There were too many mundane realms, and not only were there no communication celestial talismans in the mundane realms, but even if there were, it would be impossible for them to communicate using the talismans unless they were in the same mundane realm. Unlike the mundane realms, they should be able to communicate with each other even if they were not in the same Devata realms. However, Xianxia did not give them any communication celestial talismans before he sent them away because he was in a hurry. Moreover, even if he had remembered to give them the talismans, it would not have been enough since he only carried a few on him. During their way back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Tian Wu said solemnly, "Brother Duan, I had most of our people's soul pearls when I arrived at a mundane realm with Si Ling. I had the soul pearls of all the members from the Seven Absolutes sect. However, apart from Senior Mu Yi, everyone's soul pearls had shattered." Mu Yi was the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's prophet progeny and a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. She was among the people whom Yunqing Yan had abducted to the divine offering land. However, Mu Yi's whereabouts, similar to the others, was unknown after Xianxia sent them away. Among all the successors of the Seven Absolute sect, everyone, except for Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tian Wu, and Mu Yi, had perished. They're dead. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically upon hearing Feng Tian Wu's words. Killing intent shone in his eyes as he clenched his hands tightly. "Yunqing Yan, I won't forgive myself if I don't kill you. I'll hunt you down when the passage leading to the divine offering land from the Devata realms opens." His anger did not abate. Instead, his flames of fury rose higher. causing killing intent to surge out of his body. It was so intense that it put a pressure on those around him. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian asked, "What about the others?" "I have the soul pearls of Sister Fair, Nian Tian, Uncle Ru Feng, Aunt Li Ru, Shui Nai, and my father. If we find my father, we'll be able to find out about Senior Bai Li Hong and the others," Feng Tianwu replied. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing these words. He had prayed fervently for Bai Li Hong and the others to be safe. He would not be able to forgive himself if something were to happen to them, since they were in this predicament because of him. Because of him, Yun Qing Yan had abducted his family and friends to force Ka to return with him. "We'll return to the Heavenly Palace first and list out all the Devata realms. Tian Wu, Si Ling, give me their soul pearls, I'll search for them," Duan Ling Tian said. He was prepared to wander the Devata realms to look for his family and friends. Since they had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, their cultivation bases must have risen swiftly. They must have ascended to a Devata realm by now if they're alive, Duan Ling Tian said. "Brother Duan, I'll go with you," Feng Tianwu said. Duan Si Ling chimed in as well, "Father, I want to go with you as well." Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu knew Duan Ling Tian intended on leaving them in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven while he wandered the Devata realms alone. "Both of you should stay in the heavenly palace and cultivate," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. As though he just recalled something, he quickly added, "Forget it. If both of you want to come, then let's go together. The cultivation environment in my little world is better than heavenly palace anyway." Although the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was far better than any of the heaven-grade forces, it was still no match for the cultivation environment in Duan Ling Tian's little world that was filled with the heaven and earth spirit energy from the remnant of a realm of gods. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he wasted no time in looking for Elder Huo. "Elder Huo, do you know the names of all 81 Devata realms?" Puzzled, Elder Huo shook his head. "No. Why? I want to look for some people," Duan Ling Tian replied before he briefly explained the situation to Elder Huo. Elder Huo nodded. "All right, I understand. Give me 2 days, and I'll sort this out for you." "Thank you, Elder Huo." Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude before he bade farewell to Elder Huo. Meanwhile, after Duan Ling Tian returned to the heavenly palace, Huoner did not stick to Duan Ling Tian's side as she usually did. After all, he would want to spend time with Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu. Over the next 2 days, Duan Ling Tian did not cultivate and spent his time with Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu. The duo recounted their experience after leaving the divine offering land. He felt distressed when he heard about their experiences. After a while, Duan Si Ling looked at Duan Ling Tian knowingly and asked, "Father, it seems like you're in a relationship with Huoner. Am I right?" Feng Tianwu glanced at Duan Ling Tian tentatively, waiting for his answer. Duan Ling Tian sighed before he recounted his meeting with Huoner and how he fell for her. After that, he said with a tender gaze, "Tianwu, after rescuing Ka, I'll give you a grand wedding." Feng Tianwu replied, "Brother Duan, that's not important. This is my promise to you. My feelings for you will never change," Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. In the past, when they were in the mundane realm, Feng Tianwu almost died because of him. How could he let her down now? How could he let down a woman who was willing to sacrifice her life for him? Meanwhile, when Duan Ling Tian mentioned Ka, Duan Si Ling's eyes flashed with worry as she asked, "Father, Mother will be fine, right?" "Of course," Duan Ling Tian nodded confidently. Even when Duan Ling Tian was in the mundane realm, he had known there were 81 Devata realms. After receiving a memory celestial talisman that contained all the names of the 81 Devata realms from Elder Huo, he asked, "Elder Huo, are you coming with me?" Elder Huo nodded and said, with a smile, "I haven't left the heavenly palace for a long time, so I'll come with you. Moreover, Meng Luo will be worried if I don't accompany you. He might even decide to come along. In his eyes, you're the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. How could he face the heavenly emperor if something happens to you? You have no idea how highly the heavenly emperor values you. Does Senior Feng Qingyong blame me at all?" Duan Ling Tian felt guilty. After all, it was all because of him that Feng Qingyong was forced to escape into the Asura hell and was trapped there as a result. I've actually asked the Heavenly Emperor this question before, Elder Huo replied with a smile. Not only does he not blame you, but he even wants to thank you. After all, the Asura hell is like a fortuitous encounter to him. It would have taken him thousands or 10,000 years to gain his current strength if he didn't go to the Asura hell. Duan Lingtian felt relieved upon hearing Elder Huo's reply. However, the guilt in his heart did not ease. Perhaps, he would only be able to let go of his guilt once he personally apologized to Feng Qingyang. Elder Huo, let's go, Duan Lingtian said. They used the transportation formation in the Heavenly Palace and left for their first destination, the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Thousand Tribulations sword sect that Duan Lingtian and Huaner joined was located in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory. After arriving, Duan Lingtian tried sending messages to Li Fei, Duan Niantian, Duan Rufeng, and the others through their soul pearls to see if there would be a response. While they waited for the response, they traveled to the Nando territory. We've left the Heavenly Pool Palace for quite some time now. Senior Zhuge Feng and Senior Zhuge Yun must have been worried when they heard about what happened. Let's go see them. Chapter 3379 Traveling through the Devata Realms. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's estate, he sent a message to Su Li. After leaving the sect, he had never seen Su Li since then. It did not take long before Su Li came to the entrance to meet him. Su Li's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian. He asked, Duan Lingtian, the two leaders of Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny said you went to the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace due to some personal matters. They even told me not to look for you. Have you resolved it? Yes, everything has been resolved. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he brought Little Gold out of his little world. Su Li, look at who else is here. Su Li watched as a golden-clad beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure appeared. Little Gold said with a grin, Su Li, it's been a long time since we last met. Su Li stared at Little Gold in confusion as he asked, Do I know you? This is heartbreaking. Young Master Su Li has forgotten me. Little Gold shook her head and sighed deliberately. Su Li grew even more confused. Who are you? I don't remember you at all. It's impossible for me to forget the people I know. Although Su Li was certain he had never met this beautiful woman before, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity about her. Duan Lingtian laughed and said, Little Gold, stop teasing Su Li. Little Gold, it's you. A delicate little girl who was always dressed in golden robes appeared in his mind immediately. That little girl had grown into a woman. No wonder he felt she was familiar. Su Li, Brother Lingtian told me about you. You've done well for yourself. I didn't think you'd ascend to a Devata realms and achieve such feats, Little Gold said with a smile. Su Li sighed emotionally. I didn't expect to meet another old friend from the mundane realm in this Devata realm. Following that, he turned to Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, now that you've returned, you'll be staying here for good, right? When Duan Lingtian and Huaner left the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, the leaders of the Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny had told Su Li that Duan Lingtian was only leaving the sect temporarily to deal with some matters and would return in the future. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I only came to meet you and the two progeny leaders. I might return to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the future, but I won't be able to stay for long. I currently belong to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Su Li was taken back. Then, his eyes lit up as he said, I remember you said you inherited a legacy in the mundane realm that was left by Senior Feng Qingyang, the predecessor of the Fog Rain progeny and the former sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. He's now the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven as well. He has decided to accept you as his direct disciple. Duan Lingtian had told Su Li about this when they first reunited. Su Li continued to ask, has Senior Feng Qingyang formally accepted you as his direct disciple? No, he hasn't. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Senior Feng Qingyang hasn't returned to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I'll need to wait for his return before officially becoming his direct disciple. Feng Qingyang was the only master Duan Lingtian acknowledged. Su Li said with a smile, then I'll congratulate you in advance. Come, I'll bring you to the two progeny leaders. Subsequently, Su Li led Duan Lingtian and Elder Huo into the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's estate. The sword peaks on the floating islands appeared once again before Duan Lingtian. As for Little Gold, she had returned to Duan Lingtian's little world to cultivate. After all, the cultivation environment in his little world was superior to those in Devata realms. Even the divine crystal could not compare to his little world. The divine tree of life located in the heart of Duan Ling Tian's little world emitted a pure light. At this time, the two Ning dragons were crouched beneath the tree as though they were asleep. The light from the tree reflected off their scales, making them look like stars in the night sky. If one looked closely, one would be able to see 5 energies with different colors revolving around the tree as well. They were the 5 divine elements, the 7th form profound divine metal, clear heavens divine wood, world cleansing divine water, chaos divine earth, and the 8th form chaos divine flame. The red energy was the most vivid among the 5 energies. This was because the chaos divine flame was in its 8th form after all. Apart from that, 4 figures could be seen sitting cross-legged near the divine tree of life. They were none other than Duan Si Ling, Feng Tian Wu, Little Gold, and Huaner. After Duan Ling Tian became a celestial emperor, his little world had undergone a transformation again. A circular barren land had appeared outside the perimeters of the green and lush land in the little world. Signs of life were beginning to appear in the barren land. It would not take long before it flourished with greeneries, flowers, and birds. Before meeting Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Feng, Duan Ling Tian had brought Huaner out of his little world. Progeny leader. The siblings did not seem to change since the last time he saw them. Did everything go well? Zhuge Yun asked with a smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded. We successfully rescued Huaner's parents. Then, he began to recount what happened. He told them about everything except for the 5 divine elements. You should have told us about this, we would have helped you. Although we might not be as strong as the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, even if we joined forces, we're not afraid of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, Zhuge Yun said. With this, Duan Ling Tian realized the siblings' combined strength must be on par with the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, or at the very least, their strength was on par with Meng Chuan, the Jade Bow Celestial Emperor. Zhuge Yun sighed. How unexpected. In the end, you joined the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. In fact, you're destined to become the direct disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I didn't expect me and my brother to lose our disciples as soon as we accepted them. Senior, if you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to look for me. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely help you, Duan Ling Tian solemnly said. He felt apologetic toward Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. After all, they were prominent figures in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect who mostly kept to themselves. However, for Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, not only did they accept them as disciples, but they even helped them search for information regarding Huaner's parents in the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace. Alas, he and Huaner were not destined to stay in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Young man, don't worry. I was just joking. Zhuge Yun laughed heartily and said teasingly, we can be considered lucky to have met you. After all, you're the direct disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. We'll be able to brag about you in the future. After spending half a day in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner bade farewell to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. Nobody responded to Duan Ling Tian's messages. Perhaps, none of his family and friends were in the Jade Emperor Heaven, or maybe they were in closed-door cultivation. He sent another message informing everyone that he was based in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven in case they were in closed-door cultivation, so they would know where to look for him. After bidding farewell to Su Li, Elder Huo asked, where are we going next? Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he said, let's go to the Spirit Overarching Heaven. The Spirit Overarching Heaven was the original Devata realm that Duan Ling Tian had ascended to from the mundane realm. He had spent the most time in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. After arriving in the Spirit Overarching Heaven, Duan Ling Tian made his way to the territory of the Profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven Territory. Similar to when he was in the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Ling Tian sent messages out through the soul pearls in his possession. I should visit the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the Profound Nether Mansion while I wait to see if there's any response, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Nothing seemed to have changed in the Profound Nether Mansion. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was naturally delighted to see Duan Ling Tian again. He was shocked when he found out about Duan Ling Tian's current strength. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was highly talented, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to surpass him so quickly. After bidding farewell to the Pavilion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian hesitated for a moment before he decided to head to the Boundless Heaven. Before he left, he said, Elder Huo, I have conflicts with the Heavenly Pool Palace. I'm afraid the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven might see me as an enemy. Should we ask Senior Meng Luo to accompany us? There, needless to say, Duan Ling Tian would feel more at ease if Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, accompanied him to the Boundless Heaven. Apart from searching for his family and friends, he wanted to go to the Heavenly Pool Palace to apologize to his teacher, Shu Lang, and his senior brothers and sisters. Chapter 3380 You must have a death wish. It's unnecessary. Elder Huo narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly before he said, although I've never met the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace Master before, I've met the Heavenly Emperor of Boundless once when our Lord Heavenly Emperor returned from the Asura Hell. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven and other Heavenly Emperors came to congratulate our Lord Heavenly Emperor after he returned and reclaimed his throne. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, those Heavenly Emperors who came to congratulate our Lord Heavenly Emperor are rather mediocre. The strong Heavenly Emperors didn't show up and only sent their subordinates over to congratulate our Lord Heavenly Emperor. The weaker Heavenly Emperors would personally make an appearance since they want to curry favor with our Lord Heavenly Emperor. To think the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven had the audacity to try to harm you. Duan Ling Tian felt relieved after hearing Elder Huo's words. With this, he could feel even more keenly how powerful Feng Qingyong was for other Heavenly Emperors to personally come to the solitary destructive heaven just to curry favor with him. If that's the case, let's go. Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo were transported to a place in the Boundless Heaven territory near the Heavenly Pool Palace. As soon as he arrived, he sent messages through the soul pearls again. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate, the patrolling elders and disciples recognized him immediately. After all, Duan Ling Tian had become famous after his performance in the Prodigy Arena. Duan Ling Tian said politely, I'm here to visit my teacher, Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. The group of patrolling elders and disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully since they had heard of what he had done. Not only did Duan Ling Tian release the prisoners in the Thousand Chains prison, but he had also injured Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor. For this reason, they knew they were no match for Duan Ling Tian at all and would not be able to stop him from entering the estate. Upon seeing the fear on the elders and disciples' faces, he said, Don't worry. I mean no harm. I really came just to visit my teacher. Following that, he brought Elder Huo to Shu Lang's cultivation ground. After Duan Ling Tian left, the patrolling elders and disciples exchanged a look and saw the fear in each other's eyes. After a while, they began to discuss fervently among themselves. Why is Duan Ling Tian back? It's said that Duan Ling Tian managed to escape that time because the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, the Fragmentary Element Emperor, Ji Yunyan, intervened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Not only is our Palace Master furious, but I heard our Lord Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is furious as well. Alas, there was nothing Lord Heavenly Emperor could do against Ji Yunyan. Shouldn't he be avoiding this place like the plague? Not only does he have the audacity to return to the Boundless Heaven, but he even dares to come to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Does he have a death wish? I don't think so. He's not a foolish person. I wonder who's the old man who came with him. Could it be the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan? That's ridiculous. Do you really think it's possible for the dignified Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan to trail behind him like a subordinate? While they discussed among themselves, the leader of the group, an elder of the Heavenly Pool Palace, sent a message to Yu Feng Yu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Following that, he said, I've already informed our Palace Master about this matter. What happens next has nothing to do with us. All of you, return to your duties. At this time, Duan Ling Tian finally arrived at Shu Lang's cultivation ground. A hint of excitement could be seen in Shu Lang's eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian. However, his expression suddenly turned solemn. Duan Ling Tian, why did you return? Since Duan Ling Tian had released prisoners and the titled Celestial Emperors from the Thousand Chains prison, he had offended not only the Heavenly Pool Palace, but the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven as well. How could Shu Lang be worried when Duan Ling Tian returned in less than 100 years? Was he not afraid of death? Teacher, I came to visit you and my seniors. I've sent them a message to invite them over. I'm really sorry about what happened previously, Duan Ling Tian said apologetically. I don't need your apologies. Hurry and leave right now. Otherwise, it'll be too late when the Palace Master and the others arrive, Shu Lang said impatiently. He was naturally delighted to see Duan Ling Tian, but he knew Duan Ling Tian was not safe here after offending the Heavenly Pool Palace previously. Until Duan Ling Tian was strong enough, it was best that he did not return. As soon as Shu Lang's voice fell. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sounds of wind howling rang in the air as 6 figures flew over from different directions. Eldest senior sister, second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother. Duan Ling Tian quickly greeted his seniors. Shu Yasi, Duan Ling Tian's eldest senior sister, stood in the lead. His third senior sister, Hu Mei, and his sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, stood directly behind her. Both of them winked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. It was clear they did not blame him for what happened. Lu Ji, Duan Ling Tian's second senior brother, was cold and aloof as always. However, the corners of his lips were curled up slightly into a faint smile as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Wen Wan'er and Ouyang Qi Fei, his fourth senior sister and fifth senior brother respectively, smiled at him. Only Shu Yasi looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of hostility. She sneered and said, "Oh, our little junior brother finally returned." "I'm sorry, eldest senior sister," Duan Ling Tian apologized with a bitter smile on his face. At that time, when Duan Ling Tian was trying to escape, he could tell Shu Yasi was trying to help him escape despite her harsh words. He knew clearly she would get into trouble for helping him and naturally felt indebted to her. "Have you forgotten what I've told you?" Shu Yasi said in a grave tone as her eyes flashed icily. "Didn't I say I'll personally send you to the Thousand Chains prison if I see you again? Did you take my words for nothing? I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of my sight and leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, I'll arrest you and send you to the Thousand Chains prison at once." As soon as Shu Yasi finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's seniors spoke up one after another. "Little junior brother, quickly leave. It'll be too late once the palace master arrives. Little junior brother, go. Don't misunderstand eldest senior sister, she's just thinking about your safety. Little junior brother, if you want to meet us, you could have just sent us a message. We would have met you outside of the Heavenly Pool Palace. You shouldn't risk your life coming here." Duan Ling Tian was moved when he heard his senior's words. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to say he was not afraid of the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, a thunderous voice rang in the air, distracting him. "Duan Ling Tian, Lei Ying." Duan Ling Tian recognized Lei Ying's voice immediately. Shu Yasi stepped forward and said icily to Duan Ling Tian, "Scram. Shu Yasi, he won't be able to leave today." An indifferent voice rang in the air. Not only did Lei Ying come, but even Yu Feng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had come. Moreover, all of the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace except for Xianxia Tian, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, were present. After the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan left, Xianxia Tian stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace for a short time before he eventually left the Boundless Heaven and returned to the Jade Emperor Heaven with his direct disciple, Sun Xing. Ji Yuchangjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, said viciously, "Duan Ling Tian, you must have a death wish for you to return here. Since you've returned, you should just stay here forever." Although the other titled celestial emperors remained silent, they looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a dead man walking. Previously, when the titled celestial emperors Duan Ling Tian released from the prison escaped before their eyes, they had felt humiliated. There was nothing they could do since the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan had intervened. However, since they dared not provoke the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, all their anger was directed at Duan Ling Tian. Now that he had returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace, how could they let go of this chance to vent their anger? "It seems like everyone is here." Duan Ling Tian smiled as he swept his gaze past Yu Feng Yu and the other titled celestial emperors. Chapter 3381 Elder Huo attacks. Apart from Yu Feng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor and the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor were rather calm compared to the others who were staring at Duan Ling Tian furiously. This was especially true for Lei Ying, the Merciless Celestial Emperor, and the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. The duo looked as though they could not wait to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces. "Palace Master." Shu Lang stepped forward, shielding Duan Ling Tian, and looked at the Heavenly Pool Palace Master, Yu Feng Yu. He said as his eyes flashed, "I have nothing to say about his conflict with the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, Duan Ling Tian is here to visit me today, so I can't stand and watch as all of you attack him. Once he leaves, you can do whatever you want to him. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Shu Lang's decisiveness to protect him even though Shu Lang was clearly outnumbered. Shu Lang, the merciless celestial emperor, Lei Ying, glared at Shu Lang and said in a low voice, "Not only did he kill my son, but he freed the prisoners, including the titled celestial emperors, from the Thousand Chains prison. And yet, you still insist on protecting him." At the end of her words, Lei Ying's lips curled up into a contemptuous smile. After all, even if Shu Lang insisted on protecting Duan Ling Tian, it would be useless. After all, Yu Fengyu would never let Duan Ling Tian get away. Shu Lang, the profound heaven celestial emperor, looked at Shu Lang frostily. "It seems like your bonds run deep. Unfortunately, he won't be able to live today. If you intervene, I'll move against you. Let's see if your strength has increased. Shu Lang, you better stay out of this matter. Shu Lang, don't make a mistake." The martial dragon celestial emperor and the misty wave celestial emperor warned Shu Lang. Shu Yasi, Yu Fengyu, who was standing in the distance, looked at Shu Yasi and said, "You better dissuade your father from making a mistake." The group of titled celestial emperors shifted their eyes to Shu Yasi. Since her strength was comparable to Yu Fengyu, her opinion naturally mattered to them. The strong had always been revered after all. With her strength at such a young age, it was only a matter of time before she surpassed Yu Fengyu, who was currently the strongest in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Before Shu Yasi could respond to Yu Fengyi, her juniors moved to stand next to Shu Lang, shielding Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he watched. Although Elder Huo had only just met Shu Lang and his students for the first time, he was filled with respect for them. Hu Mei turned to look at Shu Yasi and said mischievously, "Eldest senior sister, we'll follow your lead." Shu Yasi smiled faintly as she moved to stand in line with her juniors. This clearly answered Yu Fengyu's question. She would not stand by and watch as they attacked Duan Ling Tian. Ridiculous. Lei Ying's expression darkened, her body trembled in anger. "Palace Master, look at this group of ingrates. Since they're determined to protect Duan Ling Tian, we should kill all of them. Shu Yasi, with your innate talent, you have a bright future ahead. Are you willing to go against the Heavenly Pool Palace because of a traitor?" A hint of fear could be seen in the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor as he looked at Shu Yasi. He was not afraid of Shu Lang, but the same could not be said for Shu Yasi, who had surpassed him a few years ago. In a one-on-one fight, she would easily defeat him. Shu Yasi. At this moment, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor and the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, who had remained silent all this time, spoke up to dissuade Shu Yasi. They had watched her grow up and did not want her to throw her bright future away. They wanted to see how far she could go and were unwilling to see her go down the wrong path. "I don't care if he's a traitor or not," Shu Yasi said indifferently to all the Heavenly Pool Palace titled Celestial Emperors. "All I know is my little junior brother came to apologize to us today. Whoever wants to harm him will have to go through me." As soon as she finished speaking, a gray energy appeared in her hand before it morphed into a thick chain that was a few meters long. The thick chain seemed weightless when she held it in her hand. "Shu Yasi, due to your talent, I'd plan to appoint you as the next Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. If you step aside today, I promise I'll step down after 10,000 years and hand my position over to you." Duan Ling Tian, Shu Lang, and the group of titled Celestial Emperors were shocked by Yu Fengyu's words. They did not expect this at all. "Think about this carefully," Yu Fengyu added, "a slight mistake can ruin everything. You have a bright future waiting for you, why throw it away? I know the position of Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace Master might not be attractive to you, but you have the potential to become a Heavenly Emperor." "Palace Master, let Duan Ling Tian go," Shu Yasi said, clearly not swayed by Yu Fengyu's words. Duan Ling Tian's gaze grew even more complex. He had only met his Shu Yasi once, but she was willing to risk her future for him. He asked Elder Huo through voice transmission, "Elder Huo, let's just reveal our identities now. It's useless wasting time with them." Yu Fengyu's expression darkened, clearly angered by Shu Yasi's words. "Shu Yasi, you disregard the kindness I extended to you, so don't blame us for not showing mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, the celestial origin energies of the titled Celestial Emperors of the Heavenly Pool Palace surged out of their bodies. Immediately, "Today the Heavenly Pool Palace will kill Shu Lang and all his disciples." Yu Fengyu ordered indifferently. "Yes, Palace Master." The group of titled celestial emperors separated and surrounded Duan Ling Tian and the others. Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian called out. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged and a gray energy shrouded him as spatial cracks appeared around him. We won't reveal our identities until the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven arrives, Elder Huo said before he rose into the air. The end of his long red robes fluttered in the air as flames surged around him. Elder Huo's energy. Duan Ling Tian discovered that Elder Huo's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of fire was hotter than was normal. Could this be due to this true form as a three-legged golden crow? The three-legged golden crow possessed solar energy. Back in the mundane realm, Elder Huo had given some of the energy to him. However, it was nothing compared to the solar energy Elder Huo was currently emitting. Elder Huo looked at Lei Ying as he raised his hand. You want to kill my young master? A fiery 7-tier pagoda flew out from Elder Huo's hand and hovered above Lei Ying's head. Die! Elder Huo roared. The flames from the 7-tier pagoda surged high. With a wave of his hand, the flames fell on Lei Ying fiercely before she even had a chance to react. She hurriedly brought her celestial weapon out to defend herself, but her defenses were instantly breached by the flames. A loud explosion rang in the air as the 7-tier further broke through Lei Ying's defenses. Watch out! Yu Fengyu shouted to warn Lei Ying. His expression changed drastically as he watched what was happening. No one expected the old man who trailed after Duan Ling Tian like a subordinate was stronger than Lei Ying. Chapter 3382 Killing two titled celestial emperors consecutively. Lei Ying, the profound heaven celestial emperor, cried out. He was standing closest to Lei Ying at this moment. Apart from that, he was also one of the few titled celestial emperors present who stood a chance of helping her. A dazzling sword ray shot appeared and shrouded him before he shot toward the 7-tier pagoda. At the moment, the Yu Fengyu and the others moved, the 7-tier pagoda suddenly moved to face the profound heaven celestial emperor's attack. After an earth-shaking explosion died down, a terrifying scene appeared before everyone's eyes. They watched as the 7-tier pagoda descended, completely nullifying the profound heaven celestial emperor's energy, before it landed on his head. Just like that, his body exploded like a watermelon that had been dropped from the height of 10,000 meters. Apart from a mist of blood, even the remnants of his clothes could not be seen. The only things that remained were his spatial ring and his celestial sword that were blasted off into the distance. Just like that, not counting Xianxia, the profound heaven celestial emperor, whose strength was second only to Yu Fengyu in the heavenly pool palace, died. Although the cold gloom celestial emperor's strength was comparable to his, the cold gloom celestial emperor specialized in sneak attacks. Therefore, in a direct confrontation, the cold gloom celestial emperor might not be a match for him. Lei Ying was in a daze. She did not expect the red-clad old man to be so powerful. She knew she had no hope against such strength. As she watched the pagoda return to her, there was only one thought left in her mind. Only Yu Fengyu could save her from the red-clad old man. She cried out, "Palace Master, save me. Stay your hand." The death of the profound heaven celestial emperor bought Yu Fengyu time to move toward Lei Ying. As for the other titled celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace, they did not recklessly make a move. After all, the red-clad old man killed the profound heaven celestial emperor who was stronger than them. It would probably be futile even if they made a move. Perhaps, they might have stood a chance if all of them worked together. However, the death of the profound heaven celestial emperor had shocked them so thoroughly that they were too afraid to make a move, afraid of ending up like the profound heaven celestial emperor. Yu Fengyu was indeed worthy of his title of being the strongest person in the heaven pool palace. Even if Shu Yassi's strength was not inferior to his, it did not diminish his strength at all. As Yu Fengyu prepared to strike, a sword suddenly flew out of the second floor of the pagoda. The aura of the sword was piercing as it shot toward Yu Fengyu. It's the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian felt slightly emotional when he saw the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the Jasper Celestial Sword again, even if these were inferior to his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Many memories from the Saint Province realm flashed in Duan Ling Tian's mind as he looked at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that accompanied him for a long time in the mundane realm. There was also Elder Huo, whom he treated like an elder. He had been greatly saddened in the beginning when he thought Elder Huo had perished. How could he not be emotional when he saw Elder Huo fighting using the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the Jasper Celestial Sword again? Due to the sudden appearance of the Jasper Celestial Sword, Yu Fengyu was forced to stop in his tracks even though the sword did not pose any threat to his life. Nevertheless, it could still seriously injure him. This brief interruption stopped him from helping Lei Ying in time. As the strongest person in the Heavenly Pool Palace, if he were to sustain a heavy injury, the situation would definitely be unfavorable for them. Under normal circumstances, he would have blocked the strike for Lei Ying. However, he could not afford to do so now. He did not even hesitate as he watched the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda fall on Lei Ying. No, Lei Ying shrieked. Her voice was laden with unwillingness. Her ending was similar to the profound Heaven's celestial emperor. At this moment, it was as silent as a graveyard. In just a blink of an eye, 2 titled celestial emperors had perished. Moreover, these titled celestial emperors were considered one of the stronger ones in the Heavenly Pool Palace. At this moment, Yu Fengyu's expression was gloomy as he asked Elder Huo, "Who are you, senior?" "You're not worthy to know who I am," Elder Huo said indifferently. Yu Fengyu's expression turned unsightly in just an instant. Nevertheless, he did not dare to act recklessly. Based on what he had seen, he was no match for the old man. He would only embarrass himself if he made a move now. In fact, he was not sure he could defeat the red-clad old man even if he joined forces with the others. Moreover, Shu Lang and his daughter had yet to make a move. He had to consider the father-daughter duo as well. In the end, Yu Fengyu said gloomily, "Senior, don't you think your words are too rude? I'm assuming you don't know my maternal grandfather is the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven." Elder Huo chuckled at Yu Fengyu and said disdainfully, "That's the only reason you're still alive. Don't tell me you think I couldn't kill you earlier." Yu Fengyu's expression changed drastically as his eyes widened in shock. He did not expect the red-clad opponent to be aware of his identity. Then, what did it mean that the old man still dared to help Duan Lingtian? Could it be that the old man was unaware that Duan Lingtian had only offended the Heavenly Pool Palace previously, but had also offended his grandfather? Nevertheless, Yu Fengyu calmed down quickly when he recalled he had already sent a message to his grandfather and his grandfather was already on his way over. Let's see if this old man still dares to act arrogantly when grandfather arrives. Although he's strong, his strength can't compare to grandfather's at all. Hong Fei asked in shock, "Little junior brother, who's he?" Since he kept standing behind you silently, I assumed he was your attendant. However, his strength is too frightening for him to just be an attendant, right? In fact, he's even stronger than the palace master. Following that, several of his seniors asked the same questions. Hu Mei even added she had readied herself for death earlier. Even Shu Lang and Shu Yasi looked at Elder Huo in shock. At this moment, Yu Fengyu said gravely, "Senior, my grandfather is arriving soon. I advise you to stay out of this and hand him over. Don't tell me you're going to make an enemy out of my grandfather for a brat like him. I don't know if you're aware, this brat not only offended the Heavenly Pool Palace, but he has offended my grandfather as well. He released someone my grandfather personally imprisoned, causing my grandfather to be furious. In fact, my grandfather probably wants to kill that brat with his own hands." He was clearly trying to intimidate Elder Huo with his grandfather. Shu Lang and Shu Yasi's expressions changed slightly upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words. The duo urged Duan Lingtian to leave through voice transmission, fearing he would be unable to do so once the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven arrived. "Don't worry, teacher, eldest senior sister, it's good that he is coming. I can finally deal with this matter once and for all. I'll help you eliminate the hidden danger around you as well." Even if Duan Lingtian was not certain of his victory, he still would not have left. After all, if he left, he would implicate the father and daughter duo in his seniors. Despite Duan Lingtian's reply and his obvious determination to stay, Shu Lang repeatedly urged Duan Lingtian to leave. As for Shu Yasi, she looked at him probingly. She had a feeling he had a hidden trump card up his sleeve. After all, it was clear to her that he was brimming with confidence. She only wondered what was the source of his confidence. After all, the person he had to deal with was not an ordinary person, he was the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven after all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's other seniors sent his voice transmissions, urging him to leave as well. Chapter 3383 Shui Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. The name of the Heavenly Boundless Heaven was Shui Hongyu. Despite his feminine-sounding name, he was rather manly. He was initially a sectless cultivator. Apart from his abilities, his current achievements could be attributed to luck as well. He had run into many fortuitous encounters, allowing him to climb to his current height. However, his innate talent was not high, and it was almost impossible for him to progress any further. Therefore, he usually paid many visits to other heavenly emperors to build good relationships. He was hoping to use the connections to intimidate others and discourage them from having thoughts about usurping his position. Duan Ling Tian has returned. Shui Hongyu was naturally furious when he had been informed by his grandson that Duan Ling Tian, who released a titled celestial emperor he captured in the past, had returned to the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. Although he did not care much about the prisoner, Duan Ling Tian's action was tantamount to challenging his dignity. It was unfortunate that Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, had intervened, and by the time he arrived, Duan Ling Tian had already escaped. If Ji Yunyan was only the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, he would have vented his frustration on Ji Yunyan and beat Ji Yunyan up even if he could not kill Ji Yunyan. After all, apart from being the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, Ji Yunyan was also the direct descendant of a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Most importantly, that heavenly emperor was far stronger than him, and he had also painstakingly built a good relationship with that heavenly emperor. For this reason, he did not dare to get into a conflict with Ji Yunyan. As he flew toward the heavenly pool palace, Shui Hongyu muttered to himself, "Previously, you had Ji Yunyan's help. Let's see who's going to help you now that Ji Yunyan isn't here." Shui Hongyu had been vexed by his inability to take action previously. Now that he found out Duan Ling Tian had returned to the heavenly pool palace with a helper who was stronger than his grandson, he was eager to rush over to settle accounts. "So what if you have a helper who's stronger than my grandson, can he contend with me?" Shui Hongyu sneered. Although Shui Hongyu was ranked at the bottom among all the heavenly emperors of the 81 Devata realms, he was still confident about facing a titled celestial emperor. After all, he was still the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm no matter what. Heavenly emperors, in general, were much superior to titled celestial emperors. Even compared to the strongest titled celestial emperors, a heavenly emperor would still have an edge. Soon enough, the heavenly pool palace appeared before his eyes. In the past millennium, this was his second visit to the heavenly pool palace. Similar to his first visit, his second visit was also because of Duan Ling Tian. In the heavenly pool palace, apart from Xianxia, everyone felt that Duan Ling Tian was being too stubborn for his own good. In their opinion, if he did not seize the chance to flee now, he would no longer be able to flee even if he wanted to once the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven arrived. Inside heavenly pool palace, no matter how many times they urged or pleaded with him, Duan Ling Tian remained firm in his decision to stay. All he did was told them not to worry. However, how could their worries be so easily assuaged? Nevertheless, they could stand and watch anxiously. At this time, Elder Huo looked up and muttered, "He's here." As soon as Elder Huo's voice fell, a figure appeared in the sky. It was an old man dressed in a silver long robe. The old man was of medium height, and he had long hair that draped on his back. The trimmings of his fine silver robes were gold. The robe was exquisite. Despite his white hair and eyebrows, his face that slightly resembled that of a sage looked like he was 40 or 50 years old at most. "Greetings, grandfather," Yu Fengyu called out immediately and bowed respectfully as soon as Shui Hongyu appeared. The titled celestial emperors of the heavenly pool palace followed suit and bowed as they greeted Shui Hongyu respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." Two people stood closely at Shui Hongyu's back, an old man and an old woman. They stood with their backs straight like palace attendants. These two were the strongest titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven. Needless to say, both of their strengths were superior to Yu Fengyu's strength. Nevertheless, even if they combined forces, they were still not a match for Shui Hongyu. So the name of the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven is Shui Hongyu. Elder Huo had sent him a voice transmission, revealing Shui Hongyu's name. "Lord Heavenly Emperor." Even Shu Lang bowed and greeted Shui Hongyu respectfully. Following in his footsteps, Shu Lang's other disciples bowed and greeted Shui Hongyu respectfully. Xu Yasi was the only one who stood still, showing no sign of submission. "It's over. It's really over for little junior brother." Hong Fei, Duan Ling Tian's sixth senior brother, thought to himself. He could not help but feel annoyed that Duan Ling Tian did not heed their advice. He could not understand why Duan Ling Tian did not seize the chance to flee earlier. Apart from that, Shu Lang and his other disciples all had unsightly expressions on their faces at this moment. What could they do to help now that the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, the person who controlled the boundless heaven, had arrived? Shui Hongyu's eyes immediately found Shu Lang first. He said somberly, "Feng Yu has told me about you. Do you intend on betraying the heavenly pool palace? His eyes flashed with killing intent at the end of his words. Shu Lang shook his head. I only wish that my student will be able to safely leave the heavenly pool palace. Shui Hongyu scoffed loudly, causing Shu Lang to turn pale. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo who were standing nearby. At this moment, the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor stepped forward and pointed at Duan Ling Tian. Lord Heavenly Emperor, he's Duan Ling Tian. He's the one who released the prisoners in the Thousand Chains prison. Following that, Ji Yu Chongzhong, the martial dragon Celestial Emperor chimed in, fanning the fire. That's right, he's the one who released the prisoners from the Thousand Chains prison, including Pei Yunji whom you personally captured. This is tantamount to stepping on your dignity. Please punish him and his helper. Similar to Ji Yu Chongzhong, Yu Fengyu did not forget to fan the fire as well. Grandfather, he's fully aware that you personally captured Pei Yuanji, but he did not care at all. It's clear he doesn't even have a modicum of respect for you. Earlier, Yu Fengyu knew he could not deal with the red-clad old man. However, his confidence returned to him in waves now that his grandfather had arrived. In his opinion, even if there were 10 of the red-clad old man, his father would easily kill all of them. Lord Heavenly Emperor, Shu Lang's expression changed drastically, and his heart raced in his chest. He said in a low voice, my disciples and the senior next to Duan Ling Tian didn't arbitrarily make a move, please don't believe everything they said. Following that, Shu Lang's disciples bowed. Please, Lord Heavenly Emperor. In their opinion, there was no doubt their little junior brother would die if Shui Hongyi decided to kill him. At this moment, none of them was concerned about the reason Duan Ling Tian had insisted on staying in the Heavenly Pool Palace. They only fervently prayed that the Shui Hongyu would not kill their little junior brother. Everyone's attention was on Shui Hongyi when Elder Huo said, Lord Shui Hongyu, we meet again. Elder Huo looked at Shui Hongyu indifferently. Despite addressing Shui Hongyi with the title of Lord, there was no respect to be heard in his tone at all. Needless to say, apart from Duan Ling Tian, everyone was surprised. It seemed like the red-clad old man was acquainted with Shui Hongyu. Yu Fengyu, in particular, felt an ominous feeling rising in his heart. You, Elder Huo, Shui Hongyu exclaimed in surprise as he stared at Elder Huo in a daze. I didn't expect Lord Shui to still remember me. I'm flattered, Elder Huo said nonchalantly. Shui Hongyu laughed as though he had just met an old friend. Elder Huo, how can you say such things? Of course, I remember you. You saved me from humiliation in the past, after all. That's all in the past. Elder Huo shook his head. Grandfather, you know him. You, Feng Yu asked as his voice trembled slightly. Everyone, Shu Lang and his disciples were no exception, turned to look at Elder Huo, waiting for his answer. All of them had seen how polite Shui Hongyu was to Elder Huo. For Shu Lang and his disciples, they sighed in relief when they saw Shui Hongyi's politeness toward Elder Huo. At the same time, they figured out the Elder Huo was likely the source of Duan Ling Tian's confidence. Based on the current situation, not only was Shui Hongyu friendly, but it seemed like Elder Huo had helped Shui Hongyu before. Chapter 3384 Junior Nephew Duan. Shui Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, explained to Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Fengyu, Elder Huo is a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Although he's not a titled Celestial Emperor, his strength is almost on par with Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. In the past, when Shui Hongyu visited Feng Qingyang at the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to congratulate Feng Qingyang for regaining his throne, he met a few Heavenly Emperors there whom he had a bad relationship with. Those few Heavenly Emperors had provoked him and almost got him into trouble. At that time, Elder Huo had intervened and helped him. Although Elder Huo's strength was inferior to all of the Heavenly Emperors, he was still Feng Qingyang's subordinate after all. After Elder Huo's intervention, those few Heavenly Emperors no longer provoked him. For someone who had reached great heights like him, pride and dignity were the most important to him. Therefore, he was grateful to Elder Huo. What? He's a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The titled Celestial Emperors of the Heavenly Pool Palace, including their Palace Master, Yu Fengyu, were stunned upon hearing Shui Hongyu's words. Through Shui Fengyu, they knew how formidable Feng Qingyang was. Although Feng Qingyang was one of the youngest Heavenly Emperors, his strength was firmly ranked in the top 10, in fact, there was a possibility his strength was ranked in the top 5 as well. Most of them had comprehended powerful laws that allowed them to have total control of their respective Devata realms. Moreover, some people suspected he had already attained godhood. If it were true, his strength would rank in the top 3. After all, there was only a handful of heavenly emperors who had attained godhood. He's a celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Similarly, Xu Lang and his disciples were shocked upon hearing Shui Hongyu's words. They did not expect the old man who trailed behind Duan Ling Tian like a subordinate to belong to the force of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang was a prominent figure even among the 81 heavenly emperors. After all, his reputation had spread far and wide. Since when did little junior brother get acquainted with a celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Hong Fei asked in confusion. Hong Mi shrugged. I don't know. At this moment, Shui Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, looked at Elder Huo and said tentatively, Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian is. Previously, Shui Hongyu had been eager to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces for embarrassing him. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be acquainted with Elder Huo. Nevertheless, despite feeling indebted to Elder Huo, he had no intention of letting Duan Ling Tian go. However, he did not dare to act recklessly. After all, Yu Fengyu had informed him Elder Huo had been trailing after Duan Ling Tian like a subordinate. Perhaps, such an honor should be reserved only for Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, even Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, would not act in such a manner toward Feng Qingyang despite his unquestionable loyalty. Upon hearing Shui Hongyu's words, everyone looked at Elder Huo curiously. Under everyone's curious gazes, Elder Huo replied lightly, he's the true disciple of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. Silence descended immediately as soon as Elder Huo finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian was a disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, he was a true disciple. Many people in the Devata realms, including heavenly emperors, had many nominal disciples and even direct disciples. However, normally, one would only have one true disciple. Elder Huo, are you sure? Yu Fengyu, who was the first to return to his senses, asked skeptically. His expression was sour when he looked at Elder Huo. Did you make this up just to protect Duan Ling Tian? Elder Huo scoffed. Is there a need for me to make this up? Why don't you ask your grandfather if I'm joking or not? It's a serious matter to joke with the name of a heavenly emperor, Shui Hongyu said solemnly. Others might doubt Elder Huo's words, but Shui Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless, did not. This was because he knew Elder Huo would never lie or joke using Feng Qingyang's name. Yu Fengyu fell silent upon hearing Shui Hongyu's words. Anger flashed in his eyes as he shifted his eyes to look at Duan Ling Tian. He was unresigned. He knew the moment Elder Huo revealed Duan Ling Tian was Feng Qingyang's true disciple, they would not be able to lay a finger on Duan Ling Tian, and this included his grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. If anything else, it was probably best for him to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian and pray that Duan Ling Tian would not seek revenge from him. It would not be a problem if it were those weaker heavenly emperors. However, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was someone even his grandfather feared and had to curry favor with. When Feng Qingyang returned from the Asura, he knew his grandfather even personally visited Feng Qingyang to congratulate Feng Qingyang. No, impossible. Ji Yu Chongzhong, the martial dragon celestial emperor, was in shock and disbelief. Ji Yu Chongzhong was not the only one. The misty wave celestial emperor, the cloud gloom celestial emperor, and the cloud zither celestial emperor were in shock and disbelief as well. Little junior brother is the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive heaven. Hong Fei gulped. No wonder little junior brother was so confident earlier. This brat, he should have told about this earlier. I was worried for nothing, Hu Mei complained in a low voice as she stared at Duan Ling Tian. With this reveal, the rest of Duan Ling Tian's seniors felt a burden being lifted from their shoulders. Xu Lang heaved a sigh of relief. However, the shock he felt had not abated. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would become the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive heaven. Xu Yasi raised an eyebrow slightly, amazed. So his source of confidence is this. How unexpected that his master is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who's admired by many. Elder Huo, I think this is all a misunderstanding, Shui Hongyu said with a smile as he looked at Elder Huo. He had come to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, There was nothing he could do now that it had been revealed that Duan Lingtian was Feng Qingyang's true disciple unless he was ready to give up his throne as the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven and live in seclusion. Feng Qingyang would definitely not let the matter go if he killed Duan Lingtian. Moreover, if the rumor about Feng Qingyang attaining godhood was true, it would be easy for Feng Qingyang to crush him like an ant. Even if the rumor was groundless, he was still no match for Feng Qingyang. A misunderstanding. Elder Huo glanced at Shui Hongyu before he shifted his eyes to Yu Fengyu and the titled celestial emperors from the heavenly pool palace. These people could hardly wait to kill my young master. Lord Shui Hongyu, isn't it a bit of a stretch to call it a misunderstanding? Shui Hongyu's expression changed slightly upon hearing Elder Huo's words. Young master, what do you think? Elder Huo asked Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Shui Hongyu quickly turned to look at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face as he said, Junior nephew, we finally met. I should have prepared a gift for you for our first meeting. I'll definitely prepare something for you the next time I visit the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, he acted as though he had completely forgotten what Duan Lingtian did that angered him. That's unnecessary. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, he pointed at the two titled celestial emperors standing next to Yu Fengyu and said, those two couldn't wait to kill me. Oh, wait, this includes your grandson as well. Since he's your grandson, I'll let him go. However, those two aren't related to you, right? He looked at Shui Hongyu meaningfully at the end of his words. Duan Lingtian was relieved, he had absolute control over the situation now. The two titled celestial emperors he had pointed out were the martial dragon celestial emperor and the misty wave celestial emperor. Even when he was still in the heavenly pool palace, those two had been trying to kill him. He did not bother with the two female titled celestial emperors from the heavenly pool palace, the cold gloom celestial emperor and the cloud zither celestial emperor, since those two were only following orders and harbored no ill intentions. The martial dragon celestial emperor and the misty wave celestial emperor looked at Shui Hongyu anxiously, afraid Yu Fengyu might kill them. However, they felt relieved when they saw Shui Hongyu did not look at them and continued to look at Duan Lingtian calmly. Meanwhile, Yu Fengyu could no longer hold back. He looked at Duan Lingtian like a venomous snake and said, Duan Lingtian, you've crossed the line. Lord Heavenly Emperor Shui. Duan Lingtian looked at Shui Hongyu and shrugged. He said helplessly, look at your grandson's attitude. I'll spare his life if you slap him twice. No, Before Yu Fengyu could finish his words, Shui Hongyu slapped his grandson twice, leaving his grandson's face red and swollen. Gee grandfather, Yu Fengyu was shocked. Upon seeing this, the martial dragon celestial emperor and the misty wave celestial emperor hastily fell to their knees. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as they pleaded, Lord Heavenly Emperor, please have mercy. Chapter 3385 Returning to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Shui Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, glanced at the two titled celestial emperors standing behind him meaningfully. The two titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven were briefly taken aback since they assumed Shui Hongyu would personally kill the martial dragon celestial emperor and the misty wave celestial emperor. Nevertheless, as soon as they regained their senses, they wasted no time in killing the two titled celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace. After all, it made no difference who killed them as long as they died. The two of them were much stronger than the two titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace, therefore, it was an easy task for them. Meanwhile, Yu Fengyu was in shock, his face paled as he watched his subordinates being killed. Nevertheless, he could only remain silent after receiving a stern warning from his grandfather. Shui Hongyu had explained through voice transmission. Do you know what it means to be Feng Qingyang's true disciple? Feng Qingyang has never officially accepted a disciple before, let alone a true disciple. He only has a few nominal disciples. If you continue to push things, it'd be impossible for me to protect you if Feng Qingyang intervenes. Junior nephew Duan, are you satisfied with this? Shui Hongyu asked. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as well. Even if Elder Huo had killed all the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace, his grandson not included, he would still maintain a smile on his face. With Duan Lingtian's current identity, so what if Duan Lingtian released Pei Yuanji from the Thousand Chains prison? Moreover, he did not have any enmity with Pei Yuanji, he had only captured Pei Yuanji for his grandson's sake. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor Shui. Apart from Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, the cold gloom celestial emperor, and the cloud zither celestial emperor, Duan Ling Tian wanted all of the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace, including Yu Fengyu, to die. However, he knew it was impossible to kill Yu Fengyu now unless his master, Feng Qingyang, was present. No matter what, Yu Fengyu was Shui Hongyu's grandson. Shui Hongyu would not harm his grandson unless he did not have a choice. Junior nephew Duan, I'd like to invite you over to my palace, Shui Hongyu said amicably as he looked at Duan Ling Tian like a gentle elder looking at his junior. Heavenly Emperor Shui, I'll visit you another time. I'm busy with some matters. Duan Ling Tian politely refused Shui Hongyu. All right, Shui Hongyu nodded. When you're free, do visit the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo, Shui Hongyu left along with his two titled celestial emperors. Yu Fengyu followed his grandfather and flew away as well. Initially, Shui Hongyu wanted to ask his grandson to apologize to Duan Ling Tian. However, when he saw the discontentment flashing in his son's eyes, he thought better of it. He knew his grandson's temper well. After all, if he pushed his grandson would act recklessly and create even more problems. After Shui Hongyu left, the cold gloom celestial emperor and cloud zither celestial emperor exchanged a glance before they bowed to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, thank you for sparing our lives. The duo knew they were only spared because Duan Ling Tian had no intention of killing them. There's no enmity between us, you're just following orders. There's no reason for me to kill you, Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. At this moment, Hong Fei dashed forward and playfully punched Duan Ling Tian's chest. He did not watch his words even after discovering Duan Ling Tian was Feng Qingyang's true disciple. He scolded, little junior brother, you should have told us about this earlier. Do you know I was prepared to die with you? I could have died from a heart attack. Hu Mei asked, clearly dissatisfied, little junior brother, how could you hide the truth from us for so long? Duan Ling Tian's other seniors remained silent, but they looked at him with complex gazes. Teacher, Duan Ling Tian looked at Xu Lang and said with a smile, after what happened today, it'll be inconvenient for you to stay at the Heavenly Pool Palace. Why don't you come to the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven with me? Duan Ling Tian had previously asked Elder Huo if he could bring Xu Lang and his disciples to the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven, including their family and friends as well. After all, he could not just leave them all alone in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Elder Huo had said it would not be a problem. After all, there were many subordinates with a larger number of families who brought their families to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Therefore, if Xu Lang and the others were willing, it would not be a problem at all. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Hong Fei and the others looked at Xu Lang eagerly. It went without saying that the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was leagues above the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was undoubtedly the better choice to be under Feng Qingyang. Even Shui Hongyu was afraid of Feng Qingyang. Xu Lang shook his head. That's not necessary. I've stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace for so long, I'm too lazy to start over in a new place. The palace master won't mistreat me even if he's displeased with me because of you. Moreover, now that you're the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, it's even less likely that he'll mistreat me. Apart from that, now that the Heavenly Pool Palace has lost several titled celestial emperors, he'll want me to stay more than anything. Since this matter has been resolved, there's nothing he can do even if he's reconciled. Then, he turned to look at his disciples who looked at him with eyes filled with yearning. If any of you are interested in joining the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, you have my blessing to leave, I'll respect your decision. After all, the Heavenly Pool Palace isn't a match for the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven in all aspects. Teacher, I'll follow you wherever you go. Since you've decided to stay at the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'll stay as well, Hong Fei said with a laugh. Xu Lang's other disciples shared the same thoughts as well. Since Xu Lang was determined to stay in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Duan Ling Tian did not force the matter. He only said, in that case, I'll visit all of you often in the future. Old 7th, it's the thoughts that count. Xu Lang felt complicated when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Not only did his daughter have a fortuitous encounter, but his 7th student had such a fortuitous encounter as well. Although currently Feng Qingyang was slightly weaker than his daughter's master, Feng Qingyang's potential was definitely greater. It was only a matter of time before Feng Qingyang surpassed his daughter's master. Teacher, Eldest senior sister, second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother, I'll be taking my leave now, Duan Ling Tian said before he left with Elder Huo. After Duan Ling Tian left, Shu Lang and his disciples slowly returned to their senses. Apart from Shu Yasi, all of them felt as though they were dreaming. Their little junior brother was the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven sounded too good to be true. Meanwhile, before the cold gloom celestial emperor and the cloud zither celestial emperor left, they said, Shu Lang, if the palace master looks for trouble with you, we'll help you even if it means having to leave the heavenly pool palace. It was clear the duo felt indebted to Duan Ling Tian for sparing their lives. After leaving the boundless heaven, Duan Ling Tian returned to the 10,000 beasts heaven. He was not hopeful as he sent out the messages. After all, 99% of the population in the 10,000 beasts heaven were celestial beasts. It would be almost impossible for his family and friends to be here. Little Gold, it's about time for you to return to the Blood Moon Ridge. Do you want to return? Duan Ling Tian asked Little Gold, who was inside his little world. Brother Ling Tian, are you abandoning me? Little Gold asked pitifully. Nonsense. I'll never abandon you. Little Gold laughed upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. Since you have no intention of abandoning me, I'll continue to stay in your little world and cultivate. The cultivation environment here is far superior to that in Blood Moon Ridge. I'll return after becoming a 10-direction celestial emperor. At that time, I won't have to fear the enemies of the Blood Moon Ridge, and I can teach them a lesson. Chapter 3386 The Qilin Clan. Needless to say, Little Gold was unwilling to return to Blood Moon Ridge. Duan Ling Tian said with a hint of helplessness, even if you refuse to return to Blood Moon Ridge, shouldn't you at least greet your clan leader? Otherwise, he might think I've abducted you. All right, I'll send a message to the clan leader and the Grand Elder, Little Gold replied. She emerged from Duan Ling Tian's little world and quickly sent a message back to Blood Moon Ridge. After a short time, she smiled and said, I'm done. You're done? Duan Ling Tian was surprised Little Gold dealt with everything so quickly. I told the clan leader that you're the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and that he can verify it with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven if he doesn't believe me. Little Gold laughed as she said, he said he's relieved that I'm staying in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and even told me to learn from Senior Feng Qingyang. You really have many schemes, Duan Ling Tian said helplessly. It did not occur to him that Little Gold would use Feng Qingyang, whom he had yet to meet, to stay with him. Although Blood Moon Ridge was not an ordinary heaven-grade force in the 10,000 beasts heaven, the clan leader was naturally no match for Feng Qingyang. It was not surprising that the Blood Moon Ridge was delighted Little Gold was acquainted with Feng Qingyang. Little Black and Little White haven't replied to my message. Could they have gone to the solitary destructive heaven? Little Gold paused a beat before she quickly added, Brother Ling Tian, why don't we return to the solitary destructive heaven to check if they've gone there? However, Duan Ling Tian did not reply to Little Gold's question. His eyes widened at this moment as an expression of excitement appeared on his face. Father. At the same time, Duan Si Ling, who was in Duan Ling Tian's little world, said, Father, I received a message from grandfather. He said he's in the Qilin clan. Father. Little Gold was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's word. Brother Ling Tian, you've received news from Uncle Rufeng. Duan Ling Tian did not reply to Little Gold's question and asked instead, Little Gold, do you know the Qilin clan? The Qilin clan. Little Gold frowned. Brother Ling Tian, are you saying that Uncle Rufeng is in the Qilin clan? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Si Ling just told me that she received a message from her grandfather saying he's in the Qilin clan. Although Duan Ling Tian could send messages through the soul pearls of his father and the others. Alas, since they did not possess Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl, they could not reply to him. However, fortunately, when they were in the divine offering land, they had exchanged soul pearls with Duan Si Ling. Therefore, as long as they were in the same Devata realm, Duan Si Ling could reach out to them. Ask Uncle Rufeng how he ended up in the Qilin clan. Little Gold's expression turned solemn as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. All right, Duan Ling Tian began to feel uneasy upon seeing Little Gold's reaction. He quickly sent another message to Duan Rufeng. Father, how did you end up in the Qilin clan? What's your current situation like? Are you safe? Duan Ling Tian grew increasingly worried. After all, the 10,000 beast heaven was a realm dominated by celestial beasts. He did not expect any of his family and friends to be here. Who knew his father was in the 10,000 beast heaven? Si Ling, after receiving a reply from your grandfather, let me know immediately, Duan Ling Tian said worriedly. After a time, Duan Ling Tian asked anxiously, Si Ling, did you receive a reply from your grandfather? Oh, yes, he replied. Duan Si Ling replied, clearly distracted. Duan Ling Tian's frown deepened. He wondered what Duan Ru Feng said that caused his daughter to be so distracted. What did your grandfather say? Duan Ling Tian asked anxiously. Father, grandfather said he's doing quite well, and he's safe, Duan Si Ling said. My father said he's safe. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly relayed the message to Little Gold. That's great. Little Gold's expression eased slightly after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. Little Gold, why were you so nervous when you heard my father is in the Qilin clan? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Brother Ling Tian, don't you know the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven is from the Qilin clan? Little Gold asked. I didn't know. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, surprised. The heavenly emperor of 10,000 beasts heaven was from the Qilin clan. This meant that the Qilin clan was the heavenly palace of the 10,000 beasts heaven, it was the heavenly emperor's force. This was different from the heavenly pool palace since it was only connected to it due to his relationship with Shui Hongyu. Whereas the Qilin clan was where the heavenly emperor came from. Needless to say, it would become the heavenly emperor's force, the heavenly palace of the 10,000 beasts kingdom. The Qilin clan dominates the 10,000 beasts heaven. Even a force as strong as the Dragon clan doesn't dare to provoke against the Qilin clan unless it was absolutely necessary, let alone Blood Moon Ridge, Little Gold explained. The heavenly emperor of 10,000 beast heaven is also a divine beast. He's known as the Chaos Qilin. It's said that the Chaos Qilin is born with the Chaos Divine Flame. His Chaos Divine Flame is definitely not a low-form Chaos Divine Flame. Apart from that, his strength was ranked in the top 10 a long time ago among the heavenly emperors. His strength must have grown even more since then. Her expression grew solemn again at the end of her words. A Chaos Qilin born with the Chaos Divine Flame. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. How did the Chaos Qilin manage to live until now? From what I know, even those from the realms of gods covet the 5 divine elements. The gods aside, since it's known that the Chaos Qilin is born with the Chaos Divine Flame, there must be many from the Devata realm who tried to kill him for the Chaos Divine Flame, right? Duan Ling Tian asked, perplexed. In the past, when Duan Ling Tian entered the purgatory battlefield, he learned that those who possessed the divine elements would conceal them even if they were from formidable forces. For example, the turquoise water divine tiger, a divine beast from the white tiger clan, only exposed himself because he was confident he could kill Duan Ling Tian. Even in the 9 Serenities battlefield for celestial emperors, those strong celestial emperors who possessed the divine elements would still hide their identities and the fact that they possessed a divine element. Brother Ling Tian, you're not wrong. However, you didn't factor in the fact that a supreme powerhouse from the 10,000 beasts heaven is also from the Qilin clan, Little Gold replied. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Little Gold's words. On the contrary, Elder Huo remained calm. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian asked, Elder Huo, you knew about this? Elder Huo nodded. The Lord Heavenly Emperor mentioned before. How unexpected. Duan Ling Tian sighed. He did not expect he would find his father with the Qilin clan that had such an impressive background. Up until now, the Qilin clan was the strongest force that Duan Ling Tian had heard of. Needless to say, the Dragon clan and Blood Moon Ridge could not compare to it at all. In fact, even the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was not as strong as the Qilin clan, also the heavenly palace of the 10,000 beasts heaven, that had a supreme powerhouse's support. It's said that the Chaos Qilin is born with a higher form of Chaos Divine Flame because of their supreme powerhouse, Little Gold added. Moreover, it's said that there are many members of the Qilin clan in the realm of gods as well. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply. He could help but wonder how his father ended up in the Qilin clan. He asked, Si Ling, did your grandfather explain how he ended up in the Qilin clan? Father. Duan Si Ling seemed to hesitate for a moment before she said, grandfather's being imprisoned. Duan Ling Tian's expression drastically changed. What? Little Gold's expression changed as well. Most worryingly, even Elder Huo, a member of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, looked grim. Chapter 3387 Duan Rufeng is detained. Si Ling, Duan Ling Tian asked his daughter solemnly, did your grandfather say why he's being imprisoned? Since he's able to reply to you, it means they didn't confiscate his spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian hoped Duan Rufeng's situation would not be as bad as he had imagined since Duan Rufeng was still in possession of his spatial ring. After all, prisoners would usually have their belongings all confiscated in order to prevent them from communicating with others. However, there was also the possibility that the Qilin clan did not care because they were confident of their strength. After all, it was the strongest clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Father, grandfather is being detained by the Qilin clan, but he's not held in the prison. He's being confined within a guarded area. Not only is he eating and sleeping well, but he said the cultivation resources they gave him are good as well. The only problem is the Qilin clan doesn't allow him to leave. Duan Ling Tian asked, puzzled, what happened? Did your grandfather explain? According to grandfather, Duan Si Ling said before pausing. Her voice turned rather strange as she continued to say, after he ascended to the 10,000 Beast Heaven, the daughter of one of the Qilin clan's elders took a liking to him. He was nearly killed by the members of the Qilin clan but was saved by that elder's daughter. After that, he was brought to the Qilin clan. The daughter of an elder from the Qilin clan brought him back to the clan. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by Duan Si Ling's words. Apart from that, he wondered how his father ascended to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven when it was almost impossible for humans to ascend to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. After a while, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. That's right, the collisions of the realms of gods and the opening of the realm battlefield, the 9 serenities battlefield, and the purgatory battlefield must have messed things up. I was supposed to ascend to the Jade Emperor Heaven, but due to the collision, I was sent to the Spirit Overarching Heaven instead. Just like me, it must have been a fluke that father ascended to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Fortunately, the daughter of the elder from the Qilin clan took a liking to him back then. Otherwise, he might not have survived. Although Duan Rufeng was detained because the daughter of an elder of the Qilin clan took a liking to him, Duan Ling Tian felt rather grateful. He knew if that was not the case, his father might have died. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself wryly, father's romantic luck is rather good, who knew he would have such an encounter after being separated from mother. Brother Ling Tian, Little Gold called out. Since Duan Ling Tian and Duan Si Ling had been communicating via voice transmission, Little Gold and Elder Huo naturally were unaware of what had happened. Everything is fine, Little Gold. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile. My father isn't in jail. He's being detained, but he's not in jail. He's just not allowed to leave. Not allowed to leave. Little Gold frowned. Brother Ling Tian, how can you say everything is fine when he's being detained? The Qilin clan dominates the entire 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Although the Dragon clan was widely acknowledged as a force to be reckoned with in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, they were still no match for the Qilin clan because the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse in their ranks. It was said that there was a member of the Dragon clan who became a supreme powerhouse a very long time ago. Unfortunately, the Dragon clan's supreme powerhouse had perished. When he was still alive, the Dragon clan was comparable to the Qilin clan. In fact, among all the Devata realms, the 10,000 Beasts Heavens produced the most supreme powerhouses. Little Gold, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and explained everything to Little Gold. Little Gold sighed in relief after listening to Duan Ling Tian's explanation. I really did expect Uncle Rufeng to have ascended to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. I thought he had traveled here on his own accord. In fact, he's really lucky. I don't think there are any humans who survived after mistakenly ascending to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Uncle Rufeng is still charming, even the daughter of an elder from the Qilin clan took a liking to him. I wonder what Aunt Ru would think if she finds out about this. I wonder how Aunt Ru is doing after being separated from everyone. At the end of her words, Little Gold instinctively looked at Duan Ling Tian. When she saw the grave expression on his face, she hastily said, Don't worry, Brother Ling Tian. Aunt Ru will be fine. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he asked, Little Gold, how do we get to the Qilin clan? Although Duan Rufeng was not in any danger, it must be suffocating for him to lose his freedom. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian wanted to get his father out of the Qilin clan. He decided to consult with Elder Huo. After all, Elder Huo was a subordinate of Feng Qingyong, Duan Ling Tian's master. After Duan Ling Tian revealed his thoughts to Elder Huo frowned slightly. The Qilin clan is different from other heaven-grade forces. Although I've followed our Lord Heavenly Emperor for a long time now, I don't think any of the members of the Qilin clan would recognize me, let alone the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. I'll return to the solitary destructive heaven to consult with Brother Meng Luo. He should have some contact with the Qilin clan since he has been serving our Lord Heavenly Emperor longer than I did. After confirming a secured meeting place, Elder Huo returned to the solitary destructive heaven. It only took a day before he returned to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven accompanied by Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Upon seeing Meng Luo, Duan Ling Tian smiled and said apologetically, "Senior Meng Luo, I'm sorry to have to trouble you, young master, you're being too courteous. Your problems are also the heavenly palace's problems." Meng Luo smiled brightly. "Elder Huo has filled me in earlier. I've met some elders from the Qilin clan before." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as soon as he heard Meng Luo's words. "Young master," Meng Luo said, "I have something to report. While you were away, 2 little fellows from the Dragon clan came to our heavenly palace. They call themselves Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai. I've arranged for them to stay in the palace while they wait for your return. Initially, I planned to bring them along, but I discovered they're in closed-door cultivation." Little Gold laughed upon hearing Meng Luo's words. Duan Ling Tian cupped his fists together at Meng Luo and said, "They're my little brother and little sister." "Thank you, Senior Meng Luo." Meng Luo said with a hint of helplessness, "Young master, you're being too courteous with me." Since Meng Luo had arrived, Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and made his way to the Qilin clan's estate with the Meng Luo and Elder Huo after returning Little Gold to his little world. Duan Ling Tian wanted to arrive at the Qilin clan as fast as he could, so they decided to use a transportation formation that would transport them to the transportation formation closest to the Qilin clan's estate. Duan Ling Tian and the others were transported to a vast and barren mountain range. Although the area seemed desolate, the heaven and earth spirit energy was rich. "Young master, the Qilin clan's estate is up ahead." Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask, "There's an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein in the Qilin clan's estate. Does this mean the literal location of the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is the Qilin clan's estate?" "No, the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is not located here." Meng Luo shook his head and said, "The Qilin clan is one of the few lucky heaven-grade forces in the to possess an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein. The Dragon clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven used to have an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein, but it has been exhausted. The emperor-grade celestial crystal vein could only produce a small number of divine crystals. However, due to the amount of time they had the emperor-grade celestial crystal vein, they had accumulated quite a lot of divine crystals. When Duan Ling Tian and the others drew close to the Qilin clan's estate, they were stopped by a group of patrolling disciples. "I'm Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm here to meet the second elder of the Qilin clan, Di Yunlong." "It's the heavenly savage celestial emperor," one of the patrolling disciples said. Meng Luo was a prominent figure in the Devata realms. One could see how famous he was that even a patrolling disciple recognized him. Due to his identity and reputation, the patrolling disciples were respectful to him even though he was human. After all, the cultivation world was where the strong were revered while the weak were preyed on. This was the same even in the celestial beasts-dominated 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Chapter 3388 Duan Rufeng. Meng Luo was the most familiar with Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan, compared to the other elders in the clan. They had a relatively good relationship that stemmed from the time they fought together in the Nine Serenities battlefield. They had both saved each other's lives on the battlefield. Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan, was a tall and muscular middle-aged man whose body was comparable to Meng Luo's. He punched Meng Luo's chest in a friendly manner and laughed as soon as he saw Meng Luo. He asked with a smile, "Meng Luo, you've never taken the initiative to visit before. Why did you suddenly decide to visit?" At the same time, Di Yunlong discreetly studied the two people next to Meng Luo. After all, he was not familiar with Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo. "What, am I not welcomed here?" Meng Luo asked jokingly. "Of course not," Di Yunlong replied. They were good friends, after all. Even after being apart for so many years, their friendship did not change. Back when Feng Qingyong, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was trapped in the Asura hell and no one knew if he would survive, Di Yunlong had gone to see Meng Luo. He was worried life would be difficult for Meng Luo in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. With Feng Qingyang gone, he had extended an invitation to Meng Luo to join the Qilin clan. He even guaranteed Meng Luo's treatment in the Qilin clan would not be any different from how he was treated in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Since they were good friends, Di Yunlong did not waste time on idle chatters and bluntly asked, "You're not the kind who visits without a reason. Tell me what happened." Meng Luo shook his head and gestured to Duan Ling Tian as he said, "Truth to be told, this is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He's our Lord Heavenly Emperor's true disciple." Initially, Di Yunlong did not pay much attention to Meng Luo's two companions. However, upon hearing Meng Luo's words, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian again. The true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. How interesting. A hint of admiration could be seen in Di Yunlong's eyes when he mentioned Feng Qingyang. After all, Feng Qingyang was not only famous in the solitary destructive heaven, but he was also a prominent figure in the other Devata realms. Apart from that, there were rumors recently about Feng Qingyang attaining godhood as well. He had once asked Meng Luo about the rumors, but Meng Luo did reply to his question. However, Meng Luo did not deny it as well. Therefore, he was rather certain Feng Qingyang had already attained godhood. If Feng Qingyang were here, not only would the patriarch of the Qilin clan personally receive Feng Qingyang, but the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven would personally receive Feng Qingyang as well. After all, even among heavenly emperors, there were very few who managed to attain godhood. This included those heavenly emperors who had become gods but still hid their godhood. In fact, most heavenly emperors would not publicize the fact that they had attained godhood and would keep it a tightly guarded secret. This was because a god was not allowed to hold onto the position of a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. This was a rule set by the title temple. The title emperor in each Devata realm would monitor the heavenly emperors in their respective Devata realms. Once a heavenly emperor attained godhood, they would have to give up the position of heavenly emperor and head to a realms of gods. Naturally, there were a few heavenly emperors who managed to break the rule due to their powerful backgrounds that made even the title temple wary. For example, the Qilin clan was one of such forces. If the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven had attained godhood, even if he did not ascend to a realm of god, the title temple would not make things difficult for him. This did not surprise many people. After all, the title temple was only rumored to be supported by supreme powerhouses, while the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven from the Qilin clan was confirmed to have the support of a supreme powerhouse. Young Master, was our Lord Heaven Emperor's successor in the mundane realms. Our Lord Heavenly Emperor's places a lot of importance on him. The first thing he did after escaping from the Asur Hell was to look for him, Meng Luo said, intentionally and deliberately revealing Duan Ling Tian's importance to Feng Qingyang. Young Master. Di Yunlong's attitude toward Duan Ling Tian changed slightly after listening to Meng Luo's words. He was more courteous than before. "I'm Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan." Duan Ling Tian did not act haughtily. Not only was it not in his nature, but he also knew the other party was only courteous to him because of Feng Qingyang. Moreover, he was here to seek help. "I'm Duan Ling Tian, nice to meet you, Senior Di Yunlong." Meng Luo said with a smile, "Young Master, don't worry. You can speak freely with him." You came looking for me for a purpose?" Di Yunlong asked curiously. "Senior," Duan Ling Tian's expression was solemn as he told Di Yunlong about his father, Duan Rufeng. When he finished explaining, he looked at Di Yunlong with a hint of anticipation as he asked, "Senior Di Yunling, I came to bring my father back to the solitary destructive heaven, can you please help me with this matter?" "I didn't know Duan Rufeng is your father, young Master Duan." Di Yunlong smiled wryly. "In fact, I know about this matter. The person who saved Duan Rufeng's life and also kept him here is none other than my niece, Di Wenyu." Di Yunlong could be considered as Di Wenyu's strongest support in the Qilin clan. Her parents died in an accident a long time ago, and Di Yunlong was the one who raised her. Moreover, Di Yunlong treated her like his biological daughter as well. "I didn't expect her to be your niece, Senior." Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Who knew there would be such a coincidence? This matter, it's not difficult, but it's not easy to solve either. "If I order her, she'll do it even if she's unwilling," Di Yunlong said with a slight frown. "In fact, I've advised her against this earlier. After all, nothing forcibly done will yield good results. Moreover, there are many who are talented in the 10,000 beasts heaven. I don't understand why she's so fixated on one man. I've even thought about killing him but was stopped by my niece, Di Yunlong said. After a beat, he said somewhat sheepishly, naturally, I didn't know he's your father back then. If I had known, I would have sent him to the solitary destructive heaven as soon as he arrived. Upon hearing Di Yunlong's words, Duan Ling Tian realized Di Wenyu had saved his father's life twice. Di Yunlong said, young Master Duan, you can bring your father away, however, I hope your father can talk to my niece before leaving. Let her know there's no chance of anything happening between them. In fact, at this moment, Di Yunlong somewhat wished Duan Rufeng had taken a liking to his niece. In that case, he would have a connection with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It was unfortunate that Duan Rufeng did not have any feelings for his niece at all. Otherwise, his niece would not have resorted to forcibly keeping Duan Rufeng here. I only hope he can let her down gently, Di Yunlong said to Duan Ling Tian, come. I'll bring you to him. Before leading Duan Ling Tian away, Di Yunlong said, Meng Luo, wait for me here. I'll come back and we can catch up. Elder Huo stayed back with Meng Luo as well. Duan Ling Tian finally saw his father outside an independent courtyard among the buildings in the Qilin clan's estate. Duan Rufeng was as handsome and attractive as before. Compared to Duan Ling Tian, he had a stable and mature air about him. Tianer. Duan Rufeng's eyes brightened as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were red at this moment, which was very unusual since he was always aloof. He hugged Duan Ling Tian for a long time without saying any words. Father. Duan Ling Tian could sense his father's happiness. Needless to say, he felt the same way as well. After all, it had been 300 years since they had seen each other. After a moment, Duan Rufeng asked eagerly, Tianer, did you find your mother? At this moment, Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, was just like an ordinary man who missed his wife, Li Ru. Father, apart from Si Ling and Tian Wu, you're the only one I found so far, Duan Ling Tian sighed. Where's Si Ling? Duan Rufeng continued asking. She's in my little world. After we leave, you can meet her, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. While Duan Ling Tian and Duan Rufeng were talking, Di Yunlong stood nearby with a young and beautiful woman. She was an androgynous beauty. She was none other than Di Wenyu, Di Yunlong's niece and the woman who trapped Duan Rufeng here. So he really has a son, Di Wenyu murmured in a daze. She had told herself Duan Rufeng was lying to her about having a wife and a son. She was in denial. She liked him very much, after all. It's time you let him go, Di Yunlong said gently. Moreover, his son isn't simple. He's the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Talk to him before he leaves if you must. Di Yunlong left after he finished speaking. There was nothing else he could say at this moment. The true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Di Wenyu's eyes widened in shock. She did not expect the man whom she had forcibly detained had such an outstanding son. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian recounted everything that had happened to his father. After that, he said, Father, speak to her before you leave and bid her farewell. After all, she saved your life twice. I know, I feel like I'd taken advantage of her love for me, Duan Rufeng sighed. Then, he said anxiously, however, love can't be forced. Your mother is the only one I love. I only want to find her as soon as possible. We've been together for such a long time, I wonder if she can take care of herself and survive on her own now that I'm not with her. Chapter 3389 The Title of God of War. Sun Wukong is here. Duan Rufeng's words caused Duan Ling Tian to fall silent. Naturally, he was worried about his mother as well. However, he knew there was no use worrying, he would have to work harder to find her. After a moment, he said, Father, you should bid farewell to her. After speaking to Duan Rufeng, Duan Ling Tian could not wait to look for his mother, Li Ru, his wife, Li Fei, his son, Duan Nian Tian, and the others. When Duan Ling Tian turned to leave to give his father privacy, he caught a glimpse of Di Wenyu. Di Wenyu's beauty was comparable to his mother's. Moreover, Di Wenyu's status was definitely higher than her mother and her father. An ordinary man would not have been able to reject Di Wenyu, but Di Wenyu, naturally, would not fall for an ordinary man as well. Duan Ling Tian was not worried as he left his father to bid farewell to Di Wenyu. After all, with his current identity, Meng Luo's presence, and Di Yunlong's promise, she would have to let his father go no matter how unwilling she was. Moreover, Di Yunlong would never allow her to offend the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a human man. When Duan Ling Tian returned to Meng Luo and Elder Huo's sides, Meng Luo was talking to Di Yunlong and reminiscing about their time in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, "Seniors, is it true that the Nine Serenities battlefield is somewhat similar to the Purgatory battlefield?" "It's similar, but it's also very different," Di Yunlong replied with a smile. "Unlike the heart of the Purgatory battlefield where most celestial lords could be found fighting, there's no such place in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Apart from that, there are no illusory formations in the Nine Serenities battlefield as well." Duan Ling Tian was stunned. "There are no illusory formations? Then how do we enter the secret zones?" In the Purgatory battlefield, the secret zones were intricately linked to the illusory formations. It was only natural Duan Ling Tian was surprised that was not the case in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Di Yunlong said with a smile, "Every secret zone in the Nine Serenities battlefield is a small independent realm. All of them have a standard entry and exit point. Celestial emperors who are worthy will be led to the entrances. On the other hand, the Nine Serenities battlefield is similar to the Purgatory battlefield in the sense where there's a ranking as well. The highest military rank in the Purgatory battlefield is known as commanders while their counterparts in the Nine Serenities battlefield are known as gods of war." God of war. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately. There are many strong celestial emperors in the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, to obtain the title of God of War, one has to possess strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor at least. The title is further divided into different categories. For example, even the weakest titled celestial emperor would be able to obtain the title of God of War, but their title would be 1-star God of War. The more powerful ones could obtain the title of a 2-star God of War. Those with strength comparable to heavenly emperors are usually able to obtain the rank of a 7-star God of War, Di Yunlong explained. After listening to Di Yunlong's words, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, "What are your and Senior Meng Luo's ranks?" Di Yunlong replied with a smile, "I'm a 6-star God of War. Meng Luo hasn't entered the Nine Serenities battlefield in a long time. However, with his strength, he'd easily be a 6-star God of War." Duan Ling Tian learned a lot about the Nine Serenities battlefield from his conversation with Di Yunlong and Meng Luo. Moreover, he learned that titled celestial emperors would use their ranks in the Nine Serenities battlefield to describe their strength. Di Yunlong continued to say, "Our Qilin clan has 2 7-star gods of war and 1 8-star god of war. The 8-star god of war is our Lord Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. As for the 2 8-star gods of war, they're our Patriarch and Supreme Elder respectively. Before your master, Feng Qingyang, entered the Asura Hell, he was considered the strongest among 7-star gods of war. Later on, he easily killed Chen Chu Nuo who was also a 7-star god of war, indicating that he's at least an 8-star god of war at that time. Naturally, if he has really attained godhood, the god of war title would no longer apply to him. After all, even a 9-star god of war wouldn't be able to defeat him if that were the case." Di Yunlong's explanation had enlightened Duan Ling Tian. He never knew there were so many differences between titled celestial emperors. Duan Ling Tian turned around and asked curiously, "What about you, Elder Huo?" Elder Huo was stronger than Yu Feng Yu, the palace master of the heaven-grade heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven, so Duan Ling Tian was curious about his strength. Elder Huo shook his head and said, "I've never entered the Nine Serenities battlefield so I don't have an official rank. However, if I were to guess, my strength is probably among the strongest 5-star gods of war." 5-star gods of war were usually ordinary leaders of ordinary heaven-grade forces. Meng Luo chimed in at this moment, "Elder Luo is being humble. I think he could easily be a 6-star god of war." The men continued chatting, and from their conversations, Duan Ling Tian gained more knowledge about the differences in strength between titled celestial emperors. Yu Feng Yu for example was just an average 5-star god of war. The Heavenly Pool Palace's Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor and the Dead Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor were 4-star gods of war. Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, and Lei Ying, the Merciless Emperor, should be 3-star gods of war. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor were 2-star gods of war. The Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor was only a 1-star god of war. No wonder. Elder Huo, who has the strength of a 6-star god of war, could easily defeat Yu Fengyu, who's only an average 5-star god of war, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, a voice rang in the air, pulling Duan Lingtian back from his thoughts. Tianer. Duan Lingtian looked up and saw his father walking toward him with Di Wenyu, Di Yunlong's niece. Her expression seemed much better than before. He wondered what his father had said to her, since he would see the unhappiness on her face and the unwillingness in her eyes earlier. Currently, she no longer looked unhappy nor unwilling. "Father," Duan Lingtian called out. Duan Lingtian was just about to introduce Duan Rufeng to Meng Luo and Elder Huo when a sharp and deafening voice rang from the distance. "Old man Di Hong, come fight me." The piercing voice caused some discomfort to Duan Lingtian's ears. He only felt better once he circulated his celestial origin energy. Di Yunlong said with a bitter smile, "It seems like that monkey is here again. He seems confident about defeating our patriarch this time." Di Hong was the patriarch of the Qilin clan, a top 7-star god of war. Upon hearing Di Yunlong's words, Elder Huo's eyes widened in shock as he said, "Monkey? This voice, this manner of speaking, don't tell me he's the Jade Emperor, heavens equal Celestial Emperor." "That's right, it's Sun Wukong." Di Yunlong nodded. Then, he asked curiously, "Elder Huo, do you know him?" "I've known him for a long time, but I haven't seen him in a long time as well. I didn't expect he'd grow strong enough to challenge the patriarch of the Qilin clan." Elder Huo sighed emotionally. Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, was one of the top 7-star gods of war. Feng Qingyang aside, even the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven's strongest warrior was no match for Di Hong. Di Yunlong's eyes flashed as he said, 1,000 years ago, he fought to a draw with our patriarch. Now that he's here again, he must be confident about winning. At this moment, Di Yunlong suddenly raised an eyebrow as though he was listening to something. Then, he said to Duan Lingtian and the others, "Our patriarch just sent me a voice transmission to watch his fight with the heavens equal Celestial Emperor. Meng Luo, young Master Duan, Elder Huo, would you like to watch the battle as well?" It's rare to be able to witness a battle like that. As soon as Di Yunlong's voice fell, an ancient and clear voice rang out. "Heavens equal Celestial Emperor, it seems like you've improved. Old man Di Hong, I came here to defeat you this time. After defeating you, I'm going to challenge the brilliant Celestial Emperor." The conversations between the duo shook the entire Qilin clan's estate. "Of course, I'll go watch." Meng Luo's eyes lit up upon hearing Di Yunlong's invitation. "I want to see how much he has improved as well. I'm lucky to be here today." Elder Huo was clearly excited as well. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was in a daze. "Monkey, the heavens equal Celestial Emperor. Sun Wukong." Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he did not even hear Di Yunlong's invitation. He only regained his senses when Elder Huo and his father called out to him. He instinctively cried out, "Yes, I want to watch the battle." What a joke! How could he not want to watch the battle? They were talking about Sun Wukong, one of the legendary characters on Earth. Duan Lingtian was further stunned when he learned that Di Hong, one of the top 7-star god of war, only fought to a draw with Sun Wukong 1,000 years ago. Since Sun Wukong had come here to challenge Di Hong, did it not mean that Sun Wukong was at the very least an 8-star god of war? Chapter 3390. Is he really Sun Wukong? Although Duan Lingtian had a close relationship with Duan Xiling, Feng Tianwu, Little Gold, and Huaner, who were in his little world, he believed none of them would understand how he felt at this moment. Sun Wukong. Is it really Sun Wukong? Am I about to meet Sun Wukong? During Duan Lingtian's time on Earth that was known as Planet Yanhuang, Sun Wukong was just a legendary and mythical figure. He did not think Sun Wukong existed at all until he met Elder Huo. As it turned out, it was not just Sun Wukong. There were many legendary figures, whom he thought did not exist, who existed as well. Elder Huo, who was walking behind Di Yunlong along with Duan Lingtian and Meng Luo, could not help but ask, "Second Elder, if your patriarch is fighting Sun Wukong, they'll probably fight in the clan's Qilin realm, right?" "Of course." Di Yunlong nodded. If they were to fight in the Qilin clan's estate, the estate would certainly be destroyed. Sometimes titled Celestial Emperors did not need to go all out in a fight to determine who was stronger, since the gap in strength was wide. However, in a fight where opponents were almost evenly matched, it was necessary to go all out. Needless to say, Sun Wukong and Di Hong, who had been evenly matched 1,000 years ago, would need to go all out to determine the victor of the battle. Qilin Realm? Duan Ling Tian asked, puzzled. The Qilin Realm is an independent realm in the Qilin clan's estate. It was created by the Qilin clan's supreme powerhouse, Elder Huo explained in a low voice. Upon hearing Elder Huo's words, Di Yunlong said with a smile, Elder Huo, I didn't expect you to know so much about the Qilin clan. I'm a celestial beast as well, after all. I'd pay attention to matters like this from time to time, Elder Huo said. The anticipatory gleam in his eyes had yet to dissipate at this moment. Meanwhile, as the group traveled together, Duan Ling Tian noticed Di Wenyu looked even better than she did before. She was like a different person compared to before. He could not help but ask his father, Father, how did you resolve it? Resolve what? Duan Rufeng asked in confusion. Di Wenyu, Duan Ling Tian said. Realization dawned on Duan Rufeng. Oh, I told her I'm leaving with you to find your mother. She seems understanding. It's that simple. Duan Ling Tian found it difficult to believe that the matter was resolved just like that. He was certain there was more than meets the eyes. Di Wenyu's feelings for his father were very obvious, and it did not seem like she would easily give up. However, he could tell his father had no intention of elaborating on the matter, so he no longer asked about it. After a while, he asked, Father, you're already a celestial lord. Previously, Duan Ling Tian was too distracted to sense his father's cultivation base. It was only at this moment that his father was a 3-talent celestial lord. The Qilin clan has a good cultivation environment, Duan Rufeng said. Moreover, Di Wenyu had helped me and taken care of me as well, even though I refused her. She said if I didn't accept the cultivation resources, she was going to destroy them. At the end of his words, he sighed, clearly feeling guilty. Seems like Auntie Wenyu treats father quite well, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He could guess that Di Wenyu had probably given her father rare celestial pills and celestial fruits that could help with one's cultivation base. It was beyond his expectations that not only was his father not mistreated in the Qilin clan, but he was also given so many treasures. For this reason, his father was a 3-talent celestial lord. When Duan Ling Tian was reunited with Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling, Duan Ling Tian, there was a silver lining for his family friends being taken away to the divine offering land. Their cultivation aptitudes were boosted by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering realm, a realm of gods. Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling were both already celestial kings when they were reunited. Therefore, he had expected his father to be a celestial king as well. He was shocked when he discovered his father was already a celestial lord. After a while, Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived in a stone forest in the Qilin clan's estate. There were already many gathered there at this moment. Second Elder. Those who saw Di Yunlong would come up to greet him. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo. There were also a few people who recognized Meng Luo and came up to greet him. These were some of his acquaintances in the Qilin clan. Most of the people gathered in the stone forest were members of the Qilin clan and friends of the members of the Qilin clan. At this moment, everyone was fervently discussing among themselves. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian overheard a tall and muscular middle-aged man saying, When Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, came to challenge our patriarch 1,000 years ago, they fought to a draw. Since he's confident enough to challenge our patriarch again, he must be sure of winning. When the tall and muscular middle-aged man walked past Di Yunlong, he smiled and greeted Di Yunlong. Second Elder, you're here as well. Fourth Elder, Di Yunlong responded with a smile, I just arrived. Who are these? The middle-aged man, the fourth elder of the Qilin clan, looked at the people with Di Yunlong curiously. Out of the group of people, he only recognized Di Wenyu. Although he had heard of Duan Rufeng, he had never met Duan Rufeng before. This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Di Yunlong said as he gestured at Duan Ling Tian. Then, he said to Duan Ling Tian, Young Master Duan, this is Di Jia, the fourth elder of the Qilin clan. Elder Di Jia, Duan Ling Tian greeted Di Jia with a smile. The young master of the heavenly palace in the solitary destructive heaven. Di Jia's eyes widened in shock. He knew Di Yunlong would not joke about such a matter, so he hastily bowed. Young Master Duan, I've been living in seclusion, so I didn't know there's now a young master in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Following that, Di Yunlong introduced Di Jia to Meng Luo. This is my good friend, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Jia might not have heard about Duan Ling Tian being the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, but he naturally had heard about Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. He looked at Meng Luo with bright eyes as he said, "You're the heavenly savage celestial emperor. I've heard a lot about you from the second elder. Do you mind sparring with me after the match between our patriarch and the heaven's equal celestial emperor?" He was someone who liked sparring. How could he let such a good chance go? Sure. Meng Luo nodded. He did not refuse the invitation. As the heavenly savage celestial emperor, he had never been afraid of challenges. In fact, in the solitary destructive heaven, he was famous for being undefeated after being challenged and challenging 100 people before he even joined the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and served Feng Qingyong. At most, he had fought to a draw, but he had never lost. This was also one of the reasons he rose to fame in the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, Di Yunlong said, "Let's go in first. The patriarch would wait for us, but the heaven's equal celestial emperor isn't the most patient person." When Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, came to challenge the Qilin clan's Di Hong 1,000 years ago, both of them had also fought in the Qilin realm and allowed others to spectate. Many people were enlightened and learned a lot from that battle. Some of them even improved so much that they went to obtain a title in the title temple to become titled celestial emperors. This is the transportation formation that will bring us to the Qilin realm. The Qilin realms was an independent realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Although it could not compare to a realm of gods, it was not inferior to Devata realms in regard to stability. However, its size was, needless to say, much smaller than a Devata realm. After stepping into the transportation formation, Duan Ling Tian and the others were transported away from the Qilin clan and the 10,000 beasts heaven. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he discovered he was in space, and there were stars everywhere. Are those stars? Duan Ling Tian's attention was focused on the stars that were particularly dazzling. It slightly feels like I'm back in planet Yanhuang. However, the planet isn't as stable or strong as this place. Let's make our way there, Di Yunlong said as he led Duan Ling Tian and the others. At this moment, many people had already gathered to watch the fight. Their eyes were all fixated on the two figures in front of them. One of the figures belonged to an old man dressed in dark golden robes who exuded a majestic air. Although his hair and eyebrows were white, his body was tall and strong. The figure standing opposite the golden-clad old man was a handsome man with a crew cut wearing a t-shirt and a pair of beach shorts. He wore a huge pair of sunglasses that covered his eyes. At this moment, the handsome man waved his hand, and a streak of light shot into his mouth before he began chewing. Duan Ling Tian looked at the packet of chewing gums in the handsome man's hand in confusion. He thought to himself, dumbfounded, is he really Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor? Isn't Sun Wukong a monkey? Why does he look like a typical young man on Earth? Has Sun Wukong always been so stylish? Chapter 3391 The Divine Artifact, the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Under everyone's watchful gazes, the handsome young man who looked like a young man from Earth reached out to remove his sunglasses as he asked impatiently, "Old man Di Hong, can we start now?" "We'll start in a little while." Di Hong looked into the distance. After confirming most of the Qilin clan's titled celestial emperors were present, he nodded at the handsome young man. "Please start, heaven's equal celestial emperor." As soon as Di Hong's voice fell, a metal staff that was black in the center with two golden bands on its ends appeared in the handsome young man's hand. "Is this the auspicious golden hoop staff?" From afar, Duan Ling Tian confirmed that the handsome young man was indeed Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, as soon as he saw the golden hoop staff. Earlier, he was still unsure since the other party's appearance was very much different from what he had imagined. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he did not think it was surprising since Sun Wukong could take whatever form he wanted. Sun Wukong's outfit was that of a modern young man on Earth. It was obvious he had been to Earth some time in the past few hundred years. His outfits were similar to those that were worn while Duan Ling Tian was still on Earth. It might have been trendy back then, but it was probably out of style now. Di Yunlong asked with a smile, "Meng Luo, this should be your first time seeing the heaven's equal celestial emperor, right?" "Yes." Meng Luo nodded as he looked at the handsome young man with a crew cut holding the auspicious golden hoop staff. His eyes were bright as he said, "I've long heard about the Jade Emperor, heaven's equal celestial emperor, but I've never had the chance to meet him." I aspire to be like him. Di Yunlong laughed as he shook his head. The heavens equal celestial emperor has quite a temper, just like you. Unfortunately, you're far too weak now to spar with him. Otherwise, I think the battle between you and him would be very interesting to watch. Di Yunlong knew Meng Luo had gone around challenging many titled celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven in the past. That day will come, Meng Luo said confidently as his eyes shone with determination. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously through voice transmission, Elder Huo, do you think Senior Meng Luo can catch up to Sun Wukong in terms of strength? I think it'd be difficult. Elder Huo shook his head as he responded through voice transmission. Sun Wukong isn't much older than Meng Luo, and Meng Luo isn't as talented as Sun Wukong. Moreover, this monkey had some truly heaven-defying fortuitous encounters. Rumor has it that he has the support of a few gods, and it's said that those gods aren't your run-of-the-mill gods. Duan Ling Tian knew Elder Huo meant those powerhouses who had transcended beyond the stage of a 10-direction celestial emperor. He was aware that even among the gods, there were differences in their strength. Needless to say, those who had just attained godhood were the weakest among the gods. Naturally, even the weakest gods who haven't mastered the art of fusing profundities could still easily kill a 10-direction celestial emperor who had mastered the art of fusing profundities. The difference in strength between gods and celestials was like heaven and earth. At this time, Duan Ling Tian listened to the discussions in his surroundings. The heavens equal celestial emperor seems different this time. I wonder if our patriarch will be able to defeat him. We must have confidence in our patriarch. Although I have confidence in our patriarch, there's no denying the speed of improvement of the heavens equal celestial emperor is heaven-defying. Moreover, I heard he's only a tenth of our patriarch's age. Based on the discussion of the members of the Qilin clan, it seemed like most of them thought Sun Wukong had a higher chance of winning. Nevertheless, they did not dare to voice it out openly. After all, Sun Wukong's opponent was their patriarch. The Qilin clan's patriarch is one of the top 7-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian looked at Di Hong who was standing across from Sun Wukong. He could not suppress his curiosity, so he asked, Senior Di Yunlong, if your esteemed patriarch is one of the top 7-star god of war, doesn't it mean he's stronger than some heavenly emperors? Although Duan Ling Tian's question was rather abrupt, Di Yunlong still replied, no matter how weak a heavenly emperor is, they have to have a certain something for them to become heavenly emperors. Therefore, even if our patriarch is stronger than some of them, it's not by much. It'd be difficult for him if he wants to snatch the throne of a heavenly emperor unless he relies on the strength of the Qilin clan. Nevertheless, the title temple will never allow 2 heavenly emperors from the Qilin clan to exist at the same time. It's the title temple again. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Previously, he learned that the title temple also prohibited those who attained godhood to retain their positions as heavenly emperors. He was surprised to learn the title temple also prohibited 2 powerhouses to become heavenly emperors at once. After a moment, he asked curiously, is the Qilin clan afraid of the title temple? It's not that the Qilin clan is afraid of the title temple, but some of their rules really mustn't be violated. I wonder if you know about the supreme powerhouses. Di Yunlong asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I heard the Qilin clan has a supreme powerhouse. That's right. Di Yunlong nodded. Our Qilin clan's supreme powerhouse has a part in the title temple. However, the rules were set with the agreement of many supreme powerhouses. One of them is that there can't be 2 heavenly emperors from the same celestial beast clan. Therefore, we have to obey the rules even if our clan has a supreme powerhouse. Di Yunlong continued to say, this rule is unlike the rule where heavenly emperors have to abdicate their thrones once they attain godhood. That rule is just set by the title temple to encourage the new gods to move to a realm of God. Only humans have no limit despite what clans they are from in terms of becoming heavenly emperors. Although humans' talents are the most lacking compared to other beings, they produce many outstanding individuals. In fact, almost half of the supreme powerhouses are humans. Perhaps, that's why there's no restriction on the number of human heavenly emperors even if they're from the same force. Duan Ling Tian learned a lot from Di Yunlong's words. At this moment, someone cried out, the patriarch is about to strike. Duan Ling Tian and Di Yunlong's eyes immediately moved to the 2 opponents. At this moment, a miniature fiery red mountain suddenly appeared in the hands of the patriarch of the Qilin clan. Fire surged around it, looking inextinguishable. Is that a divine artifact? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows as he asked Wanzhou, the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword. Master, that's a primitive divine artifact with a soul, Wangzhe replied. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Then, he subconsciously looked at Sun Wukong's auspicious golden hoop staff. If he was not mistaken, the staff was just a top-tier emperor-grade celestial weapon like the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. At this time, Di Hong said in a booming voice, Heavens equal celestial emperor, back then, I used a celestial weapon that was equal to yours when we fought just to be fair. However, since you returned after 1,000 years, I'm sure you came prepared. I might not be your match if I use an inferior celestial weapon. Therefore, I'll use the Qilin clan's divine artifact, the Flaming Spirit Mountain. However, if you think it's unfair, I won't use it. Duan Ling Tian nodded, impressed by Di Hong's behavior. Di Hong was honest and a true gentleman. The members of the Qilin clan did not think much of this since they knew their patriarch's personality. I hope the Heavens equal celestial emperor won't object to our patriarch using the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, the result of the battle would be quite obvious. Our patriarch is already powerful, enough to unleash the full potential of the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Without a divine artifact, I'm afraid the Heavens equal celestial emperor will be at a disadvantage. I wonder if he'll object to it. All of the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan looked at Sun Wukong intently, wondering if he would object to their patriarch's use of the Flaming Spirit Mountain. At this time, Sun Wukong burst out in a fit of laughter. Old man Di Hong, have you forgotten that I asked you to use the Qilin clan's divine artifact when we fought previously? At that time, you refused. To be honest, I'd feel much better if you had used the divine artifact back then and defeated me. I don't mind losing. After all, that's how I learn and improve. I have no objection to you using the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Show me the strength you held back previously. Sun Wukong's character was indeed as described in the legends on Earth. He was fearless. Even if his opponent possessed a divine artifact, he was not intimidated at all. All right, in that case, please be careful. Di Hong nodded. After that, a ball of flame shot out before it spread into the surroundings. It even burned some of the planets in close proximity. They were reduced to ashes in just a blink of an eye. A sea of flames raged immediately, and Di Hong suddenly vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian watched the battle rapturously. The battle was like a feast for his eyes. Chapter 3392 The Great Battle. Before the battle even started, Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, had already reduced the nearby tiny planets into ashes. Based on the terrifying power, it seemed like even bigger planets would not be able to resist it. Such a powerful law of fire. Duan Ling Tian was truly impressed by Di Hong's strength. This was the strongest law of fire he had seen so far. By fusing several triple-fused profundities, Di Hong's strength greatly surpassed those 10 directions celestial emperors who could fuse one triple-fused profundity. This was probably one of the reasons why Di Hong was one of the top 7-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who was impressed by Di Hong's strength. Even Elder Huo and Meng Luo were impressed. Elder Huo was particularly impressed since he comprehended the law of fire as well. As soon as the battle started, his attention had always been on Di Hong. For this reason, he could keenly sense how powerful Di Hong's law of fire was. Nice one, Sun Wukong said excitedly after Di Hong attacked. The flames lit up the universe. From afar, they looked like flaming ribbons or fiery pythons snaking their way towards Sun Wukong from all directions. Faced with Di Hong's sudden disappearance and ferocious attack, Sun Wukong leisurely tightened his grip on his auspicious golden hoop staff before lifting it up. The staff thrummed before he tossed it out. When the auspicious golden hoop staff was tossed out, it emitted a grayish-black energy. However, it was not really obvious unless one looked closely since the surroundings were dark. It was the complete opposite of the eye-catching flames. Nevertheless, when the auspicious golden hoop staff made contact with the flames, it proved to Duan Ling Tian and the others that even though its energy was inconspicuous, it did not affect its strength. As soon as the auspicious golden hoop staff made contact with one of the ribbons of flames, it extinguished the flames immediately. What was left was only tiny specks of embers floating in the starry galaxy. A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian and the others watched Sun Wukong standing unmoving as his staff shot around, extinguishing the ribbons of flames. Although Duan Ling Tian was standing quite far from the battlefield, he could still feel his eardrums aching slightly. The titled celestial emperors around him were naturally not as affected as him due to their superior cultivation bases. Old man Di Hong, hurry up and use the Qilin clan's divine artifact. Sun Wukong said when the auspicious golden hoop staff returned to his hand. At this time, his eyes began to glow and burn with flames. Following that, two beams of light shot out from his eyes. Eyes that the fiery golden eyes. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply. He did not expect the legend on earth to be so accurate with its description of Sun Wukong. He could tell the fiery golden eyes weren't from any laws and was a special technique. Based on Sun Wukong's earlier attacks, he speculated that Sun Wukong had comprehended the law of destruction. All of Sun Wukong's attacks were intense and powerful, as though they could destroy everything that stood in their paths. At this time, Di Hong finally broke his silence. His voice was grim as he said, "Heaven's equal celestial emperor, you've improved tremendously since 1,000 years ago. It seems like I might not be able to win even with the flaming spirit mountain." Di Hong's admission caused an uproar among the titled celestial emperors of the Qilin clan. Di Yunlong smiled wryly. The patriarch always means what he says. Since he said these words, they must be true. The other titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan shared the same thoughts as Di Yunlong as well. An earth-shattering noise suddenly rang out as a huge fiery mountain suddenly appeared above Sun Wukong. Then, it began to fall rapidly on him. Its speed was so fast that the wind stirred violently in its wake. The violent wind generated by the fiery mountain swept across the planets in the vicinity, wreaking havoc on those planets. Everyone watched as the fiery mountain crashed down on Sun Wukong. A figure could be seen standing leisurely with his hands on his back with a dignified expression on his face. Needless to say, the figure belonged to Di Hong, and the mountain under his feet was the divine artifact, the flaming spirit mountain. Sun Wukong laughed. "Perfect timing. Let me and my auspicious golden hoop staff experience your Qilin clan's divine artifact." At the same time, the auspicious golden hoop staff instantly grew in size. The scene that only existed in movies and series in Duan Ling Tian's memory had come to life at this moment. Duan Ling Tian was in awe. The auspicious golden hoop staff kept growing and growing. Eventually, it seemed like one end had stabbed down into one of the realms while the other end was about to pierce the huge fiery mountain above it. Alas, before the staff could pierce the fiery mountain, it crashed down. When the dust settled, the handsome young man was nowhere to be seen. In his place, was a monkey with golden flame-like fur. Clearly, Sun Wukong had reverted to his true form. He wore red and golden armor, and a coronet with two long feathers could be seen on his head. He looked every bit like the great sage equal to heaven that was described in the legend on earth. His armor had to be a celestial weapon or something, since it could change according to his size. "Di Hong, take this." Sun Wukong's size increased to that of King Kong that was depicted in the movie on earth. He spun the auspicious golden hoop staff that had also increased in size and slammed it down on the flaming spirit mountain. The auspicious golden hoop staff seemed as though it contained all the power of the heavens. As Sun Wukong swung it around, the planets that it came in contact with were immediately decimated regardless of their sizes. The scene before Duan Ling Tian's eyes made his blood boil. His unruly gaze, fearless attitude, the invincible air around him, the auspicious golden hoop staff that he could manipulate at will, these were all things that existed in the literature on earth. No wonder so many people idolized Sun Wukong on earth. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Sun Wukong slammed the auspicious golden hoop staff on the flaming spirit mountain again, sending sparks flying. With this, the flaming spirit mountain suddenly tilted to one side, seeming as though it was on the verge of collapse. At this time, when it seemed like Di Hong had been cornered even with his divine artifact, a loud roar suddenly rang in the air. Following that, a huge fiery Qilin appeared in front of everyone's eyes, carrying the flaming spirit mountain. The fiery Qilin's size was terrifyingly huge, and its eyes burned ferociously with flames. "Heaven's equal celestial emperor, you've really improved a lot. You must have had a fortuitous encounter sometime during the past 1,000 years, right?" the fiery Qilin asked. Sun Wukong chuckled before he said, "Old man Di Hong, I wouldn't have come if I'm not confident. Come on, let's continue. Sometimes I truly envy you. You have no responsibilities and are free to roam the world and do as you please. Only by wandering the world one can come across chances to improve." The fiery Qilin sighed. His envy was apparent in his words. Subsequently, the flames on the Qilin's body surged as the flaming spirit mountain flew towards Sun Wukong again. On the other hand, Sun Wukong turned the auspicious golden hoop staff back to its original form. Then, he used it like a baseball bat to hit the flaming spirit mountain away. However, he was always sent flying back due to the huge impact. As he flew back, he crashed into a few planets, destroying them. Upon seeing this, chills ran up Duan Lingtian's spine. If they were fighting in the Yanhuang realm, I'm afraid Earth would no longer exist. Both of them are terrifyingly powerful. Duan Lingtian had always been confident about his strength, especially since he possessed the 5 divine elements. However, he knew he would be completely helpless if faced with Sun Wukong or Di Hong. It did not matter even if he unleashed everything he had, he was no match for them. Duan Lingtian thought Sun Wukong would be at least slightly injured by the impact of the attack when he suddenly heard Sun Wukong laughing. Nice, nice. Sun Wukong's strong and loud voice rang out. Following that, a golden figure rapidly shot toward the battlefield again. Chapter 3393 Home Planet. Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufeng, Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the members of the Qilin clan watched as the huge fiery Qilin and giant monkey with golden fur engaged in a fierce battle. The duo eventually left the battlefield, leaving devastated planets in their wake. Finally, Sun Wukong and Di Hong stopped attacking at the same time. Di Hong reverted to his human form at this moment while Sun Wukong shrank in size, still maintaining his true form. Usually, Sun Wukong would stay in his true form. He would only occasionally take on a human form. I lost. Di Hong sighed. Just 1,000 years have passed, but you've improved so much. The battle ended with Di Hong cornered. If it was a life or death battle, there was no doubt Di Hong would have died. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong would have suffered heavy injuries as well if it was a life or death battle. Old man Di Hong, I've underestimated you, Sun Wukong said as his eyes flashed. I thought it'd be very easy for me to defeat you even if you possess a divine artifact, but that's not the case. You've improved as well over the past 1,000 years. The two opponents were clearly surprised by each other's improvements. Di Hong said with a sigh, my slight improvement is not worth mentioning compared to yours. I hope that one day I'll be able to pass on my role as the patriarch of the Qilin clan and wander the world in a carefree manner like you. The envy in his voice was very obvious. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, I don't envy the situation you're in, but there are many who are envious of you in your position. If you intended to kill me, I would surely die if you joined forces with the titled celestial emperors of your clan. After a moment, he asked solemnly, Old man Di Hong, between you and the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven, who's stronger? It was rare for him to be so solemn. Duan Lingtian's interest was piqued as well when he heard Sun Wukong's question. He wanted to know how strong the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven was. After all, Di Hong's current strength was comparable to an ordinary heavenly emperor. I don't think I can last 3 rounds with him, Di Hong said wryly. Then, he looked at Sun Wukong meaningfully and said, based on our battle earlier, I'd say you won't last 5 rounds against him. 3 rounds. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes as he murmured, an 8-star god of war is so powerful. Ordinary 8-star gods of war aren't that powerful, but my senior isn't an ordinary 8-star god of wars. However, Sun Wukong, based on your current strength, only a few people below 8-star gods of war are a match for you. They won't even be able to defeat you. Di Hong's evaluation of Sun Wukong was rather high. Upon hearing Di Hong's words, Sun Wukong's fighting spirit was ignited. His eyes shone with determination as he said, it seems like I should enter the 9 Serenities battlefield again so I can advance and become an 8-star god of. Then, he said, Old man Di Hong, this is the end of our battle today. I see a familiar face here today so I'll leave after meeting him. I'll challenge the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beast heaven during my next visit here. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He exclaimed, it's really you, 3-legged golden crow. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Great sage, is there a second or third 3-legged golden crow in the world? Elder Huo smiled wryly. Since we're from the planet Yanhuang, we can clearly sense each other's auras. I didn't expect to meet you again after the disappearance of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, you even managed to leave the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Sun Wukong said. I didn't leave the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with my own strength. Elder Huo shook his head. I only managed to conquer it and leave it with the help of the heavenly emperor I'm currently serving. In any case, your feat is admirable. Sun Wukong nodded. Then, he asked, which heavenly emperor are you serving? His fighting spirit soared again when he asked this question. Elder Huo replied, the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. It's said that he has already attained godhood. Elder Huo only smiled faintly. He did not deny nor admit to the claims. Well, in any case, this is a blessing for you, Sun Wukong said with a smile. I'll visit the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven if the chance arises. However, I might challenge the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive heaven at that time. Great sage, Elder Huo sighed. My lord heavenly emperor is unlike any of the heavenly emperors. Not only is he the youngest among them, but he also started cultivation later than the others. In fact, he started cultivating later than you as well. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when he listened to the conversation between Sun Wukong and Elder Huo. When he was in the Saint Province realm, Elder Huo had told him that the setting of the book, Journey to the West, in the Tang dynasty was pure fiction. In reality, Sun Wukong had existed for more than tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years were not considered a long time for celestials in the Devata realms. Are you implying that I'll never surpass him for the rest of my life? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, his fighting spirit soared even higher. How exciting, I'm not one to shy away from a challenge. Elder Huo nodded and said with a smile, I'll look forward to that day. Before Sun Wukong left, Elder Huo introduced Meng Luo and Duan Ling Tian to him. Great sage, this is the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo. He's our heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven's top-titled celestial emperor. The heavenly savage celestial emperor. Sun Wukong looked at Meng Luo. He smiled and said, I've heard a lot about you. Just like me, you made a name for yourself by challenging many people. I hope to spar with you in the future. All right, Meng Luo's eyes shone with determination. Following that, Elder Huo introduced Duan Ling Tian to Sun Wukong. This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He's from the same home planet as us. Sun Wukong looked at Duan Ling Tian, slightly surprised. You're from planet Yan Huang as well? Yes, I left planet Yan Huang about 300 years ago, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile as he nodded. 300 years ago? Sun Wukong smiled. What a coincidence. I returned to planet Yan Huang once 300 years ago. Are you from that era? The people during that era had stopped cultivating. I hardly met any cultivators at that time. Those who did cultivate were very weak as well. You must have left planet Yan Huang before I returned. Otherwise, I'm certain I would have met you, Sun Wukong said. In Sun Wukong's opinion, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base must have been rather high as well when Duan Ling Tian was on Earth. However, only Duan Ling Tian knew that even if he was still on Earth when Sun Wukong visited, Sun Wukong would never notice him. After all, he was just an ordinary human at that time. How old are you now? What's your cultivation base? Sun Wukong asked. I'm over 300 years old, and I just became one basic celestial emperor, Duan Ling Tian replied honestly. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned by Duan Ling Tian's reply. A one basic celestial emperor who's just over 300 years old. At this moment, Di Yunlong and Di Wenyu turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in surprise as well. They did not know he was so young. At this time, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly glinted mischievously. Without any warning, a powerful energy surged out from his body and swept toward Duan Ling Tian. Young master, look out! Meng Luo cried out anxiously. He tried to shield Duan Ling Tian, but it was too late. On the contrary, Elder Huo remained calm. He knew Sun Wukong was just testing Duan Ling Tian and did not mean any harm. At this time, the space energy surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body. Apart from the space elemental profundity, his double-fused profundities from the law of space surged out as well along with his other profundities that had been comprehended to the mastery stage. Although he had only learned to fuse two profundities, he had already fused a few double-fused profundities. A one basic celestial emperor who's less than 400 years old managed to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to mastery stage and learned to fuse a few double-fused profundities. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Your name is Duan Ling Tian, right? Are you interested in joining me to cultivate? Based on Sun Wukong's words, it seemed like he wanted to accept Duan Ling Tian as his disciple. Chapter 3394 Feng Wudao, Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Sun Wukong's intention to accept him as a disciple. When he regained his senses, he shook his head and said, "Thank you, great sage. However, I already have a master. I wouldn't achieve so much today if it weren't for him. Without the legacy that Feng Qingyang left behind, it would have been impossible for Duan Ling Tian to have such a strong foundation when he was in the Saint Province realm that led to his current success. Your master. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. Who's he? Great sage, his master is none other than my Lord Heavenly Emperor, Elder Huo replied. You're Feng Qing Yang's disciple. Sun Wukong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of reluctance. What a pity, it's rare to encounter such a young talent from the same home planet. Feng Qing Yang is really lucky. Following that, Sun Wukong turned into a streak of golden light and vanished before everyone's eyes. With this, the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan began to leave one after another as well. All of them glanced at Duan Ling Tian before they left. He's the disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qing Yang. How unexpected, I didn't think heavenly emperor Feng Qing Yang would accept a true disciple. I heard he only has nominal disciples before this. It's said that heavenly emperor Feng Qing Yang has attained godhood. Based on the heavens equal celestial emperor's reaction, it seems like the rumor is true. That's right, the heavens equal celestial emperor is usually fearless. He would have kidnapped Duan Ling Tian if heavenly emperor Feng Qing Yang didn't attain godhood. The conversations between the group of titled celestial emperors of the Qilin clan left Duan Ling Tian rather speechless. Was Sun Wukong that reckless? At this moment, Di Hong arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian and Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan. The patriarch of the Qilin clan, Di Hong, greets the young master of the heavenly palace of solitary destructive heaven. I didn't expect your father to be in the Qilin clan. I apologize for the trouble. Clearly, Di Yunlong had already informed Di Hong about the purpose of Duan Ling Tian's visit. Patriarch Di Hong, you're too courteous. Duan Ling Tian was inwardly shocked that Di Hong, one of the top 7 star gods of war, was so polite to him. One had to know, Di Hong and Sun Wukong's strength were only slightly inferior to Yun Qing Yan from the Divine Offering Land, a realm of God. Young master, you should stay in the Qilin clan a little longer so I can show you around, Di Hong said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and politely declined the invitation. Patriarch Di Hong, thank you for your invitation. However, I want to look for my mother as quickly as possible. If I have time in the future, I'll definitely visit the Qilin clan again. What a pity, Di Hong sighed. Second elder, remember to personally send young master Duan off. Understood, Di Yunlong responded. After Di Hong left, Di Yunlong led Duan Ling Tian and the others away. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a sigh, it's rare for our patriarch to show such courtesy. He's not even so courteous to the true disciples of some extraordinary heavenly emperors. It seems like he acknowledges the strength of heavenly emperor Feng Qing Yang. This is the first time I've seen him being so friendly toward the younger generations. Duan Ling Tian only smiled faintly in response. He did not know what to say. Soon enough, they arrived at the transportation site in the Qilin clan's estate. When they arrived at another Devata realm, Meng Luo left since he had completed his mission. On the other hand, Elder Huo continued to accompany Duan Ling Tian. At this time, Duan Ling Tian suggested that Duan Ru Feng enter his little world where Duan Si Ling, Feng Tian Wu, Little Gold, and Huaner were cultivating. He told his father he would bring him out once he found his mother. Duan Ru Feng shook his head. There's no need for that. You need Si Ling's help to communicate with your mother. However, I have your mother's soul pearl and vice versa so I can communicate with her directly, it'll make our search easier. I'll only enter your little world once we find her. Moreover, since I've ascended from the mundane realm, I've only been in the Qilin clan. This is a good chance for me to explore the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian did not have any objections. At this time, Duan Si Ling and Feng Tian Wu left Duan Ling Tian's little world to greet Duan Ru Feng. Duan Si Ling hugged Duan Ru Feng and snuggled in his arms for a long time. Since Huaner was still cultivating, Duan Ling Tian did not wake her up. When they found his mother, he would then introduce Huaner to his parents at once. Nevertheless, he told his father about Huaner as well. Duan Ling Tian continued to travel across Devata realms. They would usually spend 2 or 3 days at least in each Devata realm. When they arrived at their 9th Devata realm after leaving the 10,000 beasts heaven, they finally received a response. The person who responded was none other than Feng Wudao, Feng Tian Wu's father. Uncle Feng. Feng Wudao was an elder Duan Ling Tian respected. Not only because Feng Wudao was Feng Tian Wu's father, but also because Feng Wudao had helped him tremendously when he was young. He treated Feng Wudao like his father as well. After receiving Feng Wudao's reply, Duan Ling Tian said to Duan Ru Feng, "Father, there's news from Uncle Feng. He's here." Old Feng. Duan Ru Feng's eyes lit up. He got along very well with Feng Wudao. It was not an exaggeration to say they were both best friends. "Where is he? Let's hurry up and find him." Uncle Feng is in a third-grade sect called the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. The Heaven Movement Celestial Sect is located in. Following Feng Tian Wu's instruction, Duan Ling Tian brought Duan Ru Feng and Elder Huo to a transportation formation to make their way to the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. The Heaven Movement Celestial Sect was a third-grade sect located in the Green Robe territory of the Green Robe Heaven. They had an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor in their ranks. After leaving the Divine Offering Land, Feng Wudao and Duan Ling Tian's senior brother, Bai Li Hong, had arrived at the same mundane realm. Both of them managed to grow powerful enough to ascend to a Devata realm. Unfortunately, they did not ascend to the same Devata realm. Feng Wudao ended up ascending alone to the Green Robe Heaven. After displaying his might in the Green Robe Heaven, Feng Wudao joined the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. Feng Wudao, who was considered relatively young among Celestials, caught the attention of the sect's titled Celestial Emperor due to his age and cultivation base as a Celestial Lord. The titled Celestial Emperor accepted Feng Wudao as his last disciple. Therefore, Feng Wudao's treatment in the sect was rather good. When Duan Ling Tian arrived outside of the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect's estate, Feng Wudao was already waiting for him. Feng Tianwu, who could not cultivate due to the overwhelming emotions, left the little world to accompany Duan Ling Tian to the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. "Father." Feng Tianwu rushed into Feng Wudao's arms as tears streamed down her face. For her, the two most important men in her life were her father and Duan Ling Tian. Now that she was with both of them and they were both safe and sound, she felt a weight being lifted off her chest. "Silly child, aren't you embarrassed that brother Duan and Ling Tian are watching us?" Feng Wudao teased his daughter. He felt rather helpless when he saw his daughter was very reluctant to let go of her hold on him. However, after Feng Tian heard her father's words, she eventually let go of him. Although many years had passed, her father still looked the same, only his aura had changed and become extraordinary. He was a Celestial Lord now, after all. "Uncle Feng, I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you," Duan Ling Tian apologized with a bow. He felt sorry because Feng Wudao was kidnapped because of his other wife, Ka. "Brat, what are you saying? We're a family, aren't we? There's no need to apologize." Feng Wudao feigned a displeased expression on his face. "Moreover, it's a blessing in disguise that we were brought to the Divine Offering Land. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to become a one basic Celestial Lord in such a short time." He sounded rather proud of himself at the end of his words. Chapter 3395 Feng Wudao's Master. Feng Wudao could not help but deflate slightly when he discovered Duan Ru Feng's cultivation base was higher than his. He sighed. "Brother Duan, I didn't expect your cultivation base to be higher than mine when I had a few fortuitous encounters and a smooth cultivation path." Even in the past, Duan Ru Feng's cultivation base had always been higher than Feng Wudao's. Before leaving the Divine Offering Land, Duan Ru Feng's cultivation base was still higher than his, but it was just slightly higher. He thought after his experience in the Green Robe Heaven, his cultivation base would surpass the group of people who were brought to the Divine Offering Land with him. Who knew Duan Ru Feng's cultivation base was still higher than his? Feng Wudao sighed. It seems like Brother Duan had met with a few fortuitous encounters in the Devata realms as well. Fortuitous encounter? Duan Ru Feng's lips twitched. Feng Wudao asked in confusion when he saw Duan Ru Feng's reaction. "What's wrong, Brother Duan?" Duan Ru Feng was clearly reluctant to talk about his experience. "Uncle Feng." Despite his father's warning gaze, Duan Ling Tian recounted what happened to Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao was briefly stunned. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Ru Feng enviously. "Brother Duan, that little princess from the Qilin clan must be a beauty, right?" "Father." Feng Tianwu cried out at this moment. Why was her father envious of Duan Ru Feng? Was he thinking of getting her a stepmother? Feng Wudao realized he had behaved inappropriately, so he smiled sheepishly and changed the topic. "Tianwu had told me everything. Although I'm living a good life in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, I don't plan to stay here." Since his future son-in-law, Duan Ling Tian was now the young master of the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven, why would he stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect when he could go to the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven? This was a golden opportunity that everyone hoped for. However, I need to speak to my master first. All of you should come and meet my master, Feng Wudao said. Feng Wudao led the group of people into the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. On the way to meet Feng Wudao's master, many elders and disciples greeted Feng Wudao respectfully. There were even a few female disciples who looked at him with hearts in their eyes. Clearly, he was living very well in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. Uncle Feng, this is Elder Huo. Feng Wudao was no stranger to Elder Huo, but Elder Huo was not familiar with Feng Wudao at all. Feng Wudao was naturally respectful toward Elder Huo once he found out Elder Huo was one of the top 3 titled celestial emperors under Feng Qingyang. Elder Huo, please forgive me for my mistake earlier. Feng Wudao had been dismissive of Elder Huo earlier and assumed Elder Huo was just Duan Lingtian's subordinate. At this time, Feng Wudao and the others finally arrived before Feng Wudao's master. Feng Wudao's master was Tang Qian, the heaven-dominating celestial emperor. He looked like a Taoist in his white robe. He had white hair and white eyebrows, but his appearance was rather young. Senior Tang Qian, Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ru Feng bowed at Tang Qian. Grand Master, Feng Tian Wu greeted. Tang Qian, who was unaware of Duan Ling Tian's identity, nodded and faintly smiled at Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ru Feng. Then, he looked at Feng Tian Wu and said with a smile, Wu Dao misses you a lot. I'm happy for him that both of you are finally reunited. Why don't you stay? With my presence, you can have a peaceful life in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. Thank you, Grand Master, Feng Tian Wu hastily replied. However, I don't plan to stay here. I came here to bring my father away. Father came to bid farewell to you. Tang Qian frowned slightly as soon as he heard Feng Tian Wu's words. Then, he shifted his eyes to Feng Wudao. Master. Feng Wudao cupped his fists together and said, I'll never forget what you taught me even after leaving the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. I promise to visit you often. Tang Qian sighed softly. Wu Dao, it's not that I don't want to let you go, but it's too dangerous out there. You'll definitely die if you can't defend yourself. You're only a one basic celestial lord, it's impossible for you to survive alone. Master, rest assured, I'm confident that I can survive. That's why I decided to leave. I'll be going to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven after leaving the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. There's no need for you to worry, Master, Feng Wudao replied honestly. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Tang Qian's eyes narrowed upon hearing Feng Wudao's words. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was a place that was so far out of his reach. They would not even accept him if he wanted to join them. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven not only judged people based on their strengths but also their personalities. Although his personality was not bad, his strength was lacking. Let alone the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he could even join the heavenly palace of the green robe heaven. How? Tang Qian asked as he looked at the group of people Feng Wudao had brought with him. He saw nothing special about Feng Tian Wu and Duan Ru Feng, but he could not see through Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo's cultivation bases. He could not see through Elder Huo's cultivation base because his cultivation base was lower. On the other hand, he could not see Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base because of the profound divine metal that was protecting Duan Ling Tian's soul aura. Feng Wudao explained, Master, this is my future son-in-law, Duan Ling Tian. He's also the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After spending some time in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, Feng Wudao had learned about the legendary heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, including the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had also heard the rumor that Feng Qingyang had attained godhood. Moreover, Feng Qingyang had also survived Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Feng Qingyang was famous in all 81 Devata realms. The true disciple of heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang. Tang Qian was shocked. Are you telling the truth? Elder Huo. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tang Qian and nodded with a smile on his face. He knew he needed Elder Huo to convince Tang Qian. Duan Ling Tian could tell Tang Qian genuinely cared for Feng Wudao, so he had to convince Tang Qian it was safe for Feng Wudao to leave. At this moment, the edge of Elder Huo's robe began to flutter as his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of fire surged out. Tang Qian's expression changed drastically. Although he had mobilized his celestial origin energy to defend himself, he could still feel the enormous pressure weighing down on him. With this, he realized he was far weaker than Elder Huo. This was not a surprise since Tang Qian was only an ordinary titled celestial emperor. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, he was perhaps at the level of a one-star god of war. How could he compare to Elder Huo, who had strength comparable to a six-star god of war? Greetings, my lord. Tang Qian hastily bowed and greeted Elder Huo as he trembled. Cold sweat drenched his back. I'm Elder Hu from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You can go to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to verify this matter if you don't believe us, Elder Huo said in an even tone. The person standing in front of me is the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You're truly blessed to have accepted Feng Wudao as your disciple. I believe you. After experiencing Elder Huo's formidable strength, Tang Qian no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's identity. Hence, he hastily bowed at Duan Lingtian. Greetings, young Master Duan. After all, as the young master of the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Lingtian could kill Tang Qian with just a word. Senior Tang Qian, you're too courteous. Since you're Uncle Feng's master, you can call me Lingtian, Duan Lingtian said. Young Master Duan, that's inappropriate. I highly respect Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Since you're his disciple, you should be accorded the due respect. Tang Qian was overwhelmed by Duan Lingtian's humbleness. In the past, everyone in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, including Tang Qian, felt that Feng Wudao was lucky to have Tang Qian as his master. However, as Elder Huo had mentioned earlier, it was Tang Qian who was lucky to be Feng Wudao's master. Due to his connection with Feng Wudao, he had a vague connection with the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He was also shocked when he recalled Duan Lingtian was Feng Wudao's future son-in-law. In the future, if he faced any difficulties, he could ask for help from Feng Wudao, who was Duan Lingtian's future father-in-law. With this thought in mind, he could barely contain his excitement. Chapter 3396 Li Ru. Since the future husband of his disciple's daughter was the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, it meant that the young master was his grand disciple-in-law. Tang Qian would barely contain his excitement at this moment. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked enthusiastically, Young master, why don't you stay a few more days in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect? Thank you for your invitation, Senior Tang Qian. However, I can't stay any longer since I have to search for my mother, Duan Lingtian said apologetically. After reuniting with Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling, Duan Lingtian had found Duan Rufeng and Feng Wudao. Although the two men had higher cultivation bases than the two women, it was because they had better fortuitous encounters. Nevertheless, all of them had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering realm, boosting their innate talent. Therefore, even the weakest among them would be able to become a celestial king at the very least. Mother must be in one of the Devata realms. We have to continue to search all the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian mused inwardly. After leaving the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, Feng Tianwu and Feng Wudao entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian's little world. It was as though a whole new world had opened up to him. Duan Lingtian's little world made his little world look desolate and shabby in comparison. Most importantly, he was surprised the heaven and earth spirit energy in Duan Lingtian's world reminded him of the one in the divine offering realm. Based on what he knew, such heaven and earth spirit energy was impossible to be found in Devata realms. Not even the heavenly palaces or heaven-grade forces with emperor-grade celestial crystal veins possessed such rich heaven and earth spirit energy. Upon seeing the surprise on her father's face, Feng Tianwu explained, Father, Brother Duan chanced upon a remnant of a realm of God and absorbed all of its heaven and earth spirit energy into his little world. It seems like he had a massive fortuitous encounter. Based on the size of his little world, he should be a celestial emperor now. To think he became a celestial emperor at such a young age, after becoming a one basic celestial lord, Feng Wudao had thought his achievement was rather remarkable. However, he later discovered he was not even a match for Duan Rufeng. Although Duan Rufeng was also a celestial lord, Duan Rufeng was a few stages higher than him. Now, he was presented with the fact that Duan Lingtian had far surpassed his achievement as well. Duan Lingtian's achievement was so remarkable that Feng Wudao knew he could never catch up to Duan Lingtian. Grandfather Wudao, Duan Xiling called out. She was not completely focused on her cultivation, so she discovered Feng Tianwu and Feng Wudao as soon as the duo entered the little world. Xiling. Due to the time they had been separated, Duan Xiling had grown up and looked very different. Therefore, Duan Rufeng did not recognize her immediately. That's right, it's me, Grandfather Wu Dao. Duan Si Ling laughed. Si Ling, you've grown up in just a blink of an eye. You've even become a celestial king. Feng Wu Dao sighed emotionally. He felt time really passed too quickly. The little girl in the past was now grown up. She only looked a little younger than her daughter, Feng Tian Wu. Grandfather Wu Dao, you're better than me. You've become a celestial lord. Duan Si Ling said with a smile. Well, it's still nothing compared to your father and your grandfather, Feng Wu Dao said self-deprecatingly. At the same time, he finally discovered the person sitting beneath the giant tree. Although the woman was cultivating with her eyes closed, her beauty still shone through, making the surroundings pale in comparison. What a peerless beauty, Feng Wu Dao exclaimed. Then, he instinctively looked at Feng Tian Wu and asked, Tian Wu, who's she? Father, she's junior sister Huaner, Feng Tian Wu said with a smile. When brother Duan ascended to the Devata realm, he met her. At that time, she was not even 20 years old. She's even younger than Si Ling. Duan Si Ling smiled wryly upon hearing Feng Tian Wu's words. Although she's younger than me, I'll have to address her as fourth mother in the future. Fourth mother? Feng Tian Wu asked in confusion. Your mother is the eldest, and sister Feier is the second. Shouldn't junior sister Huaner be the third? Duan Si Ling laughed. Aunt Tian Wu, you're my third mother. Warmth suffused Feng Tian Wu's heart when she heard these words. The corners of her lips lifted up into a smile as she said jokingly, how dare you laugh at me? After listening to Duan Si Ling and Feng Tian Wu's conversation, how could Feng Wu Dao not understand what was going on? He sighed inwardly. This brat is much more of a Casanova than I was in the past. Nevertheless, Feng Wu Dao was not worried his daughter would be neglected even though Duan Ling Tian had another woman by his side. He was aware of Duan Ling Tian's character after all. At this time, Feng Tian Wu said to Feng Wu Dao, Father, you should seize the chance and cultivate here. Not only will your cultivation base rise, but you'll be able to comprehend the laws of the 5 elements and the law of life at a much faster speed as well. Since the 5 divine elements lived in Duan Ling Tian's little world and the divine tree of life was rooted in his little world as well, his little world was the perfect place to comprehend any of the 5 elemental laws and the law of life. Meanwhile, as the owner of the little world, Duan Ling Tian could easily observe his little world with just a thought. He felt slightly embarrassed when he saw Feng Wu Dao learn about Huaner. After all, he had not even married Feng Tian Wu as he had promised yet, but he had already found another woman. He was relieved when he saw that Feng Wu Dao did not seem displeased. Following that, Duan Ling Tian and the others left for the next Devata realm in search of his mother and the others. In the Purple Revelation Heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. At this moment, there were people hiding in a secluded cave in a desolate mountain range. The expressions of 2 of the people were incredibly solemn at this moment. Junior Aunt, are they going to find us? A teenage girl who looked to be about 16 years old asked the young woman who was standing near the mouth of the cave. Although the teenager's features were still childish, one could tell she would grow up into a beautiful woman. Upon hearing the teenager's words, the tired-looking young woman forced a smile on her face and said, Little Chin, don't worry. They won't find us. Although the Smudge Crow sect is a 6th grade sect with a celestial lord, it's impossible for the celestial lord to personally hunt us down. With my formations, we should be able to hide from the others easily. If Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ru Feng were present, they would immediately recognize the woman as Li Ru. When Li Ru left the divine offering land, she was separated from the others and ended up in the mundane realm alone. However, since her innate talent had improved after her time in the divine offering realm, she quickly ascended to a Devata realm. However, she was nearly killed when she first ascended. At that time, she was rescued by an elder of a sect. Unfortunately, the elder had sustained injuries that negatively impacted his cultivation. At that time, she followed the elder back and became a member of an all-female sect. Her cultivation base continued to increase swiftly, shocking her sect members. With her talent, most of her fellow sect members assumed she would leave for a stronger sect. Moreover, even her master had given her blessing to leave. However, she did not leave and stayed to help her master, who did not have much time left, to deal with the affairs of the sect. After her master succumbed to her injuries, Li Ru became an elder of the sect. The sect was called the Elegant Sect. The strongest person in the sect was a 9 Palaces celestial king. Although Li Ru was talented, her strength was only that of an ordinary elder of the Elegant Sect. The elegant sect had always been harmonious and cut off from the secular world. However, a powerhouse from a 6th grade force suddenly appeared one day and wanted to subjugate the elegant sect. Moreover, the powerhouse from that sect wanted the members of the elegant sect to be their male disciples, cultivation partners. Naturally, the elegant sect refused to be subjugated, and as a result, was oppressed by that 6th grade sect. That 6th grade sect not only caused the members of the elegant sect to scatter, but they also hunted down and killed the members of the elegant sect one after another. As an elder of the elegant sect, Li Ru managed to bring a dozen disciples with her and fled to the desolate mountain range to hide. At this moment, a commotion rang from outside the cave before a cold voice could be heard saying, "The members of the elegant sect are here." Upon hearing these words, Li Ru's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 3397 A Furious Duan Ru Feng. "They've discovered us." Li Ru's expression changed drastically. She did not expect to be discovered by the members of the Smudge Crow sect so quickly, since she had picked a secluded hiding place and even set up a formation to conceal their auras. Meanwhile, the dozens of disciples from the elegant sect began to panic. They looked at Li Ru, who was their only hope at this moment. "Ninth Elder, what should we do now that we've been discovered?" "Ninth Elder, I don't wanna die." "Ninth Elder." Li Ru inhaled deeply before she smiled and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, they might not know our exact location. Who knows if they're just trying to lure us out with their words. We can't leave the cave now. If they really discover us, they would come to the cave. If we leave recklessly now, we might fall into their trap." The disciples calmed down slightly after listening to Li Ru's words. All of them held their breaths, trying to stay as quiet as possible. Soon after, the commotion outside of the cave died down. With this, one of the disciples said with a smile, "It seems like we're safe now. Thank goodness the ninth elder is calm and rational. Otherwise, we would have fallen into their trap." The disciples were in high spirits now after narrowly escaping discovery by their enemies. In fact, most of them had yet to process the situation they were in. Calamity had descended so suddenly on the elegant sect. The members of the sect had fled in different directions during the chaos. Each of the high-ranking officials of the sect brought with them as many disciples as they could to escape the disaster. At this moment, a loud and contemptuous voice rang from outside the cave. "Elder Li Ru." At the same time, a towering figure flew from the east into the cave, causing the expressions of the disciples from the elegant sect to change drastically. Li Ru's eyes flashed coldly as she attacked without any hesitation. Tens of thousands of sword rays flew toward the intruder. Alas, her attacks barely left a scratch on the intruder. Celestial origin energy surged out and easily nullified Li Ru's sword rays. It was clear she was no match for her opponent at all. The intruder, a tall and muscular bearded man, said with flashing eyes, "Elder Li Ru, you're no match for me. It's unfortunate that our sect leader is fond of you. Otherwise, I would have taken you for myself. Nevertheless, your disciples are pretty good as well." Following that, a few figures appeared behind the bearded man. At the same time, despair overwhelmed the disciples of the elegant sect when they saw the bearded man. Their faces paled as soon as they saw the bearded man. "It's the Smudge Crow sect's third elder, Fang Ji. Fang Ji is an 8 trigrams celestial king. Elder Li Ru is no match for him. It's easy for him to kill all of us. Heavens, now that Fang Ji is here, we're doomed." Nevertheless, despite the hopelessness of the situation, most of the disciples of the elegant sect did not give in to despair. They were determined to fight to the end. They would rather die than yield to the Smudge Crow sect. Li Ru felt the same way as well. She was prepared to put her life on the line. She looked at the young girls around her before she said to Fang Ji with unconcealed disgust, "Elder Fang Ji, they're just children. Why can't you just leave them alone?" Fang Ji looked at the young girls in front of him before he said, "Elder Li Ru, you must be joking. All of them look so pretty now. There's no doubt they'll grow up into great beauties in just a few years. Don't worry, we'll raise them well after we bring them back to the sect." Li Ru's eyes flashed coldly when she heard Fang Ji's words. At this moment, one of the disciples from the elegant sect suddenly said, "Elder Li Ru, senior sisters, junior sisters, I'll take my leave first." Following that, the female disciple decisively struck her own forehead, committing suicide. With that, the female disciples from the elegant sect began to commit suicide one after another to preserve their honor. Their bodies fell to the ground one after another. Li Ru was trembling with anger. She was frustrated by her lack of power to do anything. She could only watch helplessly as the disciples of the elegant sect collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, Fang Li said indifferently, "How courageous of them." He glanced at the bodies on the ground and said to the people behind him, "Keep their bodies in the spatial ring. We can give their corpses to the elders and disciples with perverted habits." "Yes, third elder." At the same time, the faces of the disciples of the elegant sect who were about to commit suicide as well paled immediately when they heard Fang Ji's words. What was the point of committing suicide when the Smudge Crow sect clearly did not intend to let them go even in death? Before Fang Ji's subordinates could make a move, Li Ru made a move first. Tens of thousands of sword rays appeared and swept out toward the corpses of the disciples from the elegant sect, destroying them in an instant. She would not allow their corpses to be defiled. "Elder Li Ru, you can only do so much," Fang Ji said nonchalantly. "As we speak, there's a large number of bodies of the elegant sect disciples being transported back to our sect. Elder Li Ru, our sect leader had said that if you dare to commit suicide, he'll cut and flay 100 elegant sect disciples alive." As though he could read Li Ru's thoughts, Fang Ji continued to say, "Being cut and flayed alive, can you imagine how excruciatingly painful it would be? Just thinking about it makes me shudder." The faces of the remaining disciples of the elegant sect turned ashen while Li Ru was forced to dismiss the idea of committing suicide. "Worst comes to worst, I'll just disfigure my face. I don't believe the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect will be interested in someone ugly," Li Ru thought to herself. At the same time, she regretted not listening to her master and joined a stronger sect. If she had listened to her master, she would be able to help the elegant sect. After all, the Smudge Crow sect would not dare to mess with the elegant sect if they had the backing of a stronger sect. After all, the Smudge Crow sect was only a 6th grade sect with a celestial lord. With Li Ru's innate talent, she could easily join a stronger sect if she was willing. It was not impossible for her to join a 1st grade sect since she had become a celestial king at a relatively young age. In the end, under Fang Ji's threats, Li Ru and the remaining disciples from the elegant sect were captured by Fang Ji and his men. During the journey to the Smudge Crow sect, the image of a tall man appeared in Li Ru's mind as she thought to herself, "Brother Feng, I'm sorry. It seems like we won't be able to reunite. After disfiguring myself, I plan to kill myself. I'll never let them take me alive." Following that, a handsome young man dressed in purple robes appeared in Li Ru's mind. "Tian'er, Mother will continue watching over you in the afterlife. I hope you, Ka, Fair, Si Ling, and Nian Tian will live a good life." At this moment, a teenage girl held onto Li Ru's arm and said tremblingly, "Junior Aunt, I'm really scared." Li Ru's gaze softened as she looked at the teenage girl. She was reminded of her granddaughter, Duan Si Ling. She tried to comfort the teenage girl by saying, "Don't be afraid, little Chin. You're young, and your potential is limitless. You'll definitely be able to escape when the opportunity arises." Although Li Ru knew it was nigh impossible to escape once they entered the Smudge Crow sect, she wanted to give the teenager a little bit of comfort. As expected, the teenage girl's expression eased a lot after listening to Li Ru's words. However, after a moment, she asked anxiously, "What about you, Junior Aunt? And my senior sisters, what will happen to them?" "We will find a way," Li Ru said as she forced a smile on her face. She sighed inwardly. She was not afraid of death, but she regretted not being able to her son before she had to die. Compared to the others, she was separated from her son for an even longer time. At this time, Li Ru's eyes suddenly widened. While she was thinking about her son, she unexpectedly received a message. "Tian'er, I received a reply from your mother." Duan Ru Feng exclaimed excitedly. Duan Ru Feng had received a reply from Li Ru as soon as all of them arrived in the Purple Revelation Heaven. Duan Ling Tian, who was visiting the Purple Revelation Heaven for the first time, was briefly stunned. Then, he asked with equal excitement, "Mother's here. Where is she now?" "She's in the Purple Revelation territory," Duan Ru Feng replied. Soon after, flames of fury appeared in Duan Ru Feng's eyes. Duan Ru Feng's sudden reaction did not escape Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Upon sensing his father's anger, he asked grimly, "Father, did something happen to Mother?" Duan Ru Feng said gravely, "If we arrived a few days later, we might not be able to see your mother again." Duan Ling Tian's expression changed immediately. "What happened? Let's get moving. I'll tell you about it during the journey," Duan Ru Feng said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He said anxiously, "Let's head to the nearest transportation site. Father, ask Mother about the nearest transportation formation to her. If she's not sure, ask her about famous landmarks around her." Chapter 3398 A Fortuitous Encounter for You. The Smudge Crow sect was a 6th grade sect that was located in a barren and desolate mountain range. There were hardly any human activities in its surroundings. However, hidden behind the mountains was a bustling estate with many buildings. The sect's estate looked like paradise. Ninth Elder. When Li Ru and the others were being escorted into the Smudge Crow sect's estate, they ran into another group of members from the Elegant sect that was also caught by the Smudge Crow sect. Li Ru saw a beautiful lady who looked rather miserable at this moment and at least a dozen disciples behind her. 7th Elder. Li Ru smiled bitterly. She did not expect to meet the 7th Elder of the Elegant sect and the other disciples outside of the Smudge Crow sect's estate. It seemed like although the Elegant sect members had deliberately fled in different directions, many of them were still caught by the Smudge Crow sect. The beautiful lady said to Li Ru through voice transmission, "Our sect leader has committed suicide. 9th Elder, what did the Elegant sect do wrong to suffer such a fate? If it weren't for my 2 disciples, I would follow in the sect leader's footsteps." Burning hatred could be heard in her voice as she spoke. At this moment, an old man, the person who captured the 7th Elder of the Elegant sect and the other disciples, said to Fang Ji, 3rd Elder, "You caught quite a number of them." The old man stepped forward and looked at Li Ru from head to toe before he said, "This must be the 9th Elder of the Elegant sect, Li Ru, right? The woman our sect leader has taken a liking to. Although she's quite pretty, I heard the sect leader wants her because of her innate talent. He's hoping she would be able to bear children with a high innate talent for him. Our sect will definitely be able to become a 5th or 4th grade sect in the future if their children inherit her innate talent." 5th Elder, you captured quite a lot of them as well, Fang Ji replied with a faint smile as he looked at the group of Elegant sect members whom the old man captured. Meanwhile, Li Ru's expression changed slightly. She realized how naive she had been to think she could stop the advances from the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect if she disfigured her face. Since the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect was after innate talent, it would be pointless even if she disfigured her face. If she really bore children for him, he would definitely use their children to control her in the future. She was shocked by his plans. Following that, she sighed in relief. Thank the heavens that Brother Feng is on his way. Brother Feng is with Tianer. He has been reunited with Si Ling, Tian Wu, and senior Brother Feng as well. I can't believe that brat found another woman. What kind of woman managed to move him before he could even save Ka? Li Ru was no longer afraid now that she knew Duan Rufeng was coming to her rescue. Moreover, he had told her he was confident about taking the Smudge Crow sect down. Not only was her husband a celestial lord now, but her son was now a celestial emperor. Tianer is now a celestial emperor. He must have suffered a lot before this. Li Ru felt distressed when she thought about Duan Ling Tian. Although she was happy to learn her son had grown so strong, she knew her son's achievements did not come easy. At this time, Fang Ji handed the disciples with Li Ru to the old man. 9th Elder. The expressions of the Elegant sect disciples who were with Li Ru changed drastically now that they were being separated from her. They had grown attached to her after everything they had been through, after all. How could they not feel reluctant and uneasy now that they had to part with her who had become their pillar of strength? Junior aunt, the teenager cried out. As she reached for Li Ru, she was forcibly taken away. After the old man took everyone away, only Li Ru and Fang Ji were left. Fang Ji said nonchalantly, "Elder Li Ru, please follow me to meet the sect leader." Fang Ji. Li Ru stood still as she looked at Fang Ji and solemnly said, "If you're willing to let me go, I'll point you to a fortuitous encounter." Let you go? Impossible. Fang Ji was briefly stunned by her words. Then, he said impatiently, "Elder Li Ru, don't blame me for being rude if you still refuse to move." Fang Ji retorted, "Since it's innate talent, doesn't it mean you're born with it?" "Born with it?" Li Ru laughed. "I ascended from a mundane realm. How high can my innate talent be?" A shocked expression appeared on Fang Ji's face. "You're from a mundane realm?" Fang Ji had also ascended from a mundane realm. He was a monstrous talent back when he was in the mundane realm but was mediocre after he ascended. He could not compare to the celestials who were born in the Devata realms. Therefore, he was keenly aware of the gap between those who ascended and those who were born in Devata realms. "Elder Fang Ji, you don't believe me?" Li Ru shook her head. "If that's the case, forget what I said. If you let me go, I plan to tell you about how my innate talent soared so high. Since you're uninterested, bring me to your sect leader. If I could choose, I'd rather make a deal with you since I'm afraid he would renege on the deal." She looked at Fang Ji meaningfully at the end of her words. Fang Ji remained silent. He studied Li Ru's face intently, looking for signs that she was lying. In the end, he said, "Elder Li Ru, you should know words alone won't be enough to convince me." Li Ru did not seem to care that Fang Ji did not believe her as she said, "In the past, I chanced upon a place. The heaven and earth spirit energy in that place is different from that in the Devata realms, they are much richer. There was a skeleton at the entrance of that place along with a memory celestial talisman that contained the deceased's final message. He had said that the place I chanced upon is a remnant of a realm of God. I didn't know what realms of gods are until I met a powerhouse while I was wandering the world. The realms of gods are realms that surpass Devata realms. It's where people who have attained godhood, meaning those who've broken through the stage of a 10-direction celestial emperor, lived. After absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy from that remnant of a realm of God, I was transformed and my innate talent rose. If what you say is true, why didn't you reveal it to those from the elegant sect? Weren't you close to your master?" Fang Ji asked skeptically. Nevertheless, a hint of greed could be seen flashing in the depths of his eyes. It seemed like he was somewhat persuaded by Li Ru's words. Fang Ji had naturally heard of the realms of gods. If Li Ru was not lying about that place she entered, there was no doubt the heaven and earth spirit energy there was far superior to any places in the Devata realms. It was not impossible for that place to raise one's talent. Alas, he was unaware that he would not gain much even if he went to such a place. The heaven and earth energy spirit could only raise the innate talent and change the constitution of those who had yet to become celestials. Of course, I told my master about that place. However, she was not interested since her time was limited. She warned me and told me to keep the place a secret in fear that it would bring trouble to me, so I didn't tell anyone else about it, Li Ru said. Then, she said warily, "Elder Fang Ji, if you want to know where that place is located, let's make a deal. You better not think of killing me after I reveal the location of that place to you." Fang Ji said, "Am I, Fang Ji, that kind of person? Alright, what else do you want in exchange apart from your freedom?" "I'm still thinking about it. I'll continue thinking about it during our journey to the remnant of a realm of gods. I'll let you know once I made up my mind," Li Ru said. "Alright," Fang Ji nodded. Despite his words, he had no intention of letting Li Ru live after Li Ru led him to the remnant of a realm of God. Chapter 3399 Scholar Wood City. In the end, Fang Ji believed Li Ru's words and decided to follow her to the remnant from a realm of gods. Needless to say, he no longer brought Li Ru to the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect. Before leaving the sect, he brought his son, whom he loved, and his 3 disciples, whom he valued very much. Since he decided to free Li Ru in exchange for a fortuitous encounter, he decided to leave the Smudge Crow sect for good. Fang Ji's only son, Fang Chun, was also a celestial king. He was also stronger than Li Ru. He raised an eyebrow when he found out about his father's plan and said, "Isn't this too risky? Are you worried she's lying to me?" Fang Ji looked at his son affectionately as he said, "Rest assured, Chunner. She won't dare to lie to me. Moreover, it doesn't benefit her at all to lie. She would suffer an excruciating death if she lied to me. She could have lived a good life if she had stayed with the sect leader." At the end of his words, he glanced at Li Ru warningly. Li Ru remained calm, further convincing Fang Ji that she was not lying. At this moment, a middle-aged man, Fang Ji's eldest disciple who was stronger than Fang Chun, said menacingly, "Second junior brother, you're overthinking things. She's no match for us at all. All of us are stronger than her, and she's outnumbered. How is she going to escape if she lied to us? Even if she lures us into a trap and manages to kill or injure one of us, she still won't be able to escape." At the end of his words, he smiled disdainfully. Following that, Fang Ji's remaining 2 disciples chimed in, "That's right. Second senior brother. Eldest senior brother is right. There's nothing she can do to us." Fang Chun was aware of these things as well. It was just that he could not help but ask the question. After having his thoughts confirmed, he felt at ease. Following that, he solemnly said, "Let's hurry up and leave. From now on, we're no longer members of the Smudge Crow sect. If the sect leader finds out we brought Li Ru away, he will never let us off. It won't take long before one of us becomes a celestial lord after entering the remnant of a realm of gods. At that time, the sect leader won't dare to act recklessly against us. Who knows, if all of us advanced at the same time, he might even have to step down from his position and let Master be the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect," Fang Ji's first disciple said. Then, He turned to Fang Ji and said ingratiatingly, "Master, thank you for giving me such an amazing opportunity. Rest assured, I'll be loyal to you even after my strength improves." Fang Ji's remaining 2 disciples nodded as well and expressed their gratitude. Fang Ji nodded, he was delighted to see his disciples were loyal to him. He decided to bring his 3 disciples along because he needed a few trustworthy helpers. He was an ambitious person. After he improved his strength, he decided to set his sight on a force that was stronger than the 6th grade Smudge Crow sect. "Lead the way," Fang Ji said to Li Ru coldly, "you better not be lying. Now that we've left the Smudge Crow sect, there's nothing stopping us from killing you if you lie to us." Fang Ji naturally wanted to leave the Smudge Crow sect as soon as he could. First, he could not wait to undergo a transformation and raise his innate talent. Second, he needed to leave before the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect realized he had betrayed the sect and taken Li Ru away. It would not take long for the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect to discover what he had done and send people to hunt him down. "It doesn't benefit me to lie to you at all," Li Ru said calmly. "If you go back on your words, trust that I've secured a way to get back at you." Fang Ji's eyes flashed coldly before he said, "Don't worry. I won't go back on my words." Following that, Li Ru asked, "Where's the nearest transportation site? We need to go there first." In fact, she knew the location of the nearest transportation site, but she deliberately asked Fang Ji to lead her there. "The Scholar Wood City," Fang Ji replied before he asked, "The place you mentioned isn't in the Purple Revelation territory?" "That's right," Li Ru nodded. Fang Ji did not say anything as he led Li Ru, his son, and his 3 disciples to the Scholar Wood City. At the same time, his son and 3 disciples surrounded Li Ru as they traveled to prevent her from escaping. At the same time, Li Ru sighed in relief inwardly. In fact, she had only learned about remnants of realms of gods from Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, he had told her about the remnants of realms of gods and came up with this idea to keep her safe before their arrival. Since she truly came from a mundane realm and was transformed during her time in the divine offering realm, it was not difficult to convince Fang Ji at all. Before deciding on this plan, Duan Ling Tian had suggested to Li Ru that she tell Fang Ji she had the support of a celestial emperor. However, after thinking about it, he thought it would be difficult to convince Fang Ji. Therefore, in the end, they decided to lie about the remnant of a realm of gods. After all, greed was part of human nature. As an elder from a 6th grade force, it was unlike Fang Ji could become a celestial lord in this life. How could he let go of a chance to improve his talent and cultivation base? Before leaving the Smudge Crow sect, Li Ru had also told Duan Ling Tian that she was heading to the Scholar Wood City. When Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived in the Purple Revelation territory, they were transported to the middle of nowhere. It seemed like he was somewhere between the Smudge Crow sect and Elegant sect. Since Li Ru would be in more danger if she continued staying in the Smudge Crow sect, he thought it was best for her to stall for time by leaving the Smudge Crow sect while they looked for her. "Do you know where Scholar Wood City is?" Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo. Elder Huo transformed into a flaming red 3-legged golden crowd in just a blink of an eye. He carried Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ru Feng on his back, traveling a great distance each time he flapped his wings. If those who could catch Elder Huo's movement saw him at this moment, they would have mistaken him for the sun finally. "We've arrived." Although the Scholar Wood City was quite far away, Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ru Feng arrived quickly thanks to Elder Huo. Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Li Ru as soon as he arrived and was relieved when he learned that she had yet to arrive. "Father, let's intercept them." Since they had arrived at the Scholar Wood City and roughly knew the direction to the Smudge Crow sect, it would not be difficult to intercept Fang Ji, who was on his way to the Scholar Wood City. However, just as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he received another message from Li Ru. "Tianer, we're taking a detour to get to the Scholar Wood City. They must be afraid of being discovered by the people from the Smudge Crow sect. It's best if you and your father wait for me in the Scholar Wood City." After agreeing to his mother's request, Duan Ling Tian updated his father about the change in plan. Following that, the father and son rode on Elder Huo's back and soared up into the sky while they waited for Li Ru's arrival. Elder Huo extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire Scholar Wood City. As soon as Li Ru stepped into the area shrouded by his divine consciousness, he would be immediately alerted of her presence and whereabouts. Elder Huo was not only a titled Celestial Emperor, but he was also a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. The strongest person in the Scholar Wood City was just a mere celestial lord, so how could anyone detect Elder Huo's divine consciousness? A few hours later, they've arrived. Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ru Feng's eyes lit up as soon as they heard Elder Huo's words. Duan Ru Feng was so overwhelmed with emotions that his body trembled slightly. It had been a long time since he last saw his wife. The trio stirred up a gust of wind as they vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Li Ru, who was being held captive by Fang Ji and his son and disciples, were somewhere near the eastern side of the Scholar Wood City. Li Ru, are you done thinking? Fang Ji asked impatiently. No, Li Ru frowned. Fang Ji, it's unfair that you brought so many people with you. I have a feeling you'll go back on your words once I reveal the location of the remnant of the realm of gods to you. Chapter 3400 The Law of Life. Aren't you cornering me by doing this? Li Ru looked at Fang Ji with a dark expression. Fang Ji chuckled. Li Ru, you're being too suspicious. Look, you can continue to think of ways to guarantee your safety if you don't believe me. I'm sure you'll come up with something. Why don't we step into the transportation formation first? He tried to put Li Ru at ease, afraid Li Ru would change her mind about leading them to the remnant of a realm of gods. Li Ru scoffed. She did not move as she said, Fang Ji, do you think I'm a fool? We're not going anywhere until I come up with a way to completely secure my safety before leading you there. The expressions of Fang Ji, his son, and his disciples turned rather unsightly after listening to Li Ru's words. Fang Ji said frostily, Li Ru, I'm warning you not to make a fuss. Otherwise, you'll have to face the consequences. It's not too late for us to bring you back to the Smudge Crow sect. I'll tell the sect leader you escaped and I brought my son and disciples to recapture you. At that time, not only would the sect leader not blame us, but he would even reward us for bringing you back. Li Ru said airily, fine, bring me back to the Smudge Crow sect then. You. Fang Ji's earlier words were naturally just to intimidate Li Ru. How could he really be willing to return to the Smudge Crow sect now that he knew about the remnant of a realm of gods? He took a deep breath to suppress his anger before he asked, what do you want to do then? Li Ru pretended to furrow her brows as though she was deep in thought and said, let me think about it. After a dozen breaths passed, Fang Ji grew impatient again. He said urgently, are you done? If you continue to waste time, we'll need to leave the Scholar Wood City now and use another transportation site. Otherwise, the members of the Smudge Crow sect might find us here. I'm done, Li Ru finally said. Fang Ji was slightly startled. He did not expect Li Ru to cooperate so easily. What did you come up with? Li Ru shook her head and said, it's unnecessary to talk about it. Fang Ji, Fang Chun, and Fang Ji's three disciples were baffled by Li Ru's words. At this moment, a streak of light suddenly swept toward Fang Ji and the others at the speed of light. They instinctively retreated in fear. They could sense a formidable energy from the streak of light. At this moment, none of them cared about Li Ru and seemed to have forgotten all about her. When the five men regained their senses, they discovered Li Ru was no longer alone. Three people had appeared next to her. A handsome green-clad man, a handsome purple-clad young man, and an old man dressed in a long red robe. At this moment, the green-clad man was hugging Li Ru tightly. Ruer, I finally found you. Brother Feng. Li Ru hugged Duan Ru Feng tightly as though she would never let go for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, the expressions of Fang Ji, Fang Chun, and Fang Ji's disciples changed drastically when they looked at the purple-clad young man who was glaring at them. It was clear to them that the three newcomers were stronger than them. My lords, who are you? Fang Ji asked with a pale face. The cultivation world was where the strong were revered. Fang Ji naturally had to lower himself before such strong powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian looked at Fang Ji meaningfully as the corners of lips lifted into a disdainful smile before he replied, I'm Li Ru as my son. The five men's expressions changed drastically as soon as they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. The person before them who was at least a top celestial lord was Li Ru's son. They found this difficult to accept. Li Ru was from the mundane realm, how could her son be so powerful? Without any warning, vines suddenly shot out and restrained the five men before they could even react. My lord, please spare us. Duan Ling Tian disregarded them. The vines suddenly twined around the five men's abdomens and held them in the air. At the same time, they could feel a pressure bearing down on them as time passed, slowly suffocating them. The law of space. The five men were shocked. They could not even move a finger after being restrained by Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of space. He's no ordinary celestial lord. It did not cross Fang Ji's mind at all that Duan Ling Tian was a celestial emperor. He only assumed Duan Ling Tian was a powerful celestial lord like the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect. He briefly considered requesting help from the sect but quickly dismissed the idea. After all, it was likely he would provoke the 3 men in front of him and would be killed before help even arrived. Fang Ji pleaded, My lord, please have mercy. I was only following the orders of the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect. I have left the sect. Please look into this matter if you don't believe me. Moreover, I intend to set your mother free. Set my mother free. Duan Ling Tian laughed. Even if that's really the case, wasn't it so you could enter the remnant of a realm of gods? Fang Ji's expression changed again. His heart sank. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be aware of this matter. Based on the unconcealed killing intent flashing in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he knew he was doomed. Even then, he could not help but ask, My lord, is the remnant of the realm of gods real? I'll tell you about it slowly. With just a thought, sword rays appeared out of thin air and slashed at the 5 men. The sword rays drew blood, but the injuries were not fatal. Duan Ling Tian did not intend to let these men die an easy death after hearing about their dirty deeds from Li Ru. Moreover, the people from the elegant sect had taken good care of his mother. How could he let their deaths go unavenged? My lord, please grant me a quick death. My lord, I beg you. The 5 men could not endure the excruciating pain and pleaded one after another for a quick death. They were completely restrained by the law of space's restraining profundity that they could not even mobilize their celestial origin energies to commit suicide. Finally, Duan Ling Tian said, Be patient. Let me tell you about the remnant of a realm of gods, he continued to say slowly as the 5 men cried out miserably in pain. Remnants of realms of gods truly exist. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy there can't do anything to improve one's innate talent if once you become a celestial. It can only increase the cultivation speed of a celestial. As you've guessed, my mother has never been to a remnant of a realm of God. Although I have been to one, I don't remember where it's located anymore. Even if I can bring you there, it's pointless since the heaven and earth spirit energy there had been exhausted. The 5 men regretted their actions upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Not only did they betray the Smudge Crow sect for nothing, but they even had to pay with their lives. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Duan Ling Tian had cast a noise-canceling formation so the 5 men's wretched cries would not disturb his parents' reunion. After he was done with saying what he wanted to say, he decided to end their misery. However, just as he was about to make a move, a wave of energy swept toward him, stopping him from killing the 5 men. Young man, all lives are cherished by the heavens. You should show mercy. Soon enough, an old monk dressed in a kusaya descended from the sky. With every step he took, a vibrant lotus with rich energy would bloom under his feet. After he arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian, he raised his hand and released a wave of energy toward the 5 men who were on the brink of death. Duan Ling Tian watched as the 5 men's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eyes. Based on the powerful life force, he could tell the old man had comprehended the law of life, one of the 4 supreme laws. Although this was not the first time he had encountered someone who comprehended the law of life, there was no doubt the old man was the strongest of them all. Chapter 3401 Shiva Ping. Based on the old monk's celestial origin energy that was boosted with the law of life, it was apparent the old monk was a celestial emperor who was fairly powerful. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian could tell the old monk's celestial origin energy was more powerful than his. Moreover, he could sense fused profundities in the old monk's energy. Hence, he was certain the old monk was a titled celestial emperor. Thank you for saving us, sir. Fang Ji and the others hurriedly thanked the monk and bowed. Relief and happiness were written all over their faces. At this moment, Li Ru finally pulled away from Duan Ru Feng's embrace. She frowned slightly when she looked at the old monk who had suddenly appeared. Old monk, Duan Ling Tian said with a hint of frostiness, don't interfere in what you don't understand. Young man, it's not good to be vicious, the old man said as he shook his head. Duan Ling Tian no longer bothered to waste words with the old monk who appeared out of nowhere. Instead, he said to Elder Huo, don't kill him. Elder Huo nodded and attacked immediately. He launched a triple fused profundity from the law of fire. A sea of flames appeared immediately and swept toward the old monk. The old monk was defenseless against the sea of flames even with his double fused profundities from the law of life. with just one move, Elder Huo sent the old monk flying. The old monk spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura weakened considerably. With this, Fang Ji and the others felt as though they had returned to hell again. Their expressions had just changed when Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and instantly killed all of them with his space energy. The horrified expressions were still imprinted on their faces even after their deaths. In that split second before their deaths, they thought it was better if the old monk did not appear and give them false hope. They had thought they were saved. Who knew the old monk was so easily defeated by the old man standing behind the purple-clad young man? After killing the 5 men, Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Rufeng and Li Ru with a smile as he said, "Father, Mother, let's go to the Smudge Crow sect." Li Ru's eyes brightened upon hearing these words. All right. Following that, Li Ru left Duan Rufeng's arms and moved to Duan Ling Tian's side. She held his hands and studied him before she said, "Tianer, you've changed a lot, you must have suffered a lot of hardships over the years." Tears streamed down Li Ru's face as she spoke. Although she had no idea what Duan Ling Tian had gone through, for him to become a celestial emperor at such a young age, she was certain he did not have an easy time. At this moment, Elder Huo reverted to his true form, a 3-legged golden crow, to bring the Duan family to the Smudge Crow sect. During their journey there, Li Ru sat next to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Tianer, tell me about your experience over the past few hundred years." All right. After being separated from his mother for so long, Duan Ling Tian was overwhelmed with emotions when they were reunited. There were so many things he wanted to tell her. He told his mother about everything that had happened from the moment they were brought to the divine offering land. Duan Rufeng listened intently as well. After all, he had not heard about what happened to Duan Ling Tian yet. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian offered to tell him about what happened, he had told Duan Ling Tian to wait until they found Li Ru. Whenever Duan Ling Tian recounted dangerous situations he encountered, Li Ru felt herself breaking out in cold sweat as she instinctively tightened her grip around Duan Ling Tian's hand. Meanwhile, after Duan Ling Tian and his family left without even sparing a glance at the old monk, the compassionate expression on the old monk's face had disappeared and was replaced by viciousness and ruthlessness. He cursed loudly. "Who are they? They dared to hurt me, Shiva Ping. Damn it," he continued to mutter to himself. "They said they're going to the Smudge Crow sect. Where's that? I'm going to look for elder brother and ask him to avenge me. So what if that person has mastered triple fused profundities? My elder brother is the strongest titled celestial emperor under the tattoo, the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven." Following that, the old monk made his way to the transportation site in the Scholar Wood City to make his way to the inked heavenly emperor's palace. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the old monk's thoughts. He would not have expected that the seemingly compassionate old monk had such a ruthless side to him. With Elder Huo's help and Li Ru giving them directions, it did not take long for them to arrive at the Smudge Crow sect. As she stood outside of the Smudge Crow sect's estate, Li Ru's eyes burned with flames of fury. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly called out, "Huoner." He just remembered he had yet to introduce Huoner to his mother. He felt rather nervous about his mother getting angry at him for finding another companion while Ka was still being held captive in the divine offering land. He thought he could ease the situation if he let Huoner help his mother in dealing with the Smudge Crow sect and help the elegant sect. Brother Ling Tian. Huoner, who was in closed-door cultivation, quickly came back to her senses as soon as she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. "What happened? Huoner, I've found my parents. You should come and meet them. You should help my mother out with some matters as well to build a good relationship with her," Duan Ling Tian said, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Your parents?" Huoner was clearly nervous as well when she heard she was about to meet Duan Ling Tian's parents. Nevertheless, she obediently left his little world. Duan Rufeng and Li Ru were naturally startled by the sudden appearance of another person. When they finally had a good look at Huoner, they were stunned by her peerless beauty. "You are Huoner, aren't you? Tianer's father had mentioned you to me. It seems like you're a good girl," Li Ru said with a smile. She seemed satisfied with Huoner. Li Ru's reaction was much better than Duan Ling Tian had expected. Meanwhile, Huoner blushed when she heard Li Ru's words. She greeted Duan Ling Tian's parents shyly, "Uncle, Auntie." In fact, Huoner only found the courage to greet Duan Rufeng and Li Ru because of Duan Ling Tian's encouragement through voice transmission. She felt slightly awkward, but due to Li Ru's warm personality, it did not take long before Huoner got along with Li Ru. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief. At the same time, he saw his father discreetly giving him a thumbs up. He was not sure if his father was praising him for finding such a peerless beauty or praising his ability to deal with the situation. Now that he had calmed down, he said, "Mother, although Huaner is younger than Si Ling, she's already a celestial emperor. In fact, her cultivation base is higher than mine. She can help you to deal with the Smudge Crow sect." Then, he continued to say, "We'll wait outside to ensure no one from the Smudge Crow sect gets away." Li Ru said in feigned anger, "You haven't married Huaner yet, but you're already ordering her around. How are you going to treat her once she marries you?" Li Ru was naturally aware of her son's intention. She knew he wanted Huaner to build a good relationship with her. Hence, she held Huaner's hand and asked with a smile, "Huaner, will you help me?" "Of course, Auntie. It's my duty to help you," Huaner replied. She no longer felt awkward around Li Ru. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission, "Huaner, please do as my mother says, there's no need to show mercy. 9 out of 10 members of the Smudge Crow sect are disgusting human beings." After listening to the treatment of the elegant sect by the Smudge Crow sect, Duan Ling Tian knew that the Smudge Crow sect was not a righteous sect. In his opinion, it was not a pity to annihilate the sect. However, he knew he could not directly annihilate the Smudge Crow sect. After all, there were still a number of members from the elegant sect who were held captive in the Smudge Crow sect. The annihilation of the Smudge Crow sect would have to wait until the members of the elegant sect were rescued. He was sure this was what his mother wanted as well. After Huaner left with Li Ru, Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ru Feng, and Elder Huo stood guard outside of the Smudge Crow sect's estate. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness following that. After becoming a celestial emperor, this was the first time he had covered so much ground with his divine consciousness. Huaner and Li Ru caused a commotion as soon as they entered the Smudge Crow sect's estate. After 2 days and 2 nights, the two women were still not done dealing with the people in the Smudge Crow sect. Despite Li Ru's hatred, the way she dealt with things was still rather lenient. Duan Ling Tian did not find it strange that Li Ru and Huaner were taking such a long time. This was within his expectations. During this time, he was not idle. Those who tried to escape from the Smudge Crow sect's estate were instantly killed by his space energy. On the 3rd day, Elder Huo suddenly looked up into the distance. Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ru Feng's noticed Elder Huo's sudden movement and followed the direction of his gaze. As soon as they looked up, they saw 2 figures flying toward them from the distant sky. Duan Ling Tian was not familiar with the person flying in the lead, but he recognized the person flying at the back. It was none other than the old monk who tried to save the lives of Fang Ji and the others but was taught a lesson by Elder Huo instead. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.